Long comment. Lee Jae-hyuk's scoreboard started rising as well. The audience and the viewers at home paid attention to how high of a score he would give. He was known for giving smaller scores than the other two judges. Not to mention 95, he rarely gave out scores above 90. That was how much everyone looked forward to this score. But then, wow, when the first digit was fixed to 9, the people in the audience started cheering. The person himself, Jae-han, also widened his eyes. The numbers were rolling faster than before. Don't you dare tell me that it will be revealed after the commercial. Kim Jimin also paid attention to the score while shaking her hands. Kang-yoon also couldn't take his eyes off the TV in curiosity. 98. It's 98. Eventually, the presenter's excited voice came through the TV. Jae-han jumping around in joy, as well as the passionate cheers of the audience and the satisfied smile of the judges, were all captured by the camera. Good for him. Kang-yoon smiled in satisfaction, thinking that a good song went to a good singer. After the live broadcast of Korea One Star, the songs of the top 10 were revealed to the public. After one day, most of the songs went up in the charts by around 10 steps. The popularity of audition programs could be felt here. First place is you. Well, the judges were like that yesterday, so I don't find it that much curious. Looking at the rankings of songs in the music website with the largest user base, Lee Hyun-ji clapped towards Kang-yoon in amazement. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders. It's good that it turned out well. At times like these, you should be happy. Like this. Lee Hyun-ji grabbed Kang-yoon's hand and high-fived. Kang-yoon also laughed. He was indeed happy. I kinda did realize from last time, but your arranging skills are quite amazing. Miss Hyun's composition skills and your arrangements. Looks like we have no worries for money for a while. Is that so? Of course. Lee Hyun-ji stood up and spoke in a loud voice, as though she didn't like Kang-yoon's attitude. It's not just once, this is the second time already. Moreover, it was ranked first this time. You put yourself as muse this time, right? Yes, for the name value. I did that. The singers and companies that were half doubtful will also proactively seek you out now. Last time, they were nobodies, but it will be different this time. Lee Hyun-ji was filled with hope. She gripped her fist, saying that he should leave it to her. Looks like we'll get busy. Hey, I'll grab some good business. Where are you going? When Lee Hyun-ji grabbed her coat to leave, Kang-yoon asked doubtfully. She smiled and responded. Business, of course. I can't miss an opportunity like this. I'll be back soon. She seemed joyful as she left the office while hopping. I hope she doesn't fall. Seeing her smile like a little girl, Kang-yoon ended up laughing. He left the office and headed to the band practice studio on the first floor. Looks like the construction is almost done. The soundproofing and sound dampening materials that Lee Hyun-ji brought were nowhere to be seen on the ground. Kang-yoon headed inside. Oh, hello. The members of the band, the Formidables, and their new manager Kim Dae-hoon stopped what they were doing and greeted him. Kang-yoon raised his hand and accepted the greeting. So, it looks like construction is almost done. Yes, we only have the ceiling left. Kim Jin-dae answered Kang-yoon. Lee Hyun-ah was on the ladder. She stuck the last soundproofing material, and Lee Cha-hee grabbed the ladder. The two male members cleaned up the floor and walked around the walls to see if there were any gaps. It's good to see that there's no differentiation between genders. They worked just as hard as the others in arduous work. Kang-yoon received a good impression of them. Ladies are weak and should be respected didn't seem to exist here. Lee Hyun-ah sweating while working hard impressed him a lot. It's finally over. Huh, you were here. After sticking all the soundproofing materials, Lee Hyun-ah finally looked down and found Kang-yoon. When Kang-yoon waved his hand, she slowly climbed down the ladder. The male members folded the ladder and cleaned up the rest. I should do proper testing, but for now, I can't hear any noise. Yes, I think it worked out well. It's not that stuffy, and there were just enough materials too. That was close. You have your instruments, right? Yes, we'll set those up after we clean up. They swept the floor and cleared away the trash. After cleaning up the plastic buckets and other things on the floor, the practice studio now looked very convincing. Kang-yoon also cleaned up with them. Everyone held him back, but Kang-yoon shook his head. I couldn't help out in the construction, so I should at least do this much. The fact that he couldn't help them due to his arrangement work tugged his mind. Although he still had the time to look after Kim Jimin, he felt as though he abandoned the band and felt sorry. It's fine. Appa, I'm hungry, can you When the mood was about to relax, Lee Hyun-ah stepped up. Kang-yoon laughed at those words. He wordlessly took out his credit card, and everyone cheered. We moved in, so Jajangmyeon is fine, right? Yees. Somehow, their replies were rather bland. They felt slight disappointment. Kang-yoon added another line. 2. Yay. Tangseuk was great for Jajangmyeon. After a luxurious lunch, Kang-yoon, the band members, and manager Kim Dae-hoon started setting up the equipment. Kang-yoon installed the second-hand speakers and connected them to the mixer. You have to think of it as if going inside, then coming outside. Remember, if going inside, coming outside. Yes. Speaker out, so mixer in. Are the others the same? Yes. If you don't get anything, then ask again. Kang-yoon taught manager Kim Dae-hoon about installation in the mixer as he installed things. Kim Dae-hoon listened carefully while writing down sound setup theory into a note. A band's manager must know about the acoustic setup. Kang-yoon thought so. Kim Jin-dae moved the drums and set up omnidirectional microphones and acrylic panels. Then, he set up a mic for the bass drum and connected those to the mixer. This isn't an ordinary studio. Kim Jin-dae was flabbergasted while looking at the microphones and the acrylic panels. This was going beyond just setting things up. The bass and the electric guitar was the same. They also pulled out a line input and connected them to the speakers. They shook their heads as well, saying that there was no need to go this far. But they went with Kang-yoon's words saying that they must listen to the others as well. Appa. The speaker positions are interesting. They aren't at the front, but at the back. Lee Hyun-ah found the speakers on each side of the door quite curious. If they're at the front, then the sound will get clumped up. Your monitor. I should just listen to the speaker, right? Get used to it. You must get used to listening to all the sounds. Lee Hyun-ah said she understood and connected the lines. The setting went smoothly. After managing the cables, they went for a sound check. Kang-yoon taught manager Kim Dae-hoon how to control the mixer, and they started tuning the volume. With the sound dampeners absorbing unnecessary sound, they had considerable volume even in this tight space. After a jamming session, the final test was over. It's over. Along with Lee Hyunua's declaration, the practice studio construction was wholly complete. Everyone cheered in satisfaction at their new practice room. Although it was quite small, but the sound was much better than where they practiced previously. When everyone collapsed onto the floor, exhausted, Kang-yoon spoke. There's one final thing to do. Yeah, work again. Everyone showed their fatigue. However, he didn't exactly talk about work. Why don't we change the name of the band? The name? Kim Jin-dae asked back. Due to the 3 years of affection, he didn't want to change the name that easily. However, Lee Cha-hee was different. I agree. Our current name will be quite funny once it's on TV. The opinions were split half and half. Kim Jin-dae and Lee Hyun-ah objected while Lee Cha-hee and Young Chong-gyu wanted to change. They started discussing it when Kang-yoon spoke. Let's say you went to music camp. The presenter is going to introduce you like this. Blah blah blah, whatever descriptions, and then at the last part, I introduce to you the Formidables. Like that. Let's change it right now. Lee Hyun-ah quickly changed opinions. She didn't seem to even think about it, and didn't turn back. Hey Lee Hyun-ah. Appa, this is not right. Definitely. After quarreling for a while, they decided to change the name. And after discussing it for a while, their name was changed to White Moonlight. Chapter 91. The Appearance of the Formidables, White Moonlight, 1. A song for a band? I don't think I can do that yet. I'll send you some examples. Try listening to it and coming up with one. Late at night, Kang-yoon was calling with Hee-yoon. He sent Lee Hyun-ah and the band home and remained at the company. He had quite a lot of work to do still. Okay, it's the band that we went to watch with So Young last time, right? Yeah, the leader there can compose as well, so you don't need to be pressured. I am going to be pressured. It's your company. I can't do it jokingly. Girly. Kang-yoon leaked a laugh. He could feel worry along with a slightly complaining tone. He felt warm feeling his sister's attitude. It will take some time. I never composed for a band before, so I want to ask the professors for help. Don't push yourself, okay? Yeah, you too, Appa. Don't overwork yourself. Drink in moderation, and women too. Okay. And what the heck was that last one? Kang-yoon finished up his call with Hee-yoon and sent a few of Lee Hyunua's band songs to her email. Then, he did transact the documents that Young Hae-jin sent up before going home. On the way home, Kang-yoon took a bus. Looking out the window at the calm waters of the Han River, he fell into thought. The Formidables, no, white moonlight should enter Major soon. Kang-yoon opened the window slightly. The cold wind cooled his head. Strictly speaking, white moonlight is second-generation indie band. They're well-positioned as well. Can they enter Major now? Or, Kang-yoon thought about this very deeply. There were a lot of cases where well-established indie bands came to Major. However, successful cases were very rare. Of course, most of them managed to profit and earn money as well as giving their contracted company the right money. But only an extreme minority gave big impressions to the general public. In this era where idols were the trend, indie bands were considered gourmet food, like existences. Kang-yoon would hate for his own singers to become a part of a niche market. He had to look for the right causes of that happening in order to not repeat the same process. The style of the singer is important, but the priority is to match the preferences of the general public. Also, they must have moderately good appearances, or have unique characteristics. I need to make the people turn around to them at least once. But are they ready? Thinking about a lot of things, Kang-yoon shook his head. It was not easy to decide that in one go. The bus had already arrived at his destination. Kang-yoon had fallen into thought and almost missed his destination. Though, he could get off as the bus didn't leave just yet. Even while walking, his thoughts about the band continued. However, he couldn't easily think of a strategy. The next day, even coming to work, Kang-yoon couldn't stop thinking about white moonlight. He was practically deciding on a path for them, so it was natural. Are you worried about something? Lee Hyun-ji brewed a cup of coffee for Kang-yoon. Oh, director, you look serious. Is there something problematic? Kang-yoon spoke about the strategy for white moonlight. While listening to Kang-yoon, Lee Hyun-ji sipped on her coffee as well. Slowly drinking the bitter coffee, she slowly spoke. To go to a major, popularity should come first. But their fan base isn't big enough yet. Yes, even if they make an album, the income will be at a dangerous level. Their foundation is a little weak too. But I think they're capable of challenging major. Though, the risks would be big. Kang-yoon sighed. To delay going to major for a foundation, then the immediate income would be small, but to boldly challenge major can expect big profits. But the consequences of failure were big as well. The former was safer, but the temptation of the latter was big. Lee Hyun-ji thought for a moment before speaking. If it's you, President, I don't think we'll fail even if we go major. Director, wait. However, before Kang-yoon could say anything, she gestured him to stop. He listened in. You'll receive a lot of requests for arrangements or compositions. Once that happens, even you will have a hard time focusing on the band alone. And once that happens, my opinion is that they would go downhill. Right now, we have quite a lot of money from your songs. There will be a lot of songs in the future as well. My opinion is that we should look at the long term for the band. Kang-yoon thought for a moment before agreeing. I understand. Looks like I was in a hurry. I can understand you. Most of the income of the company is on you, after all. The rest are well, kids. You're like the breadwinner. Oh my. Kang-yoon shook his head at Lee Hyun-ji's joke. But now that he decided on a strategy, he felt very calm. Kang-yoon organized the strategy and headed to where White Moonlight was practicing. Jay, you're too vigorous nowadays. Take it slow. On their way home after meeting a producer from the TV station, Kim Semi tapped on Jae-han's shoulders. She was also in the top 8. What do you mean slow? The last time was just luck. What luck? You were just acting all along, weren't you? The two quarreled as they headed to the lobby. In the lobby were not only employers, but normal people as well. They twitched after seeing Jae-han and Kim Semi before talking about it amongst themselves. Upon Kim Semi's pestering, Jae-han bought coffee from the CAF in the lobby. The two female staff there twitched for a moment after seeing the two, but they still proficiently received the orders. 10,501. $10 and 50 cents. Here. Thank you. And May. Jae-han was about to turn around after paying when the staff grabbed him. The female staff hesitated for a moment before giving him a pen and paper. I didn't make a sign for being a star yet. Are you fine with a normal one? Yes, yes. Jae-han gave an ordinary sign. The staff blushed and thanked him, and he went to his seat. Wow, Jay, aren't you the popular man? Looks like the last song was big, huh? The song was definitely good. Please introduce me to that composer too. Was it Muse? Just who is it? It's a secret. No, don't say that. Please, pretty please. Jae-han had a hard time declining Kim Semi's pestering. Kang-yoon received a score and a music file through his email. When he played back the file while reading the score, it was a slow-beat ballad. The melody was simple rather than fancy. However, it steadily climbed up. There are no lyrics. So, she left the lyrics and the arrangement to this side. Kang-yoon saw through Hee-yoon's intentions. Then, he was about to do the songs when something caught his eyes. It was the list of songs that he was requested to rearrange. I don't think I can take this too. Kang-yoon put Hee-yoon's song to one side. It would be very difficult to do that on top of the requests from other companies. Kang-yoon thought about it for a moment before deciding that he should leave the arrangement to Hyuna. He headed to White Moonlight's practice studio to give the song and the score. He could hear very little of what they were practicing from the outside. It was the effect of soundproofing. Without it, the instruments would have rung out throughout the entire building. President. Kim Jin-dae discovered Kang-yoon first and stopped playing. When the drums stopped, the other instruments all lost their fun and the song was forcibly halted. The others all greeted Kang-yoon and sat in front of him. Lee Hyuna came to him first. Here. What's this? Your new song. Kang-yoon didn't explain for long. Lee Hyuna received the song and started playing the synthesizer. As she once majored composition, her keyboard skills were quite good. The song's good. The melody is desperate. I think it's about lost. Young Chang-yu commented his own opinion. Kim Jin-dae also agreed with that opinion and nodded his head. President, did you make this? Kang-yoon shook his head at Lee Cha-hee's question. No, it's made by the exclusive composer for this place. What? There's an exclusive composer? Lee Cha-hee's eyes widened. A small company like this having an exclusive composer was something she heard for the first time. Moreover, the song was very good as well. She wanted to do a song like this. The song is really good. It's definitely our style. Though, it's a pity that there are no lyrics. Lee Hyuna seemed to like this song and didn't stop complimenting it. You should do the lyrics yourself. The composer didn't make it saying that it should be better for the singer to do it. Oh, really? What about the arrangement? Kang-yoon pointed towards the members when asked about the arrangement. You have the band here, so I think it will be better for you four to do it together. Hyuna has done it until now, and I think it will be better to do it your style. How about it? Appa, that's... Before Lee Hyuna could say something in disappointment about the lack of Kang-yoon's arrangements, Young Chang-yu interfered. That sounds interesting. Let's do it. Wouldn't the four of us make something better? Lee Cha-hee chimed in as well. Even the quiet Kim Jin-dae nodded his head in agreement. Lee Hyuna, who usually didn't like her own pieces being tampered with, also ended up agreeing. Kang-yoon added a comment, just in case. You can think of it as arranging it while practicing it as well. I think that's why there are no separate scores for each of you. Think of it as training teamwork. Yes. Let's do the recording a week later. I'll also come and edit what I find necessary. From now, I'll tell you the schedule through the manager. Is that okay with you? Manager Dae-hoon. Manager Kim Dae-hoon immediately replied to Kang-yoon's words even while reading a book related to acoustics. Kang-yoon was satisfied by his attitude towards work and left the studio. Let's learn the song first. Gather around. When Kang-yoon left, Lee Hyuna sat on the synthesizer again. She set the synthesizer to piano and started learning the song with everyone else. As they had to add the lyrics as well, there were a lot of things to do. There were quite a lot of requests for arrangements, but there was some work regarding White Moonlight as well. Kang-yoon headed to the Holy Lands of indie bands, Hongdae, Hongik University District, with Lee Hyun-ji while they were creating the song. There are a lot of college students for sure. Good times, said Lee Hyun-ji while walking through the streets of Hongdae. Looking at the students filled with vitality, she seemed quite envious. Kang-yoon only laughed it over. The two headed to various concert venues in Hongdae. However, there was a problem. Okay, we understand. We'll discuss it and come back later. After listening to the prices, Lee Hyun-ji shook her head and left through the door. Kang-yoon was also flabbergasted by the insane rental fees. The two headed to another place and grumbled. Why is an indie stage so expensive? We might as well rent a real one. Lee Hyun-ji complained in anger. Kang-yoon didn't feel that much different from her. As indies gained popularity, the land prices in Hongdae also rose, and the rental fees had risen as well. Although they researched this beforehand, they still found it absurd. I was planning to get a regular contract for at least 3 or 4 places, but with prices like these, we can only lower the number. Kang-yoon also found this serious. He was planning to show a lot of performances by signing contracts with various places, but with these prices, there would be a detriment in the plan. But just in case, he visited all the concert venues in Hongdae. However, looks like they teamed up. Lee Hyun-ji couldn't hide her disappointment. All the concert venues seemed to have schemed together as the rental fees were insanely high. She grabbed her head. What do we do now? Just sign a contract with one place. Kang-yoon also couldn't say anything easily. Doing concerts was a necessity. However, there would be immense losses with rental fees like these. Right now, they needed both income and fans. It would be a stretch to sign a contract like this. Then, something flashed in his head. Was Yeonam-dong right next to this place? Yes, what about it? As far as I know, there are clubs starting to appear there too. They're starting to appear. But the big concerts still happen in Hongdae. Would the people really be willing to walk that far? Lee Hyun-ji asked in worry. Next to Hongdae was Yeonam-dong. As the prices of residents increased around Hongdae, the clubs that held indie concerts were being pushed out. The reason for the increase in rental fees was in the end due to land prices. However, Yeonam-dong was a different story. Although there was the pressure of the poorer environment, Kang-yoon thought about it for a moment before coming to a decision. Then he spoke with assurance. Let's just do one contract. Just one? Wouldn't that be insufficient for PR? Let's do a short-term one. Instead, we'll use the remaining funds and the income too. Kang-yoon pointed towards a rather old building. It was an old building in Yeonam-dong. However, cafes were starting to appear in places, and people seemed to be increasing as well. Rather than paying expensive rental fees, let's just make one. A concert venue. What? Lee Hyun-ji's jaws gaped at Kang-yoon's insane plan. Chapter 92. The appearance of the formidables, White Moonlight, too. Aren't you getting your priorities wrong here? Building our own concert venue. Lee Hyun-ji was skeptical about it. Even a decent set of stage speakers would cost around $1,001,000. Renting a building, modifying the internal layout, and installing various equipment would require them to use all their emergency funds. This was not a decision to be made lightly. I'd rather we not take a loan this early. One of our few advantages currently is that we have no debt. Money troubles really weren't that easy to deal with. However, Kang-yoon continued to try and persuade Hyun-ji. If we were to start advertising, the expenditure should slowly start coming back in from bands starting to hire the concert venue. From what I see, indie bands are suffering from high concert fees. If we rent out the venue cheaper than the other halls, then we should be able to profit a lot. That sounds okay, but the existing venue owners will go mad. They're the bad guys for teaming up, not us. Kang-yoon's words were right. The other owners practically extorted what little money indie bands had. They were the bad guys and not them who were trying to enable the small indie bands to operate on a smaller budget. Lee Hyun-ji thought about it for a moment before shrugging her shoulders. You know, President, you can be rather stubborn at times. However, you're right. If we succeed, then it will be good for PR later, and we would have gotten ourselves an exclusive concert venue at a cheap price. But I'm worried about the immediate future. We're going to have a hard time, especially when those old asses start trying to pull us back. They won't do that right away. After all, they also have their own relations to consider. And by that point, our concert venue will be more of a charity than anything else. We don't need to stake our lives for this place after all. This can all become material for marketing, no? Ha ha ha. Lee Hyun-ji burst out laughing. Good, very good. Beautifying and cleaning up publicity issues like this are my specialty. Our indie band may become an idol of sorts at this rate. That's a good thing. Looks like I'll need to teach manager Daehoon acoustics as soon as possible, as I'll be leaving the managing of the venue to him. Looks like he'll have a hard time. At this rate, he will become an expert. Didn't you know? Idol managers sometimes replace their singers in the dances. This is easy compared to that. Really? Looks like managers these days are quite multi-talented. Saying things that would make others shiver in fear, the two signed a contract with the most popular concert venue in Hongdae. This was a decision from the conclusion that they required a concert venue to show the band to the popular masses. While signing the contract, Kang-yoon's insides boiled. It is really expensive. However, Iswell to build his own concert venue was fired up as well. He resolved that he would soon end contracts like this. To teach the SLS vocal method, Professor Choi Chan-young headed to World Entertainment. His new student, Kim Jimin was still young, but was smart and absorbed his teachings like a sponge. He found it enjoyable to teach her. Lulu. When he opened the door to the office, Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji couldn't be seen anywhere. Instead, one of their employees, Young Hyejin, greeted him instead. "Oh, hello, Professor." "Hello. Looks like everyone's out. The president is away on a song, while the director went out for business. Would you like some coffee?" "Please." Young Hyejin's coffee was very sweet and fragrant. It was just right for the rather picky Choi Chanyang's tastes. "Nice coffee. Thanks." Young Hyejin had a lot of things to do, but sat down in front of Professor Choi Chanyang and accompanied him. Strictly speaking, Professor Choi Chanyang was a guest. She humorously continued the conversation and even talked about Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji, which made Professor Choi Chanyang slowly fall for her words. "Wow, Professor, you look so young. You're in your 40s. You're quite the beauty too. I hear that a lot." Ha ha. The two became closer. Although the disparity between their ages were quite large, their communication code seemed to match well with each other, and they didn't stop talking. Young Hyejin endlessly took out new topics to speak about, while Professor Choi Chanyang kept up with her and talked to her about them. Young Hyejin's eyes shined at his diversity of knowledge. After quite a long time, Kim Jimin, who was dressed in school uniform, arrived. She opened the door and found the two people talking to each other. "Hello, Professor. You're early." "Oh, I just woke up early today. Let's go down to the studio then." "Yes, let's drink again sometime." Young Hyejin cleared away the coffee mugs and sent the two away. Kim Jimin felt slightly strange while going down the stairs with Professor Choi Chanyang. "You were close with Hyejin Uni? We just started getting close today. What? Is there something going on between the two of you?" Hey, consider the age difference." Professor Choi Chanyang pushed Kim Jimin's back. He didn't exactly dislike the sound of that and giggled. "Let's just put quietly sleep on the road." "Sleep? Slept? Oh, this is hard." Lee Hyun-ah was currently writing lyrics while practicing. The arrangement of the song was split into parts where each team member would write their own line. Then Lee Hyun-ah would look at them and add her own suggestions to it. Sometimes, it was hard since their opinions clashed, but the process of mediating their thoughts was very fun. However, progress was slow. This was the 4th day already, but not even the first verse was done yet. "Let's just rest, yeah? Rest up." Lee Hyun-ah gave up first after the long hours of practice that went on since early morning. With the leader being like this, the rest of the members didn't even need to be mentioned. "I'm hungry. Let's work on it after we eat." When Young Chang-yu muttered that, Lee Cha-hee suggested they order food to Lee Hyun-ah. Lee Hyun-ah agreed with her suggestion. Manager Kim Dae-hoon received their request, and they soon got delivery food. They all looked tired as they picked up their spoons. Kim Jin-dae's hair was all oily, while Lee Cha-hee couldn't even put on powder makeup today. Young Chang-yu's face was also very oily. They were too tired to even wash up. However, as the leader, Lee Hyun-ah was immaculate. She was wearing neat clothes and even had a light layer of makeup on. "Shouldn't you rest a bit?" Manager Kim Dae-hoon asked while they were eating, but Lee Hyun-ah shook her head. "We haven't done much. We should finish it by tomorrow." Everyone else looks exhausted though. However, Lee Hyun-ah's stubbornness was not easy to snap. The other members looked as though they were about to die. After the meal was over, Manager Kim Dae-hoon said that he would clean it up. The other members expressed their thanks and rested for a little bit. Everyone seemed to be lacking in sleep as they lied down on the floor of the studio and closed their eyes. Manager Kim Dae-hoon took the empty plates to outside the office. When he was putting those down, Kang-yoon was walking up the stairs. "Manager." "Oh, President. You're here." Kang-yoon was coming back from Hongdae after a contract. The contract had obviously gone well, as he had a smile on his face. "Oh, looks like you had a late lunch." "Yes. The practice went on for some time. Next time, make sure they eat before 1 o'clock." "Understood, sir." Aside than that, Kang-yoon also asked a lot of things, including his studies in acoustics. Manager Kim Dae-hoon replied that he was still lacking in that department and that he would learn it as soon as possible. Kang-yoon's words may have put some pressure on him, but he took it well. "Are you going to the practice studio?" "Yes. I'm curious as to how far they've come along with the song." Kang-yoon headed to the practice studio on the first floor. When he went in, the members of White Moonlight were back at work again after their meal. The light is a little weak, maybe because it's not finished yet. The light produced by them was weak. The notes from the bass were especially very inconsistent. It was because the bass hadn't decided on how to play the chord progression. Despite that, the notes stabilized after she discussed it with the drummer. The problem was the vocals. I think she arranged it into a rock ballad, but the vocal power seems a little weak. Kang-yoon thought that this would sound better if Lee Hyun-ah could shout the phrases loudly and refreshingly, but Lee Hyun-ah wasn't exactly capable of doing that. Of course, her voice was very good, but it lacked that specific element. As though to reflect that, the light was becoming weak after her notes mixed in. However, they hadn't finished their arrangement. It was unknown what kind of song they would produce. He only watched their progress and did not say anything. A few days later, Kang-yoon was notified that White Moonlight had finished their song and headed to the practice studio. He was planning to record it immediately once he judged that it was okay after hearing it live. Lee Hyun-ah asked Kang-yoon in confidence after finishing her preparations. "Can we start?" "Go ahead." The drums leisurely gave a 4-beat intro, and the instruments all came in at once. The synthesizer played the strings while the drums chimed with the snare drums and the tom-tom drums. The distortion of the electric guitar decorated the introduction. Then the sound died down, and the song started with it. "Today, just like yesterday, I walk the same streets." Lee Hyun-ah's deep voice decorated the first part. She had closed her eyes and the mic was on a stand, and she sang in her unique bass tone. Since the speakers were at the back, Kang-yoon was at the front near the mixer, where he was able to listen to the song clearly. Kang-yoon listened in and looked at the notes at the same time. The bass and the drums, guitar, and the synthesizer harmonized and created white light. However, gray? What's that? Kang-yoon doubted his eyes. Yes, the light was definitely white. However, a tinge of gray was inside that light. The song he was hearing was definitely all right. However, the stuffy feeling in his heart definitely reminded him that it was indeed gray amongst that white. "The cold winds distract us from sleep." Lee Hyun-ah's voice rose higher, and she exerted more power into her voice. The light became stronger as well. However, the gray tinge in the light showed no signs of disappearing. It was like a flaw in high-class jade. The white had a tinge of gray. This is a first. Kang-yoon slightly panicked. The entire song had a tinge of gray to it. Kang-yoon turned his gaze around to the musical notes. They were all consistent. He turned around to see Lee Hyun-ah to see if there was anything up with her, but she had no problems either. All the notes were stable and consistent, and the song wasn't flawed either. At the climax part, Lee Hyun-ah raised her voice to her limits. It was a very high-pitched tone. Her charming voice that her fans liked rang out in the studio. However, the gray light did not disappear. Kang-yoon alternated his gaze between the score and the band members. The cause of the gray light could not be found very easily. Is the arrangement done wrong? Or is it the singing style? No, the combination of the instruments is not bad at all. It's the vocals. Fortunately, he would soon discover that the problem lay in Lee Hyun-ah. After the climax, the song went into the chorus again, but there was a short instrumental part before that. It was when Lee Hyun-ah was not singing that the gray light weakened. The overall light became weaker, but the gray light had disappeared as well. The vocals singing method doesn't match the instruments. Well, this is a rock ballad, and I feel like the voice isn't powerful enough. The initial deep tone is good, but she slowly loses power over time. Kang-yoon came to a conclusion. Then he recorded what he saw into a memo. How was it? After the song finished, Lee Hyun-ah heaved a deep breath before asking Kang-yoon. "Let's try one more time." One more time. It just feels off for some reason. "I'm sorry, but can you just play it one more time?" Just in case, Kang-yoon asked for one more try. White Moonlight heeded his words. The song began again, but the results weren't different from before. The red musical notes created a strong white light, but with a tinge of gray. "Appa? Huh? Oh." When Kang-yoon didn't say anything even after the song was over, Lee Hyun-ah called out to Kang-yoon. "Sorry, I'm just thinking about something." Lee Hyun-ah felt as though Kang-yoon didn't like the song. She came to him and asked, "Is the song that bad?" "Rather than that, there's something that tugs at my mind." The tinge of gray light among the strong white light kept tugging at Kang-yoon's mind. Until now, it was either gray or white, not a mix of both. This was the first time such a thing has happened. What could the problem be? There were no problems from what he was hearing. The members of the band should have called for Kang-yoon since they thought this was good enough. Lee Hyun-ah included. Which part is strange? Why don't you try changing your singing style? My singing style? Lee Hyun-ah tilted her head. Kang-yoon spoke of the reason calmly. In my opinion, the instruments are powerful, but the vocals are relatively weak in comparison. You did well for the arrangement, though. Okay, should I try growling? No, the deeper parts are fine. There's no reason to scratch your voice to try and create a deeper sound. In my opinion, I think you should exert more power on the higher parts. Let's go with shouting. I'm not very good at shouting, though. Lee Hyun-ah was worried. Singers had their own styles of singing. Lee Hyun-ah was talented in the lower tones and was freely able to use growling to create a thicker voice. But things like shouting, where she had to shout with practically all her might, was not her forte. However, she hesitated after seeing Kang-yoon requesting that of her. Think of it as learning another skill. If you can't do it by yourself, I'll get you a trainer. Ooh, you're the best, Appa. However, Lee Hyun-ah became brighter after hearing that she would even get a trainer. Kang-yoon felt that this emotional girl was quite cute. I appreciate that. So, let's delay the recording for another week. Is that fine? Yes. I'll tell you once I don't seem to be able to do it by myself. Okay. Kang-yoon finished his words and left the studio. Then, he thought of something and called Lee Hyun-ah out. Is there something you want to talk about? Not much. It's just the way you call me. The way I call you. While Lee Hyun-ah tilted her head, Kang-yoon spoke. This is a company. You might find it rather disappointing, but I think I need to set this straight. I'm the president, and you're a celebrity belonging to the company. If you keep calling me Appa like this, then it might make us sound close. But once the company grows, then it will be bad for the morale. I want you to keep that in mind. Oh yeah? I didn't think about that. I'm sorry. No, just be careful from now on. Then once you're done, tell me. Yes. After this business, Kang-yoon went downstairs. He was going to take a look at Kim Jimin's practice. I did that on purpose, though. Did I push it too far? TCH. Looking at Kang-yoon going down the stairs, Lee Hyun-ah pouted. Chapter 93. The Appearance of the Formidables, White Moonlight, 3. Youngmin Fantasia. When is our Mina coming back from America? Crying face. When COU blossoms, I want to see Han Yu. Crying face. My girl Jenny, I want to hear some savory dialects. Hanju Yunflower. Guys, give it up. MG went crazy, so Edios isn't coming back. That was the recent chat log in the Edios official fan CAF, Aries. The fans chatted about what they wanted. The chat log scrolled down endlessly, and people gave their opinions about the members of Edios. Wolf Lily Besto. When is our Edios coming back to Korea? Anyone know? Crying face. Riss is rinse. They aren't coming back until they renew their contracts. AKA, never. Mina, it's Appa. If it's the MG of now, then they would happily do that. You all know how Edios is being treated like by MG. Riss, I love you. Ugh, you remind us of some bad memories. Even Jiatin, who are relatively less known than them, are doing solo concerts. But Edios never got theirs. They go to events like hell. And now they're in America. Just how much pain must they go through? CAU be mine, Edios is a sacrifice card. They're planning to throw them out after using them as experiments in America. The fan club was bustling with Edios' lifestyle in America. Everyone sighed, saying that they lost fans who dearly longed for them to come back, even though they spent one entire year in America without any results. Marry me, Lily. Last year there were 300,000 members here, but right now there's less than half of that. It will only keep decreasing. They will be forgotten. Edios forever. No, that can't be. The chat log kept going down with worries about Edios. However, there didn't seem to be a proper course of action they could take. They could only wait for the members to individually upload news to their social networking accounts and spread those around. The funds right now. Kang-yoon was in deep thought about money and the location of the concert venue. Although Yeonam-dong was less expensive than Hongdae, it couldn't be considered cheap. It was still in Seoul after all. Moreover, there was the price of equipment as well. Lee Hyun-ji wasn't joking when she said that they'd need to spend all the emergency funds as well. However, this investment was a necessary one. It may be hard in the short term, but in the long term, everything would get better, including the public image of the band, as well as their financial situation. There isn't a suitable place. After a bout with the estate agents, Kang-yoon just stood up. He investigated private trades and even estate agents, but it was hard to find a good place. A reasonably priced one was too far away from the public, and a good location made the building more expensive. He needed a suitable place. Then why don't we just sell this place and move our company near Hongdae? Kang-yoon shook his head at Lee Hyunji's question. We just need a concert venue. We don't need such a large building yet. If we want to maintain such a building, we'll be making losses. That's true. This is hard. Lee Hyunji sighed as well. Whether it was for a home or a company, buying a house was a tough thing. In the end, Kang-yoon closed the internet window. Although he even looked through some auctions, he couldn't find a suitably priced building. He thought that he should delay this for a later date and started doing something else. At that time, Lee Hyunji spoke to Kang-yoon. Don't we need another singer? A singer? Well, just White Moonlight is insufficient. I was thinking about it, but I don't know if we have the luxury to raise another one. How about an immediate fighting power? I'm not sure if we can afford one like that. Kang-yoon agreed to what Lee Hyunji said, but at the same time, he was worried. To do that, he would have to look for one in the contract renewal season, but it was obvious that singers would want better conditions and treatment than where they were before. Right now, when they had a lot of things to invest into, including the concert venue, Kang-yoon was skeptical about getting a new singer. Shouldn't we be able to find one, President? I believe in you. Kang-yoon ended up shrugging his shoulders at Lee Hyunji's joking words. After he finished a piece of work, Kang-yoon headed to the practice studio for White Moonlight. When he opened the door, Lee Hyun-ah was singing in a more refreshing feeling voice than before. However, Kang-yoon still wasn't satisfied. The gray is still there. Although it was much fainter than before, there was still a tinge of gray in the light. Lee Hyun-ah's note had turned from red to blue. Her notes aren't stable. Is it because she's not used to it yet? Compared to the relatively stable and consistent notes from the instruments, Lee Hyun-ah's notes weren't that consistent. Although the song had become more natural and refreshing, there were still some ways to go. After the song was over, the members of the band waved their hands towards Kang-yoon. Lee Hyun-ah immediately asked Kang-yoon about the song. I wanted to feel more refreshing. I think the vocals are still a bit stuffy. Is it? Lee Hyun-ah became dejected. It was quite sad to hear Kang-yoon saying that outright. But it's much better than before. Let's practice it a little more. Yes. The song resumed again. Lee Hyun-ah started humming along with the instruments. Aya. Kang-yoon focused his eyes. But then, he started seeing something else. Originally, there was a tinge of gray in the white, but the gray thinned out, and he could see silver. The humming added strength to that silver, and the silver became thicker. However, after the humming was over, the silver disappeared, and when Lee Hyun-ah started singing, the white light had the original tinge of gray. Wait! Kang-yoon raised his hand to halt their practice. Everyone stopped in confusion. What is it? Can you do the humming again with the instruments? Lee Hyun-ah understood and signaled with her hand. Along with the drum beats, they started playing again. He wasn't wrong. This clear, refreshing feeling, it was definitely silver. The silver among the white light enlarged until the humming ended and disappeared when Lee Hyun-ah began singing. This is it. This was the focal point. Kang-yoon halted the song. Did we do something wrong? You know, this part where the first verse comes in after the introduction. Why don't we try changing it a little? How? Lee Hyun-ah brought the score right away. Kang-yoon increased the humming by around 2 seconds and added a crescendo so that the sound would be louder. On top of that, he added more drum sounds and even added more bass line. He even switched the synthesizer strings to sound grander. Isn't this too big for the intro? That's a lot of power. It's a rock song. You will have to exert more power in the first verse as well. Lee Hyun-ah said okay and gave everyone the changed score. Then, they started playing again. With the crescendo, the sound became more grand and hefty. Along with that, the silver part of the light started increasing until it reached around 1/3 of the total. Now he was able to see the silver at a glance. The low drums and the bass made the music very loud, just as though the climax part would. And then the sounds faded out. Today, just like yesterday, I walked the same streets. However, the light fading was less than before. Lee Hyun-ah's voice was much louder than before as well. The silver light that had disappeared also remained behind this time and added to the beauty. This is it. Kang-yoon gripped his fists. Although it was a bit of a pity that the silver light didn't extend to all the light, but this kind of refreshing feeling gave him satisfaction. When the song reached its climax, the silver was around 1/2 of the light. This was thanks to Lee Hyun-ah's voice. Thanks to the silver light, Kang-yoon had a smile on his face all the time. After the song finished, Lee Hyuna asked Kang-yoon, who was smiling, "Appa, why are you laughing like that?" "Oh, it's just that the song is good." "Really? Is this good enough?" "Yeah, it was the best." Yay! Everyone in White Moonlight cheered. Their hard discussions and arrangements had finally come to an end. "Well then, let's go record." "All right now," Lee Hyuna asked in an exhausted voice. She thought that rest was finally here, but Kang-yoon was so Spartan. Kang-yoon only laughed while looking at their expressions. In Hongdae, there are 7 places, clubs, that are called the holy places of indie concerts. Derace, Greenlight, Live Start, Sweet Bins, Spot Hall, Hongdae Box, and Spareman. These 7 places had held concerts ever since indie bands was a thing. Greenlight was the place that opened the earliest. And today, White Moonlight was here. This is the most expensive one out of all the clubs. Man, the president is quite generous. After finishing a round of rehearsal, Kim Jin-dae was tapping on the drum pads in one corner of the waiting room. He was getting warmed up. Beside him was Lee Cha-hee with a 5-string bass doing chromatic exercise. I think he spends when he has to. I was worried that they might be stingy with spending. Me too. Isn't the company going to go down at this rate? Looking at the director or the president, I don't think so. Both work so well. Lee Cha-hee shook her head at Kim Jin-dae's question. The two were conversing while exercising their hands. Lee Hyuna was warming up her voice in front of them. From low to high, then back low again. She was loosening the tension in her neck. Young Chang-yu was also doing chromatics by her side. At that moment, a group of people came through the door. It was a lady around the same height as Lee Hyuna, as well as a group of men. The woman spoke in delight after looking at Lee Hyuna. "Hyuna, Hyoji-uni." The lady hopped around in delight while grabbing Lee Hyuna's hand. Lee Hyuna also greeted her with a smile. However, the members of the band behind her didn't seem to like her that much. "Hey, it's Jang Hyoji, that fiery fox." "It's that bitch again." Kim Jin-dae and Lee Cha-hee shook their heads while looking at the woman called Jang Hyoji. They frowned as though they didn't like her at all. "I heard she went to Yerong after disbanding her band." "That's a famous story. I heard that she didn't bat an eyelid." "That's amazing in a way. How can she do that with a face like that?" "Jin-dae appa, get yourself together." "Sheesh, men." Lee Cha-hee poked Kim Jin-dae's side. Kim Jin-dae twitched. "Why? She's indeed pretty. She's one of the goddesses of Hongdae." "What goddess?" "Hyuna is much better than her." Lee Cha-hee didn't take her eyes off her bass guitar. After doing chromatics, she started relieving her stress with slapping techniques. The sound of her thumb striking the guitar neck was very loud, but she didn't care at all. "Uni, you had a concert today?" "Yeah, today's the last day here. Although it's unfortunate, the company wants me to focus on TV programs. What can I do? I can't help it." "Congratulations." "Thanks. But I'm happy to do a last concert with you." "Hyuna, I do wish to see you more often, after all." "Oh, it will be hard, won't it? We wouldn't be able to see each other on TV programs." It was an indirect disdain. "Hey, no way. We aren't that small, you know." "Really? That's good. I was worried, you know. I thought that you sacrificed too much for the band members and went to a small company. I have a lot of deposit from the contract this time. Let's eat together sometimes." "Sounds good to me." Lee Hyuna said that without a hint of her true feelings. However, Jang Hyoji seemingly didn't realize and continued to speak. "Call me anytime. You don't need to worry about me." "Quite proud, are you? I'm off then. See you later." Jang Hyoji gave Lee Hyuna a hug while smiling before leaving. Damn it. Does she even care about her own former members? I should just crush her face. Lee Cha-hee seemed frustrated and stood up after putting the bass down. At this rate, it appears she would follow suit and give her a beating. Kim Jin-dae was shocked and held her back. "Stop it. You'll get wrinkles." "I don't have any. I'm just saying you'll get some." The two started quarreling again. Meanwhile, Lee Hyuna was sighing in secret. She just found out that the person Yerong chose to replace her was Jang Hyoji. She was a longtime rival of hers. They debuted at Hongdae at similar times, and their popularity and even the band was like her own. But they parted ways and crossed paths here. Jang Hyoji chose to go by herself, while she chose the band. I did a good thing, right? She didn't hesitate when she was deciding it. However, when she saw Jang Hyoji, her heart shook. Not knowing what she was thinking, The members of the band were all talking bad about her. At that moment, Kang-yoon entered through the door. Are you guys ready? Yes. The members of the band replied with intense vitality. Lee Hyuna also came to herself and replied. Kang-yoon was satisfied to hear that and spoke. Good. You know that you guys are the last, right? Huh? Are we? Weren't we going fourth? When Kim Jin-dae asked back, Kang-yoon shook his head and replied to him. I heard you guys were the top dogs in indie bands. I can't let you guys drop out of that place. I used some of my power and influence. Oh, everyone exclaimed at Kang-yoon's skills. Kang-yoon continued to speak. Jang Hyoji, they were quite noisy, but I said that we brought a new song. When I asked which group, they had more expectations for the staff here sided with us. Jang Hyoji's up first, while we're last. That's how we negotiated. Wasn't Jang Hyoji persistent about it? She loves last place. When Lee Hyuna asked, Kang-yoon said, while remembering what happened, don't even start. She talked about how she's from Yereong and that this won't do. And sheesh, like what she said, a guy from Yereong came to me, and we had a fight. As you see, we won. I heard that she went to Yereong by herself. They should be managing her image when she had taken the risk to abandon her team. I mentioned that and this together, and the guy from Yereong became quiet. Uffed. Lee Hyuna's expression became brighter. The other members were giggling as well. In the end, the reason Jang Hyoji visited them was because of Kang-yoon. She only came to them to vent her frustration. I knew it. Knew what? Oh, a resident is the best. The best. What the hell isn't a resident? Some kind of Oreo. Seeing Kang-yoon do so much for them, Lee Hyuna decided that she would never regret going to World Entertainment ever again. It was the best choice I've ever made. Her hesitation was relieved, and she delightfully prepared to go to the stage. Chapter 94. The Appearance of the Formidables, White Moonlight, 4. Kim Jimin was currently at the concert venue Greenlight, along with Lee Hyunji and Professor Choi Chan-young. Wow! Seeing an indie concert for the first time was a wonder itself for her. The stage that was underground, as well as the lights. Everything was like a new world to her. Professor, is Hyunoni going to perform up there? Yeah, she's up last. That's amazing. The uni I always see at the office is going to perform there. Uffed. Lee Hyunji burst out laughing after hearing those words. Girls around Kim Jimin's age would giggle at almost anything. Oh dear Jimin, what can I do about your cuteness? Lee Hyunji lightly pinched Kim Jimin's cheeks. To Hirsch, it hurts. While the three were waiting for the concert to start, the lights started dimming. The stage was about to begin. It's starting. Just as Lee Hyunji said, the lights on the stage brightened and a male presenter walked out. He introduced the concert casually and briefly, and spoke about the singers and that would appear today. The lights then dimmed again, and the sound of footsteps could be heard. Then the lights turned on again. Whoa, hello? It's Jang Hyoji. Amongst the cheers of the audience, Jang Hyoji took a deep bow. Then, the band at the back of the stage started playing and made the audience clap according to the beat. It was very short, but was enough to draw out the reaction from the audience. These people were here to enjoy the concert, so they only needed to be fanned slightly, and they would jump to the beat. It's a nice day today. Should we do that again? Jang Hyoji heightened the mood with another round. Since all of these people had come here ready to play around, everyone jumped in unison. And after she judged that it was around time, she gave a signal to the drums. Then, the drums started playing some light beats, and the bass started the song. It was a fun song with a fast beat. Set fire to the boring life, and go on you. The lyrics spoke for the people, while the fun beats made them jump. Jang Hyoji's hefty and powerful voice gave a refreshing feeling to the audience. Wow! Kim Jimin also jumped with the rest of the audience. Lee Hyunji by her side did the same. Professor Choi Chan-young waved his hands in the air and enjoyed it in his own style. The song slowly reached its climax. I wish to go back to the days. I was happy about small things. Jang Hyoji shouted the lyrics. Both the music and the audience reached their climax. Everyone became one and jumped in unison. Their reactions were, needless to say, amazing. Thank you. Should we do that one more time? Wah dash. In the following song, Jang Hyoji again sang a song that had a fast 16-beat tempo, and the audience jumped around again. Her stage manners are definitely okay. President Kang Shermyoung of Yereong Entertainment was currently at the back of the audience seats watching Jang Hyoji's stage. Beside him was Chief Min Jung-sup of the scouting team with a nervous expression. She's definitely capable. There's no need to talk about her manners. That seems to be the case. President Kang Shermyung narrowed his eyes and watched Jang Hyoji's stage until the very end. Jang Hyoji didn't take her eyes off the audience until the end, and she had very good concentration. She was an overall good singer. However, he kept shaking his head as though she was lacking. She's good, but it's a bit of a pity. She's lacking when compared to the girl called Lee Hyuna. She's bright, but she doesn't shine. But Lee Hyuna said that she won't come unless we accept the entire band. That can't be helped. Our budget doesn't allow that. Oh yes, I heard that Hyuna, that girl, also signed a contract. It's called World Entertainment. World, for President Kang Shermyung. This was something he heard for the first time. He tilted his head. It's a newly made company. Their first singer is Lee Hyuna as well. So that's why they accepted her condition to accept the entire band. Looks like they'll go down pretty soon. It's not like affection earns money. Exactly. When they talked for quite a while, the stage ended. Jang Hyoji exited amongst the cheers of the audience. The next band continued with the mood that Jang Hyoji had set up, but was lacking compared to Jang Hyoji. President Kang Shermyung crossed his arms and watched the stage. She is definitely the best out of all of them. The words President Kang Shermyung spoke after the fourth band ended made Chief Min Jung-sup smile. His scouting was acknowledged by the president. This is good. Let's see. The last in order is White Moonlight. Weren't they called the Formidables before? Yes, they were called that last time, but I think they changed the name. Looks like the company made them change it. Well, it's better than what it was before. President Kang Shermyung watched the stage with a blank expression. This band had rejected his offer. In the end, he didn't have good feelings about them. The stage lights dimmed, and the last team was getting ready. The sounds of tapping and the occasional sounds of tuning could be heard. This was the fun in small clubs. The lights brightened again and shone on Lee Hyuna, who was at the center. Hello, I'm Lee Hyuna from White Moonlight, our new name for the band, the Formidables. As to reflect Lee Hyuna's status as the Hongdae goddess, the reactions from the audience were very hot. Lee Hyuna commented that she was excited to show them a new song. The people's eyes shined in expectation after hearing that there was a new song. You jumped for a while until now. Consider it as resting for a small while. Then let's begin. Lee Hyuna clicked her fingers towards the drums. Then, Kim Jin-dae tapped the sticks together to set the beat, and then beat on the tom-tom drums. The other instruments started playing. People raised their hands while listening to Lee Hyuna's humming. They were tired after jumping around all this time. They turned their phone screens on and waved their phone lights. Today, just like yesterday, I walked the same streets. The grand instrumental faded out, and Lee Hyuna started singing. The refreshing singing style added taste to the song. As the song progressed, the people started falling into her voice. Some people fell into the deep emotion and teared up as well. It started happening in one of the front rows, and it spread around to the others. The drums that only set the beat started getting louder, while the bass and electric guitars raised their volumes and heightened the mood. Lee Hyuna's voice resounded across the stage. The people raised their hands and followed along with the singing. Whenever, wherever. The drums changed to an offbeat accent, while the bass heightened the mood even more. The distortion effect decorated the surroundings and made Lee Hyuna's voice shine. The people reacted even more passionately. As though affected, Lee Hyuna took out the mic from the stand. Blossom beautifully again. The drummer played all the drums, including snares, tom-toms, rides, and gave a decorative effect, and the rest of the instruments all boasted their skills as well. The audience reacted passionately, as though they hadn't jumped around this entire time. Their voices had already gone hoarse, but they still shouted and jumped. Everyone seemed to be crazy about the song. Lee Hyuna sang some more songs. She never knew that she would receive such a passionate reaction from the audience. She received energy from the audience and exploded with power. After a fancy round of instrumental skills, their new song ended and introduced itself fully to the world. President Kang Shermyung, who was watching from the back, shivered in frustration. Min Jung-sup, who was by his side, gulped and couldn't stop being nervous. The exclusive producer for MG Entertainment, producer Oh Ji-won, didn't feel good recently. Ever since Chairman Won Jin-moon collapsed, the company was centralized around the Directors Association and the company went in a strange direction. Thanks to that, he, who only had work centered around recording before, now had to manage trainees and do other things as well. But today was the day he relieved his stress. He had a schedule in Gangnam with a close friend of his that had just come back from the military. He left the company early and headed to the place. Jae-hoon. Hyung, it's been a while. When he arrived at the bar, an ordinary-looking man with very short hair was walking around. Producer Oh Ji-won greeted him and entered the bar. The bar was room-style, had several private rooms. The two ordered quickly and poured each other some alcohol. When they drank, they started talking. Wow, Kim Jae-hoon. How long has it been? It's been 2 years. We met just before I went to the military. You vicious little prick. You didn't even call me once during your leave. Sorry, I just didn't have the leisure to. The guy called Kim Jae-hoon poured alcohol while saying sorry. Seeing him apologize with a very sorry face, producer Oh Ji-won said that it was okay, and they clashed glasses. Along with the glass clashing sound, the two emptied their glasses in one go. The two had met after such a long time and started talking about various things. Military, the entertainment world, etc. There were a lot of things to talk about. Producer Oh Ji-won, whose face reddened after drinking so much, asked carefully, Jae-hoon, are you looking for a management company? Not yet. I can't trust anyone so easily. Well, yeah. If you've met those guys, then it couldn't be helped that you think so. Producer Oh Ji-won frowned in displeasure. Those damn guys. They did nothing, and they want 3 times the contract deposit. How does that make any sense? They didn't even pay for the rearrangement fees and the concert profit. And they canceled the contract outright. What happened to the lawsuit? Kim Jae-hoon lowered his head, implying that the results weren't good. Producer Oh Ji-won had nothing to say either. I just want to sing without thinking about anything else. Just sing. Kim Jae-hoon truly wished to do that. 2 years of lawsuit plus 2 years of military. He hadn't stood on a stage for 4 years. Moreover, the result of the long lawsuit was terrible. His expression behind his smile was colored in demise. Producer Oh Ji-won couldn't easily say anything either. Is there really a company that is willing to accept him? Yes, his singing skills were top-notch. However, there was a 4-year gap. And what about the money? Problem? Is there really a company that is willing to accept him despite all those risks? Well, maybe it would be possible if it's the 3 big companies with a lot of funds. Did you contact places like Yeorong? Yes. What did they say? Kim Jae-hoon shook his head, meaning that it was no good. If Yeorong said no, then what about us? No, the company's doing horrible nowadays. It would be better to go to the place President Lee Hyun-ji set up. Oh wait. Something flashed by in producer Oh Ji-won's head. The new company that Lee Hyun-ji and Kang-yoon built. Although their scale was small, he felt that they would be okay. Jae-hoon, the scale of the company doesn't matter, right? A company is a necessary evil. Why, yeah? Anyway, I have a place to recommend to you. Producer Oh Ji-won started talking about world entertainment with him. That was awesome. The Formidables are the best. It's White Moonlight. They changed their name. Whatever, same thing. Anyway, they're so cool. Hyunoni. After the whole concert was over, the audience left the concert hall like a receding tide. The concert venue was emptied in an instant. However, the heat from the concert still remained behind. Inside the empty concert hall, President Kang Shurmyoung stood there quietly. That's a pity. Really it is. President Kang Shurmyoung remembered back to the last stage by White Moonlight. Even the tired people waved their hands and shouted. Even he, who was used to this after visiting countless stages, fell to it. The fact that he couldn't get Lee Hyun-ah to join his company was painful. At that time, he saw Kang-yoon who was looking at the stage. President Kang Shurmyoung approached him. Mr. Lee Kang-yoon. President Kang Shurmyoung. So you still remember me? President Kang Shurmyoung. Kang-yoon shook his hand and took a bow. Kang-yoon never thought that he'd see him here. You aren't someone I see frequently. What brought you here? Oh, I came here for a singer from my company. Oh, I've heard that you were doing a new business with President Lee Hyun-ji. So it's about that. Yes. Kang-yoon acknowledged that but didn't reveal any more. Just as President Kang Shurmyoung was about to ask more, Lee Hyun-ah and the band left the waiting room. Oh, resident. We're ready. Okay, let's go. Then I shall take my leave. Lee Hyun-ah? Wait. Your work was wait. President Kang Shermyoung's expression turned strange. He had heard that Lee Hyun-ah joined a company. She called Kang-yoon, or resident, or something. The situation was simple. Kang-yoon scouted Lee Hyun-ah and the band. Huh. Haha. Then I shall take my leave. Sure. Kang-yoon shook hands with the panicking President Kang Shermyoung and left the venue with white moonlight. Ha. Lee Kang-yoon. It's that guy? Interesting. Seeing Kang-yoon leaving the venue, President Kang Shermyoung muttered in a low voice. Chief Min. Yes, sir. Did you say world? Entertainment. Yes, sir. Investigate everything about them and bring it to me. President Kang Shermyoung continued looking at the door that Kang-yoon had just left through and narrowed his eyes. Chapter 95. Spreading the Broken Wings, 1. White Moonlight stage was successful. Midnight that day, they released the music file and created reservations for the album. They gave out sample albums to CD stores across the country and released the concert video on their homepage as well to advertise them. Lee Hyun-ji's expression stiffened after looking at the current state of the album from Young Hae-jin. Looks like we'll definitely need a concert venue. Lee Hyun-ji grumbled as the sales and the concert income was not satisfactory. Kang-yoon was no different in his opinion and spoke while crossing his arms. The album sales are proportionate to the concert income. Yes, seeing as how the fans are buying the album, it appears the number of concerts they do is important. So, it all comes down to publicity. Looks like the clubs know this well. That's why the rent is so high. Doing business required smarts. Kang-yoon exclaimed at the meticulous calculations of those club owners and sighed. Lee Hyun-ji put down the papers and continued to speak. It looks like we'll need to do at least 2 concerts a week. However, there are many indie bands and not enough concert venues. The other bands should also know about that as well. Even if we want to do a street performance, bands need permission as well. It's quite complicated. So, it all comes down to our own exclusive concert venue. Yes. Do you still not like any of them? Kang-yoon shook his head at Lee Hyun-ji's question. I think it will be better to buy one even if I don't think we should. If we miss the opportunity, it might come to nothing. Yes. Next. At that moment, Lee Hyun-ji's phone started ringing. She apologized and took the call. Oh, Producer Oh. It's been a while. The call was from Producer Oh Ji-won. She expressed joy from listening to a voice she hadn't heard for quite some time. After catching up with each other about normal stuff, Lee Hyun-ji's expression turned strange for the rest of the cow. Did something happen? It's Producer Oh. Really? What happened? It was rare to see Lee Hyun-ji at a loss about what to do. Kang-yoon was curious. It sounds like he has something to talk to me about, but he didn't go any further about it. From what I got, he seemed to want to ask me a favor. A favor, huh? Is it a personal one? I don't think so. We owe a lot to Producer Oh, so let's meet him. When Kang-yoon asked about the schedule, Lee Hyun-ji said that it was tomorrow evening. Kang-yoon returned to his seat after telling her that she should tell him about it if it was related to the company. The same evening, only after Kim Jimin finished her practice and left did Kang-yoon's business day finish. Just as Kang-yoon was about to leave the office, after locking down, he saw someone familiar near the entrance. Hyun-ah. PPA? President plus Appa. What the heck does that mean now? She seemed to have resentments about what happened last time. Kang-yoon laughed. Lee Hyun-ah said that she had someone to meet after separating with the rest of the band. Don't play around too late. Do you want to go together? Just as Kang-yoon was about to go, Lee Hyun-ah held him back. Me? Nah. It's fine. I'm meeting up with So-young. You're close to her, aren't you? She was referring to Hee-yoon's friend, Park So-young. There was no way Kang-yoon wouldn't know about her. Is it just the two of you? Yes, that's good. Treat us to something good. In the end, Kang-yoon had to wait for Park So-young with Lee Hyun-ah due to her clinging. He also treated this as a reward for the successful concert this time. After he waited for a little, Park So-young left the bus and ran up to them. Uni, So-young. The two seemed to be delighted as they held hands and hopped around. Uni, you're so pretty. How do you do your makeup? You too. What tint do you use? Kang-yoon couldn't say anything as the girls were flattering each other. He never understood how women thought. Without a clue of what he was thinking, the two looked at Kang-yoon and Park So-young looked delighted to see him. Appa, hello. Yes. How have you been? I'm doing fine. Hey, you look good? You were totally burnt black when you were in America. Kang-yoon tapped her shoulders after hearing that light prank. The three headed to a nearby bar. Although they wanted to head to a CAF, none of them were open as it was late. Having arrived at a bar, the three found a table at a corner. Is Hyun doing well? Yeah. It seems like she likes college. She sends me pictures all the time. Kang-yoon showed them the photos that Hyun sent him. They were full of pictures of Hyun taking pictures of African-American professors to Asian, as well as Caucasian people. I'm so envious. I want to study in America too. Park So-young's eyes shined. She was envious of Hyun, who was the same age as her and had the opportunity to study in America. Park So-young was stimulated from time to time when she thought about Hyun, who was a weak little girl before, doing so well. After talking about Hyun for a while, they talked about music. Park So-young was shocked after hearing that White Moonlight's title song this time, named Walking on the Road, was composed by Hyun. No way. What is? Is Hyun a genius? She's already composing songs. The arrangement was done by Hyuna. She only made the melody. Kang-yoon said that as though it was nothing, but that was not what it sounded like to Park So-young. She had heard that music was something innate, but Hyun seemed to be just that. Hyun used to be weak, so she also thought that God was fair. After talking about the song for some time, Kang-yoon stood up saying that he needed to go to the bathroom. What have I been doing all this time? When Kang-yoon left, Park So-young felt slightly dejected. Her friend was miles ahead of her, but she was merely SOSO. Their difference in position was clear. Lee Hyuna consoled her junior. It's brother like sister. How much do you think Kang-yoon Appa cares about her? I heard a bit from the director, but the two had a hard time in America, didn't they? That's true, but I'm fine with hardships, so I also want to become like Hyun. That's not going to happen in one day. For now, just focus on doing your homework. I know that, but I'm still envious. Hyun turned out to be a genius. Honestly, I'm envious as well. A genius sister and a brother who knows that. Oh, how nice it would have been if I had a brother like that. Isn't it like a movie? The brother is some cool handsome dude too. Looks like Hyun will forever be single. Ha ha ha, why? Because she will have too high standards. While the two were talking about Hyun, Kang-yoon came back. What is it? Are you talking something interesting without me? Well, who knows? Kang-yoon ended up laughing hearing Lee Hyuna's joking words. After drinking, the three left the bar. As it was late, the women grabbed taxis. Then I'll take my leave here. Be careful on your way home. The two women headed to their homes in the taxi. Even inside the taxi, the two girls didn't stop talking. Uni, can I bring you a song next time? Sure. If I listen to it, and if it's good, I'll use it. Really? Promise. When Park So-young got excited, Lee Hyuna poured cold water on her. But you need to get Kang-yoon Appa's permission as well. Ugh. It'll be hard to get his permission. Lee Hyuna burst out laughing after seeing Park So-young so unconfident. Here it is. Thanks for your work. President Kang Shermyoung received the papers that a female secretary brought him. The title of the paper was Recent State of Affairs of World Entertainment and White Moonlight. He flipped through each page while he corrected his glasses. It's been around 3 months since they've started acting for real. Their main income is from the songs from the composer called Muse. Well, yes, Muse has been a hot potato recently. After that episode of Korea One Star, the composer Muse started spreading his name among the public as well. President Kang Shermyoung also heard about Muse quite frequently during meetings. There were a lot of singers who wished to work with him, saying that his arrangement skills were very good. However, he put down that proposal saying that it was hard to judge him just on one song alone. So, Muse was their exclusive composer. Are they a team or an individual? Is Lee Kang-yoon Muse himself? No, that can't be right. They have one trainee and one singer, that's White Moonlight. The director is Lee Hyun-ji. She's good at doing business. President Kang Shermyoung kept flipping through the pages while sipping coffee. As they were a small company right now, the amount of material was few. The paper was mostly about their source of income, groups that belonged to them, and very little things about their private lives. Huh, that's interesting. Everyone's so clean. Lee Hyuna, or their members, too. They are singers that only ate and sang, so that's reasonable. But Lee Kang-yoon, this guy, just what? Lee Kang-yoon was their CEO, and that was the person he was most curious about. The fact that he accepted the entire band tugged his mind. He may have done that to accept Lee Hyuna, but it appears the rest of the band were adapting quite well. They'll definitely become a hindrance to Jang Hyo-ji. In the indie world, Lee Hyuna and Jang Hyo-ji were rivals. It was likely that that wouldn't change even when the two came to major. Lee Hyun-ah was a bit of a pity, but the singer belonging to his company was Jang Hyo-ji. It was better to get rid of obstacles beforehand. Attacking first is the best way. President Kang Shurmyoung seemed to have come to a decision and pressed a bell to call the secretary. Then, he ordered the things he had in his mind. Just as always, Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji started their mornings with the coffee that Young Hae-jin brought them. They looked at their daily schedule, and when they finished, Lee Hyun-ji spoke. Producer Oh Ji-won asked me something yesterday. Oh, did he? Yes. He wanted to introduce a singer to us. So, it was about an audition. They needed a singer as well. When Kang-yoon's expression lightened up in expectation, Lee Hyun-ji shook her head. Kang-yoon asked doubtfully, "What happened yesterday?" "The thing is, the singer he was talking about has a bit of a problem." "A problem, you say? Who is this person?" Lee Hyun-ji seemed to be thirsty and emptied her coffee in one go. "Do you know about Kim Jae-hoon?" "Kim Jae-hoon? I do. He's called a god amongst men." "Yes. He's called the god of karaoke." Producer Oh Ji-won introduced him. "I said that you'll be the one to judge," and called him over. Kang-yoon fell into thought for a moment. Kim Jae-hoon was a very famous singer that almost everyone knew about. Did Kim Jae-hoon get out of military around this time? I heard that the conflict between him and his former company was very harsh. The story about how he had to pay several times his contract deposit and fell bottom low was a hot topic. Unfortunately, he failed his lawsuit and never came back again. I don't know what happened to him after that either. Kang-yoon remembered back to his past. If Seti was a singer who women fell for, Kim Jae-hoon was the singer who made men go crazy. His unique voice and singing style seemed easy at a glance, but it was incredibly difficult to imitate and was loved by many. However, due to a conflict with his evil management company, he was also considered a tragic singer who lost everything from money and the right to his songs. It seems like I'll have to decide after I see him. Yes, but I'm in a tight spot too. Accepting a singer who's in debt. I did tell him to come for an audition since it was Producer O's request, but considering our financial situation, I want to reject him. Lee Hyun-ji was skeptical. However, she said that to show gratitude to Producer Oh Ji-won. She didn't think it was good to accept Kim Jae-hoon right now. A bit after lunchtime, an ordinary man wearing jeans and a baseball cap visited World Entertainment. Hello, I'm Kim Jae-hoon. Kim Jae-hoon shook hands with Kang-yoon. He had an ordinary impression with a rather sounding voice. They introduced themselves lightly and sat down. I heard from Producer O. Yes, I've heard a lot from Hyungnim, OPD as well. Let's talk after we listen to your song. Can you? Kim Jae-hoon was surprised to hear Kang-yoon being so direct. However, he stood up and exercised his voice. After warming up a bit, he started singing. The day, it rained, outside. Kim Jae-hoon's voice had depth. Kang-yoon was pleasantly surprised to see the musical notes producing white light. The light was very intense. So he practiced a lot while he was in the military. Kang-yoon could tell that at a glance. There was a gap in time from going to the military, as well as the conflict with his previous company, but his voice was flawless. After his song ended, Kang-yoon applauded. Splendid. It was the best. Thank you. Kim Jae-hoon became nervous and sat back down. No matter how good the song was, he didn't know what Kang-yoon would say afterward. Most companies he went to for an audition were like that. He was tense because he didn't know what this president would say to him. However, the man in front of him seemed to think very differently. Let's not drag this out. Should we sign the contract? What? Was this a new type of scam? Kim Jae-hoon doubted his ears, thinking that it was too easy. Chapter 96. Spreading the broken wings, 2. Right now, Kim Jae-hoon was wary since he thought this went too easily. He was burnt to exhaustion due to problems with his management company until now. Even though he could sing well, it was hard to believe this situation because Kang-yoon straight up wanted to sign a contract. However, seeing him hesitate, Kang-yoon also nodded in understanding and took a step back. Oh, I'm sorry. I was too excited because I heard a good song. Please excuse me. Oh, okay. Here is my business card, so call me again after you think about it. Kang-yoon gave Kim Jae-hoon his business card. Kim Jae-hoon put the business card that said CEO of World Entertainment, Lee Kang-yoon, into his wallet. Kim Jae-hoon asked Kang-yoon, who didn't say any more. Do you perhaps not know what kind of situation I'm in? Would he possibly not know the top news of the entertainment world right now? Kim Jae-hoon asked just in case. Kang-yoon replied without hesitation. You are not in a good situation. After all, you have a 1.5 billion won, 1.5 million US dollars debt due to the breach of contract with your previous management company. Even after you did your military service, you stop. He asked just in case, but Kang-yoon knew too well. It was hard hearing that story from someone else. Kang-yoon stopped saying and waited. It's just as you say, President. My situation is the worst right now. I won't be of help to this company. I don't have that many conditions, skills, and the willingness to do it. You, Mr. Jae-hoon, have both. That was very idealistic. However, Kim Jae-hoon was in his 30s. Moreover, he had suffered all sorts of hardships. Kang-yoon's words sounded like idealistic nonsense to him. He thought whether this contract would really profit this company. He was curious. If you want to sign a contract with me, you'll need a lot of money. I'm going to ask for a lot to pay my debt. Well, don't you think that I'm willing to do it because I'm going to get just as much out of you? Kim Jae-hoon was surprised to see Kang-yoon so calm. It was 1.5 billion. He could ask for even more for contract deposit. But seeing him so nonchalant, he was curious. He wanted to listen to what kind of conditions this person would give him. Kang-yoon urged Kim Jae-hoon. Aren't you having a hard time right now with all the calls? Kim Jae-hoon gulped. He owed the bank as he had to pay the breach of contract fee to his previous company. However, he did not have the ability to pay it back. And he was being pestered by the debt owners right now. From morning till night, he received calls and even emails asking him to pay it back. Not only that, debt collectors visited his house at least twice a week. Kang-yoon's words were right on the mark. You don't have a management, so you probably weren't able to do anything. At first, you must have gone to a large company. There, those people would have measured you from various angles, whether if you are valuable enough to invest in or not. And they should have concluded, no. How would you know that? If they did, you wouldn't be here. Kim Jae-hoon trembled as this was right on the mark. As he had to suffer because of his previous company, he wanted to join a big, stable company. However, those big companies did not accept him. After considering the latest trends and the 4-year gap he had, they concluded that it was not worth investing 1.5 billion won to him. Kang-yoon's words were trustable. However, Kim Jae-hoon didn't sign the contract immediately. This was too big of a matter to decide in a short time. Phew. I'll contact you after I think about it. Take your time, I'm always open. Kim Jae-hoon shook his head and stood up. Kang-yoon saw him out the company. I'll call you later, said Kim Jae-hoon as he left. Kang-yoon returned to his office. How was the audition? When he returned, Lee Hyun-ji was there. She put down some papers on Kang-yoon's desk and asked, His skills are as good as ever. It was top-notch. Are you going to accept him then? Yes. President. Lee Hyun-ji was shocked to death. She shook her hand saying that this must not happen. It's 1.5 billion, not million. With that kind of money, we would be able to buy a whole building if it's not in the capital. We're short on money now too. There is that much value in investing in him. He will definitely ask for more than 1.5 billion for the contract deposit, because his debt is immense. If we do, we would have to give up on the concert venue. When that happens, there will be detriments to our plan. It will be a 3-month delay at best. In 3 months, we can take all that back. 3 months. Lee Hyun-ji shook her said that cannot possibly come true. She believed in Kang-yoon, but at times like these, he sounded like he was possessed by something. Looks like you'll become an evil president. Okay, what do we do about the copyrights that belong to the previous company? That can't be solved in the short term, but we'll eventually have to get it back. I'm worried because we may be creating trouble for ourselves. Since you said that you will do it, you'll do it even if you must stamp out songs like a machine, right? I can rely on you for both the concert venue and Kim Jae-hoon. But I would hate to owe to the bank. I don't even want to think about their debt collection methods. I don't like incurring debts either. Kang-yoon was fed up with debts. He even owed the mafia in his previous life and encountered all sorts of ways they collected their debts. He wouldn't know someone even if he had to. 3 months, huh? Haha. Just how much are you trying to extort him? He'll cry blood. But he'll also sing to his heart's content and more, so he'll probably like it. Lee Hyun-ji shrugged her shoulders and returned to her seat. She knew that Kang-yoon was the type of person who would do what he said. She believed in him. After that, They sat down in their respective seats and started working. Thanks for your work. Bye. Lee Cha-hee and Lee Hyun-ah separated at the train station. As they headed in opposite directions, they went down opposite stairs. She's popular, grumbled Lee Cha-hee. On the other side of the platform, Lee Hyun-ah was giving out signatures to a few fans. She felt envious. The hill felt more exhausting to walk up than usual today. The bass guitar on her back also felt heavier. When would I be able to give out signatures? Lee Hyun-ah's figure kept entering her eyes. Although they belonged to one team, the center of attention was always Lee Hyun-ah. It would be a lie if she said she wasn't jealous. However, she knew that Lee Hyun-ah had given up going to Yerong Entertainment because she wanted to be together with the team. ****. Such is life, I guess. In the end, Lee Cha-hee just shook her head. Her brain was confused with the complex range of emotions running through it. She soon reached her home. While walking, she climbed the stairs to the rooftop room. However, there was a guest in front of her house. It was a lady in a suit. "Who are you?" asked Lee Cha-hee to the lady. She was the only one living in the rooftop house. The woman saw Lee Cha-hee and stood up. "Hello? My name is Min Hannah. Do you happen to be Miss Lee Cha-hee?" "Yes, I am. What is it?" She was wary seeing a stranger at this hour. Noticing that, the Min Hannah lady started carefully speaking. "You don't need to be so tense. I'm not a stranger. I'm from Yerong Entertainment. Yi Rang. I'm here to scout you out." Lee Cha-hee widened her eyes. A scout? This was out of her expectations. Min Hannah gave her the papers she had brought. "Your last concert was very impressive. The slap technique at the chorus part was very good." "Oh, don't you need a proper stage? If you have any thoughts, then please contact us through this number." She didn't say any more. She gave her a business card and left the rooftop house. A stage? Lee Cha-hee absent-mindedly looked at Min Hannah, as well as the business card. 3 days went past after Kim Jae-hoon and Kang-yoon had met. However, he still hadn't decided his mind. Do I need to sign a contract with that place? He couldn't easily judge the guy called Lee Kang-yoon. When he asked Oh Ji-won, he said that Kang-yoon was someone who had great skills and was trusted greatly by his singers while he was at MG Entertainment. Moreover, none of the employees there hated him. He rolled around on his bed, the only furniture in his small house, when his phone started vibrating. The phone number was someone unknown. Damn it. Kim Jae-hoon put the phone away in annoyance. This number was obviously from the debt collectors. He now knew that they switched between several phones to call him. Living in debt allowed him to realize some of these things. The phone vibrated for around a minute before turning off. This process would repeat again in the afternoon. He was stressed out every time he even heard his phone vibrating. World Entertainment, huh? Kim Jae-hoon thought back to Kang-yoon. Whether it was producer Oh Ji-won or other people, there were a lot of people that knew about him. All of them complimented and praised his skills. With more than 3 people saying the same thing, they shouldn't be just complimenting him out of duty. Let's talk with him once again. Kim Jae-hoon left his semi-basement room and headed to World Entertainment. When he arrived, he was met with Kang-yoon, who was just about to leave. "Mr. Jae-hoon, welcome. So you were on your way out?" "I was, but it looks like I gotta delay that for a bit." Kang-yoon took off his coat and returned to his office. Kim Jae-hoon followed suit. Seeing Kang-yoon's consideration for him, Kim Jae-hoon felt good. While Young Hyejin brewed coffee, Kang-yoon took his time to call someone. Then he ended the call after saying that the schedule needed to be delayed a little. Lifting the cup of coffee in front of him, Kang-yoon started speaking. "Have you rested well?" "Yes, thanks to you." "That's good. Have you thought about my offer then?" Kim Jae-hoon shook his head. Kang-yoon smiled lightly and put down the coffee. "So it comes to this. Okay, then let us see at a later dash." "It's not that. Can I ask a few questions?" "Go ahead. You should know that I'm in a difficult situation. Is that really okay with you?" "Of course, that is not a problem at all." Seeing Kang-yoon reply so naturally, Kim Jae-hoon felt weird instead for being so worried. He didn't know just how this man in front of him could stay calm in this situation. He decided to probe him a little more. "Please excuse me for asking this, but does the company have enough money? We're in our starting phase, so we don't have that much luxury. To be honest with you, you'll have to work to death once you get your money." "Okay, then I want to listen to the specific plans that you have for me if and when I do enter the company." This was the most important question. Kang-yoon took a deep breath before starting. "For the first week, we'll leave you to rest. We'll even give you some money, so you can travel. That sounds good, ha ha ha. That's because hell will be waiting for you after that week. For 3 months after that, you won't get a single minute of rest. Kim Jae-hoon's eyes shined. He asked for more in curiosity. Am I going to go to events? Rather than events, an album will come first. Don't you have one that you were preparing? There was one I was preparing before I went to the military. I'm not sure if it will fit the current trends. For that, we can consult our exclusive composer. She has the skills, so it should be fine. Kang-yoon spoke about the details of his plan. It was a very Spartan schedule. There was almost no rest as well. As soon as the album is released, it would be events, then more events. Kang-yoon was really planning to make Kim Jae-hoon suffer in order to get his 1.5 billion won back. Kim Jae-hoon was fed up after listening to so many types of events. Such a detailed plan already. Perhaps you really will get that money back if it works. May is the month of events after all. Shouldn't I take the chance while it's still warm? Ha ha ha. Kim Jae-hoon laughed like he hadn't for a long time. 1.5 billion. It wasn't like he never earned that much before. He had earned even more money in his previous company with events. So, he found Kang-yoon's words quite reliable. A moment of silence passed. Kang-yoon closed his eyes, and Kim Jae-hoon sat back down on the sofa. After a bit of time, Kim Jae-hoon spoke heavily again. Will I really be freed from all of these weights in 3 months? I can promise. Seeing Kang-yoon so confident, Kim Jae-hoon came to a decision. It felt as though he now had an ally when no one came to help him after his military service. It was completely different from the times he ran events by himself. He felt that Kang-yoon would be able to utilize him properly. Kim Jae-hoon organized his thoughts and spoke. I'll sign the contract. Well, it will be nice working with you, Mr. Kim Jae-hoon. The two shook hands. World Entertainment now had one more singer, a male this time, amongst their ranks. Chapter 97. Spreading the Broken Wings, 3. Kang-yoon didn't drag things out. He paid the 1.5 billion debt that Kim Jae-hoon had the day they signed the contract. It was also Kim Jae-hoon's contract deposit. Kim Jae-hoon felt strange, feeling that this was too good to be true. When was this ever so easy? You'll have a headache doing music alone. I can't let things like these drag you down. Kim Jae-hoon was touched by Kang-yoon's words as they left the bank. 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion. Behind the two men was Lee Hyun-ji, who was blankly staring into the air. The effects of an enormous amount of money draining out just like that were immense. Thanks to that, Lee Hyun-ji's gaze towards Kim Jae-hoon wasn't the nicest. Kang-yoon said that he would introduce Kim Jae-hoon formally to the rest of the company. Then, Kim Jae-hoon said that he would go change his clothes, and Kang-yoon allowed that. Kim Jae-hoon's house was around 40 minutes away from the company. After returning to his office, Lee Hyun-ji spoke worriedly to Kang-yoon. It looks like a concert venue will be hard. We'll only be able to open stable concerts with our own exclusive venue. Isn't there going to be some hindrances to the plans we had for White Moonlight? For this album, we'll have to increase the number of concert venues we are under contract with. I think we overdid things a little. We could have taken it slower. Lee Hyun-ji said in a roundabout way that Kang-yoon's plans were very reckless. Kang-yoon replied in understanding. We were reckless. However, we'll be able to leap ahead faster just as much. Kang-yoon believed in Kim Jae-hoon's skills. He believed that good songs, his skills, and good planning would more than make up for the immediate losses. A person like Kim Jae-hoon can leap a step further. His current investment would return to him in several times the amount, is what he thought. Kang-yoon cleaned up his papers for a moment and headed to the studio. Inside the studio were Kim Jimin and Lee Hyun-ah doing guitar practice. Here, you raise the bar like. Oh, resident. I said I'm not Oreos. Yes, president. Hello. Lee Hyun-ah seemed to have come to a liking on that word as she jokingly called Kang-yoon. Kim Jimin politely stood up and bowed. The two were currently applying harmonics to classical guitar. Kang-yoon checked their progress for a bit before speaking his business. We'll have a new addition to the family today. Please go to the studio and tell everyone to gather around. Oh, really? Who is it? A guy. You'll see. Lee Hyun-ah spoke out a barrage of questions and curiosity, but Kang-yoon didn't easily reply. She grumbled and stood up. Uni, I'll go. No, I'll go. You need to practice. Lee Hyun-ah left the studio and headed to the practice room. Jimin, did you do the copy work that I told you to do last time? No, not yet. Let's see it then. No. This is why I wanted to go. There was a reason she wanted to run the errand. Kim Jimin had to pay for not doing enough practice. While Kim Jimin was punished by raising the guitar into the air, the doors of the studio opened and Lee Hyun-ah, as well as Kim Jae-hoon, entered. Kim Jae-hoon was wearing clean denim and a white shirt instead of the baggy clothes he used to wear. He even seemed to have done his hair. You're here. Yes. Oh, you can drop the honorifics with me. You seem to be older than me. I'll also comfortably call you Hyung. You can call me that in private spaces. But in formal occasions, you don't need to worry about that. He nodded in understanding. But then, Kim Jimin's expression turned weird as she was being punished. It's Kim Jae-hoon. There was no way she wouldn't know about him. Although he was a wannabe singer for all men, there were many female fans as well. To see someone so famous. HM? A trainee? Yeah. Her name is Kim Jimin. Jimin, you can stop now. Kim Jimin was properly embarrassed today. She couldn't raise her head due to the embarrassment. This was their first encounter, and she was being punished. Ha ha ha, hello. I'm Kim Jae-hoon. Hello? I'm K. Kim Jimin. Kim Jae-hoon shook hands with the trembling Kim Jimin. Her hands were shaking a lot. After that, Kim Jae-hoon formally greeted Young Hae-jin from the office, as well as Lee Hyun-ji. Not everyone knew that Kim Jae-hoon would sign a contract with World Entertainment. As such, their reactions were quite big. Director, what happened? Well, we'll see even more amazing things in the future. Should I give you some relaxation pills? Aha. Lee Hyun-ji half-jokingly said that to Young Hae-jin's question. The band kids aren't here yet. Hyun-ah went to get them, so they should be here soon. Replied Kang-yoon to Lee Hyun-ji's question. They waited for the band and started a conversation to get closer. You too? Lee Cha-hee couldn't close her mouth at Kim Jin-dae's words. She had long since put down the bass. Yeong, those guys are so shameless. What the hell are they thinking? It was just a while ago when they only wanted Hyun-ah. So, what did you say to them? What do you mean, what I said to them? I just said I'll think about it. Why would you need to think about anything? Lee Cha-hee scolded Kim Jin-dae. Then he asked back. Then what did you say? Me? Of course, I said to them to get lost. Are you crazy? Where else would we go other than here? That was a lie. Right. Reject them outright. That's the natural thing to do. However, even though she said that Lee Cha-hee was shaken as well, she just couldn't be honest with herself. She also wanted to shine on the stage, even just for a moment. Not seemingly noticing how she felt, Kim Jin-dae replied awkwardly again. Unlike usual, the two didn't say much. An awkward silence took place. At that moment, the door opened, and Lee Hyun-ah and Yoon Chang-yu came in. Hey, we're to gather up in the studio. Kim Jin-dae asked at Lee Hyun-ah's words. The studio? What? We apparently have a new singer. Kim Jin-dae and Lee Cha-hee stood up after looking at each other awkwardly. The members of the band all headed to the studio. When they went in, everyone was waiting for them. Welcome. Kang-yoon greeted them first. The members of the band greeted back and sat down in one corner. But then, they saw a rather familiar person sitting opposite to them. Kim Jin-dae observed him for quite a while before shouting out with widened eyes. Kim Jae-hoon. Hearing his words, Lee Hyun-ah and the rest of the band were all surprised. The new singer seemed to be Kim Jae-hoon. Never did they imagine that they would see such a famous singer here. Haha. Jae-hoon, looks like you scared them. We're all here now, so why don't we introduce ourselves first? Kang-yoon dropped the honorifics with him immediately. Kim Jae-hoon laughed lightly and stood up to introduce himself formally. Hello everyone. I'm Kim Jae-hoon. I'm 31 years old this year, and I'm truly happy to sign a contract with World Entertainment. I hope I get along with everyone. Please take care of me. Wow. Kim Jimin applauded the loudest. The male members of the band were loud as well. Kim Jae-hoon seemed to feel awkward after receiving such a grand welcome and sat down quietly. The next was Kang-yoon. I feel like World Entertainment, has finally taken form. A band, a solo singer, a trainee, and a composer, as well as the managing staff. My wish is that everyone can get along like one family. Kang-yoon spoke about a lot of things. Most of them were about the directions he would take the company towards. He also said that it would be for the best if everyone contributed to growing this yet small company and mentioned about how he'll never monopolize the fruits of their hard work. The reactions were varied. Kim Jimin and Lee Hyun-ah, who already received a lot from Kang-yoon, understood everything, and Kim Jae-hoon also nodded in understanding. However, the three members of the band gave lukewarm reactions. They seemed to be feeling shy. We have a get-together today? Should we go eat some meat? Yay! Though, everyone cheered at the end. After the round of introduction, Kang-yoon grabbed the three members of the band for a bit. They became nervous as they approached Kang-yoon. Is there something wrong? When Lee Cha-hee asked that, Kang-yoon told them to sit down. When everyone sat, Kang-yoon started speaking. It's been a while since you've joined. How do you feel? Is it doable? Just SOSO. Lee Cha-hee spoke. Strangely, Kim Jin-dae and Young Chang-gyu agreed to her. Although the words were vague, Kang-yoon understood at a glance. They're shaken. The center of attention in a band was the vocals. And today, they accepted a popular singer. It was no wonder that these people felt slightly worried. Kang-yoon wordlessly took out the papers he had on hand. What's this? Lee Young-hak, Kang's son Yeol. Kim Jin-dae asked, and Kang-yoon replied immediately. It's the lessons that you were told last time. Lessons? Oh, personal activities. They understood right away. Personal activities from the three members of the band. In other words, income. But there's a bit too much. Lee Cha-hee said after looking at the long list of people, and Kang-yoon awkwardly spoke. Miss Young Hygiene had a hard time looking for all of those people. They're all people that you'll teach lessons to. You're currently in a band, and you have degrees as well, don't you? We had a hard time getting so many people. Oh, you can't play around now. Go work. Hearing Kang-yoon's joking tone, everyone burst out laughing. But Kang-yoon's words didn't end there. I had a look at your songs, but there weren't that many that accented the instruments. I want to ask you about putting in an instrumental solo phrase in some of them. The songs are good, but that was a bit of a pity. Hearing Kang-yoon's words, they felt that he was very considerate of them. From money to the band, and even activities. They were worried that the introduction of a big singer may affect his attitude towards them. But the truth was nothing like that. And your answer? Yes. We'll do that. Young Chang-gyu represented everyone and answered loudly. Kang-yoon laughed. At least your answer is good. Do you need anything else? No. Good. You know what our aim is, right? When everyone fell silent, Kang-yoon shook his head and spoke. 10,000 people. Didn't we say that we're going to do a concert with 10,000 people? What? Huh? Didn't Hyuna mention that to you? Seeing the three band members at a loss, Kang-yoon smiled sheepishly. She forgot to mention about the most important thing. Sheesh, her forgetfulness must be on a different level. Anyway, our aim is a concert with 10,000 people. We'll take steps towards that aim. So do your best, okay? Kang-yoon told them to tell him if they needed anything and sent them out. When Young Chang-gyu went up first saying that he had to go to the bathroom, Kim Jin-dae spoke. Hey. What? I think this place is the best. Such a simple guy. Muttering that he was such a simple guy, Lee Cha-hee punched Kim Jin-dae. Kim Jin-dae screamed in pain, but there was no holding back. Hyun, are you busy today too? Hyun, who was about to leave after the lecture, was held back by a Caucasian girl. Yeah, sorry. I have work to do. Why do you keep leaving so early? Are you that busy? The Caucasian girl left the lecture hall with Hyun. She had a tall stature with a thin waist and an ample figure. When she walked past, all males would give her a glance. She didn't seem to care and never left Hyun's side. Today's lecture was so boring. Why would he want us to write an essay on the Jackson family? Don't say that. You'll only hate it more. You one happy girly. So cute. The two walked to the gates of the university together. After saying that she should come to a party sometime, the Caucasian girl left Hyun. While Hyun was walking home, her phone started ringing. When she saw it, it was from her brother. Yes, Appa. You should have finished school now. That was fast. Yeah, I'm just heading home. After talking about recent matters, Kang-yoon started talking about his topic. Is there a song that a guy could sing? A guy? What's the genre? Ballad? Rock? Ballad. You know about Kim Jae-hoon, right? Kim Jae-hoon, of course I do. I love his songs. I especially like his song I Love. What? Kang-yoon told her that Kim Jae-hoon just joined World Entertainment. Hayek? Really? So, you want a song for him? Is there a good one? Wait. This makes me nervous. Can you wait for 1 week? I'll clean it up and send it to you. Due to the sudden introduction of a large singer to the company, Hyun screamed in joy. She felt very excited to give a song to such a person. After the call, she gripped her 2 fists. Good. Her steps home became faster. Although Lee Chahi drank a lot of alcohol, she didn't feel like drinking today. She refused to go to a second round amongst the singers and headed straight home. Lee Chahi climbed the hill as always and arrived at her rooftop house. However, someone was waiting for her there again. You were that. Hello. Yerong Entertainment scouter, Min Hana. She greeted politely and smiled. I wish to hear the answer to last time. Lee Chahi felt confused. Yes, the goodwill that Kang-yoon showed them today was very surprising. However, that just didn't feel real just yet. So she asked, you said you'll give me a proper stage. Right. Of course. She spoke as though that was natural and continued to speak. Once you come to us, Yerong, you'll work for us as our exclusive bassist. All concerts with the name Yerong Entertainment will have you standing on the stage. What if there aren't any concerts? In times without concerts, you just need to do what you are doing ordinarily. Teaching lessons and doing club performances is fine too. What we want from you is only to play in concerts under the name of Yerong Entertainment. It was obvious that Yerong Entertainment would hold large-scale concerts. Standing in a place like that, she felt tempted for a moment. The president was considerate for us whether it was the lessons or our solo parts. He tried to treat us fairly. However, the words that Kang-yoon spoke to her in the afternoon kept nagging her mind. Lee Chahi kept asking, concert, are there any other things? There are many if you mean proper stages. Under the name of Yerong, that is. There were many types of stages. There would be just as many opportunities. Play with us on a bigger field. That was what she meant, summed up. Yerong stages should definitely be big and charming. How good would it be if she could play there? Yerong held large-scale concerts frequently. A bassist on such a place? It was charming. 10,000 people, 10,000. But Kang-yoon's words kept nagging her mind. Of course, Yerong's was a bigger company. However, she couldn't forget his words. It may be that Kang-yoon was all talk, but he even managed to accept a famous singer, Kim Jae-hoon. She didn't think that he was the type of person to do that. After thinking about it for a while, she eventually shook her head. I'm sorry. I don't think I can leave the team. Is there anything else you need? No, I just don't feel like it. Then, when she set her mind, Lee Chahi didn't even look back and shut her door. Min Hana, who felt that everything was going to go well, fell on confusion after everything went wrong. Miss Chahi. Miss Chahi. She kept calling out, but there was no reply. Oh, SHT. I'm so dead. Min Hana's steps were heavy as she turned back. Chapter 98. Spreading the Broken Wings 4. Kim Jae-hoon switches companies. Exclusive contract with World Entertainment. Sports Massey, Oh Yun Cham. Sports. Massey, journalist Oh Yun Cham. The singer Kim Jae-hoon, age 31, has entered an exclusive 5-year contract with World Entertainment. On the 10th, a person from World Entertainment has revealed that Kim Jae-hoon has entered a 5-year exclusive contract with World Entertainment. With this, Kim Jae-hoon will be a singer belonging to World Entertainment until 2016. World Entertainment has also said that there will be no more sufferings for him after the conflict with his previous company. Kim Jae-hoon has stated that. President Kang Shermyoung made an expression of loss while looking at the news article. He accepted Kim Jae-hoon? I really don't get this guy. It was practically a public secret that Kim Jae-hoon was looking for a management group. He knew about the 1.5 billion won, $1.5 million US dollars, contract deposit as well. However, considering his age and the money necessary to recruit him, he wondered if Kim Jae-hoon was really worth the investment. Is he trying to go for a short term? Then there's no way he would sign a 5-year contract. I don't get the reason. He was curious. There were many instabilities about accepting Kim Jae-hoon. His 4-year gap as well as his conflict with his previous company. He really had nothing other than his singing. As such, when he approached him, he thought about it for one day and decided to decline. He thought that the other companies would do the same. While President Kang Shermyoung was wondering about this, a notification that the secretary has come with a report had come. Soon, a woman entered. It was Min Hana. What of it? The thing is, Min Hana carefully said that the scout for Lee Chahi had failed. Then, President Kang Shermyoung smiled and shook his head. It must not have been easy. If they had any smarts at all, they should have realized that they would be useless the moment they come here. Anyway, thanks for your hard work. I apologize, sir. Min Hana's expression brightened seeing that the president didn't say much. However, his scolding came after. But even so, it's a bit of a pity. I thought that Chief Min would do better. And this ended up making them have a tighter bond. Now then, how am I supposed to leave you with any further work? Min Hana had to receive Kang Shermyoung's nagging for quite a while after that. Please excuse me. When Min Hana left with a dejected expression, President Kang Shermyoung lightly frowned as well. They're all so useless. I wish I could have just one person like Lee Kang-yoon. He grumbled while looking towards the door. Kim Jae-hoon went on a trip. It was Kang-yoon's method to console his tired body and heart. He went on a country tour saying that he wanted to travel across the country. While Kim Jae-hoon was absent, Kang-yoon proceeded with matters related to him. He received a song from Hee-yoon and started to schedule Kim Jae-hoon's events. Although he was supposed to hire a manager and let that person manage Kim Jae-hoon, he planned to manage him himself for a while. 2 a.m. Kang-yoon was having a call with Hee-yoon at home. I think the key is too high. Really? I tried high since you said that. His voice changed a little. Well, it's Kim Jae-hoon after all. Kang-yoon expressed his questions about the songs that Hee-yoon had sent. Kang-yoon's eyes were seeing white light from the notes inside the room. However, he also considered Kim Jae-hoon's vocal tone and his pitch. He thought that it would be better if it was lower. Hee-yoon said that she would call back an hour later. She intended to lower the key and finish the final edits and send it back to him. Kang-yoon also now had a grasp and thought about how to rearrange the song. While Hee-yoon was thinking about the song, Hee-yoon called back. Appa, I sent you the file. Kang-yoon opened the file and played it. It was a key lower than the previous one. After listening to the end, Kang-yoon was satisfied. I think this is okay. Sheesh, you're so picky. You rejected it 5 times. It's work, I can't help it. Yeah, you're the boss. Hee-yoon grumbled as though the work was hard for her. Kang-yoon only laughed. Then do your best at work, Appa. I'll leave the rest to you. Yes, I'll ask you for things later then. After the call, Kang-yoon rolled up his sleeves. Well then, should I start? Kang-yoon focused on work after a shout. Although he stayed up the night, the arrangement wasn't done so easily. In the end, he slept. At 5 and woke back up at 7. Kang-yoon washed his tired face and went to work. Hello. When he arrived at his office, Young Hae-jin greeted him. She gave him coffee as she always did. Thank you, Miss Hae-jin. Are you trying to schedule for Jae-hoon? Yes. As you have said, I've applied for KTS. There was a reply saying that the director of that program will contact us in the afternoon. Thank you for your work. Young Hae-jin went back to her seat and started working. Lee Hyun-ji came to work soon as well. She greeted Young Hae-jin and came to Kang-yoon's seat. Late night music hula? Is he going on TV without a comeback album? Lee Hyun-ji judged that a TV program was too early. Kang-yoon calmly explained to her. Kim Jae-hoon has a 4-year gap. Although it would be fine to act after an album, he should be very passionate about singing right about now. In my opinion, the right time should be when he comes back after getting himself together. But I still think it should be better to prepare an album first. Naturally, there will be an album. However, what we're doing this time is for the events. The events. 1.5 billion won. We need to get that back. It's not like we produce money out of nothing. What? You really intend to? Then the TV program is just for advertising? Huh. Lee Hyun-ji understood what Kang-yoon was thinking. Kang-yoon wanted to tell the world that Kim Jae-hoon was still as mighty as ever despite his 4-year gap. He was once a peak-level singer. However, it would be natural for there to be fans that were doubtful because of his 4-year gap and fans that still waited for him. Although a new album may receive various criticisms, using his previous songs would lower that risk. Lee Hyun-ji thought about it for a moment before raising her voice in excitement. Hula is shot in a studio and not an ordinary stage. Then we'll be able to produce a better voice. Oh, and isn't there a band in Hula? I was planning to send White Moonlight as the session even if you didn't tell me. A duet with Lee Hyun-ah? Looks like Hyun-ah will rise. Hearing those words, Kang-yoon shook his head. Not yet. Only the band will appear. Then only the band will debut on public TV? So, something like this can happen. Looks like you'll receive a beating from Hyun-ah for a while, President. It's work, I can't help it. I was already worried that the band kids may think that Hyun-ah is receiving special treatment. This is the perfect time to show them that she is not. Lee Hyun-ji wholeheartedly agreed to Kang-yoon's plans. This was a chance to grab many opportunities. She even went a step further and asked if she could meet some of the people at the TV companies. She showed the confidence that she could get better screen times since it was a late-night show. Okay then, I'll leave that to you, director. I shall answer your expectations then. Lee Hyun-ji went back to her seat with a smile. In the afternoon, Lee Hyun-ji went to KTS after being contacted by the director of that program, and Kang-yoon headed to the underground studio. Inside, Kim Jimin was exercising her voice. After seeing Kang-yoon, she greeted him and went back to practice. So, you're quite proficient with basic vocalization. Yes, but it's so different from the other vocalization methods. It's easy at first, but there are more things to look out for the more I do it. Kim Jimin expressed her difficulties. She said that she wanted to sing as well, but Kang-yoon shook his head. It's not time yet. The professor will tell you when you're ready. You can't practice songs or like that on your own, okay? Yes, it's because of bad habits, isn't it? You're right. It will be hard to fix if you get any bad habits. Also, Kang-yoon checked Kim Jimin's current level. Her voice, her guitar, her music theory, etc. She asked at that time, am I not going to learn to dance? Dance? Why? You want to learn? No, but the thing is, the trainees around my age are all learning it, but I'm not. Kang-yoon patted Kim Jimin and spoke. You might need to dance later, but right now, I don't think you should do it. You should be focusing on one thing right now. Then, I will have to do it. Why? You don't like dancing. It was a silent reply. Kang-yoon ended up laughing. Well, you are terrible at dancing after all. You might be worried about dancing, but right now, focus on becoming the best at what you are doing currently first, and then focus on other things later. Okay. By the time Kang-yoon finished his talk with Kim Jimin, Professor Choi Chan-young opened the doors to the studio and entered. Kang-yoon asked him about Kim Jimin. Her innate voice is good, but she also practiced a lot. If she focuses, no one around her age will be able to catch up to her in around half a year. Kang-yoon was very surprised. Although Professor Choi Chan-young looked very soft on the outside, he was very harsh when it came to evaluation. If he was saying this, then Kim Jimin's progress was indeed fast. Maybe we don't even need a whole year. Since it generally took a lot of money to raise trainees, these achievements were a joyful thing for him. After that, Kang-yoon went upstairs to the practice room and observed their daily practice and ended his work for that day. Kim Jae-hoon had returned after his holiday. He had a very bright expression as though he had been relieved of all the weight that was pressuring him. I'm back. Welcome. He and Kang-yoon had a light hug in the office. The two sat down and started talking about business. Late night hula? That's good. I've always wanted to go there once. When he heard about his first schedule from Kang-yoon, his expression brightened. He was worried that he may have had to do some entertainment shows or talk shows, but it looked as though he was worried about nothing. You'll go there with our band. Really? That's good. We can practice beforehand. Am I going to do a duet with that girl as well? No. We need to get the focus to shine on you, so only the band will be appearing. If Hyuna goes there, the attention will be divided among you two. That's a pity. I've always wanted to do a duet with a girl. Let's try that out at a later date on another program. Kang-yoon talked about many things. He talked about any precautions he should have or the things he should do on the show. Kim Jae-hoon nodded his head at his words. Okay, I thought my first TV show would have been an entertainment one. You won't get any of those in the future either. I know that you'll get video edited out. Why should I send you? Ha ha ha. Kim Jae-hoon laughed awkwardly. Kang-yoon and Kim Jae-hoon headed to the practice studio where White Moonlight was practicing. When the two entered, the loud music all stopped at once. Although they had seen each other before, Kim Jae-hoon and White Moonlight were still awkward with each other. Kang-yoon first made them stand next to each other. Since they would be appearing on TV together, they were practically one family. Fortunately, Kim Jin-dae and Young Chong-gyu looked at Kim Jae-hoon with admiration, while Lee Cha-hee also didn't show any signs of discomfort. Just that, Lee Hyuna was pouting after hearing that she wouldn't be appearing with them. Then, should we start practicing? When Kim Jae-hoon grabbed the mic, the band picked up their instruments again. The score was already there. The band started, and Kim Jae-hoon closed his eyes. The sad feelings, blown in the wind. Kim Jae-hoon's low, yet thin voice started flowing out in the practice studio. His notes and the notes from the instruments combined to make a very intense white light. However, wait, the lows are too high. Please lower it a little. Raise the high a bit too. Kim Jae-hoon didn't seem to like the voice and stopped the music to set the mic again. Manager Kim Dae-hoon interacted with the mixer and changed the setting. Then, the song started again. The sad feelings, blown in the wind. The white became stronger. However, Kim Jae-hoon halted the song again. Sorry for that. Is there an echo? Yes. Just remove all of it. Remove the delay as well and lower the gain. Kim Jae-hoon asked for a lot of things. Kim Dae-hoon had a hard time listening to all his requests. He's so harsh. Kim Dae-hoon felt as though he was in a real concert. Kim Jae-hoon reacted sensitively to even the most minute settings. He looked at Kang-yoon, but Kang-yoon didn't flinch at all. He intended for him to do it himself. Damn it. Like that, a total of 40 minutes passed. The microphone doesn't fit my voice. But since this is practice, Kim Jae-hoon sighed in pity. Then, Kang-yoon spoke from behind. What did you use? It was from SNR, and it felt good since it was heavy. Looks like we'll need to get you a personal mic too. They probably don't sell those in Korea. I'll get one for you. Regardless, hearing Kang-yoon's words, Kim Jae-hoon felt better. Although he didn't have complete confidence yet, he felt that he should be able to do well with a president like this. Should we do it then? When Kim Jae-hoon gave the signal, Kim Jin-dae gave the beat on the drums, much more nervous than usual. Leaving behind the band members to practice, Lee Hyuna left the practice studio. It feels quite strange. Everyone else was practicing other than her. She felt left out, even though it was practically thanks to her that they were able to come to this place. Hyuna, when she was about to fall into thought, someone called her from behind. It was Kang-yoon. Ah yes, President. Should we go out for a little? Where are we going? Normally, she would jump around in joy, but she felt down right now. Kang-yoon replied calmly to her question. To see a concert venue. What? Get ready and come back out. I'll wait at the entrance. Kang-yoon spoke a word and returned to his office. Yes. Her downcast feelings instantly rose sky-high thanks to the sudden invitation for a date. Chapter 99. Spreading the Broken Wings, 5. Hyuna, where are you going? Asked Lee Cha-hee, but Lee Hyuna left with a vague answer. She rushed to the entrance of the office in fear of being late. Kang-yoon was waiting for her at the entrance. Let's go. Lee Hyuna suppressed her jubilance and stood next to him. Where are we going? Wait a moment. There's one more person. What? As soon as he finished his words, a car stopped near them and the windows went down. It was Lee Hyunji's luxury sports car. She spoke from within the car. Huh? You're going too, Hyuna? Lee Hyuna looked at Kang-yoon with a strange expression. However, that only lasted a moment. Thinking back, it was her fault that she assumed that the two would go alone. Kang-yoon didn't seem to know what she was thinking and opened the door to the front passenger seat and got on board. Lee Hyuna got on board the back seat. The three departed to Hongdae like that. Inside the car, Kang-yoon and Lee Hyunji spoke about many work-related matters. These included their future plans, fund management, as well as employment of other staff. What the heck? Why am I here? Why was it that she felt fluttered just before? Lee Hyuna momentarily felt that she was a fool. It only took an instant for her excitement to fall to the bottom. Our current budget. With the pay we get this week. Lee Hyuna wanted to participate in that conversation, but there was no way to. Their talk regarding money was something completely clueless to her. She only felt that the scale of the money was big, but nothing felt realistic to her. Of course, she knew some things about copyrights fee, but building usage fees, other singers, as well as other administrative matters were like an alien language to her. I shouldn't have come. While Lee Hyuna looked out the window with a frown, the car stopped. It was a shared parking lot in Hongdae. The parking fees are expensive here. When Lee Hyuna said that in a worried tone, Kang-yoon received a ticket from the parking lot's agent and shook his head. Spending money here is much better than looking for an empty space on an alleyway to park. Time was money. Agreeing with his opinion, Lee Hyuna followed behind him. The three headed to a nearby concert venue, Sweet Pins. When they entered, a female staff in clean clothing greeted them. Kang-yoon said that he had made an appointment, and the female staff called the office to confirm. Soon, a man came out from the office and greeted them. Are you Mr. Lee Kang-yoon? Welcome. Hello. After a light greeting, the male staff leads Kang-yoon and company to the office. They drank the coffee that the concert venue gave them and looked through the guide leaflets, the prices, and the materials about other concert teams. Looking at those materials, Lee Hyunji asked the staff, how many people can it hold? Up to 200. If we go with standing seats, we can go with twice that much. So around 300. Lee Hyunji judged that the staff was exaggerating and drew her own conclusions. The staff became awkward and turned his gaze around to Kang-yoon. We have done a remodeling recently and have replaced all the sound and light equipment to the latest ones. How high is the ceiling? When Kang-yoon asked an unexpected question, the staff couldn't reply easily. When Kang-yoon saw the papers, the height was there. He turned his gaze around to the papers. Not that low. Looks like there's no need to worry about the sound. According to these, you seem to be using the Allen series of speakers. Those are quite strong in the highs, so I'm worried that there may be unwanted noise. Is there sound dampening on the ceiling? The staff sweated hard. These people were very picky. As an office worker, how was he supposed to know the special traits of speakers? It wasn't easy to answer those questions. The staff member's back became damp with sweat. He still tried to answer to the best of his abilities using the papers. Fortunately, Kang-yoon's questions weren't limitless. Thank you for the coffee. I wish to see the venue now. This way please. After Kang-yoon's barrage of questions, the staff immediately led them to the concert hall. The hall was right in front of the first-floor lobby. When the staff opened the door, there was a wide stage as well as a large clearing. The booth seems to be in a suitable place. Kang-yoon looked around and took pictures with his phone. Lee Hyunji also looked around in her own way. Hyuna. Yes. She, who was suddenly called out after all this time, was surprised by Kang-yoon's call. Go stand on the stage. At Kang-yoon's request, she headed to the center of the stage. Kang-yoon stood in the middle of the audience area and looked at the stage, then asked the staff, Can we test the lighting and the speakers right now? Please wait a moment. The engineers are on leave today. The staff showed an awkward expression. The engineers usually only came to work on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, where there were shows. This was done to save on human resources cost. Just open the door. I know my way around. If you say so. The staff didn't dare to refuse a request from a potential customer. He brought Kang-yoon a set of keys from the office and opened the booth. Hyuna, stay still. Yes. Lee Hyuna nodded her head. Kang-yoon started fiddling with the lights in the booth. He controlled the lights with the light mixer and soon grasped how it was done. The staff watched Kang-yoon from behind. Can you switch the lights? If you contact us prior to the show, then yes. Good. The lights here have too much blue tone. Hyuna doesn't do well with blue lights. Kang-yoon fiddled with the lights for a few minutes before turning them all off. Then, he left the booth and turned on the spotlight. With one strong light shining down upon her, Lee Hyuna asked Kang-yoon in embarrassment. So, do I keep standing here? Yeah. You're going to be performing here in the future, so have a look around too. Lee Hyuna felt as though she had become a puppet. Before, with green light, there was no prior testing due to time problems. And this felt strange. Kang-yoon went back to the booth again. He turned on all the lights and had a look. Is he some kind of engineer? From what the staff knew, Kang-yoon was supposed to be the president of a company, but he felt more like an engineer instead. The way he controlled the lights with the light mixer was just like an expert. He would even believe it if Kang-yoon said he was an employee here. He had met various presidents until now, but someone like Kang-yoon was a first. Kang-yoon controlled the lights for a while before turning off the light mixer. You said that we can change the light settings, right? Yes, of course. Asking the same thing made Kang-yoon quite the annoying customer, but the staff member was a professional. He never lost his smile, however. Can we test the acoustics as well? When Kang-yoon said that he wanted to test the sound mixer as well, the staff's eyebrows twitched. These people were very picky. At this point, the staff became absent-minded. However, it wasn't like the customers were in the wrong or something. He permitted them with a slightly trembling voice. Yes. Oh, of course. Normally, getting to know the stage was a very reasonable thing to do. However, other people usually looked for things like the location of the venue, the makers of the equipment, and other superficial things like that. But this person was completely different. He even went on to do some testing himself. This was the most frightening of customers out there. The staff clasped his hands in nervousness. Kang-yoon told the staff that he wanted to borrow a mic. At this point, the staff had half given up. Kang-yoon gave the mic to Lee Hyuna and Hyuna connected to the mic input. Mic test. Listening to Lee Hyuna's voice over the speakers, Kang-yoon checked the overall acoustics. It would be good if he had a music recording with him. but he didn't have one on hand. Hyuna, can you sing a song for me? A song? Yeah, it's for testing. Hyuna seemed to be happy that she finally had something to do before she warmed up her voice and raised her voice. All day my heart is on top of that clock dash. Hyuna's voice filled the hall. Observing the weak white light from the green note, Kang-yoon checked for the sound. This was the bass test without any effects added to Hyuna's voice. It's not really a satisfying sound. It feels murky. That was Kang-yoon's conclusion after considering the musical note, the light, and the sound he heard through his ears. Should I do more? No, it's fine. Kang-yoon thanked the employee before turning off the power switch and leaving the booth. Thank you. Can you give me a business card? At Kang-yoon's question, the staff gave him a business card. He was already sweating on his forehead. Then I shall contact you later. Please have a safe trip back. After a handshake, Kang-yoon left the Sweetpins concert hall. Heading to the car, Kang-yoon asked Lee Hyuna, "How was the hall?" Lee Hyuna thought about it for a moment before replying. Honestly speaking, it didn't feel that good. The sound was murky, and the lights weren't too my style either. Really? But if PPA wants me to do it, then I'll do it. Mind how you address me. Sorry. Anyway, so this place is no good. Let's look at a few others. Lee Hyuna seemed embarrassed about what Kang-yoon said and scratched her cheeks while looking away. After that, the trio looked around a few more concert venues. The employees there all had a hard time due to Kang-yoon's testing. Late-night music show, Hula. This was a music TV program done by Moon Shin-hak, who was an entertainer, musician, as well as an actor, and this program was a music-specific program that was broadcasted just after midnight. The motif of this program was to let famous singers sing to their heart's content as long as it was within the studio inside the TV station. Today, Kim Jae-hoon was recording that program. You didn't forget anything? Yes. The parking lot in front of the front gates. Kang-yoon asked the band who were loading their instruments into the van. This was their first time appearing on TV, so they all looked nervous. I also want to go, but I have a lot of work to do. Damn. Lee Hyun-ji showed her disappointment. It was such a pity for her that work was dragging her feet. But it's because of you, director, that I can leave the company without worries. Thank me more. THENKYOU. Kang-yoon replied in a prankful tone to Lee Hyun-ji's grumbles. Lee Hyun-ji turned around to Kim Jimin behind Kang-yoon. Jimin, you can't go touching things just because they all look curious to you, okay? You can't step on the lines either. Yes. The lines are fine. Though, she might be electrocuted. Oh. Ha ha ha, it's a joke. Kim Jimin shrank back at Lee Hyun-ji and Kang-yoon's pranks. Thanks to that, their mood as they went to the TV station was very bright. With the exception of Lee Hyun-ji, Young Hae-jin, and Lee Hyun-ah, who remained at the company to practice, everyone else was going to the TV station. This was an outing with a lot of members since the founding of the company. Inside the car, Kim Jae-hoon clasped his hands and closed his eyes. This was his first appearance on TV after a very long time. His heart pounded with nervousness. Behind him, Lee Cha-hee and Kim Jin-dae were fighting, while Young Chang-yu and Kim Jimin were talking about serious things. Looks like they are getting along. Kang-yoon looked to the back seat through the rearview mirror. Seeing everyone get along, he felt joyous. When they arrived, the assistant director came out to meet them. Hello, I've been waiting for you. With Kang-yoon at the front, everyone followed the assistant director. The studio of the recording was on the 17th floor. When they arrived at the studio, the drums, mixer, guitar amp, and many other musical necessities were mostly set up. While Kang-yoon greeted Moon Shin-hak, the presenter, and the producer, Kim Jae-hoon, the rest of the band started to tune their instruments. The drums were tightened to produce a suitable sound, while the electric guitar was controlled through an effector. The bass guitar was also tuned to match the rest. Kim Jae-hoon installed the microphone that Kang-yoon had gotten him and started to tune his voice. Love you, love you. Kim Jae-hoon sang lightly to tell the requirements to the sound engineer. Today, there was no ear mic. Instead, there was a monitoring speaker, and Kim Jae-hoon had asked the sound engineer to add the bass sounds of the bass guitar, the drums, and the synthesizer. A lot of time had passed, and the other members had finished setting themselves up. However, Kim Jae-hoon was still in the middle of setting. It's just as I heard. Moon Shin-hak narrowed his eyes. Kang-yoon asked from the side, "What have you heard?" His perfectionism. Kim Jae-hoon is known for being a perfectionist, isn't he? Looks like the engineer fellow will suffer quite a lot today. Just as Moon Shin-hak had said, the engineer had a hard time doing the minute settings. To the others, like the band and the producer, it didn't sound that much different, but Kim Jae-hoon kept asking the engineer to retune it in dissatisfaction. A whole 20 minutes had passed since the rest of the band had finished their settings. Oh no. It was very rude to keep dragging time with setting in front of a senior like Moon Shin-hak. Moon Shin-hak was smiling in understanding, since he was a musician as well, but who knows what would happen if they dragged for any longer. Kang-yoon headed to the engineer's location before things got worse. Excuse me, but can I have a look at it? The engineer let go of the mixer with a blank expression at Kang-yoon's words. Perhaps he thought that Kang-yoon would be good since he was the president of the company that Kim Jae-hoon belonged to. Jae-hoon, let's do this quickly. Okay. Love you, love you. Yellow musical notes started appearing in front of Kang-yoon's eyes. Soon, those notes started generating white light. Kang-yoon started controlling the mixer. As Jae-hoon had requested, he minutely increased the bass and decreased the middles a little. Then, the light became stronger, albeit very little. Huh? Hyung, put up the gain a little bit. Kim Jae-hoon was excited as though he had finally found the sound he wanted. Kang-yoon adjusted the sound per his request. Then, the white light became a lot stronger. This is good. Okay, thank you. The settings were finally over. Kang-yoon said excuse me to the engineer and left the place. Moon Shin-hak showed interest in Kang-yoon. Are you an engineer as well, President? I learned a little. Haha, your ears aren't ordinary. Kim Jae-hoon, that fellow, is known for being very picky, but you got an okay in one go. The sound is definitely better too. Looks like there will be a good stage today. Seeing Kang-yoon make an awkward reaction, Moon Shin-hak told him that they should have a drink together sometime and stood up to get ready for the show. After a band jam for the overall sound adjustment, the recording began. Can't win against my loneliness. I wander through the night, drunk, looking for you. A quiet ballad filled the studio. The hefty, yet thin voice gradually became more powerful and made Kim Jae-hoon's own unique song. My Hot Love is washed away by the rain. Contrasting to the bass that kept becoming lower, Kim Jae-hoon's voice kept going higher. Then, Kim Jin-dae's drums halted for a moment before re-entering powerfully to heighten the atmosphere. Your promise to return made me live on. But Kim Jae-hoon's voice became gradually more powerful. Kang-yoon could already see a strong white light covering the entire studio. The white light seeped into everyone present and made them absorbed into the song. However, Kang-yoon wasn't as satisfied. He could see something different within the white light. Is that from back then? It was similar to that light that he saw from Lee Hyunoo's stage. It was silver light. The more Kim Jae-hoon's song heightened the song, the stronger the light became. However, the silver light didn't completely overwhelm the white light. It became stronger before going away and did that again. In Lee Hyunoo's case, the two lights were intermixed, but this time it was different. The song ended like that. Everyone in the studio cheered and clapped. Phew, thanks for your work. Everyone. Kim Jae-hoon greeted everyone while sweating. Although this wasn't a proper concert stage, he was happy to sing to his heart's content. The band members also felt very happy that they were able to go with a vocal that was not Hyuna. Let's rest for 30 minutes. Wait. Before the assistant director could declare rest, Kang-yoon stepped up. I apologize, but can we record this song just once more? What? The producer did not hide his surprise. Kim Jae-hoon's song was one of the best he had heard. But why? Even Kim Jae-hoon looked at Kang-yoon with a confused expression. However, Kang-yoon was thinking differently from everyone else. This song isn't one that will end with just this. While everyone looked at him in confusion, Kang-yoon was convinced. He was convinced that he would be able to raise the power behind this song. Chapter 100. Hot Spring 1. Lanzhou, Gansu Province, China. Ready, action. A woman in a tight Chinese dress blocked an opposing one clad in black. Following that, she hit her opponent with her elbow. The opponent tried to retreat from the force, but had to fly in the air due to a blow from the knee and the fists. Cut. Good, very good. The director, holding the megaphone, continued onto the next scene as though he was satisfied with the action scene. But this time, the black-clad woman switched. It was an action double. However, the lady in the Chinese dress shook her hands to signal that she was okay. The director gave the sign as soon as the makeup redo was done. The shooting began. Where is he? During a clash of fists, the woman in the Chinese dress asked that question, but the black-clad lady did not answer. Their bodies flew up into the air before clashing again. While the two floated into the air, a giant fan caused their dresses to flutter. Cut. Okay, let's rest for a bit. It was an okay sign on the first shoot. As a difficult action scene was very good on the first try, the director also seemed to have felt good and gave everyone a break. While everyone went back to their places, the lady in the Chinese dress laid back on a long bench. Her manager gave her a bottle of cold water as she wiped her sweat away with a towel. Well done, Jin-seo. The woman in the Chinese dress, it was Min Jin-seo. She drank the whole bottle in one go and put it down. Thanks, Juhwan Appa. How about Hai Renuni and the others? They're all nearby. They're busy touring the Jaiguan. Sheesh. Tell them to watch out for their organs. Whoa, Jin-seo. Where did you learn that from? From you, of course. Manager Kim Joo-hwan was scared stiff at Min Jin-seo's words. Min Jin-seo giggled seeing him panic. It's a joke. Appa, what about the thing I asked you about last time? You asked me something? When Min Jin-seo's expression turned frightening, Manager Kim Joo-hwan immediately clapped his hands as though he remembered. Oh, that? I looked into it already. Manager Kim. Joo-hwan tried to act calm as he replied. Team leader Lee is in Korea right now. In Korea? He came back from America? Min Jin-seo shouted very loudly. All the Chinese staff looked towards her due to the sudden outburst of Korean, but Min Jin-seo did not care at all. Where is he? Is he doing well? He's not sick anywhere, right? Right. Don't get excited. Calm down. Do things one by one. Sorry. Anyway, he's in Korea? Yeah. For now, anyway. Min Jin-seo stood up as though there was nothing more to say. She looked as though she was about to pack her bag and go. Kim Joo-hwan grabbed her in panic. Let me go. Calm down. Where do you think you're going? What do you mean where? Of course, it's to Korea. You want to ditch this place and go to Korea? Do you think that petty team leader would like it if you go to Korea right now? Min Jin-seo became silent. With his personality, if she told him that she ditched work to meet him, then it was obvious that he would book her a flight back immediately. Kang-yoon was such a person. Moreover, if you ditch your work here, your life as an entertainer will be over. The female protagonist left the film scene in order to meet a guy. I'm afraid of rumors. How much do you think this film costs? Actually, the company told me to never tell you about it, but I'm telling you because you're an adult and I believe that you can take care of yourself. So let's work, okay? Okay, you're going to Korea in half a year anyway. Our goddess, please do your best, okay? Min Jin-seo powerlessly nodded her head at his words. Her heart had already flown over to Korea. Resting time. Kim Jae-hoon was resting while drinking some water to relieve his fatigue. Recorded again? The song was definitely satisfactory. But recording it again? Kim Jae-hoon approached Kang-yoon thinking that he might have done something wrong. Jae-hoon, what is it? The recording. I'm wondering if my song was bad. Kim Jae-hoon expressed his question. It was definitely okay to his ears. That was why he gave the okay. On top of that, he was known as a perfectionist too. Kang-yoon was already aware of what he was thinking and carefully replied. What do you mean bad? It was very good. But there were parts that I thought were slightly off. Off? Yeah, this part. I'll get ready until then, this part. You know that the tone switches here, right? Yes. Because I raised the sound quickly. Why don't we slow it down a little? Slow it down. Yeah. In my opinion. Kang-yoon spoke the things he felt while observing the notes. Kim Jae-hoon was suspicious at first, but eventually looked as though he understood. Okay. Perhaps it's because I keep getting into the habit of thinking about the MR. I thought I matched it pretty well. You're not doing it wrong. I think it's just a matter of feeling. You know, something minute. Kim Jae-hoon was very sensitive. Kang-yoon indirectly spoke of his opinions in order to not make Kim Jae-hoon react sensitively, and Kim Jae-hoon listened to him well. After the rest, the recording began again. Kim Jae-hoon's singing rang out through the studio again with the piano accompaniment. The meaning behind the tears on my eyes. I consoled myself that it was rain. Kim Jae-hoon's voice rode on the faint piano accompaniment and emphasized the bass. The drums calmly generated the rhythm. All the notes produced white light and filled the studio. Can't win against my loneliness. I wander through the night, drunk, looking for you. Kim Jae-hoon's song heightened gradually. At the same time, The light became more intense as well. Kang-yoon could see the faint silver light amidst of the white light. This is the part. Kang-yoon was nervous. This was the phrase where the silver light started increasing. Kang-yoon clasped his hand, hoping that Kim Jae-hoon would do well. My hot love is washed away by the rain. The bass lowered, and the drums became fancier. At the same time, Kim Jae-hoon's voice became higher. Your promise to return made me live on. But white light had already filled every inch of the studio already. This was enough to enchant the audiences. However, Kang-yoon wanted more than that. The silver song was what he was waiting for. And finally, the moment Kang-yoon waited for finally came. I'll get ready until then. It doesn't matter if you're late. This was the repeated bridge after the chorus. Kim Jae-hoon seemed to have perfectly understood what Kang-yoon wanted and took his time raising his voice. The minute misalignment between his voice and the instruments now matched, and the song turned silver. This is it. Kang-yoon gripped his fists. Everything for you. The day you come back to me. Kim Jae-hoon's voice became higher and higher. He even ad-libbed higher than he had to. When he did, the white that had turned silver glowed brighter and filled the studio. Whoa! Moon Shin-hak couldn't even exclaim as he wanted to. He had already lost his calm. The producer and the staff had all of their gazes stolen away by him. The silver light enchanted all. Only Kang-yoon was not charmed by it. A gap? Did such a thing happen? I should get his signature later. While all of the staff members were dumbfounded by that scene, Kim Jae-hoon's song reached the climax. The love hidden deep in my heart. You are the one I love, dash. Kim Jae-hoon's song reached its climax. The silver light had also reached its peak. The studio was already filled with light and notes that Kang-yoon couldn't see in front of him. The band also used fancy techniques. The song then slowly faded out. However, the silver light did not fade away and left behind a deep presence. No one reacted. To be exact, no one could react. A moment of silence passed. Then, clap, 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 clap. All of the staff started applauding. It was their appreciation to Kim Jae-hoon for letting them listen to a great song. Thank you. Kim Jae-hoon did a 90-degree bow politely. The camera caught him doing this. This looks awesome. This is like a huge jackpot. The producer was already imagining how to package this and broadcast it to the public. Today's shoot could definitely be considered the single best episode among the ones he did until now. Kim Jae-hoon's late-night music show Hula finished like that. Lee Hee-yoon. Jua ran towards Hee-yoon, who was waving from the grass. Jua hugged Hee-yoon strongly and jumped. Hee-yoon, my girl, when did you become so pretty? Jua, look at you. Your butt is so round now. Hey, it's actually padded. What? It doesn't feel like it though. That's a joke. Aren't I good? The two girls expressed their joy. Soon, the two headed to a nearby restaurant. Jua ordered a lot including steak. When Hee-yoon became surprised, she made a V, with her fingers saying that she would pay. Looks like you're stressed out. Phew, tell me about it. I'm always busy fighting those directors. Jua insulted the directors for a long while. She didn't hold back on her words and said that they were all haughty when they didn't even know how the actual scene turned out. Hee-yoon sighed after hearing that. So those old men have a lot of problems. Forget it. I at least can resist them. But the Edios girls are really pitiful. They're going around clubs, but they don't have any intentions on calling them back to Korea. Why are they all like this? Even in Jua's eyes, the directors had a lot of problems. They looked as though they weren't thinking about their actions at all. To be exact, they looked as though they were more sensitive to their own profits rather than the profits of the company as a whole. She was worried that the image of MG Entertainment would fall like a toppling tower at this rate. However, she switched topics, saying that such a topic would just cause headaches. Is Kang-yoon Appa doing well? My brother? He's doing well. He's doing well as an arrangement composer. Oh yeah, Hee-yoon. Do me a song. A song? Are you going to do an album? Not yet. Later. Sure. I'll force you even if you don't want it, so don't worry about that. I'll judge you. The two girls kept talking away for a long time. 2 weeks after the recording of the late-night music show Hula, the program was broadcasted. Although it was a late-night show, KTS, the TV station, leaked that Kim Jae-hoon was going to appear and gathered everyone's attention. Moreover, articles appeared on the internet, as well as on hot search words list. This was a result of Kang-yoon's business. Kim Jae-hoon's name value also played a role. Yoo Sung-jaeum was a fan of Kim Jae-hoon. As soon as he saw that Kim Jae-hoon was going to appear on KTS's Hula, he decided to watch the main episode. And 30 minutes past midnight arrived. He turned on the TV and clad himself in his blanket. Hello? I'm Moon Shin-hak. Today, the TV introduced Moon Shin-hak and some short commentary from him. Then, Kim Jae-hoon appeared after a bit of time. The band had appeared on the camera as well. White Moonlight. So the session is a band. After a comment that the singer and the band were from the same company, they talked about more recent matters for a little while. After a short conversation, Kim Jae-hoon's song began. This was the moment he was waiting for. Yoo Sung-jaeum perked his ears. I will not love. Kim Jae-hoon's voice was as good as ever. The 4-year gap, 2 years of conflict with his former company, as well as the 2 years in the military, looked as though it had not happened. Yoo Sung-jaeum unintentionally waved around in his blanket. Every one of them was a famous song. There were some of Kim Jae-hoon's own songs, and some English songs as well. Kim Jae-hoon's unique low voice was so cool as he sang those songs. A perfect voice. It was definitely worthy of being called that. And then, this time, I've prepared Promise Again. This was the song that put Kim Jae-hoon up to the top. Yoo Sung-jaeum rejoiced inwardly. Finally, the piano accompaniment flowed out, and Kim Jae-hoon's voice drenched his ears. The meaning behind the tears in my eyes. I consoled myself that it was rain. It was as good as ever. Yoo Sung-jaeum exclaimed. He felt as though he was about to shout in joy. The song flowed on, and his heart became more fulfilled. Your promise to return made me live on, but he felt heightened as the song continued. The accompaniment waved, and his heart also waved. However, the true wave started at that moment. I'll get ready until then. It doesn't matter if you're late. Kim Jae-hoon's voice leisurely rose and beat his heart strongly. This felt completely different from before. His ears trembled, and he felt goosebumps all over his body. A good song now came to him as something completely different. It felt as though an electric shock had passed through him. He couldn't get a hold of himself, and the song reached its peak. The love hidden deep in my heart. You are the one I love. It felt as though everything burst out at once. All the hindrances crumbled as though a dam was broken through. Kim Jae-hoon's low yet refreshing voice pierced through him completely. The song ended, and even though commentary resumed, Yoo Sung-jaeum couldn't get a hold of himself. What is it? Tonight, Yoo Sung-jaeum was met with a great song. Kim Jae-hoon bursts out with emotional. Music show hula was. Those 4 gap years have done nothing to him. Kim Jae-hoon, when is his comeback? Will he cry the hearts of women? Kim Jae-hoon's experiences. Kang-yoon closed the internet. The day after the broadcast, the internet's top search word was already Kim Jae-hoon. Not because of his conflicts with his previous company, but purely because of his song. Lee Hyun-ji smiled at the good results. Are we a step forward now? Yes, we can start now. Kang-yoon replied with a deep sigh. There was a 4-year gap, but Kim Jae-hoon is still as good as ever. No, he became stronger. They could appeal this point through hula this time. It was a great success. Leave the PR to me. I already have the SNS down. You're really reassuring. Thanks to Lee Hyun-ji, Kang-yoon could work on his own work more comfortably. A partner who worked without having to tell her what to do was a great partner. Wait a minute. Is this Jae-hoon's schedule? Yes. Huh. But Lee Hyun-ji made a confused expression after looking at Kim Jae-hoon's schedule. Is this fine? I think he might fall ill. Shouldn't we get our investment? He only needs to work hard for 3 months. Uffed. Lee Hyun-ji covered her face and laughed. Speaking of the devil, Kim Jae-hoon opened the door and entered. Due to the effects of the TV program yesterday, he looked very bright. Hello, Mr. Jae-hoon. You're here. They greeted each other, and the 3 gathered around. Here's your schedule. Kim Jae-hoon received his schedule. What the? Kim Jae-hoon almost screamed after looking at his schedule. Wait. Is this really humanly possible? We'll try. Don't worry. I'll be going with you. That's not the problem. The number of events here. Kim Jae-hoon shivered after looking at the extremely long list of events on his schedule. However, Kang-yoon smirked and replied, I told you last time. You won't have any time to rest. But this is still. I don't speak lies. Kim Jae-hoon felt the fright of Kang-yoon properly. Like that the two's hot spring began. Chapter 101. Hot Spring 2. 9:30 a.m. Kim Jae-hoon was currently in a morning radio program at SBB station, named Morning Live with Han Se-young. Han Se-young, an announcer, was a radio DJ who was loved for her graceful appearance. She asked, just as gracefully, to today's guest, Kim Jae-hoon, "A while ago, you appeared on K Company's music show, didn't you?" "Ha ha, I guess that did happen. The song you sang back then caused all sorts of outrage. I heard that the views are increasing explosively even now." "Well, as much as it embarrasses me to say it, yes, it is. I'm only thankful." Kim Jae-hoon was careful with everything he spoke. Appearing on air after his long sabbatical made him nervous. However, under the lead of Han Se-young, he began to relax. She asked Kim Jae-hoon many things, especially regarding the new company that he joined. Both knew that the masses were mostly interested in this. "I met a good person when I was in hardship. I caused everyone to worry a lot, but I will reply to them with my songs." Kim Jae-hoon replied to the question with that line. Han Se-young, on the other hand, seemed to be slightly disappointed by that answer. Still, she didn't panic and asked him to sing a song. Kim Jae-hoon replied that it wouldn't be so good since it was early in the morning and sang a short song. "The meaning behind my tears." It was Promise Again that he sang back in the music show. The heavy, yet high voice made Han Se-young's eyes dreamy for a moment. However, she came back to herself as she was a pro. "I consoled myself, saying it was rain. And I'll stop here." "Whoa." Han Se-young clapped. He was as good as always. The real-time internet comments were complimenting Kim Jae-hoon as well, leaving many people wanting for more. Kim Jae-hoon's radio recording finished. "Thanks for your work. You too." When the commercials aired, Kim Jae-hoon left the radio station, escorted out by Han Se-young. Outside the studio, which still had red lights on, Kang-yoon was waiting. "Thanks for your work. Shall we go then?" "Yes." Kang-yoon left the station with Kim Jae-hoon. 11:00 a.m. At the anniversary of H&S Electronics Company, Kim Jae-hoon was holding a microphone in front of nearly 300 of its employees. "The meaning behind my tears. I consoled myself saying it was rain." Kim Jae-hoon's voice rang out inside the employees' ears. In this boring anniversary, Kim Jae-hoon's appearance was like a rain in a drought. The female employees were almost screaming, while the men were almost dancing. However, since this was a company-wide event, it wasn't exactly burning passionately. Kim Jae-hoon waved his hand in slight disappointment. "Thank you." "Whoa, oh." The employees clapped Kim Jae-hoon out. They wanted to cheer out loud, but due to their superiors, they couldn't do so. 1:45 p.m. A regional event at Cheongju Department Store. The small concert venue constructed next to the department store was already full of people, as though these people had known beforehand that Kim Jae-hoon was going to appear here. It was certain that it had been advertised beforehand. The department store seemed to have advertised very well, and there were many different types of people here. "Hello everyone. Kim Jae-hoon here." Due to the time chosen of the concert, most people here were parents of students in their 30s. However, there were quite a few students as well as men. Kim Jae-hoon started singing after breaking the ice. "My love disappears at a flip of a." As though there was some magic in his voice, all of the audience members waved their hands in the air and sang. 4:49 p.m. Girls clad in school uniform all screamed out in unison as soon as they saw Kim Jae-hoon. Kim Jae-hoon waved his hand awkwardly since it had been such a long time since he last heard fangirls screaming like this. When he did, the cheers became even louder, like the moon hidden behind the clouds. The students were very dynamic. Amongst the cheers, Kim Jae-hoon's voice became even louder. He definitely adapts well to the stage. Kang-yoon, who was watching from behind the stage, shrugged his shoulders. 6:22 p.m. Seoul H Hotel Entrepreneurship Event. 8:28 p.m. Seoul J Hotel Banquet. 9:41 p.m. Interview for the music magazine, Manuscript. 11:30 p.m. Photo shoot for the men's magazine, Hit. Ha ha ha. After all the events for that day, the time was already past 2 a.m. Kim Jae-hoon's eyes were half out of focus. Due to the immense schedule, his eyes were nearly closed. "You worked hard today." "You too, Hyung." Kang-yoon patted Kim Jae-hoon's shoulders. Then he asked as he drove him back to his house, Are you going to keep living in that semi-basement house? I was going to move when I get my payment. But I don't have any payment. Huh? Kim Jae-hoon laughed awkwardly. There was no way he liked living in that semi-basement. As for the contract deposit, all of it was used in paying back his debt. He had no financial room to get another living space. Kang-yoon sighed shortly and asked, "Do you want to live at my house for a while?" What? What do you mean? Just for a while? Living in a semi-basement house is bad for your health too. Kim Jae-hoon was thankful for Kang-yoon's consideration, but he still refused. He thought that being indebted to him just for the singing was enough. However, Kang-yoon kept proposing that to him. After thinking for a while, Kim Jae-hoon eventually accepted. "Then I'll bother you for the time being. I'll say this up front, but I don't have any weird hobbies." "That's not funny." "Sorry." Kang-yoon turned the car around towards his house. After arriving home, Kang-yoon gave Kim Jae-hoon an empty room. It was somewhat wrong to give him Hee-yoon's room after all. The empty room was also large enough for Kim Jae-hoon to live in. Nice house. Kim Jae-hoon was very satisfied with his new living space. Although this was an ordinary standalone house, it was much better than the semi-basement he used to live in. Kang-yoon gave him some blankets. "Make yourself home." "Thank you. I'll bother you for a while." While Kim Jae-hoon went to wash, Kang-yoon went to his room and turned on the computer. He was planning to read through some articles that were published today. Nothing special. Looking at the search words, he saw that it wasn't that much different from before. Other than some guillotine selfies, there wasn't much else to pay attention to. However, he then noticed a strange article at the corner of his screen. Rebirth Entertainment. This was the company that Kim Jae-hoon belonged to before he came to World Entertainment. They were also the cause of the 1.5 billion won debt. Kang-yoon clicked on the article. CEO Yoo Min-sung of Rebirth Yenti, Kim Jae-hoon's contract is not over. No mention of copyrights. President Yoo Min-sung of Rebirth Entertainment claimed that the contract between his company and the popular singer Kim Jae-hoon is not over yet. President Yoo Min-sung told through an interview that the contract between Kim Jae-hoon and Rebirth Entertainment was not finished up properly and asked for an immediate settlement. Omitted. However, he also claimed that this is not the time yet to talk about copyrights and avoided mentioning it. Omitted. Kang-yoon found this rather small article absurd. The contract was finished ages ago. Moreover, they also held the copyrights as well. They were only talking about what was advantageous for them. I should take care of the previous company problem as well. I can't leave that be. Just as he closed the browser window, Kim Jae-hoon came into his room. "Wow. So, you work at home too?" "Huh? Oh. I just find myself comfortable to work at home. Didn't you also do some compositions, Jae-hoon?" Kang-yoon smoothly turned around in his chair and switched topics. Any signs of discomfort had all been erased from his face. Kim Jae-hoon exclaimed at the musical devices in Kang-yoon's room. "A bit in the past, but I don't think I have any talent for writing music. So, I decided to focus on singing." "That's a pity. Doesn't a singer-songwriter sound attractive?" "I think it's better to focus on one thing rather than trying many things out. Otherwise, I might have collapsed during the past 4 years. I think I only survived because I focused on singing." "That's true. So, I just need to give you good songs." "That's more than welcome for me. But you know, I am very picky when it comes to songs." Kim Jae-hoon playfully replied to Kang-yoon's words. Kang-yoon told Kim Jae-hoon to come and showed him a song. This was the song that Hee-yoon sent to Kang-yoon. It was a rather slow rhythm song with no lyrics or even any kind of arrangement. Kim Jae-hoon hummed the melody as he listened to it. Kang-yoon's eyes saw musical notes making harmony. Unfortunately, though, the light was very weak. After listening to it, Kim Jae-hoon tilted his head. It's not bad. I think the melody's good. But can you polish the end parts a bit?" "Really? What do you want to be changed?" "The mood goes up too rapidly. Smoothen it down a bit." Kang-yoon wrote down the things he said. He was planning to ask Hee-yoon to redo those parts later. After talking about the song, it was already 3 a.m. Both Kang-yoon and Kim Jae-hoon were dead tired. "Let's sleep. We need to visit a hair salon tomorrow too." "Yes. Have a good night." The Tuesday started early in the morning and ended well into the next day. And not even 4 hours later, their flaming day began again. Rebirth Entertainment was a well-going company that once had 5 popular stars belonging to their company. However, these days, the financial status of the company became more difficult, and they fell into a small company with just a single entertainer in their ranks. The reason behind that. Damn it. A dud again today. President Yu Min-sung grumbled while leaving the game room, filled with smoke. The rough beard on his chin, as well as the smell of smoke that stained his entire body, made him indifferentiable from a drug addict. He took out his phone. Unlike his clothes, his phone was a limited edition with a gold ring around it. He called and was connected to a man. What happened? There's no reaction yet. The masses are silent about it too. It's about time someone takes the bait. Damn it. Okay. President Yu Min-sung was a very rough man. He hung up one-sidedly. I'm hungry. He then went into the Sundae gukbap place next door. Old hag. One gukbap here. Just the Sundae. Angrily ordering food as he always did, he turned around to the TV. On the TV was a music video of some idol girls. His gaze naturally headed towards their long legs, which were emphasized by their clothing. Damn it. I should have done a girl group too. Damned Kim Jae-hoon. He only blamed the innocent Kim Jae-hoon. This was an era of girl groups. It was no exaggeration to say that 70% of the pop music industry was taken over by girl groups. Each and every TV program featured girl groups at least once. Entertainment shows, dramas, and even some documentaries. When the gukbap came out and he started eating, he got a phone call. It was from the employee from before. What is it? I'm eating. I apologize. World Entertainment has called. President Yu Min-sung put down his spoon. Oh yeah? What did they say? They're asking us why we bring up a contract that ended 2 years ago. That we should check the contract properly. President Yu Min-sung was deeply enraged. These people didn't seem to know that he had the copyright, as well as the immense amount of money that came with it. Oh yeah? Their CEO spat out bullshit like that. It wasn't their president, but their director. It was a woman. Director? I can see the level of the president, taking a bitch as a director. President Yu Min-sung clicked his tongue. His conservative ideals didn't understand it at all. Well, fine with me. They don't want the copyrights. Tell them to do whatever they want. And tell them to never call back. They said they'll sue for the interference of business if we call them back. What? Sue? Me? President Yu Min-sung abruptly stood up from his seat. Sue? Out of all things they could do, sue? It was an insult to him just thinking about it. Which bitch is this? Huh? Who does she think I am? Send me that number, now. President Yu Min-sung's shout was loud enough for everyone in the restaurant to hear. He left the restaurant in a rage without even eating. Paying for the food was not in his mind right now. Even while walking on the streets, he shouted very loudly. He couldn't care less about the people around him. A moment later, the employee messaged him a number. He hung up on the call and called that number immediately. Soon, a woman's voice came out through his phone. Hello? This is Lee Hyun-ji. Was it you that spouted all that bullshit? Who is this? The opponent was rather calm even after hearing all those insults. President Yu Min-sung started uttering in rage, but the reaction was bland. After a long while, and President Yu Min-sung settled down a little, a calm set of words came out through the phone. The contract was finished 2 years ago, and the penalty for breach of contract was paid in full. You brought up that contract and went against the obligation of the protection of privacy. An employee from our company went to the police station with an accusation. You'll probably be summoned soon. What? Sue me? You, who are you? You don't want Kim Jae-hoon's copyrighted songs. Then I will hang up. Oh, and you know that this call is being recorded, right? Since you insulted us, we will also put contempt as one of the crimes. May we never see in person. And the call was hung up one-sidedly. Hey, HEY. President Yu Min-sung shouted out loud in the middle of the street. Everyone avoided walking near him, whispering about how strange he was. Good, good. Kim Jae-hoon. This is how you act, huh? Madness erupted in President Yu Min-sung's eyes. I did as you said, President, but I'm still worried. Didn't we provoke him too hard? Lee Hyun-ji called Kang-yoon as soon as she hung up the call with President Yu Min-sung. Thank you for your work. He must have insulted you a lot. That's fine by me. I'll just sue him for that anyway. I'll just consider this some pocket money since we spent a lot of money recently. Anyway, I made him really mad. He has zero tolerance. He may really be a gambling addict. Lee Hyun-ji heaved a deep sigh. Such a man was a president of a company. Pathetic. Ha ha. You must have had a hard time listening to all those insults. Actually, I'm even more curious about how you know President Yu Min-sung. You shouldn't have met him either. How did you know he was a gambling addict? Anyway, it's about time we moved on to the next step. We'll make them come to us. Lee Hyunji didn't pry as she knew that Kang-yoon didn't want to talk about it. Regardless of the source of this information, she didn't really care much. How do we do that? The reason they did that unfunny interview was all because of money. They should be earning quite a lot through copyrights, but that money is being put down the drain through gambling, so they must want more from us. We'll get our opportunity when they find us. We just need to aim for that. His voice contained conviction. Lee Hyunji nodded his head in understanding. Okay then, I'll get into the lawsuit first. Please, I'll be outside for the time being, so take care of our members. Don't you worry about that. The call ended. Lee Hyunji stretched her arms and stood up from her seat. Well then, shall I start? Lee Hyunji started preparing the things that Kang-yoon spoke about. Chapter 102. Hot Spring 3. Inside a club in Koreatown, LA, 6 women were receiving spotlights on a stage. Their colorful voices and fancy performance was giving the audience a great time. Whoa, are you Eddie? Edios. The audience shouted with the official cheering slogan for Edios. The easy-to-follow melody and the fun dance revitalized everyone. After shouting, laughing, and enjoying their time, the stage was over in an instant. Thank you, Edios. The girls exited the stage after bidding the audience goodbye greetings in Korean before leaving the stage. They quickly left the club and got in the van that was waiting. The manager, who was waiting for them, started up the car along with encouragements. When the car left the bustling district, the woman in the front seat, Han Ju-yeon, started grumbling. How long are we going to perform in Koreatowns? Sighed she as she looked at the bags under her eyes through her phone. When they first came to America, their ambitions, such as performing in the Times Square or appearing on the largest music channel of America, the MTV, made them excited, but by now, they didn't even think about such a thing in their dreams. No, it would be more correct to say that they experienced the wall of reality. As though sympathizing with her words, a tall woman by her side interjected. It was only a few months ago that we went to New York, but I think we're only going around Koreatowns now. There aren't any news articles about us either. Hanyu, you think so too? Actually, me too. Sympathizing with what Seo Hanyu was thinking, Han Ju-yeon's shoulders drooped. The powerless expression on her face was enough to tell the difficulty of their lives here. Going around Koreatowns was no different from doing things in Korea. The girls found it very fatiguing that they were going around such biased stages in the largest frontier of music, the Billboard charts. They all wanted to jump into the greatest stage that was the Billboard charts. However, the wall of reality was very thick. The atmosphere inside the van was very dark. All the girls had dark expressions. At that time, the woman with the tied hair at the very back of the seats, Young Mina, spoke. We still have a schedule to do. There are people that still like us. Why does it matter if we're in Korea or America? Thinking that she was correct, everyone became quiet. She continued. Whether it's the Koreatowns or the Times Square, we should be thankful that we get to perform at all. Actually, I have it hard too, but we're still doing well. Let's just endure until December. Yeah, that's right. It's just until December. The woman who was using Young Mina's laps as pillows, Christian, also shouted out loud. The girls all raised their hands, cheers and sympathy. Everyone was dearly awaiting December, as though something would happen then. The van soon became bustling with talks about December. The managers reacted sensitively to that. The van then headed to their next schedule. I can't believe you let me down. Kim Jae-hoon's distinct low voice rang across the plaza. The visitors, who never even imagined that they would be able to see Kim Jae-hoon at a theme park, all ran towards where the stage was in joy, as they suddenly got this rare opportunity to listen to Kim Jae-hoon in person. Kang-yoon was watching this from the side of the stage. He's definitely getting his former skills back. Looking at the notes from Kim Jae-hoon, Kang-yoon nodded in satisfaction. The more the people gathered, the better his voice seemed to be getting. One lady fan at the front seats had dreamy eyes as though she was enchanted by his voice. No, it wasn't just her. Many of the audience were in similar states. With Kim Jae-hoon showing off his skills, Kang-yoon also liked it. But at that time, his phone started ringing. President Yu from Rebirth is calling once an hour. It's somewhat off to block him. What do we do? It was a text message from Lee Hyunji. She asked since there might be some trouble if she blocked it, and that caused troubles for Kang-yoon. That Yu Min-sung fella, he's quite the disturbance everywhere. Kang-yoon immediately gave the word to block the number. Lee Hyunji had done enough facing off against that guy. She should have heard some vicious words, and she should have felt very frustrated as well. Kang-yoon also added that she should never call them back, whether personally or in business. When he messaged back, a reply came back immediately. What do we do if they come to find us? Call the police, of course. Wouldn't that make things worse? When Lee Hyun-ji was worried, Kang-yoon reassured her, saying that they will never come to their company. Lee Hyun-ji also seemed to have thought the same and finished the message there. Meanwhile, Kim Jae-hoon's song was reaching its peak as well. Kang-yoon thought to himself while looking at Kim Jae-hoon pushing himself with his voice. In the previous life, Yoo Min-sung was notorious for overseas gambling. He even got famous comedians and actors into this gambling scandal and was at the center of this whole thing. There was even a saying that you should go to Yoo Min-sung if you want to know about gambling in the entertainment industry. Kang-yoon remembered this incident very clearly. In his previous life, this was an incident that caused a massive uproar. It involved 3 famous actors as well as 2 well-known comedians. "'Cause you don't think." Kim Jae-hoon's voice kept coming out of the large speakers. It was now the ending parts of the song. Kang-yoon thought about how he should deal with President Yoo Min-sung as he watched Kim Jae-hoon leaving his immersion into the song. Right now, I don't know what the people involved in my previous life's gambling scandal are doing now. My first course of action should be to look into that. There are many things that changed as I returned to the past. I need to investigate this in detail. This is also a very sensitive topic, so I should ready myself well. Receiving the cheers from the audience, Kim Jae-hoon looked very happy. His figure, immersed in the song, was shining very brightly. His uniquely low, yet rising voice was leading the audience somewhere. However, would he be able to sing that well if he knew that his previous boss was causing trouble? President Yoo Min-sung should have known about this fact and intentionally did that interview to pressure both Kang-yoon and Kim Jae-hoon. Only a fool would be led by the nose. What is? Just as Kang-yoon organized his thoughts, Kim Jae-hoon exited the stage after the song. Kang-yoon nonchalantly received him. "Nothing. Well done. Is your condition okay?" "Not at all. I think we traveled long enough to circle the entire country 3 times. If it's too hard, then just say it to me. I'll loosen it up for you." When Kang-yoon offered him water, Kim Jae-hoon drank the whole thing in one go. Water was awesome for a fatigued body. Kang-yoon patted his shoulders, and they headed to the van. Even though he said that, Kim Jae-hoon had a smile on his face. Although he was currently digesting a tough schedule, it wasn't like he was continuously doing concerts. There were other schedules intermittently. Thanks to that, he was doing pretty well despite the schedule. After the concert, they were about to get in the van and leave when some lady fans approached and asked for autographs. When Kang-yoon asked Kim Jae-hoon's opinion, he kindly decided to autograph them. He even took a photo with them as well. Kang-yoon smiled in satisfaction, seeing that he was taking care of his fans despite the tough schedule. "Well, a veteran sure is different, alright. I'm still far. Rather than that, Hyung, I can really feel your experience. Did you say you were a manager for 7 years? It's really awesome going around with you, especially in concerts. I don't need to concern myself with anything." Kim Jae-hoon complimented Kang-yoon for his management skills. Although Kim Jae-hoon was a rather easygoing man normally, he became a sensitive perfectionist when it came to concerts. In that sense, Kang-yoon was supporting him flawlessly in everything. By himself too. "You overestimate me." Kang-yoon just laughed as always, and they left the theme park. The time was nearing evening rush hour. It would be foolish to take the main roads. Kang-yoon chose to take roads that people did not usually take. With the car going to roads some of which didn't even look like roads, Kim Jae-hoon had to hold tight. Although the driving wasn't rough, his head started spinning. "Ugh, we're almost there. Hold it in." No matter how well he cared for Kim Jae-hoon, it wasn't so easy to do that with bumpy roads. Easy music, visual music, these are what's becoming popular. The characteristics of visual music is that it's easy to follow, but people have to enjoy what they see on top of using melodies that are easy to remember. Following that, Park So-young was currently taking notes of things that the professor was speaking about at the front. Her notebook was already full of various colored ink. The lecture from the man that was just over his 40s was easy to follow and fun. "Let's stop here for today." The lecture ended. The students revitalized again after the tough lecture. Park So-young also stretched her arms as she stood up. Her skinny stomach peeked out between her t-shirt and jeans. "So-young, want to go for a round?" "Sorry, I have reports to do." "Oh well, Do hang out with us later. Park So-young refused the male senior's offer and headed to the library. She was very popular at college with her small figure, yet confident personality. Moreover, it wasn't like she boasted, so the girls didn't exactly hate her either. After eating a few pieces of bread for dinner, Park So-young headed to the library. She booked a seat in the study room and went upstairs to borrow some books and started writing her report. Due to the conservative mindset of the professor, she had to write the report by hand. Baroque or Rococo or whatever. After writing the report until her hands started hurting, she even confused a musical style with an architectural style. Although she had good concentration, she couldn't win against the pain in her hand and stood up. I'll rest for a bit, ugh. Park So-young left the study room and headed to the vending machine outside the library. She was about to insert a coin, but she slipped and the coin fell on the floor. Damn it. When she vented out her frustration, a couple nearby flinched and walked away. Not seeming to mind, Park So-young picked up the coin and bought a can of coffee. Do I have to stay up overnight? She was worried since the deadline was close, but then her phone started ringing. It was a foreign call, a 213 area code of a +1 country code. It was from America. There was only one place she would receive a phone call from in America. Is it Hyun? Oh, you know immediately now? Sure I do. How have you been doing? It was from her friend, Hyun. Park So-young's voice became much brighter hearing her friend's voice she hadn't heard for quite a long time. When Park So-young voiced her concerns about the expensive foreign calls, Hyun relieved her by saying that she had enough money for that. So, after graduation is a problem everywhere. It's hard to get a job nowadays, right? Hyun, you must have it good. You have your brother. You can make all the songs you want. There was faint envy contained in her voice. In Park So-young's perspective, Kang-yoon would be lenient with Hyun's songs since it was his sister's. However, the response she got completely broke that. Do you know how hard nagged me when I first sent him a song? At first, he told me to do it again after hearing just the intro. I was about to cry when he told me to do it again when he didn't even listen to the first verse. Well, Kang-yoon Appa might be the person to do that. A veteran like him should have been exposed to many kinds of songs. So-young, you should give my brother your song too. You can have him evaluate it. You're going the songwriter route, aren't you? Eek, my song. No way. How can I do that? Who knows, you might coincidentally make a great song. My brother doesn't consider reputation when it comes to work. Park So-young's face reddened when she heard that. This was very different from the time she let Kang-yoon listen to her song for her college entrance exam. What's more, she didn't have confidence in herself. Is she really at a level where she could show her work to others? Not seeming to mind, Hyun finished the call saying that it was time. If we talk more, the call would be too expensive. I'll call you later. Okay, have a great time there. Are you coming to Korea this year? I'm not sure. I should be able to go there at least once though. I guess I have to meet the members of the company. See you at that time then. Park So-young finished her call with her friend. Although this was an enjoyable call, every time they hung up, she felt rather bitter. How am I supposed to live on? She continued to compare herself against Hyun and worried about the future. Chapter 103. Hot Spring 4. President, you're here. Chief Yoon Sang-ho took a 90-degree bow towards President Yoo Min-sung. However, President Yoo Min-sung barely glanced at him and just went inside his room. When he went inside, Chief Yoon Sang-ho sighed deeply. What's up with him? He's probably out of money. He always visits when he has no money. A female employee, who was standing next to him, replied to his question. She also didn't seem to like the president of her company too much. Ah shit. I'll get called again, won't I? As soon as he finished his words, a loud shout was heard from the president's room. Chief Yoon. Chief Yoon. Chief Yoon Sang-ho was grumbling and stood up from his seat. It was evident that he was going to get scolded by him. Noticing this, the remaining employee looked at him with pity. When he entered the president's room, President Yoo Min-sung glared at him. How the hell are you doing your work? Sorry, sir? What are you? President Yoo Min-sung threw a set of papers at him. Although this happened every time he was in this room, every time it happened, his pride hit rock bottom. He only lowered his head. This was a tragedy for the breadwinner. Hey, you damned XXXX. Why is there no reaction from Kim Jae-hoon? Didn't you say that he'll come to me if I told the media about it? Why is it still so quiet? Speak if you have a mouth on your ugly face. You told me to do it, duh. Chief Yoon Sang-ho was flabbergasted. He already told the president that nothing would come out of mentioning Kim Jae-hoon with the media since the contract was already over. Moreover, World Entertainment was run by the ex-president of MG Entertainment, Lee Hyun-ji, as well as Lee Kang-yoon, who was also originally from MG. With this being the case, he proposed not to get involved with them as much as possible. However, it was President Yoo Min-sung who forced this through. Damn it, nothing's to my liking, whether it's inside or outside. While Chief Yoon Sang-ho became a sandbag for the president, a knock was suddenly heard. Can't you see that we're talking here? President Yoo Min-sung hated being disturbed the most and glared at the female employee that just came in. The female employee handed him an envelope while shaking. I'm sorry, B, but it's very important. I don't like it. Fuck off. The female employee deeply nodded her head and left the room. When she left, President Yoo Min-sung ripped the envelope roughly. There is something to investigate, so I'm asked to show up at the Gangnam police station? Huh? What he got was a summons. President Yoo Min-sung abruptly widened his eyes. This was surely the doing of that World Entertainment president. That's it, huh? You don't care about copyrights, huh? Seeing the unexpected summons paper in front of him, President Yoo Min-sung's rage shot up to the skies. Who the hell provoked this mad dog? Are you crazy? It wasn't easy to calm the enraging President Yoo Min-sung. Chief Yoon Sang-ho fell into deep thought. At the office, Lee Hyun-ji was taking a phone call while typing. Yes. Okay. So that guy was quite the tyrant even there. Lee Hyun-ji was a god of multitasking. Seeing that, Young Hae-jin looked at her with wonder. It doesn't matter how much time it takes. Negotiation? I'll do it if they wish to, but it looks like it's not happening from what I've heard from you. Okay. Thanks for your work. Lee Hyun-ji put down the phone after the call. Young Hae-jin approached her, curious about the contents of the call. Director, was that the police? Yes. Apparently, the suspect just came to shout all over the place before leaving. That's not good. Actually, it's the opposite. Young Hae-jin voiced her opinion in her words. What? Do you mean that person is innocent? That's not our true objective. Our aim is to psychologically pressure Yoo Min-sung. Psychological pressure? True aim. Young Hae-jin tilted her head. She didn't know what was going on. The suing wasn't the end of it. However, she had no way of knowing since Lee Hyun-ji didn't explain anymore. There. I won't be here tomorrow, so you'll have a lot of work to do. If you don't want to work overnight tomorrow, you should finish your work for today by today. Eek. I'm taking care of a lot of your work too, you know. Don't worry, you'll get proper payment. Do you have a boyfriend? I'll bury my bones in the company. Please don't poke me where it hurts. Young Hae-jin pouted. Although she was still young and active, she didn't have a lover yet. Normally, managers oversaw one group of entertainers. However, once there was a lack of people, they would have to cover for others as well. It was like that right now for manager Kim Dae-hoon. Do I take care of Jae-hoon Hyung instead of the president? Today? Yes. You won't be touching equipment like White Moonlight, so you don't need to worry too much. At the office, Kang-yoon was giving orders to manager Kim Dae-hoon. Since he had to come to work early, manager Kim Dae-hoon looked very tired. Last night's concert by White Moonlight ended late, and he had to wake up early today. It's fine since Jae-hoon isn't that picky normally. However, he'll become sensitive once he's on stage. Especially, Kang-yoon told many things to manager Kim Dae-hoon. He was writing down everything he could hear in case he missed something. This was his own know-how. Then, I'll be off. Kim Dae-hoon left, and Kang-yoon started his work. It was a rare office-based work. Although Lee Hyun-ji and Young Hae-jin were taking care of Kang-yoon's work in his stead, there were things they couldn't do, and he had to stay at the office and leave Kim Jae-hoon to Kim Dae-hoon. Kang-yoon wrote down things on his note and organized the things for the meeting at lunch. Hyun Min-wo, an actor. He's the only actor that couldn't return to the industry after the foreign country gambling incident happened. Although the amount was large, he had no backing like the others did. Well, it would be funny for a side character actor to have any backing. If a side character actor had a backing, then would he stay a side character? Kang-yoon laughed at that thought. He pondered about how to persuade Hyun Min-wo to turn him into a weapon against President Yoo Min-sung. It would be good if there was a photo. I guess I can't help it. If he had evidence, then he would be able to do this for sure. Kang-yoon found it a pity that he didn't. However, there were other ways. It is clear that Hyun Min-wo person is easily scared, and I'm pretty sure given the situation, If he scheduled a meeting with me with just a single text message, then I'm pretty sure I'm onto something. Kang-yoon had sent an email to Hyun Minwo. He did not mention the word gambling. He only implied that Hyun Minwo did something with President Yoo Min-sung. And when he sent that message, he got the reply pretty much immediately. It was to schedule a meeting. There was no way he would reply in that tone if he was truly innocent. Kang-yoon was sure that he was onto something. It became lunchtime and Kang-yoon headed to a Korean restaurant in Gangnam, where they scheduled to meet. When he told the employee that the reservation was under the name Hyun Minwo, the employee guided him right away. "Hello, I am Hyun Minwo. Lee Kang-yoon." Hyun Minwo had not brought anyone with him there, including his manager. He sighed in relief after seeing that Kang-yoon hadn't brought anyone with him either. The food came out soon, but only after a long time did he start speaking. "Pho, thank you for your email. To tell you the conclusion, I'm not involved with President Yoo Min-sung in any way." Kang-yoon thought that it had finally begun. "So that seems to be the case." "Yes, I only met them a few times due to his introduction. It's just that much." "Okay. But I don't think you should have had to explain so much to me when it's only our first meeting." When Kang-yoon carefully said that, Hyun Minwo flinched. However, he soon calmly spoke. Haha, I only replied to the contents of your email. You could have replied through the email too, and you brought me to such a nice place. I'm only thankful." Haha. Hyun Minwo's face turned bright red. Kang-yoon wasn't speaking in a teasing tone. He was unable to see what Kang-yoon was thinking. He felt as though he became ahead of himself and scheduled this meeting. Moreover, he had failed in keeping his poker face as well. No one would say he was an actor. Kang-yoon was at ease while eating. However, Hyun Minwo was unable to lift his cutlery even in front of this amazing range of food in front of him. "Please eat." "And no, I'm not feeling well nowadays." Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders and ate various things. When his chopsticks grabbed many of the side dishes, the food disappeared fast. Although Kang-yoon didn't eat that much usually, he ate more than usual today. "You." Hyun Minwo's clenched fist trembled. It was no wonder since Kang-yoon was eating all that expensive food while he wasn't eating any. Kang-yoon didn't seem to mind him and only ate away deliciously at the food. The meal ended, and the desserts came out, but Kang-yoon did not bring up the topic. But Hyun Minwo couldn't ask what business he had with him. Just what is he thinking? Nowadays, there were many things that made him flinch. He was especially sensitive to the words Yoo Min-sung. He was unable to see whether Kang-yoon knew about this incident or not, or whether he was teasing him since he knew too well about it. Ha 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 ha. So Min Jin-seo did that. Yes. She was so frightening, even though she's calm usually. You should have seen her eyes at that time. However, unlike his uncomfortable heart, the mood was quite bright. Kang-yoon made him relax talking about Min Jin-seo. As an actress, she was a familiar topic to an actor like Hyun Minwo. She had debuted as a child actress, and later became a successful adult, and she was now a well-known actress in China. She was a dreamlike existence for actors. After dessert, Kang-yoon said that it was time and was about to get up. So it's a failure? Although he acted like it was nothing on the outside, he was actually very nervous on the inside. If this failed, he would have to approach another actor or singer related to Yoo Min-sung. Since he also had to manage Kim Jae-hoon's schedule, he wanted to avoid wasting time like this as much as possible. It was just as he was about to leave through the front door. Wait. Someone called him from behind. Is there anything? I apologize, but can I take 10 minutes of your time? Kang-yoon inwardly rejoiced. He waited 2 hours for these 10 minutes. Of course, he was okay with it. When he sat back down, Hyun Minwo carefully brought up the topic. Did you mention Yoo Min-sung? I did. Pho, can I smoke a little? When Kang-yoon gave the okay, Hyun Minwo lit up his cigar. He started to speak in a serious expression. Before I start, I want to ask what your objective is. That is, why you want to hear about Yoo Min-sung from me. I mean, the reason you sent your email. Kang-yoon felt that this was the critical moment. He sat upright and met eyes with Hyun Minwo. It was time he got honest. I wish to liberate Jae-hoon from him. Jae-hoon, you say? Oh, Kim Jae-hoon. It makes sense now. He received the most damage from that Yoo Min-sung. Then, you must be the president of Kim Jae-hoon's new company. I am indeed. Kang-yoon then introduced himself properly. Hyun Minwo nodded as though he understood everything. Now I get it. Well, if you are the president of the place Kim Jae-hoon belongs to now, you must find Yoo Min-sung's harassments unacceptable. He must have dragged some weird contract clauses and threatened Kim Jae-hoon. It was rather unpleasant that he called one of my employees to threaten us. He felt like a man crazy for money. Hyun Minwo put the cigar light out. His hands looked rough. Yes, he is indeed a man crazy for money. However, he's quick-witted and sneaky and always escapes the law through loopholes. He likes overseas gambling so much that he's even got a debt, and yet he still uses the slot machine like he's some lunatic. Gambling, it finally came out. Kang-yoon shook his head. It looked as though this Yu Min-sung guy's attitude was the same just about anywhere. Gambling addiction ruins an entire family, sooner or later. I also lost a lot of money being with him. I tried to return to my everyday life after coming to myself, but he wouldn't let me go. He even ripped some money off me with threats, and I could only endure and accept his threats. Maybe I am an entertainer after all. Kang-yoon sighed. He felt a deep pain coming out of Hyun Minwo's shaking body. You were trying to make Yu Min-sung that dude never step on this industry again, yes? Yes, Kang-yoon declared. Then, Hyun Minwo laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Very well. I shall gladly help. What can I do for you? You must turn yourself in. Hyun Minwo's expression turned grim in an instant. However, Kang-yoon's words hadn't ended yet. Defamation is unavoidable. You will have to give up going on TV for quite a while. However, fortunately, you are in your rest period. Considering 2-3 months of repentance, it will overlap with your resting period. Moreover, it's turning yourself in. You can make the image that you are truly repenting. If you market this well, then you will be able to make yourself look even better than before. Ugh. Hyun Minwo seriously fell into thought when Kang-yoon said that. Turning himself in? This was about an entertainer gambling in a foreign country. He had to consider his image losses. However, if he thought about it, the time for repentance was quite short, and with the fact that he is truly repenting, he may be able to rise even higher with proper marketing. Kang-yoon's words weren't entirely nonsense. However, he still asked Kang-yoon in hesitation. Let's say I turn myself in. What do you get from it? This was a difficult question, but Kang-yoon answered it immediately. We'll regain what is rightfully ours. Hyun Minwo tilted his head, but Kang-yoon only smiled. After thinking about it for a long while, Hyun Minwo accepted Kang-yoon's proposal. The next morning at 10 a.m., Hyun Minwo headed to a police station. Thud! An enormous noise rang out inside the president's room. The sturdy desk was dented due to the strength. What? Hyun Minwo, he turned himself in. President Yu Min-sung shouted inside the empty president's room. Looking at the internet, the most searched words in the past 24 hours was Hyun Minwo, while the second was foreign gambling. Is that guy fucking crazy? Are you trying to leave this field? Are you never going to come back? Are you even sane? He was getting as angry as he could get, but his heart was the opposite. It was shrinking. He only sat down on the sofa only after he swiped his desk clean in frustration. Crazy, everyone's just not right in their minds. Damn it. The company was practically halted to a standstill due to the president's roaring. The employees working just outside the president's room all had gloomy faces. At that time, President Yu Min-sung's phone started running. It was an unknown number. Hello. Is this President Yu Min-sung? Who is this? I am Lee Kang-yoon. I'm calling because I wish to meet you. President Yu Min-sung's eyes trembled after listening to those words. Chapter 104. Hot Spring 5. I'm not sure if we have a reason to meet. President Yu Min-sung replied calmly, hiding his restlessness in his heart. They say bad things come in waves, and this seemed to be exactly like that. He had become very sensitive since Hyun Minwo had turned himself in, since his own gambling history might get leaked, but the one who sued him had called him now. He didn't feel that good. Regardless, his conversation opponent spoke calmly as well. Perhaps, since we had some disagreements with each other. However, if you change your thinking slightly, we might need something from each other. I don't need anything from the likes of Hyun Minwo, as well as money. President Yu Min-sung became speechless since the words were spot on. When he became silent, Kang-yoon continued to speak. I'll be there in 2 hours. If you don't need it, well, I might be out, but if you don't mind waiting, then sure. President Yu Min-sung's eyes sparkled hearing the word money. However, he couldn't show that he was thirsting for money. Since the opponent was the one coming to him, it was very likely that the other side wanted something as well. Well, then see you in a bit. The call ended. President Yu Min-sung snorted at his phone. Humph. Looks like he's in quite the hurry, saying that he'll come here himself. Let's see what trash talk he's got. Snorting, President Yu Min-sung leisurely cleaned up his office. 2 hours later, Kang-yoon had arrived at Rebirth Entertainment. Guided by a female staff, he was led to the president's office. Inside, President Yu Min-sung was waiting for him there, with a proud posture. Welcome. President Yu Min-sung gestured Kang-yoon to sit wherever he liked. Although his actions were quite rude, Kang-yoon's expression did not change at all. Instead, the female staff looked ashamed and gave Kang-yoon a cup of coffee. Thanks. The female staff was very astounded to see Kang-yoon so calm despite her own boss's rudeness. She thought that he may be on the losing end of this matter, but it didn't look like that from his attitude. In her curiosity, she put her ears against the door after leaving the room in order to listen to what they were talking about. Next to her was another male employee. Regardless, the main topic began inside the president's office. I was wondering if I would be able to see you at all after your haughty attitude. Since we're in an uncomfortable relationship, let me get straight to the point. I have something you want, and you have something I want. I wish to trade the two. Oh ho, something you want, and you have something I want. As I told you 2 hours ago, I can give you money. Kang-yoon took out a small box of canned drinks. It was a small box enough to contain 10 cans. President Yu Min-sung snorted at that. What would that be? Just as President Yu Min-sung was about to stand up to leave, Kang-yoon silently opened the box. Inside the box were not a series of drinks, but stashes of 50,000 won bills. 50,000 KRW is about $50. Whoa, it's a little over 50 million won, $50,000. I'll hand it to you. President Yu Min-sung's eyes sparkled when he heard those words. This was 50 million won. There was no way he was going to get this for free. However, 50 million was still very tempting. He's getting riled up. Kang-yoon secretly smirked, seeing that President Yu Min-sung's eyes were being colored with greed. President Yu Min-sung looked as though he was hesitating for a long time. After cutting them all, he asked Kang-yoon, "You aren't going to give this to me for free. So what is it that you want?" "I'll get straight to the point. I asked for the copyrights to Kim Jae-hoon's songs." Hearing that, President Yu Min-sung became very angry. What? Copyrights? With such a small amount of moan? Get the hell out of here. President Yu Min-sung's voice rang across the whole office. However, Kang-yoon calmly talked back. Due to their characteristics, copyrights only give you a large sum of money in one go. In the case of Kim Jae-hoon, the rights to his songs should be quite high compared to other singers, but the number of people looking for his songs decreased during the past few years due to his blank. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that the income from his copyrights should be decreasing. Am I wrong? That's Kang-yoon's words weren't wrong. President Yu Min-sung suppressed his anger. However, he still shook his head as though he was worried about something. Phew, copyrights, you say? But Kim Jae-hoon's copyrights aren't that cheap. President Yu Min-sung's eyes sparkled again. He practically said, "You got no more money?" Kang-yoon immediately understood the implications. Now then, the real deal began. How about 70 million? It's a little low, but well, I'll take it. President Yu Min-sung answered nonchalantly, but he was actually rejoicing on the inside. He got his hands on a large sum of money from something he practically gained for free. This was the best trade of his lifetime. Seeing him excited, Kang-yoon spoke. "Since we're at it, I wish to create the contract right away." "That's good with me. Right away. I'll talk to my employees to cancel all the lawsuits. Let us meet in better situations in the future." "Ha. Looks like I've made a mistake. I did not imagine that you were so easy to talk to." President Yu Min-sung reached out his hand towards Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon laughingly reached out to grab that hand. "Let us do better in the future." Ha. Me too. And don't tell anything to Kim Jae-hoon. Isn't that obvious? We're of the same kind. President Yu Min-sung made a sneaky smile as though he knew everything. Kang-yoon also smiled, but inside, he detested the guy. From his attitude, he was convinced that this company wouldn't last long. After that, Kang-yoon handed over the money after signing the copyright transference contract. With that, the rights to all of Kim Jae-hoon's songs now belonged to World Entertainment. Kim Jae-hoon was spending a spring that was hotter than anyone. Going to get his hair done in early mornings was natural, and he was enduring a giant tsunami of TV program recordings and other events. "Hyung, are you really okay?" It become endurable once you get used to it. Are you sure you're human? Manager Kim Dae-hoon, who spent his time looking after Kim Jae-hoon and Kang-yoon, stead experienced a weird event of his two cheeks becoming hollowed. Leaving for work under the stars, and leaving work under the stars became his life now. However, Kim Jae-hoon was very satisfied with this kind of busy life. His body may have it hard, but he liked the fact that he could go on stage again, walking next to you on the plains. Wah! Cheering. Achieving the feat of singing 4 more songs as service after his arranged 4 at a countryside art hall event, he rose as the new king of events. While he spent his busy month of May, Kim Jae-hoon suddenly received a summon from his company. He had a very nice reunion with the members at the company, then sat down together with Kang-yoon. From the looks of it, Kang-yoon's eyes had become strangely dark. "President, are you hurt? I stayed up last night for your songs." "Oh yeah? That's right. Sheesh. Anyway, I called you here since I had something to talk about." Kang-yoon handed him a few sets of documents. Kim Jae-hoon accepted the documents and soon smiled very brightly. This? You got my copyrights back? To be precise, I didn't get them, but I bought them. With enough time, I may have been able to save some money, but you would have had it harder. I thought that it would be better to give him some more money and be done with it. President. Kim Jae-hoon was truly touched. His voice even sounded tearly. Kang-yoon shook his hand, saying that it was all right. "Now you really belong to world now, Jae-hoon. You're right. I'll never make you regret your investment in me." "Yeah, please." Kang-yoon patted Kim Jae-hoon's shoulders. Kim Jae-hoon's eyes were sparkling in determination as he nodded. Park So-young picked up her guitar after a long time. During the past few years, she had the excuse of studying to rarely pick up her guitar at all. However, she suddenly wanted to hear the clear sounds of her guitar today. The night of starlight. Aya. With her guitar in hand, she opened up a random page of a thick book and played them randomly. Inside the tightly closed room, her guitar sounds rang out. Her voice, as well as the sounds of her guitar, filled her room and made her ears joyful. However, the joy only lasted briefly. With an unpleasant sound, the thinnest string of her guitar snapped. "Oh, Murphy's Law, was it?" Park So-young frowned. She didn't have a spare string either. In the end, she threw her guitar onto her bed and lied down. "Nothing is to my liking." She sighed deeply. Graduation and her future made her head complex. How good would it be if she only had one thing to think about, like entering college? She even thought of such nonsensical things. "So-young, you should try giving your songs to my brother too." At that moment, Hyun's advice suddenly came up in her head. Her songs, now that I think about it, Kang-yoon Appa's help was big even when I was preparing to enter college. Now that she thought about it, she never even thought about Kang-yoon, even though it would be practically impossible for her to enter such a prestigious university without his help. Park So-young jumped up from her bed. "Should I try?" She stood up from her seat and took out a notebook with blank music scores in it. Then, she picked up her guitar again. "Oh yeah, the string." However, she shook her head after seeing the snapped string and left her room. It was to buy a new one. Entertainer Hyun Min-woo, prosecuted for foreign gambling. Actor Hyun Min-woo, age 38, was prosecuted for foreign gambling. Mr. Hyun had gambled and lost hundreds of millions to billions of won, up to $1 million in countries such as the Philippines, Macau, and the US. Omitted. The police are investigating further, looking for accomplices in this matter. Quick news, Rising Phoenix. Journalist Lee Chong-yeon. "Looks like this won't end small," sighed Lee Hyun-ji while looking at the news article on her monitor. Hyun Min-woo was quite a successful actor. With such a person causing an uproar, the online communities would stay bustling for quite a few days. But he'll make it back. He turned himself in after all. Although he might get some insults at the beginning, it should change later. I imagine you persuaded him the same way. That's right. Thanks to that, I was able to pressure President Yoo Min-sung. He's a rather thankful guy. Looks like we helped each other. We prepared a trigger to get copyrights back from that guy, while Hyun Min-woo was liberated from Yoo Min-sung's threats. People should live a kind life. Hyun Min-woo prepared the stage well. Though, if you think about it, this means that his resentment towards Yoo Min-sung was quite big. In any case, Hyun Min-woo should have been threatened quite badly by that Yoo Min-sung guy. On top of that, the loss of sense of judgment due to gambling addiction gave us even more room to work with. We got Kim Jae-hoon's copyrights for such a cheap price. Kang-yoon sighed in absurdity. He would never use the same tactic again. Lee Hyun-ji was on his side, though. It's his own fault. You set up the stage well. Thanks to that, we were able to toy with that Yu Min-sung easily. Actually, if your position was team leader like in the past, this place would have been on fire. Otherwise, we would have had to fight for ages in court to get them back. We are short on money, so it would have been hard to hire a proper lawyer. In any case, all's well that ends well. That's fortunate. Now that one big matter was over, Kang-yoon stood up from his seat feeling refreshed. Now, he didn't have to concern himself with legal stuff and could concentrate solely on songs. Kang-yoon was relieved with just that. Just as Kang-yoon was immersed in work, Young Hae-jin spoke to him. President, someone called Jae-han is here. He asked if you're present. Jae-han? Oh, him. A foreign Korean resident he met back in Korea 1 star. Kang-yoon was quite surprised by this call. What is it about? Apparently, he got selected for the top 3 this round. And that's why he's here to thank you. Really? Kang-yoon accepted. When asked when he would come, Jae-han replied that he would come within the next hour. Kang-yoon said okay and asked Young Hae-jin to clean the office. Not long after, Jae-han entered World Entertainment. Led by Young Hae-jin, he entered the president's office. Welcome. It's been a while. Hello, composer. Jae-han's expression was very bright. It looked as though he had become more handsome after overcoming the crisis of being dropped out. Kang-yoon also felt very good seeing him doing well. Jae-han first handed him a set of tickets for Korea 1 star. Although the program didn't have reserved seats, the ticket was for VIPs at the front row. I've prepared enough. Come over and enjoy with your company. Kang-yoon was flabbergasted. These tickets were incredibly hard to get on the internet. Kang-yoon decided to give the tickets back, but Jae-han became serious and shook his head. How much do you think you did for me, composer? Actually, I wanted to work with you again this time, but the rules of the last round states that it has to be done with the minter, so I couldn't help it. Maybe there's a next time, but I still wonder if I should accept these. Without you, I would have never come to the finals. Please don't feel bad accepting them. Kang-yoon hesitated a little before accepting the tickets. Looking at the date, all the members of his company would be able to participate if he rescheduled Kim Jae-hoon's events. Jae-han's voice was very excited. Kang-yoon listened to his story about the stages in eagerness. Perhaps it may have sounded like a teenage boy's trivial story, but Kang-yoon didn't miss any of it. Jae-han also seemed to have noticed that and was very humble. After a long time, Jae-han stood up. Well, then composer. I'll be on my way. Be careful on your way back. Kang-yoon saw Jae-han out. Waving his hand, Jae-han spoke. Please write me a song when I get an official album out. Ha ha ha, sure. You promised. You did. Jae-han left the company after saying that multiples of times. Well then, should I get our schedules ready? Kang-yoon walked back inside his office with slow steps. This was a very good opportunity to let everyone experience what the TV program industry looked like. Thinking about what he needed to do, Kang-yoon headed inside. Chapter 105. On the stage. Returning to his office, Kang-yoon told Young Hae-jin to gather everyone practicing to the studio. Kang-yoon also headed to the studio along with Lee Hyun-ji. 10 minutes later, with the exception of Kim Jae-hoon, as well as manager Kim Dae-hoon who was with him, everyone else gathered up at the studio. Professor Choi Chan-young, who was looking after Kim Jimin's vocal training, was there as well. Professor, you can be at ease, said Kang-yoon to Choi Chan-young, who was about to get off his seat. He stood next to Kim Jimin with an awkward smile. Actually, he was curious as well about how an entertainment company runs. He participated in this meeting just in case this may become of help in his future classes. Why are we all gathered up here? If you don't know, why do you expect me to know? You're no fun. Kim Jin-dae replied jokingly to Lee Chai's question, but was ignored instead. This was the first time everyone in the company gathered after the time Kim Jae-hoon entered the company. Everyone was nervous because they might hear something heavy, while Kang-yoon took out the tickets that Jae-han gave him. I gathered you all up here to show you these. Lee Hyuna accepted them from Kang-yoon. Korea 1 star? Special seats? There are special seats for that thing. Not just her, everyone else of White Moonlight was shocked. This was an invitation, and there was seating as well. Since Korea 1 star was open to the general public, the tickets were enough to shock them all. Lee Hyun-ji added. Jae-han gave those to the president in appreciation. Viewing a large stage should be of help and rest to everyone. So you're gathered here to reschedule your timelines. Ooh, Everyone understood then. Everyone else other than White Moonlight didn't even have to reschedule anything. Kang-yoon spoke while looking at White Moonlight's schedule. Let's skip this Friday's concert. We might have to pay a little bit of cancellation fee, but it's better than missing something like this. When Kang-yoon said that, Lee Hyun-ah replied, we don't have to pay the cancellation fee if another band takes our place. Shall I look into it? Oh yeah, you're right. Then, can you take care of that? Leave it to me. 8 p.m. spot, right? Yup. You guys will be short on time if you do the concert. Just take it as a day off. Okay. They might be able to proceed with the concert if they pushed it, but Kang-yoon didn't do that. This was different to Kim Jae-hoon's circumstances. But then, Kim Jimin asked as though she had thought of something. Sir, what of Jae-hoon Appa then? I looked at his schedule, and he's going to be nearby at that time. I think I'll just tell him to come. Just as Kim Jimin was about to ask something else, Lee Hyun-ah patted and rubbed on her head. Wow, pretty. Looking after your Appa now. Ah, hey. Everyone burst into laughter seeing the two act like sisters. These days, the entertainment industry was a hot potato. Waves of disturbance arose from actor Hyun Min-wo's foreign gambling incident, while President Yoo Min-sung was living very discomfortably every day. Goddamn-ite. No object was safe inside the president's room at his company. The workers there all bit their lips in terror. Vice Chief, I might get a heart attack at this rate. Ms. Ihan, I understand what you mean, but I apologize. I think I'll quit the company after today. The female employee couldn't win against her boss's madness and ended up resigning. She poured out insults as she left. Regardless, the president's office was still full of loud voices. Phew, I should quit soon too. Just as the female employee left, the door suddenly burst open and two men entered. The two just showed their identification and asked, We're from Gangnam Police Station. Are you perhaps Mr. Yoo Min-sung? He gulped. Then he pointed towards the president's office, where sounds of things breaking could be heard frequently. The two men entered the room without saying anything. Who the hell are you two? Huh? The male employee quietly packed his stuff. He judged that there was nothing left here for him. She was right. Screw salary. Staying at a shitty company like this was sheer stupidity. Hey, where are you all? Get these guys off me. Hey, shouted President Yoo Min-sung as he was dragged away, but there was no one left there to listen to him. Everyone at World Entertainment got on a van in order to go watch the final stage of Korea 1 Star. Kim Jin-dae spoke when Kang-yoon naturally got on the driver's seat. President, I'll be the one to drive. It's fine. Where do you see a president making their entertainer drive? But you're the president. I said it's fine. Get on. Kang-yoon turned on the car saying that he was fine. Lee Hyun-ji got on the assistant's seat, while the back seats were filled with the entertainers of the company, Young Hae-jin and Professor Choi Han-young. There were almost no empty seats at all. Still quite small, I see. Spoke Lee Hyun-ji while looking through the rearview mirror. She still found the company rather disappointing in terms of scale. However, Kang-yoon consoled her. The scale will get big soon. What's important is the infrastructure. That's true. With everyone excited, the car departed. It had been a long time since everyone had gathered up together, so the van was filled with chatter. Kim Jimin and Lee Hyun-ah were especially talkative. Kim Jimin asked Lee Hyun-ah a lot about musical stuff, and Lee Hyun-ah did her best to tell her what she could. At the front, Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji were discussing about what to do in the future. Lee Hyun-ji spoke while looking at the timeline on her phone. Looks like we'll get our concert hall earlier than we think thanks to Jae-hoon's efforts. About 2 months, right? If we push it, then even earlier is fine. There's a good place out right now. I'm considering paying the contract fee, so have a look at it later. Got it. The venue for the final stage of Korea 1 Star was about 30 minutes away by car. Since they received invitations, parking was not hard. Kang-yoon and company parked at a place where celebrity vans didn't enter via the front door, but they went through the back door which were used by organizers and entertainers. Wow! Kim Jimin's jaws dropped at the enormous scale. This stage was probably enough to host 10,000 people at minimum. White Moonlight was the same in their shock. Kang-yoon led everyone and sat at the front where the special seats were. Not long later, Kim Jae-hoon and manager Kim Dae-hoon arrived as well. As though it was timed, the other seats started being filled as well. Time passed like that until the lights lighting the seats darkened and the stage lights turned on. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final stage of Korea 1 Star. Cheering. The cheering of 10,000 people was a scene in itself. Wow. Kim Jimin felt electrified even though the cheers weren't directed at her. As expected of the final stage, all the stages were splendid. Although this was the final stage, there were consolation stages for those who dropped out earlier, as well as from the judges. So cool. Kim Jimin enjoyed what she saw. She found it very fun to watch the stages while whispering with Lee Hyun-ah next to her. After all that, the finals for Korea 1-star finally began. Let us finally meet the strongest competitor who rose from first on the dropout list to the top of the lineup. Everyone's favorite, the magical voice from the US. JHAN. Cheering. Enormous cheers erupted just for one person. This was incomparable to what other people received before this stage. Kim Jimin's heart thumped. She naturally knew that this was not directed at her, but her heart was jumping anyway. If only I could be there. It was such a pity. If she didn't drop out, but was picked, she could have been the character on that stage. She gripped her fist subconsciously. A charming voice tickled her ears, but she couldn't listen to it closely. I loved you, but you. I loved you, audience. Regardless of what she felt, the rest of the audience sang along with the magical voice and became one. The famals of world entertainment had all become one with the audience. He's good. Tell me about it. Both Lee Hyun-ji and Kang-yoon praised the stage. Kim Jae-hoon also praised, though they didn't scream like the rest of the audience. Perhaps this was a part of their job. The band members of White Moonlight were all excited and promised to get signatures later, though Lee Cha-hee shut them all down, saying that it bothered her. After the song, the judges were full of compliments, say nothing of the scores. As expected of the finals, the scores were above the top. The following stages were the same. They couldn't be called amateur singers anymore. If only I could be on that stage. Kim Jimin's eyes were on fire as she watched them. And the winner is Jae-han. Along with a loud fanfare, Jae-han was congratulated as the winner by the other competitors. His eyes were full of tears. While everyone cheered in congratulation, he had a hard time grabbing the microphone due to the sudden surge in emotion. Oh, thanks everyone. After that, Jae-han couldn't continue easily. This was his victory, and now that he achieved it, he felt as though power drained from his feet. The presenter urged him on, while the rest of the audience consoled him. Only then did he calm down. He was able to grab the microphone again. First, I thank my. Talking about the people he met on his journey here, as well as his parents, he wiped the tears on his face. He couldn't talk easily as though his heart was still jumping. When he dragged on for too long, the presenter was about to cut him off. At that time, he suddenly thought of something and quickly added, "Oh yeah, a very important person. The composer that enabled me to take victory. Composer Lee Kang-yoon. You're the best. Oh yeah, I love you. Thanks so much." At those words, the members of World Entertainment all took a glance at Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon blinked several times in embarrassment. Huh. Oh ho. The one who spoke first was Lee Hyun-ah. I knew that your songs were good, but it feels different hearing that from another person. Fufu. Kim Jae-hoon wasn't that much different to Lee Hyun-ah. He knew that Kang-yoon's songs were good from working with him, but now that other people approved of him as well, his eyes changed. I knew it. I wasn't wrong about him. For singers, the desire for good songs was beyond imagination. They all looked at Kang-yoon with burning eyes. Kang-yoon scratched his cheek in awkwardness. I guess I got free PR. He was thankful for Jae-han, who practically advertised him for free. After the stage, Kang-yoon headed to Jae-han's waiting room with Kim Jimin. This was because Kim Jimin requested Kang-yoon that she wanted to meet with Jae-han. Composer. As soon as Kang-yoon entered, Jae-han gave Kang-yoon a big hug. Kang-yoon patted Jae's back. Well done. It's all thanks to you. I really mean it. Jae-han's voice was still excited as though his excitement hadn't calmed down. Kang-yoon explained that a trainee at his company wanted to see him. Jae-han said okay and told Kim Jimin to sit down. Kim Jimin asked him a lot of things as though she was curious about a lot of things. Although she was usually quiet, she was unstoppable once she was into something. Despite that, Jae-han replied every single question without becoming impatient. Listening to their conversation, Kang-yoon took out his phone. That should have been all live. Would I get more work? I don't think I'll be able to digest all of that. Should I get a support? Just as Kang-yoon was hesitating, Kim Jimin asked Jae-han about what he did in preparation for the final stage. As expected of a girl full of curiosity, She didn't stop asking. Kang-yoon cut her off at a suitable point and stood up. Jimin, let's go. Sorry, but everyone's waiting outside. Oh, yes. Kim Jimin pouted. However, Kang-yoon was merciless. Jae-han should be tired after the stage, and it was still amazing that he gave her this amount of time. I'm fine. No, let us meet again later. I'll ask you for a song when I release an album later, okay? Kang-yoon nodded and left the waiting room. Kim Jimin was silent as she left. As though in deep thought, she didn't have any expression on her face as well. Follow me. Kang-yoon didn't lead her outside, but inside. Kim Jimin thought that she was about to get scolded for her actions and followed Kang-yoon with drooped shoulders. However, the place Kang-yoon headed was the hall where the stage was being dismantled. Go up there. Sorry, I said, try going up there. Kim Jimin walked up the stage per Kang-yoon's words, leaving people busy with dismantling behind her back. She looked at Kang-yoon. Look at the audience seats. How is it? It's wide. And there's a lot too. This was a hall that could hold 10,000 people. Of course it was wide. Today, these people all came here to watch the finals of Korea 1 Star. Such a number of people spent their own time and money to come watch the stage. Yes, there were a lot of people, all cheering. Kim Jimin looked down at Kang-yoon quite calmly. Kang-yoon watched her with observant eyes. Be honest me. You were quite envious today, weren't you? Yes. You were jealous, weren't you? Kim Jimin bit her lips since Kang-yoon asked such an obvious question. She couldn't possibly say that she was jealous of the people who were on stage today. The reason she asked Kang-yoon if she could meet Jae-han was also because she wanted to know what kind of people got to stand on such a stage. As though he knew what she was thinking, Kang-yoon calmly spoke. It's natural for a singer to aspire for such a large stage. The number of audience is the power of a singer. I wish you could become a singer that could host such a number of people as audience without much effort. And I intend to make you one. It's not that I don't know how you feel. You must be jealous. Jealousy may motivate you, but it may also ruin you. After all, it makes people overdo things. The things you are learning and doing right now are definitely not basic things. No, I dare say that trainees at other companies don't get learning opportunities like you do. Kim Jimin gulped at Kang-yoon's words that contained his conviction. Until now, he never told her something like this. Even when he got her a house for her and her grandmother to live in. His words were without exaggeration. I am preparing all that I can in order to make the trainee Kim Jimin a top-tier singer. You are doing well right now. I want you to be not shaken by other things. After saying that, Kang-yoon left on his own. He implied her to clear up her thoughts before she followed. At that time, Kim Jimin spoke. I'm definitely not unsatisfied with my current curriculum. It's just, I was envious. How could I possibly resent you? You're my savior. It looks like I was in a hurry. I'm sorry. No, you can be in a hurry. It looks like seeing other stages do help a lot, making you think about things like that. Looks like you aren't an easy one either, eh? Thinking about a 10,000 people stage already. Kang-yoon laughed. Normally, seeing a singer that could host such a large amount of people would terrorize a trainee, not provoke one. Jealousy was something for people in a similar situation. Kang-yoon didn't think about this too badly. When it seemed that Kim Jimin's thoughts were about cleared up, Kang-yoon lead her out. Well then, looks like we made people waiting. Shall we go? Yes. Kang-yoon lead the way out. Kim Jimin followed suit. 10,000 people? I'll definitely do it. On my own. Leaving the hall, Kim Jimin had a look back at the stage. Imagining such a large amount of people gathering solely to watch her, she felt excited already. Hey, wait for me. Though, she had to run in order to catch up to Kang-yoon. Chapter 106. Ease is power. It's not bad, said Professor Choi Chan-young as he praised the song that Park So-young brought him. The feel of the song, accompanied by a piano, was pretty good. Park So-young finally calmed down her nervousness with a sigh. Phew, that's good. I thought about Hyuna Uni as I wrote this. Is it really okay? I think it will suit her well. The bass line is especially good, but the chord progression is a little. Professor Choi Chan-young pointed out a part played by the electric guitar. Although the bass line was good, the electric guitar part was too showy and suggested her to edit it slightly. Park So-young understood what he meant and nodded. I understand. Thank you for your guidance. Okay, come again anytime if you need any help. Oh yes, now that I think about it, can I submit this to somewhere other than my graduation exam? Another place? Where? When he asked, Park So-young replied after a little bit of hesitation. I thought of taking this to Kang-yoon Appa. You want to sell your song to him? Professor Choi Chan-young became very curious. He even had a slight smile on his face. That would be good, but actually no. Who would buy my song? I shouldn't have said that. Sorry. She thought that she said something rude since Professor Choi Chan-young was always so nice. She shook her head and turned around to leave. Just then, Professor Choi Chan-young kindly spoke. You're afraid of being judged. Oh, bullseye. Professor Choi Chan-young added. But if it's him, he should be able to tell you what level your composition is at. If I were you, I would prioritize showing my work to him rather than the graduation exam. Being examined within college is like judging the sky from the bottom of a well. Moreover, Mr. Kang-yoon has a good eye for these kind of things. Park So-young did not reply and left after a greeting. Being judged, huh? The bottom of the well contrast did not leave Park So-young's head for a long time. Her hesitations continued into her classes as well. Spring shoe is warm, usually. However, to Kim Jae-hoon, his spring this year was hotter than anyone. Phew. I guess I'll say goodbye to this hellish schedule for a while after today. Inside the car with Kang-yoon, Kim Jae-hoon ended up laying down on the seat as he muttered. That's right. Thanks for all your hard effort, earning all that contract feedback for us. I never imagined I would have earned 1.5 billion won, about 1.5 million US dollars, all in 1 month. Didn't I tell you that you'll experience hell? Kim Jae-hoon now had a headache from all those hellish events. He practically visited every place in the country, Jeju Island, Land's End, and even the front lines where North Korea could be seen. Kang-yoon did not leave any one of them out. What was even more frightening was his driving skills. His awesome skills lead Kim Jae-hoon not being late to schedule even once. Kim Jae-hoon gulped down a bottle of water that was on the back seat. But it looks like I'll say goodbye to events for a while. This is rather sad on its own. Ha ha ha. That's how people are. What? I could get you some more if you want to. I'll have to decline. I'm no robot. Rather than that, I want to record the song I heard at the house quickly. Okay. But the release date will be scheduled along with the concert hall date. Keep that in mind. Got it. Now that he was liberated of all of his burdens, Kim Jae-hoon's expression was very bright. He could not focus on singing without any debt or burden to his heart. Arriving at an event venue in Daejeon, Kim Jae-hoon immediately went on stage after preparing himself. The staff there all had sparkly eyes as they knew that he was coming. Although Kim Jae-hoon was the type of singer liked by the male populace, there were naturally female fans as well. After about 40 minutes of performance, Kang-yoon and Kim Jae-hoon immediately got back on the car and moved to Seoul. In the evening, he had another concert at a concert hall near a university, and after that was his final schedule for the day, an interview with a man's magazine. Time flowed by in a flash. Kim Jae-hoon waited at a cafe after the concert at the university. Soon, a female editor from a magazine company and a cameraman arrived. After a brief introduction, the interview began. I didn't even release an album. Is it really fine for you to interview me already? When he asked in a joking tone, the female editor smiled awkwardly while fixing her thick glasses. Usually no, but the interest of the people is on you, Mr. Kim Jae-hoon. We are a magazine company with a major male audience, so I thought that it would be good to have your interview on board. Okay, then what? Should I start with my secrets of being successful? Ha. I'll appreciate it if you do. The mood was very lively. The female editor's sharp eyes looked slightly scary, but she had a knack for calming the mood down. She calmly dragged out stories from Kim Jae-hoon, especially about the past 4 years, during which he spent nightmarish days. The main topic was about how he overcame this crisis. After a bit of thought, Kim Jae-hoon spoke calmly. Maybe it's because I met a good person. A person. The female editor showed interest and jotted things down while recording the entire interview. Kim Jae-hoon calmly continued. I was in a serious conflict with my previous company. In the end, I was forced to pay the cancellation fee and was burdened with debt ever since time. Then, I did my military service in disappointment, but nothing much changed even after I went there. The person who saved me at that time is my current president. This wasn't an answer that the female editor wanted. She wanted an answer like, I held on to the best of my ability, or something along those lines. And naturally, she induced him to say so. But didn't you put in a lot of effort to come back? Of course, I practiced every day. To a singer, Practice is life. Oh, so in the end, your secret is to prepare for your comeback every day. I guess that's true, but actually, in my case, it's my president's deeds. Kim Jae-hoon turned his head towards Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders when Kim Jae-hoon looked at him. Kim Jae-hoon only laughed. The female editor asked as though this was quite strange. This distance shouldn't be enough for him to listen. Looks like you really admire your president. Yes, he taught me a lot of things. Unlike my previous president. Your former president. Oh, it's foreign gambling incident. Yoo Min-sung. At that time, I thought I could become successful as long as I could sing well, but he painfully made me realize how important the people around me were. Unlike him, who invested the money I earned him into gambling, my current president invests his money into new singers and enables them to sing better songs. Is that promoting your company? Ha ha ha. Can I ask you to do it? I'll think about it if you buy me coffee today. The female editor smirked. Kim Jae-hoon took out his credit card. He implied her to promote world entertainment. Now, Kim Jae-hoon was a proper entertainer solely belonging to world entertainment. After the interview, Kim Jae-hoon was about to take the bill, but the female editor took it from him. Where do you see an editor that lets an interviewee pay? She left the cafe first saying that he didn't need to worry about promotion. After the interview, Kang-yoon approached Kim Jae-chun. Thanks for all your hard work. You're now free. You too, President. Wow, I finally get to rest tomorrow. It feels quite strange, you know? Now, you'll have to work on your songs while resting. If we can release the album with this kind of current public opinion, we should be able to get good results. I'll go get the car. Kang-yoon patted Kim Jae-hoon's back and left the cafe. Hyung, thank you, muttered Kim Jae-hoon as he saw Kang-yoon's sturdy back. Lee Hyun-ji, who was visiting estate agents around Yeonam-dong looking for a building that can be used as a concert hall, was currently heading to one such building that was out for sale. The price is a little steep, but the location is pretty good. It was not far from a subway station, and it was easily accessible by foot as well. Moreover, as this was an urgent sale, the price was lowered quite a lot. Though, it was still expensive considering World Entertainment's current finances. Lee Hyun-ji still deemed this to be suitable. No one's contracted yet, right? Some people are eyeing it out, but I don't know if they will. Okay, I'll have a talk to my president. Lee Hyun-ji considered this building a suitable candidate and returned to the office. When she returned, Kang-yoon, who was currently guiding Kim Jimin, was working at the office. Did you have a look at the hall? Yes. Although the price is a little expensive, it was by far the best among the ones we saw thus far. Really? Shall we go right away? Kang-yoon immediately left the company. Although Lee Hyun-ji had to leave as soon as she arrived, she did not complain. The two people had a look at the building with the estate agent, but this time in detail, such as the height of the ceiling, the area of the hall, as well as accessibility. Kang-yoon was especially interested in the number of audience it could hold. How is it? Kang-yoon nodded after a bit of hesitation. It's suitable. As for the price, when Kang-yoon said that, the estate agent interfered. The price can be negotiated. Since this was put on urgent sale, if you talk with the owner directly. Hearing that, Lee Hyun-ji stepped in. Oh, is that true? How much do you think we can shave if we get it today? If you get the contract done today? The estate agent quickly talked about the price. It was pretty obvious that he had talked to the owner beforehand. However, Lee Hyun-ji was dissatisfied with the answer. There's no merit even though if we get the contract done today. President, should we look into some more? Okay then. Can you give me a business card? Kang-yoon received a business card from the estate agent and turned around. He told him that he would come back after negotiating with the owner. After returning to the company, the two began their respective work again. Kang-yoon guided Kim Jimin in the studio, while Lee Hyun-ji took care of administrative work and scheduling White Moonlight and Kim Jae-hoon's timelines. During this past month, Kim Jimin received almost no guidance from Kang-yoon, and due to that, she was receiving Spartan education right now. It's so hard. It is. Let's have a look at it again. Although it's not on the score, try playing it with a sus4 chord. That part brings liveliness to the song. There, try again. Okay. Kim Jimin was almost about to cry as she played the guitar. After almost a month of waiting, Kang-yoon's education was very hard. Despite that, she felt that she was learning something and did her best to follow. Just as she was focusing on learning, two people opened the door to the studio and entered. They were Professor Choi Chan-young and Park So-young. Professor, you're here. Hello, Mr. Kang-yoon. And hello to you too. Hello. Kang-yoon declared a bit of rest. Kim Jimin headed to the preparation room, saying that she would get some coffee. Park So-young followed suit. You're here with So-young today? Yeah. I chanced upon her on my way here. She has business with you, apparently. She does? What kind of? She'll say it herself. Soon, Kim Jimin and Park So-young brought coffee. The four people talked about various things while drinking, about university, about practice, as well as other things. This was a rest time after all. After everyone emptied their cuppas, Professor Choi Chan-young spoke to Kim Jimin. Jimin, shall we go practice? Okay. I told you last time that you can't just top midway, right? Let's see how much you improved on that. Kim Jimin was nervous as she left the studio with Professor Choi Chan-young. The two headed to the practice room. Only Park So-young and Kang-yoon were left in the studio. Appa, you had business with me? Yes. She carefully took out a score and a USB. Kang-yoon received the USB and put it on his PC. When he played the song that was in it, a song flowed out. It wasn't recorded in a studio. I don't have that kind of money, huh? While the music played, Park So-young laughed awkwardly. The speaker contained a guitar progression along with Park So-young's voice. I could still run, but why do people? It was a light-paced yet powerful song. Even though this was just a classical guitar and a voice, the power could be felt. However, Kang-yoon tilted his head. The light is weak. Perhaps this was because there was no arrangement done, or it was for some another reason. It seemed that he had to listen to this live in order to judge for sure. So-young, can you play it to me? Play? Live. Yup. She hesitated a little seeing that Kang-yoon was so adamant. But soon, she picked up her guitar. But in my heart, I engrave my love, and on your heart. Park So-young closed her eyes and started singing. The light-paced guitar sounds made her heart flutter. The song became more powerful due to that. Kang-yoon focused his eyes on Park So-young's musical note and the guitar's notes. This was very pleasing to the ear. However, I knew it. It's still weak. What was it that was lacking? This was definitely a good song, but the influence was a little weak. It was like this was a song that you would listen to only once. Maybe it would change if other instruments came into play, but right now, the feeling was just okay, and like feeling. The song ended. How was I? Kang-yoon replied to her careful question. Chapter 107. Ease is power. 2. It's easy to follow. Kang-yoon started to judge the song. Is that so? Yeah. It's easy to the ear. There's no sense of rejection from the melody. Park So-young heaved a deep sigh of relief as she was nervous after hearing what Hee-yoon said about her songs. Easy to follow was one of the most vague statements ever. It was neither a compliment nor a criticism. Is this rock? Yes. And in my opinion, you thought of Hyuna as you wrote this. That's right. You realized already. I get the feeling that this is just suited for her. The bass line is very good. The thudding sounds very good. The chord progression is also nice. However, Park So-young gulped. This was the important bit. This is too weak for Hyuna to sing. In my opinion, I think you should raise the accents a little. Although this doesn't give any feeling of rejection, it's like, it's too easy. Hyuna has the tendency to burst all her power in one go after building up, and I think she'll find something like this, which is flat all the way to the end, quite hard to sing. Oh, if I have to speak generally, it's easy. You said that this song was for Hyuna, but I have a feeling that anyone can digest this song. However, my opinion is that singers with characteristic voices will reject this song. After listening to Kang-yoon's words, Park So-young nodded. She now understood a little about what she had to change. She took the score back again. Thanks for your time. No, you're Hee-yoon's friend. This much is nothing. How important do you think it is to have my work evaluated by someone who actually works in the industry? I'll treat you to something later. Okay. Kang-yoon saw Park So-young off with a smile. At the front door of World Entertainment, Park So-young asked for one last time. Appa, if it were you, would you buy my song? At the careful question, Kang-yoon also replied with caution after thinking for a while. If you are referring to that song, then I will indeed. Really? I think there's something more to that. Hearing that, Park So-young's expression brightened. However, Kang-yoon had something more to say. Then, I will hand it over to a really skilled arranger. The melody's good after all. I will have to find an arranger who can bring out the liveliness from the song. It would be a different story if you were the one to arrange it yourself. but with your current skills, I'm not sure if I'm able to leave it up to you. Oh, I get it. Okay, looks like I must study harder. Park So-young bowed towards Kang-yoon. Although this was the brother of her friend, she appreciated the fact that Kang-yoon was kind enough to do all this for her. Although his evaluation today was a burden on her heart, she was still thankful since she now knew what she could improve upon. I heard that composers have their own special traits. In the case of Hyun, she writes things down even while doing something else if she thinks of something. If that doesn't work, she holes herself up at home and works on stuff. She told me that there are just right times for these things. But I don't think you're such type. Yes, I have to squeeze my head for 3 whole days to get something. Nothing just comes to me incidentally. Well, it differs according to the person. Fufu, you two have completely different styles. Well, I guess that should be the case. And also, I think your strongest advantage is that your pieces are easy. Being easy is an advantage? Park So-young had a hard time understanding what Kang-yoon meant. Having understood that, Kang-yoon explained it for her. You can create melodies that anyone can easily follow. I think that's an enormous advantage. Composition isn't the end, you know. There's the arrangement process later. Next time, bring me a piece with arrangement done as well. Though, arrangement isn't as easy as composition, right? Sure. Ease is power. After all, it means that you can write melodies that are pleasing to the ear. The advantage is that anyone can easily sing along. If you can use that well, I think you'll become a splendid composer. Ooh, okay. Thank you so much. She received practical guidance that would be hard to hear from anyone else. Although this was her friend's brother, she didn't expect this much from him. She was very appreciative of Kang-yoon. After she left saying that she'll work on it more, Kang-yoon stretched his arms out. Let me get back to work too then. The brief rest time was now over. Mountains of work was waiting for him. Ease is power, a melody easy to follow. Having returned home, Park So-young reminded herself of Kang-yoon's words over and over again. Okay, let's make my future songs like that. On the back seat of the bus, she decided on her style as a composer. An advice from Kang-yoon was now creating a future composer. The rock festival. Young Hye-jin blinked her eyes several times while looking at the application form that Kang-yoon gave him. Yes, the deadline is Friday, so please do it by today. It was very rare for Kang-yoon to order things directly. Young Hye-jin immediately accepted and got the documents from Kang-yoon. Lee Hyun-ji asked while turning around in her chair. White Moonlight's popularity should work, right? It will. Suffice with her popularity among indies. And it's about time, too. About time? Oh, you mean? There was only one time that Kang-yoon could mean going mainstream from being indie. Lee Hyun-ji's prediction was correct, and he continued speaking. Once we finish the contract with a concert hall, we'll open it in autumn, and White Moonlight's entrance to mainstream media will also begin then. The rock festival will be the beginning of that. Well, that's true. The rock festival is gaining popularity nowadays, so it will be the perfect opportunity to raise their popularity. That's right. If spring was hot thanks to Jaehoon, we'll have a hot summer thanks to them. Kang-yoon shook his head. His springtime with Kim Jae-hoon was indeed very hot. As compensation, he now had sufficient finances, and he was now going to drag White Moonlight to mainstream media. Then who will it be in autumn then? Jimin. I think we'll have to wait some more for Jimin. It's not like we're lacking funds right now. I think that we should wait some more and polish her properly. Looks like we'll have a frightening singer on hand in the future. She was already scary when I peeked at her practice with Seonbi. I like this. I feel like our company is finally starting to take shape. Lee Hyun-ji felt good. Considering the hard times she had thanks to the troubles with the singers as well as the pressure of finances, it was now much more stable. There was Kim Jae-hoon, who was earning them money, as well as White Moonlight, who was steadily gaining popularity. Kang-yoon was also earning money with his songs, so the state of the company was now much more stable. However, Kang-yoon shook his head saying that there was still much to go. This is just the beginning. It's still too dangerous to rely on Kim Jae-hoon alone. And we also have to host a concert, so we have to save up for that as well. A concert? With our current finances, a countrywide tour is too much of a stretch. We'll only do it once or twice in Seoul. But we definitely have to do the end of year one. To do that, we'll have to save up for it. It's also what Jae-hoon wants to do too. Looks like my holiday season this year will be spent at the company. Pouted Lee Hyun-ji slightly. However, she was very happy about it. Kang-yoon left her behind and headed towards the practice room that White Moonlight was in. You don't know what I'll say, my tears fall on my cold cheeks. When Kang-yoon opened the door, Lee Hyunua's powerful voice was filling the room. Is this a new song? Kang-yoon crossed his arms while looking at the multicolored musical notes make white light. The low-pitched distortion from the electric guitar was especially showy. To me, nothing. Lee Hyuna was drunk on singing. The yellow musical note coming from her was accenting the white light. Not bad. The light was not bad. The sounds all harmonized quite suitably and ended like that. Fua? Hello. Greeted Lee Hyuna in everyone's place. Kang-yoon waved his hand. Can you gather around for a sec? Everyone put down their instruments and gathered in front of him. Since Kang-yoon wasn't seen much these days due to work, everyone was nervous. There's a rock festival in August. Wait a minute. Isn't that the one held in Goyang? Lee Hyuna reacted to the words, rock festival. The rest of the members all widened their eyes too. Are we going there? At Lee Chae's question, Kang-yoon nodded his head. Yup. We'll turn in the application form today, and unless something special happens, you'll all go there. Wow. All of White Moonlight shouted in joy. The rock festival was known to have the largest audience reactions among all the concerts in the country. There were even rumors that singers on the stage there received healing from the audience. And now, they were about to go on it. They each gave each other high fives. Kang-yoon spoke after they calmed down a little. You'll get busy from now on. We were given 1 hour in the rock festival. That means this is an hour-long concert. This is a different story to last time, where you shared the stage with other singers. Seeing them excited, Kang-yoon cautioned them. They were still young. Although youth was good, too much excitement would lead to mistakes. Kang-yoon wanted to avoid such mistakes. Everyone nodded in understanding. After the rock festival, it will be autumn, which is when we'll open our all-concert hall. A month after that, you'll go mainstream. What? Everyone's voices got loud again at his declaration. They were shocked. We are all going together, right? When Kim Jin-dae asked, Kang-yoon spoke as though it was obvious. You'll go on stage as White Moonlight, implying that they were obviously going as a team. Hearing that, Lee Cha-hee poked Kim Jin-dae's side. Are you dumb? Don't you know how good our president is? No, it's not that. Stop your bullshit. In the end, Kim Jin-dae dropped after being scolded by Lee Cha-hee. Kang-yoon spoke in detail about their future schedules. He talked about how they no longer needed to worry about having a stage, and that they should take care of their appearances in preparation for going mainstream. At that, Kim Jin-dae muttered something but was poked again by Lee Cha-hee on his side. After telling them everything he needed to, Kang-yoon left the practice room. But then, Lee Hyuna followed him out. Do you have something to talk about? No. Just thank you. For what? Just for letting us all do music together. If this was some other place, it would have been unimaginable. Rock festival as well as going mainstream. Lee Hyuna found all of this unrealistic when Kang-yoon said this to her. She felt excited as each of his words were being fulfilled. Regardless, Kang-yoon just shrugged his shoulders. Sheesh. It was a promise, wasn't it? Also, you don't have to thank me just yet. Just earn me a lot of money before you thank me. Fufu, okay then. Lee Hyuna made a blissful smile while looking at Kang-yoon turning around. Company work in the day and arrangement during the night. Kang-yoon was spending a very busy life. These days, or nights, he was working on Kim Jae-hoon's song that Hyun had sent him. Should I add some percussion here? He switched out the drum sounds with another percussion, but the light was still weak. No matter how great it was when played by the piano alone, there was no meaning if it wasn't any good after the arrangement. Just like how it was now. That's strange. It didn't feel like this when Hyun gave it to me. Did I do something wrong? Kang-yoon listened to the sounds and tilted his head. He felt as though the light had become weaker since the start. Although a series of musical notes was in his vision, it was not to his satisfaction. Hyung. Oh, you're working. Kim Jae-hoon entered his room, but turned back to leave seeing that he was working. But then, Kang-yoon told him to stay. Oh, it's fine. Wait a sec. You need me? Yeah. Jae-hoon. What do you think of when you sing a song about breaking up? Breaking up? It doesn't make me sad, even if I think of my ex-girlfriend. Instead, I think about my mom. Mom. I just want to see her when I think about her. Breaking up is like not being able to see even though you want to see her. That's why I think about my mom. Oh, that's right. I'm trying to bring that kind of feeling out from the melody. but I'm getting nowhere right now. Really? Should I have a look then? Kang-yoon played back the bits that he had arranged until now. This was the introductory bit and a part of the first verse. Kim Jae-hoon stepped according to the rhythm, but then tilted his head after a while. I'm not sure since there's no lyrics right now, but it doesn't give me the right feeling. I think adding an explosive feeling at the beginning would be good. An explosive feeling? Yeah. It starts out very calm with the piano, doesn't it? I think that will make people sleepy. What about you just burst it all out in the beginning? That will make the song less boring. Kang-yoon started editing the song again. He played back the melody and combined various synthesizer sounds as well. The keyboard sounds and the synths loudly rung out in the room. A while later, let's do this again. Kang-yoon played back the song. As Kim Jae-hoon had said, the bursting feeling at the beginning was quite strong. Gray. However, he shook his head. However, Kim Jae-hoon behind him had sparkly eyes saying that it was good. This is it. What? Kang-yoon was shocked. Gray was good? Something seemed to be wrong here. This kind of feeling. Very explosive and good. Oh really? Yes. I think we should go with this. Kim Jae-hoon seemed to have taken a liking to the changed beginning and drowned himself in the melody. This isn't good. Kang-yoon started pondering about what to do with the song. Chapter 108. Go. Or no go. 1. Bursting out at this part isn't so bad. Should I switch things out a little? How? Kim Jae-hoon showed curiosity towards Kang-yoon's work. Kim Jae-hoon knew about compositions as well, and that was why this was all the more interesting to him. He wanted Kang-yoon to burst things out even more than it is now. Kang-yoon worried for a bit before looking for even more sounds. However, when he played back the sound, the light turned even murkier. Ugh. Seeing a darker gray than before, Kang-yoon shivered subconsciously. Kim Jae-hoon also shook his head this time. I think it was better before. You're right. Let's go at it again. Kang-yoon looked for other sounds to combine. Many types of musical notes harmonized in front of him. When he did that, the gray from the beginning slowly faded out, and white became more apparent. However, gray still remained and made him concerned. I think it's good. Not knowing that, Kim Jae-hoon was happy that his song was good, but Kang-yoon shook his head. I think it will become awkward if we add the lyrics later. I need to make it so that your voice fits the song well. Can I record your voice for a second? Kang-yoon plugged in a microphone and gave it to him. Then, he switched the synthesizer to the grand piano and played AG. Oh, okay. After recording Kim Jae-hoon's voice, Kang-yoon started looking into more things to play. He had to look for instruments that matched Kim Jae-hoon's vocal frequencies. Hyung, I'll be off first then. I have a schedule to do tomorrow. Okay then. In the end, Kim Jae-hoon ended up falling asleep without managing to see the finished song. The next day, rubbing his sleepy eyes, Kim Jae-hoon walked to the bathroom to wash his face. But then, he saw that Kang-yoon's room was open. When he passed by, Kang-yoon was still in front of the computer. Hyun. Kim Jae-hoon entered his room without knocking in surprise. Kang-yoon looked back at him with a very tired expression. Oh, you're up. Yes. You didn't have any sleep? It's this time already? Well, I'm done anyway. I have a day off too. I'll be fine. Kang-yoon stood up from his seat and stretched his arms out. His body was screaming in muscular distress. The intro is perfect now. Listen to it. Kang-yoon played back the song immediately. The brass instruments bursting out all in one go made Kim Jae-hoon fall for it immediately. He drowned in pleasure for those 20 seconds. The introduction ended when his voice started. That's a pity. I wanted to listen to more of it. I had no time, so I'll let you hear the completed version later. But for now, I need some sleep. Kang-yoon couldn't endure anymore and collapsed onto his bed. Very soon, he could be heard sleeping. He worked so hard during the day and did all that during the night. You're amazing, bro. Kim Jae-hoon shook his head while shrugging his shoulders. In his view, Kang-yoon was an amazing man the more he saw him. Signing a contract that stated that one party was buying a building from another, Kang-yoon shook hands with the former owner of the building. Will you be coming in immediately? Will take place in a week. There's a lot to do, including some construction work. Okay. Although this building is a little old, its location is something I'm proud about. Please use it well in the future. The former owner of the building asked Kang-yoon to take care of the building well, since this had many memories from him. After the contract was over, Lee Hyun-ji spoke in joy. Yes. Now I feel like things are starting to work. We got this a lot easier than we expected. I thought we would only be able to get it by autumn. Well, you did push the budget a little. Ha ha ha. Kang-yoon lowayed awkwardly. He felt that he would never be able to buy a building if he kept going into detail. Phew. Just as I thought that we got some room in our finances thanks to Jae-hoon. Looks like I'll have to tighten my belt again. Please consider my situation running the company, would you? My waist size decreased by an inch these days. Weren't you 24 before? Oh, how did you know that? I don't remember telling you that. The two had a very bright mood between them. Achieving something gave them inexplicable pleasure, and the two knew how to enjoy it. Lee Hyun-ji told Kang-yoon that she would pay the money by the date, and the matters about the concert hall ended there. A few days later, Lee Hyun-ji settled the balance. She had already done things like confirming the certified copy of the register or things related to tax. Since this was buying a building, there were a lot of things to do. Like that, a concert venue under the name of World Entertainment appeared in Yeonnam-dong, near Hongdae. After everything was over, Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji took White Moonlight to visit their new place. It definitely is wide. Lee Hyun-ah was surprised to see a concert hall that took both the first and second floors. It was definitely wide since the second floor was included as well. It seems like it wasn't originally intended to be used as a concert hall, but as a shopping area. But I bought it since its location was good. Well, that's true. It's not far from a subway station. If we promote this well, then we might get a lot of people. Lee Hyun-ah walked forward. Since this place was very wide, her voice echoed quite loudly. Hearing that, she tilted her head. Though, Kang-yoon spoke as though he understood what she was thinking. I'm planning to do a proper acoustic reconstruction here. The clubs near here mostly had horrible acoustic construction with tight spaces. I'm planning to do one properly even if we have to spend a lot of money. Oh, I'm definitely looking forward to that. Lee Hyun-ah exclaimed out as though this was her dream coming true. The rest of her band was the same. Lee Hyun-ji calmly told them. The reconstruction will begin next week. We're planning to use the third and fourth floors as waiting rooms for the performers. We're planning to use this entire building as a small concert hall. Wow, this isn't a joke, is it? Lee Hyun-ah gulped. She was worried that a small company with not a lot of members was going beyond its capabilities. Seeming to notice that, Lee Hyun-ji calmly told her. This is an investment from us to you. You did hear about it, right? You'll be the ones playing here every week. It will be troublesome for us if you don't get us any achievements even when we prepared all this for you, right? That's right. Unlike Kang-yoon's words, Lee Hyun-ji's words pressured them. They now felt the responsibility. The fact that Kang-yoon stayed silent meant that he implied the same. After thinking for a while, Lee Hyun-ah replied in a serious voice. Don't worry, Director Uni. This investment, we'll never let you regret it. Okay, I'll look forward to that then. Lee Hyun-ji turned around and headed to the place where the broadcast studio will be. She implied that the rest will be up to Kang-yoon. Sheesh. Everyone, listen to the director's words well, okay? Yes. Thanks to Lee Hyun-ji's heavy words, White Moonlight had a slightly heavy atmosphere. Everyone calmly followed behind Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon stood in the empty space where the stage would be. Right now, there was nothing there. Kang-yoon talked about the facilities he would bring in. Over there, we'll bring a mid-sized speaker. I want to decrease the number of monitor speakers as much as possible. I want the stage as clean as possible, after all. But don't we need one for each instrument? Kim Jin-dae's words brought about Kang-yoon's agreement. Yes, we do need them. If it's possible, let's replace them with headsets or in-ear mics. It may be more expensive to do, but it will be a lot better. However, we'll have to get them ready since other teams performing here may use it. Yes, if we have sufficient monitor speakers and a mixer with enough channels, I think it will do, replied Lee Cha-hee. Kang-yoon also thought that she was right. Kang-yoon asked White Moonlight about the things they needed on stage. They each had their own instruments anyway. However, a drum kit and some amps were still necessary. Since they were things that other bands required when they performed here, they decided that they would buy them, and they wrote down other things they needed as well. While discussing that, time passed by in a flash. After having a look around the third and fourth floors, Lee Hyun-ji came back down. Let's go now then. When Lee Hyun-ji led the way out, everyone followed suit. Inside the van heading home, Kang-yoon asked the members of White Moonlight. We need to decide on a name for the hall. What do you think would be good? A name? Lee Hyun-ah shook her head saying that this wasn't her forte. Everyone pondered seriously about the name. At that time, Lee Hyun-ji, who was driving, just threw one out of nowhere. How about Lunas? Lunas. When Kang-yoon showed curiosity, Lee Hyun-ji continued. Luna is the goddess of the moon, isn't it? White moonlight, Luna. Goddesses. Don't they seem related? That's good. How about it? It's good. Kim Jin-dae thought that it was very cool, while Lee Cha-hee thought that the name was more suited for a coffee shop, but everyone rather liked the name. On their way back, World Entertainment's new concert hall, Lunas, was born. President Chu Manji of Yinsul Entertainment was all smiles recently. His five-girl idol group, Dietin, was doing very well in the absence of Edios, while other entertainers of his company was rising as well. Thanks to that, the stocks of his company was rising by the day. The shareholders and directors all looked at him very pleasantly. However, despite all that, just one thing was not to his liking. Edios. I need to crush that Edios once and for all. In his own office, he was tearing his hair out while looking at a news portal about entertainers. In the article, the journalist said that he or she was going to compare the charm points of Edios and Dietin and compared their respective leaders, Young Mina and Kang Se-jyeong. Why is our Se-jyeong second? The article said that Young Mina was superior to Kang Se-jyeong by about 55:45. This was a much better result than before where it was mostly 80:20 or 70:30. The problem was the comments section. It was as though Young Mina had some fanatic followers of her own, as the comments section all talked about Young Mina. Although Dietin received positive feedback, many people found her lacking when compared against Young Mina, especially regarding dancing. However, he was cool-headed. This is because each of their members have strong characteristics. Young Mina for dancing, Han Ji-yeo for singing, Lily for acting cute. A month or two of difference is really hard to overcome. I don't think there's much difference in their skills. We were pushed back in marketing. During Edios' debut days, MG Entertainment's marketing was very strong. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the biggest girl idol group fandom was made back then. President Chu Manji didn't try to clash head-on against that fandom and slowly shaved away from the outer rim. If he did clash head-on, Dietin may have been buried way before. Edios was that strong back then. However, the moon wanes after it's full. With Edios' long-term stay in the US, their fans had left them and were slowly becoming more and more forgotten. It wasn't like they achieved any success there either. However, it was unknown what the directors at MG were thinking, and they didn't seem to have any intentions on bringing them back. Are they planning to not contract them again? Although I did hear that they were raising a new girl group, but I'm not sure if they'll be as strong as Edios. Did they ask for something unreasonable? I wouldn't know. Although he didn't know about the internal affairs of another company, this was an opportunity for him and Dietin. He closed his browser, then called for his secretary. Secretary Han, call Se-jyeong in her practice room to come up. Yes, sir. After a brief while, a lady with a short violet hair entered his office. Sit. She greeted the president and sat down. Se-jyeong, is practice going well these days? Yes. We'll have our comeback soon, won't we? Everyone's trying hard. Well, you girls can take care of yourselves now. He asked about their progress. Kang Se-jyeong talked about how they've been doing lately. After that discussion, President Chu Manji went into topic. The title song this time, why don't we get it from another place this time? Another place? Kang Se-jyeong tilted his head. Until now, the title songs for all of their albums were composed internally within the company. She also didn't question her company's style. But now, they were getting an external one to do one for them. Are you trying to give a change? Change. Well, I guess you can say that. You know, the hot composer these days. You've heard of him, haven't you? About Muse. Yes, of course I have. You mean the one that rose through Korea one star, right? He's pretty famous nowadays, and people all said that Jae-han won the program thanks to him. The internet was one thing, but this side was an uproar too. He should have gotten quite a lot of requests this time, I think. But seeing that he's still quiet, I think he's being cautious. Maybe he's trying to raise his value, but I heard that he's at World Entertainment, where Kim Jae-hoon is currently at. I think he has good senses, and I think it would be pretty good to ask him for a song this time. If the song is good, we'll have to invest. Let's go there with me tomorrow. Okay. After everything was over and Kang Se-jyeong was about to leave, President Chu Manji stopped her. Se-jyeong. Yes? Do you have something else to talk about? Let's put some filler in your nose when you do your comeback this time. Eek? Why? My nose is quite high already. I don't want to do it. It's just a joke. When President Chu Manji giggled, Kang Se-jiang shivered. This is the primary shopping list for the equipment we need. There are things that aren't sold domestically, so you'll have to look into a lot of things. I'm not that knowledgeable with musical equipment. Young Hae-jin was worried after receiving the list from Kang-yoon. However, Kang-yoon told her about foreign music sites and blogs that explained in detail. If you see here, there are websites that lead you to where you can buy them. Compare their prices and calculate the date they can come in the country by, as well as the taxes. The construction can only start once they're all in place. Okay. Young Hae-jin sighed deeply, saying that she got another difficult workload. Understanding her, Kang-yoon added one final line. After this is over, I'll give you vacation and a bonus. Please leave it to me. Her eyes were suddenly lit on fire. After his work was over at work and he was about to go down to the studio, Lee Hyun-ji stepped into his office. Behind her were two guests. President, you have guests. Guests. When Kang-yoon saw, it was a man with narrow eyes and a thin body. Behind him was a lady with a short, violet hair that looked to be an entertainer. Whoa, it really was you, Mr. Kang-yoon. No, I guess you're President Kang-yoon now. It's so nice to see you here. President Chu? Kang-yoon stood up from his seat and accepted the hand that was offered to him. Although this visit was outside his expectation, he met the guest with a bright smile. Young Hae-jin gave them coffee, and the four sat down on the sofa. The first words came from President Chu Manji. I only heard that you started your business a while ago, so I wasn't able to send you any flowers. Please excuse me. Not at all. Kang-yoon shook his head. He was curious about President Chu's business with him. After briefly talking about recent matters, President Chu Manji's business came out. I want to buy Muse's song. Who is going to sing it? President Chu Manji pointed at the lady next to him. Jietin. I wanted to see the composer that is producing many good songs nowadays. I heard that I could meet one here. A song. For Jietin. Although this was unintentional, didn't this mean that he had to create a song for Edios's competitors by his own hand? Kang-yoon felt somewhat strange at this offer. Chapter 109. Go. Or no go. 2. The release date should be the end of July or the beginning of August then. I'm thinking of the beginning of August. Will you be using this as the title song? Yes. I wanted to try another theme this time. I heard that President Kang-yoon, you know of this composer called Muse very well. President Chu Manji looked at leisure. He looked around the office to find this so-called Muse. Kang-yoon seemed to have noticed that and replied right away. Muse is our exclusive composition team. The one in charge of composition is in the US, while I'm in charge of the arrangement. The two of us together are called Muse. So that's how it is. That's why Jaehan called you composer Lee Kang-yoon. Then I guess I should talk about this with you. Indeed. President Chu Manji sat up straight. Kang Se-jiang, who was next to him, also perked up her ears in nervousness. This was business now. Kang-yoon asked first. What's the theme of the album this time? I want to go with a cheerleader theme to match the summer. That's quite a drastic change compared to the Jietin up till now. Until now, they showed that they're cute yet strong. Thanks to that, we had a lot of female fans on top of the male population. You're right. Since we're trying to go with a completely different theme, the composers at our company could not make something that satisfied that theme. President Chu Manji frowned a little. He didn't seem satisfied with something. Kang-yoon immediately realized what President Chu Manji's intentions were. He's planning to drag Edios's fandom away. It was pretty clear that President Chu Manji was planning to crush Edios, who were in the US, and was unable to take care of their domestic fans. Even though it was halved, no other groups had a fandom large enough to contend with Edios just yet. After all, the word uncle fans originated with their appearance. President Chu Manji pretty clearly intended to steal those fans away with the album this time. Kang-yoon hesitated. He was very close with the members of Edios. However, it would be nonsensical to miss such an opportunity just because of his past. Can I take a call first? How long would it take? 10 minutes will do. I won't make you wait long. Okay, I shall wait then. Kang-yoon stood up from his seat and went outside. Lee Hyun-ji took care of facing President Chu Manji. She talked about many things with him. Go or no go? Having come up to the roof, Kang-yoon pondered a lot about this question. There was no reason for Hyun to reason. The problem was Kang-yoon himself. I guess all sorts of things can happen in life. I do feel sorry. He knew that the girls of Edios were having a hard time in the U.S. He also knew how foolish it was to have sent them there. The U.S. and Korea differed drastically from culture to races. He became more angry as he thought about how the directors at MG Entertainment sent them there without any preparations or countermeasures at all. Once a seat was empty, another person would fill it. This was the same for the entertainment industry. Just like how Jietin was trying to take the place of the top that was vacated by Edios' absence. However, he felt strange since he now had to create the weapon that would stimulate that process. But work is work. Kang-yoon called Hee-yoon. After a few rings, Hee-yoon's voice was heard. Yes, Appa. Hee-yoon, are you at home? Yup. It's night here after all. I'm working. Hee-yoon played the synthesizer. It wasn't that her brother couldn't trust her, but she still intended to make him reassured. After a brief talk, Kang-yoon talked about the matter at hand. I called you since there's a request for a song. A song? There's a lot of those nowadays. Who's going to sing it? Jietin. You mean Edios' rivals? Hee-yoon's voice got louder in surprise. She also knew that Kang-yoon was behind Edios' rise, and the planner behind all of it was now getting a request to press them back down. I haven't accepted yet, but I think I'll have to do it. Really? And the theme's decided already? Hee-yoon asked about work. She was a full-fledged composer now. Regardless of who it was for, this was work. Her personal opinions should not matter. The theme is cheerleaders. The mood should be light and fun. I'm not quite sure yet, but they'll probably make the choreography like that as well. Ooh, looks like boys will have something to look forward to. Should I write the lyrics too? I'm not sure about that. I think it will be better to let them write it. I don't think I can quite put myself in their shoes. Let's try it once just in case. We must earn money. There. Greedy for money now? It's your business, Appa. I have to help you earn a lot. Kang-yoon felt proud of her sister who was so considerate of him. It felt as though it was yesterday that he laughed at her when she said she wanted to become a composer, but now she was a crucial element on his side. He also regretted that he didn't realize she had such a potential earlier. After the call, Kang-yoon went back to the office. Inside, Lee Hyun-ji and President Chu Man-ji were having a conversation. I don't see Miss Kang Se-jayang. Se-jayang? She went downstairs with another trainee, saying that she wanted to look around. Ooh, that should be Jimin then. Kang-yoon then sat down. Then he went straight into the matter. Please leave the song to us. If you believe in us, we'll do our best. President Chu Man-ji extended his hand in satisfaction. Please take care of our girls. Please take care of us too. Then, they talked about detailed matters. Since President Chu Man-ji was the head of a large company, there was no problem with money. He said that he would leave the composition, arrangement, and even the lyrics to Muse. Kang-yoon replied that he would do his best. The problem came later. We have our own choreographer team, so you don't need to worry about this part. Although the composer would influence the choreography as well, Kang-yoon nodded his head. Okay, just tell us what beat you would like to go with. A 16 beat is too fast, so please make a simple but slightly fast 8-beat song. Do you need anything else? I'll tell you those later. Right now, these should suffice. There was nothing else required. After his matters were over, President Chu Man-ji called Kang Se-jayang. Soon, she came up to the office. Let's go. Yes. Kang-yoon saw the two out of his company. President Chu Man-ji left after asking to write a good song. President, is this really okay? What's okay? Seeing off President Chu Man-ji's car, Lee Hyun-ji asked cautiously. I mean Jietin's song request. This will definitely affect Edios. I know. Right now, I'm the president at World Entertainment. This request will bring our company big benefits. Edios was a matter of my past when I still worked at MG Entertainment. Shouldn't I try to do my best at the place I am now? That's true, but it still tastes bitter. I also feel quite ironic and angry too. I went through such trouble to raise them, so they should at least manage them well. If it were up to me, I wouldn't have let such an opportunity come up for Jietin at all. Kang-yoon gritted his teeth while thinking about the directors of MG Entertainment who sent Edios over to America. There was no way he felt good when he thought about the girls he practically raised being taken over by someone else. He didn't like this situation either. As though she knew how he felt, Lee Hyun-ji spoke. Such a nonsensical company. Let's gobble them up later. What? This was just a joke to lighten the mood, but there was a bone in those words. She emphasized again when Kang-yoon asked back in surprise. A mere MG entertainment. They're just fat asses with no brain. Rather than see such a hard-earned effort topple down, let's just eat them up instead. What do you think? Ha ha ha. Really? That doesn't sound so bad. Kang-yoon laughed loudly at her words. This was definitely something pleasurable to think about. Though, he knew fully that that was impossible to do right now. As of now, the company differed in scale by a factor of dozens. Although it was nonsensical, just thinking wasn't a sin. He felt better thinking about it. I wish we could do that. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders, wishing that such a day would come later. What did you think after looking around the company? Inside the car back to their own office, President Chu Manji asked Kang Se-jiam. It was very clean. There was a studio and even a practice studio for a band. How many trainees were there? Just one. One guided me. Well, it should be quite burdensome for a small company to hold many trainees. It should be quite hard to make a group too. Just what is he thinking? Did you see her skills? I just heard her do some training, but all she did was vocalization practice. For some reason, she never sung anything. Looks like they got someone who's completely new to the field. Well, who would want to go to such a small company? Everyone would aim for the larger companies. President Chu Manji made a bitter smile. Just like how job seekers all wanted to enter large companies, trainee entertainers also wanted to enter companies that were large and stable. It was natural for everyone to long for a stable environment. There's Kim Jae-hoon, and that guy Lee Kang-yoon, so I shouldn't take them lightly, but looks like they'll experience some growth pains. Good, let's just get our song and get ready for that time, Se-jiam. Yes, President. And you get some filler in your nose. No, the car headed to their own company like that. Burn the broing days, and fly high to the sky. Lee Hyuna's voice was ringing out inside a practice room in World Entertainment. Just like usual, Lee Hyuna had her both hands on the microphone and the mic stand and sang with all her lungs. Next to her, Lee Cha-hee played the bass while waving around her hair, while Young Chong-yu set fire on the distortion on the electric guitar. Is it still too bland? However, there was a guest in the practice room today. It was Park So-young. She tilted her head and focused on the song. After the song was over, Lee Hyuna approached her while wiping the sweat off her forehead. The song's very good. Handing over the score, Lee Hyuna praised the song. It's not too bland. You mean the melody? I guess you can call it that, but it's very easy to follow. Well, maybe you can take it that way, but it feels different with all that power added into the song. So it doesn't entirely feel like that. It's good. Phew, that's good. Park So-young sighed in relief. This was a result of her working on her song for a few days straight without eating anything after she heard Kang-yoon's advice. Then, she ran all the way here without even putting on proper makeup and handed the score to Lee Hyuna. Hearing that the result wasn't banned, she was very relieved. Did you show this to Kang-yoon Appa too? I did at the beginning. He was the one who advised me. I changed the things per his advice and added my own opinions into it as well. No wonder the song is good. Are you giving this to me? I'll think about it. What? Did I just get rejected? Ha ha ha. Park So-young jokingly stuck out her tongue. Actually, she would be very thankful if White Moonlight sang this song. Lee Hyuna had her own thoughts. She spoke while looking at the score. I want to sing this at the rock phase. What does everyone think about that? Lee Cha-hee answered first. I'm in. Young, Chong-yu, and Kim Jin-dae all agreed as well. There were no objections. In fact, Park So-young was surprised. Wait a minute. Rock phase? You mean the rock festival that's held in Goyang? It's quite a big event from what I remember. When her eyes widened, Kim Jin-dae teased her. You got that right. The rock mania should all be there, I think. Fufu, So-young, your debut stage is Tsutia big, Huh? Well, wait. Don't you need to talk about this to Kang-yoon Appa? He shouldn't object too much, if it's this good. Seeing Lee Hyuna have such a confidence in the song, Park So-young's shoulders straightened up slightly. Oh really? Of course. Don't worry about it. Park So-young put her hand on her thumping chest. Her song was going to be sung in front of numerous people. This made her feel pressured the more she thought about it. Hyun is a full-fledged composer too. She already started considering Hyun as a rival in this industry. World Entertainment's concert hall was under reconstruction right now. Right now, it was the acoustic construction. Putting panels on the ceiling to absorb sound and blocking the windows to block out light was underway right now. Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji were watching as all of this happened from the entrance of the hall. The progress isn't that fast. Lee Hyunji shook her head, as this wasn't to her liking. However, Kang-yoon consoled her, saying that it was all right. It's better to be slow and steady. If the construction is unstable because we push them too hard, we'll have to do the same thing again later. Even so, it just feels too slow. Perhaps it's because I spent my own money in it. Haha. Actually, I feel the same. The two looked around the construction scene. The person in charge of the construction guided them around and told them how the construction was going. Kang-yoon listened to the explanation and told the person in charge to go back to work. He didn't want to hold on to someone who had work to do for so long. While looking around, Lee Hyunji spoke. The facilities here are definitely better than the ones in the area. Now, we should look into renting the concert hall. I am thinking about that too. Indie bands will be our primary target. How are you going to do about the renting fee? You should match the surrounding concert halls. Kang-yoon shook his head. I told you this last time, but the renting fee for the places around this area is too expensive. This is also why bands are being pushed out of Hongdae. I'm planning to cut the price low. If you do, you'll receive hate from the others, said Lee Hyunji in worry. The concert venues in the surrounding area had all joined hands already. There was nothing good to be the ugly duckling. However, Kang-yoon was firm in his stance. The reason we made the concert hall is because of the high renting fees. And I want to give opportunities to those who not to sing. It will suffice just for it to aid us in funds, even a little. Well, I guess that's true, but the others will shave the price off too. It will obviously become a chicken game. Kang-yoon replied calmly, saying that there was nothing to worry about. It's fine. We made this for White Moonlight's performances anyway. Also, we can also expect our image to go up since we lowered the price. And if the renting fees of all the places around here go down, then we can perhaps expect the indie field to become more active again, right? It will be good if that happens, but the process will be quite a hard one. They aren't fools either. She knew what Kang-yoon was thinking, but she still couldn't hide her concerns. However, Kang-yoon was firm. He spoke again, saying that this couldn't be negotiated. I believe that thinking simply will lead to the answer. It's like focusing on one thing. If you concern yourself with too much detail, you'll lose sight of something important. I guess that's true. Well, fine then. Those asses shall'll take care of themselves. Actually, I didn't like how they ripped off the young ones either. Phew. I guess I should consider myself contributing to the industry then. Ha ha ha. The two left the venue while laughing. Like that, World Entertainment's exclusive concert hall was taking shape. Chapter 110. Go. Or no go. 3. Over here. Kang-yoon was led by her friend, Helena, to a place where the cheerleader club of her university was practicing. Several ladies wearing tight-fitting clothes were in the middle of practice in a place that was like a basketball court. Wow, everyone's so pretty, right? Kang-yoon couldn't hide her surprise while looking at the several white ladies who had a tall stature and a thin bodily. They were wearing red cheerleader clothes and looked very passionate about practice. They lifted others up like it was nothing, jumped 2m into the air like it was nothing, and landed down like it was nothing. This was a completely new experience for Kang-yoon. They're so cool. Not everybody can do that. Those girls have quite the background. Don't even start with me with their studies. They had the looks, the smarts, and the background. They truly were perfect. Just as Kang-yoon picked up her pen to write something down, the leader-like lady walked towards them. Helena? Wow, this is rare. What are you doing here? Michelle. The two ladies hugged each other as though they were overjoyed to see each other. After having a brief talk, Helena soon introduced Kang-yoon to her. Although Michelle didn't seem to have any interest in the rather short Asian lady in front of her, her eyes changed when she heard the name Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon? From composition? Hello, I'm Kang-yoon Lee. I came here to get some inspiration. Really? If I can help, I'd be glad to. Michelle seemed to have heard a lot about Kang-yoon recently and approached her very kindly. She gladly accepted Kang-yoon's request. She even prepared a seat for her. Thanks. I'll treat you to something next time. Sure. This is good, getting treated by the top student of composition. Although Kang-yoon herself wasn't aware of it, she was rather famous within campus. Well, it was reasonable, since she never failed to take the top spot. My brother said that there should be differences in cheerleaders of America and of Korea, and yet he still told me that they were fundamentally the same. Here, the girls have power. What are the cheerleaders of Korea like? Michelle returned to her place, and practice resumed after a loud shout from the cheerleaders. Listening to them, Kang-yoon wrote down the things that came up in her head into the notepad in front of her. Currently, Yunsol Entertainment was in an uproar after they heard about who their president went to for Jetin's next song. It was none other than Edios's former planner. This rumor, spread around by Kang Se-jyeong, caused a big wave across the entire company. The directors, the ordinary employees, and even the members of Jetin were worried that Kang-yoon might give them a strange song to help Edios out. The company-exclusive composers especially had a lot of complaints about this, as they were practically left out this time. Those complaints showed up in the meeting. The PR team leader showed his objection with his low voice. If I had known that the composer muse was the planner of Edios, I would have objected to this idea. How much have they suffered thanks to Edios until now? They did their utmost best to topple Edios's place and take the top spot. But the person they asked to write their song this time was none other than the source of all their troubles, the planner of Edios. As the planner of Edios, he may have the skills, but his intentions were still concerning. Another member of the planning team cautiously spoke out. I also don't see it as a good opportunity. If he was simply from MG Entertainment, we wouldn't go this far, but he just had to be related to Edios. He's the person that created the group that we so hated until now. As for what he thinks of Edios, I do not know what to say. One composer, with a rather peculiar hat, added to this opinion. There are many good composers that make good songs that follow the trends. There are many good composers out there other than Muse. I'm rather concerned that you picked a composer that may become a problem to us later. Everyone was of one mind. However, President Chu Manji shook his head in dissatisfaction. Think about it in another way. Lee Kang-yoon wasn't in a good place when he left MG. Despite his numerous achievements, he was framed of embezzling company funds. Though, he was proved innocent later. MG chased out the golden egg-laying goose without even cutting its stomach. Do you think Lee Kang-yoon has goodwill towards MG? Wouldn't he be rearing to topple them down instead? That's... Seeing the employees unable to answer, President Chu Manji seemed to be more motivated and continued to speak. MG's former president, Lee Hyun-ji, was also working with him. Hyun-ji, that picky girl isn't someone to work with just anyone. The two seem to get along well, and we can see that from their company's growth rate. Some time ago, they perfectly made Kim Jae-hoon return in an absolute blast. Though, this is a field separate from composition. Do you really believe that we should let these people, who don't have any goodwill towards MG, and are skilled to boot, go? Oh, everyone then exclaimed in realization. When everyone accepted, President Chu Manji shook his head and looked at everyone as though they were pathetic. Think, Lee Kang-yoon is a sword that we must use. And we are the person that possesses that sword in our hand. We just need to worry about not getting cut. If everyone's so concerned about it, I'll tell him to send us a sample. So think about how are you going to promote Jetin's next album by the next meeting. President Chu Manji waved his hand to declare the end of the meeting. Everyone left the meeting room like a receding tide. There was no way they felt good since they started out kind, but ended with a scolding. Secretary Yoon, call Lee Kang-yoon and ask him when he could send a sample. Yes, sir. Oh, and also, tell him to visit our company once. Ordered President Chu Manji before heading to the practice room where Jetin were currently practicing. I'll send it to you by tomorrow. Okay. And also, the president has asked you if you can visit the company, if your time will allow it. At that request, Kang-yoon thought about it for a while before replying. Okay then, please tell him that I will visit the company tomorrow along with the sample. Then I shall tell him that. After the call, Kang-yoon turned around to his score. However, that last request to visit Yunsol Entertainment didn't leave his mind. They sure seemed concerned. The song wasn't even finished, but he was asked to visit their company. It was safe to say that the other side was rather concerned. It wasn't that he didn't understand. For Jetin, the fact that the planner of Edios was writing them a song must have made them complicated. Well, if they reject purely due to that, then they are only at that level. Kang-yoon decided to take it simply. If the other side was so petty, he would get nothing out of working with them. He instead thought about how to arrange the song that Hyun sent him. The next day, Kang-yoon finished editing some of the song and visited Yunsol Entertainment. The secretary came out to greet him and immediately lead him to the president's office. Welcome. President Chu Manji and Kang-yoon shook hands, and Chu Manji brewed him coffee as well. I'm very sorry. I did not want to disturb you until you finished on your work. As he brewed him coffee, President Chu Manji seemed very apologetic. Kang-yoon shook his head while accepting. The coffee. It's fine. I understand. It must not have been easy to let the former planner of Edios take care of Dietin's song. Haha. I'm rather embarrassed. The people under me are rather short-sighted. I really should have denied any objections. But these days, kids don't work properly if they don't get a reasonable explanation. Although what he said was right, Kang-yoon understood the implications behind those words as well. President Chu Manji also wanted to listen to what the song was like this time. Kang-yoon handed him a USB stick. He didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. President Chu Manji accepted the USB and played the track. Electronic. A rather crude electronic music soon changed to a fun beat. President Chu Manji widened his eyes after hearing the music that grabbed his heart in an instant. Although the first verse started 4 seconds into the song, it was replaced with a hum since it wasn't recorded yet. However, the feeling could be transferred. This is it. President Chu Manji got the feel. Although the repetitive electronic style was simple, it was powerful, and it suited Dietin's voices and choreography perfectly. Although the sample was only a part of the first verse, he fell for it already. Let me listen to it just once more. He played it back once more just in case he had misheard. However, it wasn't like the same song was going anywhere. The melody that easily stuck to his ear grabbed his heart immediately. Obviously, this was a great outcome. Hiding his excitement about having received a good song, President Chu Manji spoke to Kang-yoon. It's not bad. That's good. Do you need anything else? Why don't you meet the girls first? I think you should refer to their opinions rather than mine. President Chu Manji himself had nothing else to ask of. He only wanted Kang-yoon to give him the best song he could. Kang-yoon, along with President Chu Manji, headed to the practice room where the girls of Dietin were. The 5 girls of Dietin were doing practice when the two entered. It's been a while. The smell of thick sweat, the heat coming off their bodies. Seeing Dietin practicing while wearing comfortable jerseys, he remembered of his past. Edios also practiced like that. He made a bitter smile. Everyone gathered round. President Chu Manji gathered the girls. Everyone wiped the sweat off their heads and approached him. Huh? Composer? Kang Se-jiang realized it was Kang-yoon, and Kang-yoon waved his hand. Soon, President Chu Manji introduced Kang-yoon to them, and the members widened their eyes in shock. This was the case since Kang Se-jiang had already told them that their song was coming from the former planner of Edios. There. You have a lot of things you want to ask, right? And about Edios too, right? But first comes the song. President Chu Manji knew of his priorities and plugged the USB into the audio first. Soon, the song played back. The repetitive yet familiar song made the girls all shake their bodies according to the rhythm. And when the melody started, they exclaimed slightly as well. This song's so good. It's like a nightclub song. The most honest one of Dietin, Ju Ye, spoke. A girl of the same age, Ji Hyun-young, also agreed. You're right. The beat's good, and the melody's good as well. The pitch isn't too high either. The youngest ones, Kim Ji-suk and Han Hyo-young, also added. I was worried that we were getting a strange song because of Edios. But is this a trap? What the hell does that mean? Of course, the youngest ones were the rudest ones as well. Kang Se-jiang shook her head and spoke to Kang-yoon. The song is really good. If the entire track is like this, and there's good choreography, this album will be a huge hit. Can I ask you one thing? Go ahead. Who's the one doing the guide voice? Kang Se-jiang wanted to know who the one humming was. The voice was very clean. Kang-yoon answered honestly since it was no secret. She's Lee Hyun-ah, a singer in our company. Oh, I asked since I wanted to do something like a featuring later. Her voice is just so good. Although this was rather random, Kang-yoon had no reason to refuse. More good relations were better. That's good with me. We'll be helping each other out. Since the song was very good, the mood was very good as well. The members of Dietin asked Kang-yoon an incredible number of things at this opportunity. About how Kang-yoon came to make Edios, and what kind of people they were. Their questions were endless. President Chu Manji also didn't stop them either. He actually also wanted to borrow their words to satiate his own curiosity. Kang-yoon told them reasonable stuff. He didn't leak any company's secrets, and usually told them about Edios' trivial habits and their lifestyle. Sheesh. So neither you nor Edios talk to each other that much. Yes. Those girls act so cold. How scared do you think we were? Kang-yoon had already become close to Jietin and was unable to hide his surprise when Han Hyo-young grumbled. That's strange. There's no way they acted like that. I always told them to not make any enemies in this industry. Just as Kang-yoon tilted his head in confusion, Kang Se-jeong replied. Their and our schedules overlapped for a while, didn't it? At that time, Edios avoided us consciously. At first, we talked to them a lot, but from some time onwards, they acted so cold. Really, Kang-yoon thought about it for a moment. Just when Edios was able to firmly stand on their own in the industry, Kang-yoon took his hands off them and started doing another work. Although he received reports regularly, he did not specifically interfere with others' work. He thought about the things he heard about them. I heard that they put up a strategy to no longer meet with Jietin, and that's the reason. So they chose to avoid them. I'd rather crush them head on. Kang-yoon would have done so, enough to never let any girl groups rise in the industry again. However, the company decided to go safe rather than the dangerous route. Whether there were some behind-the-scenes deal, he didn't know. In any case, to Edios, who rose to the top in one go after their debut, Jietin were naturally an obstacle to them. In the first place, the top spot was harder to maintain than to get. Perhaps that was why they decided to not associate with Jietin. A failure in strategy led the rise of a rival. Or, it might be that they needed a rival. To sum it up, it was like that. The result? Edios and Jietin were in a horrible relationship. And that was why the girls of Jietin were worried that Kang-yoon might give them a strange song. Though, they were touched to receive such a great song. Kang-yoon only laughed. You'll have to listen to the end to find out. You only got the sample right now. Even so, I think something like this is just great. Kim Ji-suk showed absolute trust in the song. Her eyes were already sparkling. Well, I'd be thankful if you do trust me. I shall reply with a good song. Yes. Thank you, Kang-yoon Appa. Appa. Kang-yoon slightly smiled at that word. LOL. Looks like Kang-yoon Appa likes it. That's right, he's an Appa. Ju-ye and Ji Hyun-young giggled. Kang-yoon's tall stature and wide shoulders were attractive to the girls. Although he was in his 30s, he was skinny and had sharp eyes. He also had all the perfect conditions, so he was worthy of the girls to call them Appa. Kang-yoon also didn't dislike being called that so much. The acoustic and illumination construction was finished, and acoustic equipment started coming in one after the other over at Lunas. Thankfully, the speakers, mixers, and other devices coming from foreign countries managed to pass customs early, and the construction was finished before the due date. Young Hae-jin was proud to have done all this. This speaker looks cool, exclaimed Lee Hyun-ji while looking at the speaker hanging in the air. The speaker was hanging in the air with chains and was facing down. There were woofers on its side as well. There was no worry about sound at all. I also put design into consideration. You don't even need to mention sound. Kang-yoon was confident in his choice. Since these came from foreign countries, their functions were over the top. Although he had to go through some suffering, it was all worth it, he thought. The first concert at Lunas will be from White Moonlight, right? Of course, it was for them we constructed all this. I wish we could invite another singer. Of course, with a low budget. We don't have a lot of money on hand. Lee Hyun-ji said those last words just in case Kang-yoon brought some world-class singer. Kang-yoon was definitely the person to do that in her mind. However, as always, Kang-yoon gave a completely different answer. How about we bring her out this time? Her? Who? You know, the one we've been raising until now. I don't think it will be bad to do a midway check. It will also be an experience for her too. Yeah. Lee Hyun-ji realized what Kang-yoon was saying and shouted. You mean, Jimin. Kim Jimin. Kang-yoon was thinking of showing the Public World Entertainment's sole trainee this time. Chapter 111. Go. Or no go. 4. Jimin? Don't you think it's still too early for her? Lee Hyun-ji objected to Kang-yoon's opinion. This theater was able to hold about 300 people in the audience. For experienced singers, it wouldn't be a problem, but for Kim Jimin, it didn't make sense to her at all. However, Kang-yoon thought differently to her. Jimin has experienced several stages until now. Jaehoon's, White Moonlights, and there was also Jaehan's stage not too long ago. She also has a lot of indirect experiences through me. It's about time she experiences the real deal for herself. Well, you should know the best about her. But all I feel is concern. Lee Hyun-ji showed concern. There were some cases where trainees became phobic to stages after being booed on their first stage. This was why she was worried. However, Kang-yoon persuaded her, saying that it was all right. We cannot protect her forever. Yes, it definitely does feel early. Although we are financially stable right now, we are still a small company. We cannot ignore the amount of money put into raising her as something insignificant. As a company, Jimin needs to grow up quickly. Of course, it's not that I think it's a stretch for her to show up right now. If you said that, then it must be true. Huh. I'm just worried, that's all. I'm not like this usually. I guess I'm like a mom now. And I guess that makes you dad. Haha, is that right? Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders. The two felt as though they were like parents who were discussing about how to raise their daughter. The two left the theater in which people were currently installing speakers. They felt excited again after seeing a speaker chained into the air and the large woofers on the ground. Although the theater was small, a facility like this was hard to come by. On their way back to the office, Lee Hyun-ji briefed him on the schedule of the theater. People are starting to reserve Lunas after Hyunua's concert. What are there? First up is entertainer Seti's fan meeting. Jun-yeol did that. Kang-yoon showed interest. Lee Jun-yeol had never even met him since he came to Korea, as he was too busy, and now he was coming to Lunas for his fan meeting? Seti really does remember his graces. He could have done his fan meeting at a bigger place, but he was the one to say that he had to do here. Sheesh, just where did he get the news from? Well, looks like we don't have to worry about marketing this place. Geez, that guy? Kang-yoon laughed. He didn't think that he was nice to that guy. He felt rather warm. Looks like you're rather blessed with people, President. Seti isn't an easy guy, you know. And as you have said, I have emptied Fridays and weekends for indie bands to come. That's our main purpose after all. I also priced the reservation fee at the previous norm. Thank you for all your work. Ah, forget it. Just take responsibility if I get stoned by the owners of other clubs. Lee Hyun-ji shook her head. Kang-yoon laughed. Management does not get industrial accident insurance. I was in management. Even though I work like an ordinary employee, you're so evil, President. Humph. Ha ha ha. Kang-yoon just laughed. Although the mood in the car was light, Kang-yoon was aware of the storm that was coming. He mentioned about it there. Speak to me if trouble comes to you. I'll take care of them somehow. Well, I'll be fine if you just listen to my grumbles sometimes. I was prepared for this anyway. I didn't like the people who ripped off the youngsters full of dreams either. We're doing a good thing after all, and I feel proud about it. This time, I'll do this myself. Okay then, come to me anytime if you need me. Yes. Since Lee Hyun-ji showed confidence, Kang-yoon no longer mentioned it. Kang-yoon trusted her after all. The two headed to the office like that. On a day without any schedule, Kim Jae-hoon was watching as Kang-yoon was working from behind him. Although his own piece was delayed further, watching Kang-yoon working on a song like this was also rather fun. That's strange. Kang-yoon tilted his head. A simple beat electronic music was good. However, when he added another sound, he saw a tinge of gray among the light. Is it because Hyunua's voice doesn't go along? The arrangement was nearing its end already. Just in case, he removed Hyunua's voice from the mix since it might be that her voice didn't fit the song, but he shook his head after doing that. Hyunua's voice didn't make a difference at all to the song. EDM is not so easy to handle. Kim Jae-hoon was surprised at Kang-yoon. EDM was rather easy to become displeasing with just a slight mistake. However, the song that Kang-yoon was working out didn't feel like that at all. The light electronic background music was very pleasing to the ear. It definitely fit a girl's voice very well. However, Kang-yoon shook his head. There are too many sounds. It felt rather distracting. Kang-yoon started to delete the sounds one by one. He left the most fundamental drum beats and the EDM sounds and erased the unnecessary decorations. When he did, the song became simple. Kang-yoon played that song. Ooh, Kim Jae-hoon exclaimed. The song indeed became rather simple, but it became more comfortable as well. He even subconsciously hummed along with the melody. Kang-yoon paused the playback and added Lee Hyunua's voice as well. And then, Hyung, that's it. That's the one. Kim Jae-hoon shouted without thinking. Although he had no intentions on interrupting, he ended up doing so, since he thought that he couldn't miss this opportunity. Right? Yes. This is that song for Jetin, right? Yeah. Is it okay? Yes. It feels like it's a good song to do a performance in. I can feel the mood becoming hotter and hotter. It's definitely good. Kang-yoon was of the same mind as him. He didn't need to touch the sounds anymore. This should do. The white light from the playback was very strong. Kang-yoon saved the file. Then, he called President Chu Man-ji who was dearly waiting for the song, and told him that the song was completed and he would send him the song. Then, he sent the file via email. That's that done. Thank you for your hard work. Kang-yoon stretched his arms out. One big piece of work was over. Since recording, choreography, and marketing was going to be taken care of by Yoonsul themselves, his business with Dietin was practically over now. Though, he would still have to work with them afterwards. Hyung, what about mine? Well. Kang-yoon scratched his cheek in awkwardness when Kim Jae-hoon asked that in expectation. After his work was done, Kang-yoon headed to the company. In his office, he talked about work briefly with Lee Hyun-ji and headed to the studio right away. My homeland. When Kang-yoon carefully opened the door, Kim Jimin was currently doing practice. She was repeating the same song in a different key. Oh, Kang-yoon was surprised to find that the key didn't affect the white light at all. Kim Jimin's voice was stable whether the key was high or low. This meant that her vocal techniques were very stable. So your vocal techniques are stable now. Though, it's still unstable once you sing while playing the guitar. If all you're doing is singing, you'll be fine. I can do it well if I focus on one thing. But doing both at once isn't easy. You can only practice. Kim Jimin grumbled lightly. Professor Choi Chan-young was very kind, yet firm in his stance. So you're practicing? Sir. Mr. Kang-yoon. You're here. Just as the two were about done speaking, Kang-yoon spoke out. The two greeted Kang-yoon. Since the two were practicing until now, they sat down at the table to rest. Kang-yoon also sat down. Should I get some coffee? Please. Kim Jimin left to get some coffee, and Kang-yoon spoke out. Jimin has improved a lot. She never stops practicing whether it's here or at home. I think she must be practicing harder than any other trainee out there. Not that I saw a lot of trainees, though. Well, Jimin does put a lot of effort in. Kang-yoon agreed to Professor Choi Chan-young's words. He also didn't see a lot of trainees that trained as hard as her. She trains as hard as Mina or Jin Seo. It must be hard to keep up all that effort. Since his first recruit was doing so well, Kang-yoon felt powered up as well. They conversed for a while before Kim Jimin came back with coffee. When she sat down, Kang-yoon brought up the important topic. Jimin. Yes, sir. You know that we're opening up a concert hall soon, right? Yes. Hyuna-oni and the others are going to perform there. What about it? Kim Jimin was also rather looking forward to it since this concert hall belonged to her company. She also dreaming about the day she could stand on that stage. But, how about you go up on stage in the opening event? What? It's just one song as a guest appearance. I think it would be good. Hearing that, not just Jimin, but even Professor Choi Chan-young were surprised. Kim Jimin seemed especially surprised as her hand grabbing the cup was shaking. Me? How can I stand on such a large stage? It's only 300 people. What? You can't do it. What do you mean only 300 people? It's not a small number. Kim Jimin was very nervous. Standing in front of an audience was not an ordinary thing to do. But when Kang-yoon said it like it was nothing amazing, she shrunk back. However, unlike before, Kang-yoon was pushed her this time. You can do it. Go out and do it. Huh. I considered your proficiency into the mid. Think about it yourself. If you can't do it, I will retract this statement. Can you do it or not? This was the first time that Kim Jimin felt that Kang-yoon was so encouraging. She gulped after seeing his eyes. She shrunk back for a moment. Can I do this? Kim Jimin thought about it objectively. She remembered the things she had been practicing for until now. The stages that she saw directly and indirectly through videos all spun around in her head. 300 people, it was definitely not a small number. However, one day, she would have to digest more people. The reason that Kang-yoon was offering this to her now was because she was capable of doing it, no? And then, she came to a decision. I can do it. Kim Jimin looked back at Kang-yoon's eyes with conviction. She had come to a decision by herself. It would be impossible for her to hold a concert by herself like her seniors, but one song was definitely doable. Good. Then get ready for that then. You know the date, right? Yes. Kang-yoon was satisfied with Jimin's reply and stood up from his seat. You are not going to help me. Try to do it by yourself. Okay. Kang-yoon patted her shoulders before leaving. He practically declared that this was a test for her. Knew a test? You, Seer. Kim Jimin grumbled at the sudden test. I'll also be looking forward to it, Jimin. Even you're abandoning me, teacher? Kim Jimin held Professor Choi Chan-young's hands tightly. She was not going to let him go now. Professor Choi Chan-young laughed since he found her cute. A week after he sent the song, Kang-yoon was notified that Jetin's recording and choreography were done. Kang-yoon was called by President Chu Manji to have a look at the song, and he visited Yunsul Entertainment. When Kang-yoon entered the practice room, the members of Jetin all bowed towards him. Welcome. Kang-yoon was surprised by the sudden greeting and took a few steps back. Oh yeah, hi. Ha 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 ha. President Chu Manji laughed at him for that. Girls, you'll scare him away. Our girls are like this. It's a bit like the army, doesn't it? A little. I was surprised. Kang-yoon shook his shoulders. This was completely different to when he first met the girls. He didn't imagine that he would receive such a proper greeting like this. As for the reason for that, President Chu Manji explained it for him. Everyone was touched by the song you wrote for them this time. It's the first time everyone agreed that a song was good. It's good that you liked the song. You'll be satisfied even more once you see the choreography. As soon as he finished speaking, the members of Jetin got into a V formation. Everyone was wearing hot pants, and their thin legs were emphasized. When President Chu Manji turned on the track, and a simple electronic beat played out. Appa, do you feel excited like? The girls of Jetin all twisted their waists sexily according to the music. Then, they stepped forwards while moving their hands down at the same time. Of course, they were in perfect sync with each other. Kang Se-jaeyoung is good at dancing. Kang Se-jaeyoung was the center of the choreography that reminded the viewers of powerful cheerleaders. Kang Se-jaeyoung's waist movements were in a different league to the others. Kang-yoon did see her and Young Mina being compared in many articles and thought that it was rather reasonable, but it still seems like Mina is slightly above her. Though, Kang-yoon still judged Mina as above. Kang-yoon had no comment on their choreography. Although he was no expert in choreography, he felt that the choreography was sexy enough to make many men fall. And even for women, he thought that they would admire these pretty girls. A cheerleader theme, a fitting choreography, and a perfect song. Every element of this album was complete. After the song finished, Kang-yoon applauded. It's very good. I have nothing to say on this. President Chu Manji laughed. Is that so? It's thanks to your good song that we were able to do this. I thank you, President Kang-yoon. Not at all. I did what I was asked to do. Not just President Chu Manji, the girls all thanked Kang-yoon. Kang Se-jaeyoung especially so. It was her that created the choreography, and she had it easy thanks to the song. The practice studio's mood was very comfortable. Kang-yoon even promised to participate in the party after the album was released before returning. MG Entertainment. The board of directors room had a very heavy atmosphere. No, it wasn't just the board of directors. The entire company was very dark recently. It was just that the board of directors was the darkest. So, Jetin is releasing another album. Director Yoo Jaeyoung-tae spoke in a heavy voice. Director Moon Gwang-shik snorted at those words. Let them. They'll forever be second anyway. The thing is, it's not like that this time. Director Lee Han-seo interrupted. He was currently the director in charge of Edios. He was also the unfortunate director in charge of Edios, who always failed to bring Edios back to Korea due to other directors. From what I heard, they dragged an external composer into the play this time. They invested a huge amount of money too. They are going the make or break route. So you mean to say that Edios' place as the top will be shaken? Director Han Moon-ji objected to Lee Han-seo's words, saying that they were nonsensical. The other directors also voiced that Edios should stay in America. Director Lee Han-seo bit his lips and spoke. There is no place for Edios in America. Why not just bring them back to Korea? And the pioneering of American market is a must for us. Someone must take the role. And why does that have to be Edios? How much money can Edios earn in Korea? No, forget that. Didn't we consider other countries when we made the group? Why does it have to be America? Director Lee Han-seo shouted, but only in vain. Everyone else objected to Edios' return. The reason was simple. It was because they would become disadvantageous if Edios comes back without any achievements. Director Lee Han-seo felt as though he was going to go crazy. In the end, the discussion about the countermeasures to Jetin's comeback ended without any significant outcome. I miss the days I could drink tea at leisure. Director Lee Han-seo was fed up with the actions of other directors. Chapter 112. Rock and Roll, Hotter Than the Sun 1. August 2011. A huge wave assaulted the normally calm entertainment industry. The storm began from Yunsul Entertainment. Dietin, who had been quiet for nearly half a year, had made a comeback. Other girl groups and boy groups, as well as singers who sang in a completely different genre, delayed their return to the industry. Even without Edios, their power was amazing. On top of that, there were rumors that President Chumanji had prepared everything he could for this, so it was no wonder that people were staying low. And so that stage began on the second week of August. The beginning of the stage began with a live broadcast of Music Camp over at DLE TV station. You Can Steal My Lips, My Lovely Appa. Sexy waistline, bright smile, as well as a cropped tee that accentuated their abdominal area. Dietin's powerful choreography was emphasized by the costume that they were wearing. Asterisk, gasp asterisk. Awesome, awesome. Sejong, I love you. The fans watching the live show were all having heart attacks. All of the members shouted, I love you, Appa, at the end of the song with a wink, and that dealt the finishing blow on most of the men in the audience. Their new song, titled, I Love You, Appa, was aimed directly at the male fanbase. It was geared towards the more retro, yet unique style, and Dietin managed to attain great success in their image change. The on-the-scene reactions were very hyped. The lyrics may have sounded cheesy, but even the female fanbase was love-struck after watching their powerful moves. Naturally, those good reactions at the scene were later reiterated into the news show and news articles. Ha 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 ha. President Chumanji, in his office, was laughing with great joy. 3 days. That was all it took to sweep across the music sales ranking, and the number of event requests was coming in like a flood. Some of the news articles started stating that they were beginning to threaten the top spot belonging to Edios. Some of the articles even quoted some facts, like the number of their fan bases. He did not imagine after all that hard effort in imaging them to be better than Edios until now. This would be the final blow. Sheesh, it looks like I will have to pay a hefty sum for that music. According to the contract, there were additional installments according to the achievement of the music. However, President Chumanji did not think of that as a waste at all. They were finally able to shake the position that Edios was in, so this album was as good as a success. On top of that, it had only been 3 days. Things would only get better as time passed. President Chumanji called up Kang-yoon. After a few seconds of ringing, the call connected. Lee Kang-yoon on the phone here. Greetings, it's Chumanji from Yoonseol. Oh, hello indeed. After a brief greeting, they immediately talked about the new album. Kang-yoon was also happy that the album was doing well. However, from his voice, it could be felt that he was wanting something. President Chu didn't mind that, and continued speaking. Very well then. I will do my best to advertise you this time. Thank you for your concern. Let us work well from now on. I did imagine that things would go well, but not this well. The number of male fans is steadily increasing without end. This was the part he put most of his effort into, the male fanbase. This was also the biggest power that Edios had, and that Dietin was lacking. But with this new album, that fanbase started to shift, so his objective was accomplished. That's a good thing. Congratulations. Ha ha ha. It looks like we are going to have a grand after-party. You'll see an invitation sent your way soon. Okay then. Even after finishing up the call with Kang-yoon, President Chu did not stop smiling. Ha 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 ha. He read the report over and over again and embraced his current feeling. Not long now, Kang-yoon had a look at the construction site where the acoustic tests were underway. The workers were currently adjusting the positioning of the woofer and the speakers at the ceiling to find the right balance. I'm going to need someone in charge of this place, thought Kang-yoon while watching the engineers doing adjustments in the broadcasting room. He himself could not be tied to this place. Although manager Kim Dae-hoon can do the job when White Moonlight was doing their show here, it would be nonsensical to have him do it for other bands. He needed professionals. Money is so hard-earned, but so easily spent. Money was literally leaking out of his pockets. He shook his head. He even thought that this was why there were evil bosses that underpaid their workers. Though he still thought that employees living well meant a company doing well. Kang-yoon left the hall and returned to his company. When he did, he found that his office was filled with some youths. Miss Hygiene, who might these people be? They're here to rent the hall. Oh, there were 5 people, a mix of both genders, sitting on the sofa. They stood up as soon as they saw Kang-yoon come in. Young Hygiene seemed to have given them a cup of coffee already, as there was a disposable cup each in front of them. Kang-yoon briefly introduced himself to the youths. These youths belonged to a band called Wish. It was led by the drummer, Kang-yoon, and centered around the vocalist Gong Sung-hai. Their leader, Kang-yoon, represented the team and spoke of their business here. We wish to use the hall. What's the time slot you want? 7 p.m. Saturday. They wanted the golden hours. 7 to 8 p.m. on Saturday was the most expensive time to rent. However, when Kang-yoon told them about the rental fee, all members of the band widened their eyes in shock. Huh? Wait. This is really cheap. Kang-yoon was taken aback when the rental fees were much lower than he expected. The other members started whispering amongst themselves and talked about how the facilities might be horrible. Hearing that, Kang-yoon gave them the list of equipment used in the hall. Wow, these are seriously expensive equipment. Moreover, the acoustic engineering of this place. Kang-yoon was very surprised by the photos of the hall. The sound absorption panels on the high ceiling and the walls, the hanging speakers, the mixers in the control room, every single piece of equipment were of extremely high quality. He didn't understand how the rent could be so cheap. Please excuse me for asking, but isn't the rent too cheap? Eventually, he ended up asking Kang-yoon about it. It was no wonder, as this venue had much better facilities than other concert halls, and it was so cheap. Although it could have offended Kang-yoon, he didn't react so badly. The very purpose of the hall is to vitalize the activities of indie bands, and that's why the rent is cheaper than other places. If we lower the prices, then the other venues around this area should do the same. No one would go to those expensive places when they could pay much lower prices and use the much better equipment here. It was also due to the competition around the area. Oh, wouldn't the situations of hungry musicians become better if the rent becomes cheaper? Actually, this price isn't too cheap. It's the price that venues around here used to have in the past. We aren't taking losses. The members of Kang-yoon's band exclaimed. The image of the small company known as World Entertainment was forever engraved in their minds. After they signed off the papers, they left the office. Kang-yoon gave the papers to Young-hae-jin. He was silently asking her to take care of this matter. She understood immediately and immediately photocopied and scanned the papers. After the matters at his office were over, Kang-yoon visited the rooftop before heading towards the studio. Kim Jimin was currently practicing in the studio. I opened my eyes to the sweet sunshine. Kang-yoon was very familiar with this melody. Together? The song Kim Jimin was playing was Together, Edios's debut piece. Hearing it after such a long time, the melody was very refreshing to him. Our squishy love, can we still? It didn't seem to be rearranged. However, listening to a K-pop idol song on the guitar was very new. A cheerful song being played on an acoustic guitar was completely different than being composed electronically. It might be good if it has some rearrangement. Kim Jimin's guitar skills were excellent as well. The note from the guitar and the note from her voice created a white light. He wanted to keep listening to it, like the time when Edios had first debuted. The song those girls sang also felt something like this. Kang-yoon thought of the girls of Edios while listening to Kim Jimin's version of Together. Perhaps it was because he just created a song for Dietin, but it reminded him of the girls even more. Starting with Christy, the girl who had a cold attitude on the outside, but was more girlish than anyone, as well as Han Ju-yeon, who sang in a beautiful one, Seo Han-yu, who tried to take everything by herself, Lee Sam-soon, who acted like a country bumpkin but was actually very cute, and above all, Young Mina, who was more passionate than anyone. The notes from the acoustic guitar reminded him of each of them. I told them I would be together with them until the end. Kang-yoon felt bitter as he felt he was irresponsible for leaving them behind. Both they and I are pros now. I taught them that too, but it still feels bitter. Reason and emotion are two different things. Choosing the right thing to do does not always equal following the heart. Kang-yoon right now was like that. However, he knew well that he would make the same decision if it came to him again. Huh? Sir. When the music ended, Kim Jimin raised her head. She was so absorbed in her practice that she hadn't noticed him coming in. Did I interrupt you? Not at all. Were you listening? I was. Looks like you practiced a lot. Not that much. How was I? Kang-yoon thought about it for a moment before speaking. It felt nice. An acoustic version of a girl group song feels new. Don't you need any other instruments? I'm not sure. It might need some rearrangement. Speak to me if you need anything. This time, I'll try to do it by myself. Kang-yoon's eyes were filled with curiosity. Will you be fine? Didn't you want this, though? Kang-yoon nodded his head. Then go ahead. If you find it too hard, then you can ask. Yes, I'll ask for help from the others. Okay. Kang-yoon no longer spoke and left the studio. As soon as he left, Kim Jimin immediately took out her mobile phone. Soyoung-uni. It's me, Jimin. Oh hey, what's up? They started chatting over the phone. The practice whatnot, their makeup and whatnot. All sorts of trivial chatter went past. Only after a long while did they talk about the matter at hand. You want me to rearrange together? Yes, can you do it? I'm good with it, and it will be a good experience too. But wouldn't Kang-yoon Appa do that for you? I heard it was going to be performed on stage. I told him that I'll do it myself this time. You really are something. And Kang-yoon Appa's amazing to let you do it too. It'll be a lot of pressure, but I'll try. Thank you. Nah, I'm thankful that you trust me. I'll have it ready in 2 days. Okay. After the call, Kim Jimin grabbed the guitar again. I guess I should start again. After that, she practiced for a long time. A coffee shop in Gangnam. Lee Hyun-ji was holding her chin by the window seat looking outside at the rain. The sound of rain made her get emotional. This feels nice. The combination of the rain and the faint piano music in the background was dreamy. Looking outside at the couples walking around sharing an umbrella, a smile hung on her lips. Good times. Even though she wouldn't usually think like that, the rain made her think like that today. She was enjoying her time alone at the coffee shop. However, she had an appointment today. Over here. Hearing the bell, Lee Hyun-ji waved her hand. A middle-aged man approached him from the entrance. It was Director Lee Han-seo. It's been a while, President. Don't call me President. I've long since left. I'm still used to calling you that. Director Lee Han-seo extended his hand with his unique smile. Lee Hyun-ji grabbed his hand. The two then started talking about recent matters. Most of them were about what happened at their respective companies. They only talked about what was already publicly known and not any business secrets. I see. Team leader Kang-yoon is still as amazing as ever. He made the near-crippled Kim Jae-hoon reappear in the industry and already gained more than he paid. We gave up on him too. What an amazing person. Director Lee Han-seo was genuinely surprised by the feats of Kang-yoon. Don't you get the news at MG? Team leader? No, I guess he's a CEO now. I'm getting a lot of news about him. However, no one would directly mention him. I guess we're still too small after all. If we could only. It's not that. Director Lee Han-seo denied what she said, and she was puzzled. He then said in a strong voice, it's a taboo to mention team leader Kang-yoon at the company. When he left, one director received severe punishment. The company lost a huge cash cow. The employees lost morale, and even our musicians were shaken. Even the directors did not know that he was so influential. That's still a thing? Yes. The employees don't know yet, but the directors still do. Though, most of it is that they don't want anyone challenging their positions. And that's also the reason Edios is getting all the hate. That's Director Lee Han-seo sighed. He wasn't able to refute Lee Hyun-ji's words. Yes, none of the directors support Edios. Even though they are the greatest cash cow since Jua, they are still being thrown around all over the place by the directors. Ever since the chairman fell ill, they have had it hard. That's the reason behind sending our greatest domestic musicians all the way to America. Aren't you in charge of Edios, Director Lee? Yes, but I have no power over them. I'm incompetent. Director Lee Han-seo clenched his fist. Although he was in charge of them, there was nothing he could do as he was always drowned away by the voice of the majority. In the end, the only thing he could do was to adjust their schedule. His effort managed them to work in Korean towns in America and not all over the U.S. Looks like that place is very hectic as well. Jua and the others must be having a hard time. Director. Lee Han-seo's long sigh was enough of a reply. Today, there was a recording of the talk show named Story Show with Park Min-chong. This show was held over at HMC Station, and it was a TV program where the MC talked to successful CEOs and superstars about their behind-the-scenes life. However, today, their guests were different from usual. Hello, we're Jetin. The 5 girls of Jetin all greeted in a cheerful voice, and the male staff all blushed. Not only that, the MC of the show, Park Min-chong, was also unable to hide his joy. Trendy, that I'm sure. Please take care of me. Yes, Appa. Hearing the word, Appa made his smile even deeper, even though he was in his middle 40s. The members of Jetin then listened to the basic outline of the recording. Most of it was about their personal story, their life at the company, and what it was like to stand on stage. After the story, they were given a little bit of rest before the recording began. The recording took a considerably long time. However, the girls were professionals. They underwent the recording without a single complaint. Park Min-chong had a really bright expression, as he was used to talking to older people all the time, but now, he was confronting cheerful girls. He alternated between questions on the script and questions not on the script and progressed the show in a good mood. When the mood reached a peak, Park Min-chong started talking about dances. Your new album did better than your previous albums. Miss Sejong, can you show us the dance that's all the rage nowadays? It's embarrassing though. Kang Sejong refused once. However, she stood up after being asked several times. The audience cheered while the background music started flowing out. She softly curved her body into an S shape and lightly flicked it. This was the S dance that was also the main point of this song. Although the dance move was a light one, it was one that emphasized her thin waistline. Oh, the audience applauded, and Park Min-chong also clapped. That looks cool. It also looks easy. Can you teach me? Kang Sejong tweaked Park Min-chong's stiff body and barely made it into an S shape. However, it wasn't easy. The audience burst out laughing when they saw that. In the end, Park Min-chong returned to his seat with an awkward smile. Dancing is hard. Haha, we have it hard too. We have to maintain a uniform S shape. Let's leave the S dance for Jietin to do. Ha ha ha. Zhu Ye's comment made the others burst out laughing. The recording studio had a bright atmosphere. Park Min-chong moved on from talking about dancing. You know, Jietin's boss is known for creating the title song for the team himself, isn't he? Yes, phew. Zhu Ye shivered for a moment, and that made people laugh as well. Park Min-chong also continued after a smile. But I heard that you outsourced your main song this time. Perhaps that's why it felt different from the others you showed us until now. Yes, it should have been a little different from our usual image. We're thankful for all the great feedback though. Kim Ji-soon was the one to reply. She replied very maturely. I heard the one who made your song this time also created a song for Jae-han, and there was TNT too. Muse was it? Yes. He's a pretty popular musician recently. Park Min-chong's eyes glistened when he heard Ju Young-hyun's reply. Of course, this was all pre-scripted. Really? Yes. I picked this song after just listening to the sample version. He gives the singers the right song for them. The recording studio of Story Show with Park Min-chong talked about this new wonder musician Muse. Chapter 113. Rock and roll, hotter than the sun too. In the past, cafes were perceived as a space exclusive to women. However, as coffee became more popular, the number of men visiting cafes rose rapidly. Following that trend, cafes turned into venues where both men and women visited to converse with others. Such a scene was happening in a cafe in Daejeon right now. So it happened. Jietin has finally. Unable to continue, Yang Junha sighed as he took a sip of the black coffee in front of him. Yang Junha was a salaryman in his 30s who went by the alias My Girl Jenny in Edios' fan club, Aries. He was one of the first fans of Edios and was also one of the managers of the fan club. Sympathizing with his words, Kang Chansung spoke. You're right, Hyungnim. Jietin has robbed an empty house, and properly at that. More than half of our members left this time. Also, the increase in Jietin's fan club is incomparable to before. While we don't even have 100,000 left. 100,000? I'd be thankful if we still had 50,000. Kim Jun added. Kang Chansung was a fan of Seo Han Yu, going by the alias When See You Blossoms, while he was a fan of Christian, going by the alias Risses Rinse. They were in their 20s and teens respectively. So this had to happen before Edios came back. Jietin tried out something new after going with the same concept all this time. And that, right there, was a huge jackpot. That musician named Muse was a smack on the head. Their transformation worked perfectly. Moon Ji-hyun shivered. He wasn't a fan of a specific member of the team. However, he was a teenager who liked Edios as a team. He went by the name Edios forever. I'm surprised that Chon Soo-hyung switched over to Jietin this time. Oh, that's the guy whose alias was Mina Itzapa, isn't he? I thought he would be with us to the end. Kang Chansung clicked his tongue when Kim Jun said that. One of the managers for the fan cafe switched over to Jietin. Edios had lost a lot of their shares on the market, while Jietin was on the rise. Everyone felt dejected talking about the current status of the fan club. Originally, they would have more people in this meeting, but today, there were only 4 of them. There was no rule that prevented them to support both teams, but support 2 at once, and you'd inevitably become negligent to one of them. Moreover, the 2 were considered rivals in the industry, so the members of the rival fan cafes were also considered opponents. Those MGB asterisk starts. I can do better than them with my feet, Moon Ji-hyun said with his teenage spirit, but no one refuted him. Everyone here thought the same. Monday. After the meeting, Young Hae-jin returned to her seat to work, while Lee Hyun-ji told Kang-yoon about her meeting with Lee Han-seo. That place is such a mess too. Director Lee Han-seo doesn't have any power either. Drinking green tea, Kang-yoon clicked his tongue after hearing about the conflicts between the directors at MG Entertainment. It all came down to the fact that Lee Han-seo didn't have any power. Perhaps it was correct to say that he was incompetent. Lee Hyun-ji swirled her mug with a bitter expression. MG has practically become a jungle. The presidential faction and the director's faction are only concerned about earning money for themselves. Though, there's no problem keeping up their company due to the strong arsenal of their musicians. It's not called the #1 entertainment company in Korea for nothing, so they won't be going down anytime soon. That's why they can still fight among themselves. Though, that's not the only thing they should be doing. Their so-called conflicts should also benefit the company as a whole. That's how the system was structured. Only with achievements would they retain their position. Despite that, if the conflicts get too heated, they may bring danger to the company. You know, like sending a completely fine team of musicians to America. Lee Hyun-ji shook her head while mentioning Edios. Sending them to America was stretching it too far. Their current achievement was a good indication of that. In the end, it came down to the fact that Edios didn't belong to any of them. Personally, she found them very pitiful. Kang-yoon didn't feel any different. Their contract renewal season is coming, and I'm worried. What they are thinking, and what they will do thereafter. Phew, I want to see them once. Is it that time already? Time sure flies. You're right, and we're just getting old. Lee Hyun-ji lightly tapped on Kang-yoon's shoulder. She implied that they shouldn't talk about their ages. Kang-yoon only smiled. Thanks to that, the heavy atmosphere became lighter again. The 2 returned to their respective positions and started their office work. Kang-yoon was going through the files on his desk, but his head was busy thinking about Edios. Is MG planning not to renew their contract with Edios? That should be enough experimentation in the US. Juha failed once, and Edios also flew there in vain. The girls of Edios should be reaching their limits right now as well. If MG had any thoughts about extending the contract, then they should bring them back and start activities in Korea. He was simply unable to understand why they went so far to make Edios remain in the US. If it was up to him, he would rather send them to Japan, where they already had a foundation, or even China, a new, growing market. Do they have any other plans for them? No matter how I think about it, they're simply crippling the girls so that they won't ever return to the stage. They're so talented, so why? Kang-yoon was unable to understand anything. What meaning was there in the return of a musician almost forgotten by the fans from going around in meaningless events? Even if they returned right now, they wouldn't be able to guarantee that they win against Yetin. If they returned even later, then they would have to compete against other girl idols, and that wouldn't be easy either. No, they would be even worse as they would be older than the other teams. They were simply unable to do anything. Unless they had some revolutionary plan. I did all the work and somebody else was about to get the credit, only to throw it all away. Kang-yoon heaved a deep sigh. He was proud of himself for having put Edios on stage. However, their ending in MG turned out like this. Let's watch the situation for now. The girls should have their own thoughts as well. Kang-yoon stopped thinking about them and started going through the files. After lunch, he decided to take a look at Kim Jimin's practice and headed towards the practice studio to watch White Moonlight practicing. I was shining an eye. When he opened the door, he heard Lee Hyunua's deep voice. Her purple notes created white light after being combined with the notes from the other instruments. Various colored notes danced around in front of Kang-yoon's eyes. It doesn't feel bad at all. The purple note from Lee Hyuna left a deep impression on him. The purple note especially went well with the yellow notes from Young Chang-yu's electric guitar. The 2 sounds are definitely good. But Chahee's bass doesn't work that well. The light is becoming dimmer. The strong light immediately dimmed when Lee Chahe's notes were added to the mix. He could see a slight time gap when he saw how the notes were coming out of the bass and the electric guitar respectively. They felt slightly offbeat. Adding the drum on top of that, the light dimmed even more. The two instruments in charge of the rhythm still didn't seem to be completely ready yet. After the song ended, Lee Hyuna discovered Kang-yoon and waved. "President, hi." After Lee Hyuna cheerfully waved her hand, Kang-yoon greeted the other members as well before turning his eyes to the score. "This is So-young's piece, isn't it?" "Yes, that is the one. It's the one that Park So-young brought for Kang-yoon to see. This is a nice piece. You're practicing for the festival, aren't you?" "Yes, I'm planning to do this as an encore song." Park So-young's pieces had the charm of relaxing people that listened to it. That didn't change at all, though there seemed to be plenty of room for improvement. "Appa, it's really good, isn't it?" "Yeah." When Kang-yoon praised her, Lee Hyuna shrugged her shoulders in pride. "You go, girl." Kang-yoon chuckled when he saw that. Then he added, "It's comforting to the ear. It sounds like a song that people would have an easier time following. It sounds like a perfect song for an encore song or for an interval, right?" "I knew it was the right thing to do to have it as the encore song. Aren't I good?" Hyuna smiled brightly. Kang-yoon also smiled with her. "If it goes well, let's consider putting it in your album this time." "Wow, So-young would be happy to hear that. For that to happen, you should sing it well, right?" "Ugh, the pressure's on me now." Hyuna pouted cheekily. "I wish you luck with the rearrangement. Also, tell So-young not to push herself too far." "No way, she should be working hard." "Who do you think she's writing this for? Only you need to be working hard." "Huh? What's that about?" Leaving the chuckling White Moonlight members behind, Kang-yoon left the studio with a score in hand after patting Lee Hyuna's back. "I told you to wait. I told you I'd come back." In Kang-yoon's room, Kim Jae-hoon was singing along with the song. The heart-shaking melody and the sad lyrics made his voice tremble as well. Kang-yoon watched the harmony of Kim Jae-hoon's voice and the notes from the speaker. The volume wasn't balanced, and the equipment wasn't set properly, so he couldn't see the notes properly. However, he was able to predict it. Kim Jae-hoon's vibrato was accentuated from the sad ballad song. He should use less of his techniques and use more of his voice. There was too much vibrato, so the note coming out at the end was slightly twisted at the end. That note added to the light made the light shake a little. However, it wasn't influenced that much and the light kept going strong. Kang-yoon wrote down the things that needed to be changed and kept on watching. "Hyung, this song sounds good." After the song, Kim Jae-hoon smiled brightly towards Kang-yoon. He liked this song. Although he was pushed back due to Jetin's matters and other things, he still persisted through to the end. Hearing that, Kang-yoon also answered with a relieved face. "It's good to hear that. Anything else you want to say?" "It's a little too high at the end." After the climax part of the song, at the final part, it went as high as E5. It was no wonder Kim Jae-hoon shivered just thinking about it. Kang-yoon experimented with other notes, but the effect on the white light was the best when it was E5. "I have to sing this with my voice. What if my throat goes bad?" We should avoid doing it on a live stage. This is also why there are different tones in the same part. On the usual stages, you should go with the lower note and sing the higher note in special events like concerts. So it comes down to that after all. His insane last schedule made him tired, but it didn't leave any aftereffects on his body. Kim Jae-hoon believed in Kang-yoon. He could see Kang-yoon's consideration in everything he did. "So I'm the man of autumn?" "Let's see." Kang-yoon planned the schedule in his mind. "After matters with White Moonlight and Jimin are done with, we'll get some room after September. How about mid-October when the leaves fall down? You are our main musician at World Entertainment. So shouldn't I put some more effort into you?" "That's good. The leaves will fall, so there's that autumn mood." Kim Jae-hoon was filled with expectation. It had been number 5 years since he released a new album. He couldn't help but get excited. "Let's end all your schedules in August and start putting all your efforts into the album. If you need, I can get you a practice room. It's fine. Pros aren't restricted by locations." "Ho!" Kang-yoon tapped Kim Jae-hoon's back. The practice room was taken over by White Moonlight, while the recording studio was taken over by Kim Jimin, so it wasn't easy to give him a room. Kang-yoon was thinking about renting a proper practice room if need be. "This place is fine. Can I practice in your room? I think it's better than most practice rooms." "Go ahead." "Hey, since you're at it, Choose some songs you want to sing. Okay, how many songs do you have right now? There should be around 7. It will be a mini album, so you can choose around 4. Kim Jae-hoon's heart pounded in. Expectation for the new songs. Chapter 114. Rock and Roll, Hotter Than the Sun 3. I did the rearrangement for the title song myself, but I'm planning to let others do the other songs. Kim Jae-hoon said he understood and asked about other things. Did you compose them as well? No, our exclusive composer did it. Oh, your sister? Kang-yoon seemed to be slightly embarrassed by the word sister and coughed awkwardly. HMHM. Yes. Wait, didn't she write this song? Spending time with you? Yeah. She's one of our exclusive composers, Muse. I'd like to avoid using the word sister while working. Okay. Kim Jae-hoon was very well aware that Kang-yoon wasn't the type to give special treatment to his sister just because of his blood relation. He accepted it and moved on. We may not have many people with us, but many of them can compose. There's me, there's you, and there's Hyuna as well. That's why I wish that each of you should take care of rearranging at least one song by yourselves when you release your albums. For your next album, I'll do one more, while you and Hyuna will do one each. That will be a total of 4. That's a good idea. But Hyuna's style is completely different from mine. Kim Jae-hoon became a little awkward. Lee Hyuna and Kim Jae-hoon's genre of music was different. Kim Jae-hoon wondered if she could overcome that difference. She'll just have to widen her musical spectrum this time. Actually, that goes for both of you. You should be able to learn something if you think outside your musical specialties, right? You'll only grow once your reasoning is more out of the box. That's true, I guess. Kim Jae-hoon thought about it for a moment and eventually decided to accept Kang-yoon's opinion. It wasn't like she would rearrange the title track, so he thought that it wouldn't be bad to broaden each other's horizons. Kang-yoon turned on the PC and showed Kim Jae-hoon some scores. There were 7 in total. These songs here are just compositions. There are no lyrics, nor is it rearranged in any way. Think of them as sketches. Think about how you can use these in your next album. Also, tell me if you think of any themes for your next album. Okay, Hyung. Kang-yoon left once Kim Jae-hoon put on the headphones and immersed himself in music. Oh wait, I guess I'm sleeping in the living room now. Thinking about it, his bedroom was the only place that would work as a studio. Kang-yoon was chased out of his own room without a choice. The studio was practically Kim Jimin's own practice room now. There, Kim Jimin was practicing the song that she would sing at Lunis's opening event along with Park So-young. Oh, the lower parts are the problem. Kim Jimin exclaimed while looking at the original score. It's fine if you want to play the acoustic guitar, but the reason why the original song was good was due to its bass line. But it's hard to express bass with just an acoustic guitar. It is. Park So-young played together on the synthesizer and explained the difficulty of playing it on the guitar. Though, an acoustic guitar is good and will bring the cheerful sound to life. Can't you ask Chayuni for help? No, she should get some rest as well. 5 minutes between performances are really big. Kim Jimin shook her head with a hard no, saying that this was her problem. Park So-young then suggested something else. Then I should add the bass line while maintaining that acoustic feel, right? If possible, I'd like to do it with just a guitar. You aren't that good yet. If you want to do that, you'd have to be as good as those on TV. You sure are direct with your words. Fine, I get it. Kim Jimin grumbled jokingly. Despite that, it would be better to properly indicate what was wrong. Park So-young played the synthesizer while listening to Kim Jimin's guitar play. The two wrote down what they should fix later with joy. A cafe in Hongdae. A man and a woman were facing each other with guitars in their hands. They were talking to each other while drinking black coffee. Sung-hai, you didn't book Wish in September? Wish is the name of a club. The man asked the woman, named Gong Sung-hai while chewing the star. He was the leader of an indie band called Straw Valley. Gong Sung-hai replied with a frown. You're chewing on your straw again. Anyway, I booked one that's opening soon. Oh, that one? Isn't that still under construction? How's that place? Han Sang-tae asked in surprise. That new concert hall was a little far away from the others, and it didn't look anything special on the outside, so no one paid attention to it. However, Gong Sung-hai's words completely surprised him. The facilities are just unreal, and the rent is really cheap as well. It's incomparable to the others. Moreover, they can hold a lot of people, and it's not far from the subway station, so it will be easy for people to find it. How much did it cost? That was the most important question. The cost of renting venues to perform in was constantly rising. Everyone was saying that the owners of those places were leeching off poor bands. Gong Sunghai replied immediately. Han Sang-tae's eyes widened after hearing that the cost was much lower than the other places. That's insane. Do they get any profit on that? Won't they raise the prices later? I don't think so. It's a venue run by an entertainment company. The owner of that place said that he lowered the cost to make others lower the cost as well. That sounds easy, but the world is hard. Han Sang-tae didn't easily believe that. Then, Gong Sunghai frowned and gave him more evidence. World Entertainment is where the formidables went to. Lee Hyuna, the place she went to after rejecting Yerong, is that place. It was a hot issue that Lee Hyuna rejected the offer from Yerong Entertainment because of her band members. Joining a large entertainment company was a dream for all. Indie bands. Vocalists had an easier time, but the ones playing instruments had a harder time. However, the small entertainment company not only just taken Lee Hyuna, but took in the whole band as well. So many people thought that they were a weird bunch. When Han Sang-tae showed signs of changing his opinion, Gong Sunghai added another one. Kim Jae-hoon belongs there too. Hey, where's World HQ? Han Sang-tae stood up without hesitation. The return of Kim Jae-hoon was a hot issue not just amongst musicians, but to the public as well. Gong Sunghai chuckled seeing that. After that, the rumor about Lunis's low rental costs spread out through the indie bands. It was now 1 week before the rock festival. White Moonlight was practicing hard. No one, including Kang-yoon, interrupted them in fear of distracting them. But today, Kang-yoon had to interrupt their practice as the order of events for the entire festival was here, and he brought the cue sheet and the poster for the band. Lee Hyuna and the band received them from Kang-yoon. Whoa, we're performing at 2 p.m. She was shocked after reading what was on it. P.M. 2 o'clock, White Moonlight. Their names were on the poster and the cue sheet. This was practically set in stone. Whoa, so we will have to perform in the scorching sun. Lee Cha-hee and Young Chang-yu were also unable to hide their shock. They were used to performing during night time, and this was the first time they performed during midday, not to mention outdoors. They would perform on a specially constructed outdoor stage at 2 in the afternoon when the sun was the hottest. But at least we got to take first place. It would be really hard if it was 3 or 4. Lee Hyun-ji consoled everyone that there was still hope. As they were the first to perform, there should be some people with passion before getting scared by the sun. If it was 3 or 4 in the afternoon, it was likely that most of them would get tired and go home. We should have had the least name value. You must have worked hard to get that spot. Lee Hyun-ji's words, everyone groaned. It was all thanks to Kang-yoon that they even got such an opportunity. However, Kang-yoon continued speaking as though it was okay. It was impossible to get a spot in the evening. There were so many famous musicians, so they didn't even listen to my request for a time change. Kang-yoon shook his head. Hearing their conversation, the White Moonlight members became dejected. However, Lee Hyuna spoke cheerfully. Oh well, it's not happening this year, but it will be different next year. Just you wait. I'll make them put us in the evening. Okay, you promised. If I can't keep it, I'll give myself to you. Kang-yoon knocked Lee Hyuna on the head lightly before turning around to the others. As you all saw, the schedule will be extremely harsh. I can only apologize. I still don't have enough power yet. I'll try to let you stand on a proper stage next time. Please, forgive me for this one. White Moonlight became awkward when Kang-yoon apologized to them. Actually, it was amazing that they were joining the rock festival at all. But Kang-yoon was acting like this. No, not at all. We're all thankful to you. Kim Jin-dae represented everyone's feelings when he said that. Lee Hyun-ji spoke up as well. We're still a small company. Let's assert some of our power once we become bigger. Director, Kang-yoon felt thankful as he was consoled by them, even though he was sorry that he wasn't able to provide a better environment. Leaving that aside, everyone returned to their respective positions. White Moonlight resumed practice, while Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji headed towards their office. The day before their performance, Kang-yoon was heading towards K-pop complex in Goyang, where the rock festival was taking place. It was a general theme park consisting of an outdoor stage, a water park, a gallery, and even some hotels. Kang-yoon arrived early in the morning. He put the tag staff on his left chest and sat on the front seats of the outdoor stage. He was here to check out the stage for White Moonlight. There was the staff and the band Dream of Beach on the stage, who were the first to perform today. It won't. Like, rain today or something, right? It will be sunny without a single cloud. That will be hot. The staff members didn't know whether to like or dislike the fact that it wasn't going to rain. Kang-yoon sympathized with them. Soon, they began testing the sound for the band. As the atmospheric moisture was high, testing the sound was very difficult. It's outdoors, but getting the sound right won't be easy. Despite that, the staff members had good skills and were able to set the sound in time. Kang-yoon was relieved by that. It looked like he could trust the staff members with the sound. The problem occurred after 11 o'clock. The shade disappeared, and the sun started scorching down on the audience seats. It's so hot. Kang-yoon took out his parasol that he had prepared beforehand. He felt that the heat was getting better, or not. It didn't get any cooler at all. Kang-yoon felt like this under the shade, so it would be even worse for other people who were working in the sun. He felt pity for the staff and the band. What do I do with our kids? He was worried about their health. Moreover, what if a member of the audience got heat stroke? It would be very unnerving if someone collapsed during a performance. Although the primary responsibility was with the host, it would be really complex if things went to the court. However, he couldn't pull them out now. Then reduce the time? That wasn't good either. The audience would want to enjoy as many songs as possible. Everyone paid for their ticket after all. Kang-yoon had mixed feelings. I guess we'll have to prepare more water. He could only give them more water to stave off the heat. This method was the most simple one. Personal. Parasols and tents weren't allowed, so the only way was with water. So it comes down to money again. Kang-yoon had a look at the sheet provided by the host. He had a look at the number of water bottles provided by the host, and shook his head. How am I supposed to last 1 hour with just this? 500 people. 700 bottles of 500 milliliters water. That was provided by the host. Would that suffice under the scorching sun? Kang-yoon was skeptical. He then called Lee Hyun-ji. He asked her to order 1,000 bottles of 500 milliliters water for tomorrow. That should suffice for 500 people to drink and even sprinkle some of it. Lee Hyun-ji suggested that they should put White Moonlight's logo on the bottles, and Kang-yoon gave the okay immediately. The people on the stage fought against the heat while testing the sound and checked their movement lines. Then, when it became noon, people started entering the venue one after the other. There were couples in light clothing, and some people seemed to die-hard fans and seemed to have planned to live here for the next few days. Then it became time. Hello, Waya. The curtain to the rock festival opened with Kang Tae-cheon from Dream of Beach's commentary. They were a band focused on metal. The vocalist's voice was powerful and grabbed the audience. You shout every day, saying boring. Wah! The audience was here to play, so everyone jumped around. They weren't just jumping around, though. They sprinkled water, threw it, got drenched and did everything they could to stave off the heat with the water bottle given to them by the host. They jumped, cooled themselves, and jumped again. Due to that, the water ran out very soon. Phew, so hot. So hot. The audience was drenched with water and sweat. However, without realizing that, the band on the stage went on without a stop. The audience kept jumping around as though they were enchanted. One frail-looking lady seemed to have lost focus on her eyes. Seeing that, Kang-yoon wrote down the things he needed. Water is important. Dream of Beach should have received the same 700 bottles as well. There were around 500 people in the audience as well. However, the water seemed lukewarm at best due to them being prepared a long time ago, and thanks to that, some of the audience grumbled even while drinking it. In the end, it all came down to the fact that this was under the sun. Everyone had a good time, but Kang-yoon was instead focused on the chances of an accident. It was likely that White Moonlight's performance tomorrow would turn out the same way. The current temperature is 32.1 degrees centigrade. Moreover, it feels even hotter due to the humidity. Tomorrow won't be that different. Kang-yoon calmly watched Dream of Beach stage and thought about what he could do to support White Moonlight's performance tomorrow. Everyone, are you hot? Yees. Are you hot? Yees. Then let's blast off the heat with a song. Are you ready? Yees. The audience's passionate voice rang out through the venue. However, they didn't have any water to cool them off anymore. Without evening realizing that Dream of Beach kept continuing on with their songs. However, due to the fatigue from the heat, the audience started returning to their seats. It started off with just one or two, but in the end, dozens left the standing seats at the front. So it turns out like this. Kang-yoon shook his head. This happened within the first 30 minutes of the stage. The audience at the very front enjoyed their time without knowing what was happening at the back. However, the number of people leaving the standing seats were unceasing. In the end, only of the people remained after 1 hour. Thank you. Wea. There was no encore call due to the heat. Although they tried to win against the heat through singing, they ended up losing to the heat. Kang-yoon could clearly predict what kind of face the band members would have after leaving the stage. They would feel empty, confused, and even angry. Arurorg. Just as he had expected, Kang-yoon was passing by the back of the stage when he heard that grunt. Looks like I should prepare well. There was no guarantee that the same thing won't happen to White Moonlight tomorrow. Kang-yoon resolved himself to win this fight against the heat. Chapter 115. Rock and Roll, Hotter Than the Sun 4. In a lecture room at Hyun's University of Music in America, the infamously difficult instrumental theory class was over. The 10 or so students packed up their materials with liberation on their faces. They left as soon as the professor left. Ugh, today's class was the worst. Leaving the other students aside, one of Hyun's friends, Helena, packed her materials with leisure. Unlike others, she was more dignified. Well done. Today's instrument was so difficult as well. What was it again? Shamey. What? The shamisen. Ugh, it's so hard to pronounce as well. Today's lecture was about a traditional Japanese instrument, the shamisen. Just thinking about it freaked Helena out. Although old instruments from the Eastern world sounded very clear, they were extremely hard to play. Some instruments didn't produce any sound. Though, fortunately, the instrument they learned about this time wasn't that kind. Hyun consoled her friend, who had a bomb load of homework to do. Work hard. It still sounds nice and relaxing though, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. It's a really good instrument if we aren't taking exams about it. I don't know why we have to learn such an instrument in a digital age like ours. Wouldn't it suffice to just have a good musical sense? There must be a reason we're learning this. That's our honor student. Helena's praise made Hyun smile awkwardly. Huh. Hey, full score honor student. Wait, didn't you get a full score for this class as well? Is it because you're good with your hands? Tell me your secret. Well, I just try hard. Don't give me that. Hyun was practically saying the honor student's favorite line. I studied mainly textbooks. She then left after saying goodbye to Helena. She had an appointment today, not far from uni. Her guest was waiting in a cafe. Hyun, Jua, the person she appointed to meet, stood up as soon as she saw Hyun and hugged her. It was Jua, who was one of Hyun's best friends now. She always pinched on Hyun's cheeks. Hyun didn't lose out and did the same. The two were very close to each other. Today, though, she wasn't alone here. There was another guest. Jua, a friend of yours. Wait. Hyun approached the new person to greet her, but it was a familiar face. No, it wasn't just a familiar face. Hello? I heard a lot about you from Juaoni. Christian. Oh, hello. Hyun was very surprised by the turn of events and greeted her in surprise. She was the girl with a sharp jawline, feline eyes, and slightly cold expression, Christian. Although she was wearing sneakers, her body figure couldn't be hidden with the shorts she was wearing. She looked like a dignified lady from the city. Jua giggled seeing Hyun getting surprised. What? Don't you know Edios? It's not that. Hyun expressed her awkwardness at the unexpected turn of events. As Kang-yoon's sister, she naturally knew about the fact that Kang-yoon was behind Edios' debut. As such, the girls did not feel like strangers. Although she did get the feeling that they might meet each other in America, she did not know that it would be today. Let's order something first. Jua relieved the awkward atmosphere between the two and sat down. She waved at the cafe waitress some distance away while the two sat down without saying a word. Jua also sat down. As Jua was between the two, Hyun and Christy slowly got to know each other. Your team leader's sister? Your mouth is wide open. But after Christy heard that Hyun was Kang-yoon's sister, Christy started screaming. Uni, you didn't tell me this before. I did not tell you either. Though what does that mean? Christy wished to have heard about this beforehand, but it was very unlikely that Jua would do something like that. In the end, Christy became teary-faced. It was impossible for her to win against Jua with words. She pouted before muttering. She doesn't look like him. We get that a lot. Oh. Christy became awkward as she was just talking to herself, but her words were heard. However, Hyun continued without worrying much. Well, the impressions of me and my brother are quite different. So I'm used to hearing things like that. You, I'm sorry. Christy and lowered her head in sheepishness. However, Kang-yoon waved her hand, saying that it was okay. Now then, what should I do to make them friendly? Jua started pondering about how to make them become close. Everyone's here, right? 6 in the morning. Lee Hyun-ji checked on the members of White Moonlight, as well as Kim Jimin. Everyone had gathered in front of the company 5 minutes ago. As Lee Hyun-ji told all of them not to be late, everyone had tense faces. Manager Dae-hoon, is all the luggage ready? Yes. I've loaded them in the car as you instructed yesterday. Manager Kim Dae-hoon was also very tense. Although Lee Hyun-ji was a woman, she had a strong charisma that made it difficult to not obey her words. Let's check on our equipment one last time. Okay. Hyung, I'll help out. Kim Jin-dae and Young Chang-yu stepped up to help Kim Dae-hoon. Lee Hyun-ah and Kim Jimin headed towards the convenience store to get food and drink to have on the way. After they finished their preparations, the company started heading towards Goyang. As it was early morning, members of White Moonlight were feeling quite low. Hyun-ah, did you get any sleep? 3 hours. How about you? 2 hours, I guess. I'm getting more nervous than my first ever stage. Lee Hyun-ah and Kim Jin-dae were the same in regards to the fact that they got very little sleep. Chang-yu, looks like you had a good sleep. Sleeping pills. I'm surprised you got up on time. Kim Jin-dae admired Young Chang-yu for waking up on time after taking pills. Jimin is sleeping. I'm envious. Lee Cha-hee muttered while seeing Kim Jimin sleeping with her head leaning against the window, and Lee Hyun-ah also added. Lee Hyun-ji, who was in the passenger seat, also had her own worries. From what I heard, the team that performed yesterday had more than half of the audience leave. Are we going to be okay? The time slot was disadvantageous for them. The sun was scorching. Although they ordered some more water, she wondered if that would be enough. However, she couldn't think of any other solutions than preparing more water. If they put up canopies, that would restrict the sight of the audience, while parasols had the disadvantage that it would make it harder for more people to come in, and, although the heat was the biggest issue, those two solutions weren't realistically possible. Lee Hyun-ji pondered the issue while they rode the car, but she wasn't able to think of a proper solution. Without a proper solution, the van arrived at K-pop complex. Lee Hyun-ji and the others arrived at the concert venue with their respective instruments, and Kang-yoon was waiting for them there. You're here. Kang-yoon greeted the company and headed off towards the organizers. Then, he talked about a lot of things with the staff, and the staff had awkward faces. Kang-yoon Appa is so. What? What is? No, nothing. Lee Cha-hee asked Lee Hyun-ah when she mumbled something to herself, but she did not answer. The members of White Moonlight set up their instruments to get ready for the stage. Lee Hyun-ji also watched the whole process from below. Kim Jimin was next to her. Kim Jin-dae set up the snare that they brought and adjusted the position between it and the foot bass. The deep sound from the foot bass and the crisp sound from the snare drum harmonized well. Is it because of the humidity? It feels a little dampened. Kang-yoon tilted his head while looking at the notes coming out of the drums. Although he had to wait until the tuning was done, the notes didn't sound as crisp as he wanted it to be. Meanwhile, Lee Cha-hee connected her bass to the amp and started tuning. Young Chang-yu also connected the electric guitar to the effector pedals and started going through the sounds. Various sounds created notes in front of Kang-yoon's eyes. As the sounds became more finely tuned, the fuzzy notes started becoming clearer. The electric guitar and the bass definitely became better, but the notes from the drums were fuzzy as it didn't sound quite right. Damn it, it's not working. Kim Jin-dae kept tightening and loosening the snare drums as though something didn't feel right. However, the crisp sound he wanted did not happen and only a dampened sound could be heard. It's not right for me to interfere with their tuning. Kang-yoon was about to say something, but he decided not to. It wasn't right to damage their pride as musicians. It's not like they were running out of time either. After around 30 minutes, he started to see clearer notes from the drums. As the drums had microphones put against them, the sounds went to the speakers and Kang-yoon was satisfied to see that the notes were clear. After the instruments were tuned properly and the band started jamming, the sun started getting hotter. Looks like today will be hotter than yesterday. Lee Hyun-ji, who was next to Kang-yoon, watched the stage with a worried expression. Kim Jimin's face had also become red due to the heat. Let's get some shade. Kang-yoon led everyone to the shade. Although the sunlight poked through between the leaves, the slight wind was enough to cool them down. We did prepare some more water as you've said, But will that be enough? Kang-yoon started pondering after hearing Lee Hyunji's words. Even if they sprayed water all over their body, it might not be enough. Thinking about it, it might even be a futile effort. Do you know how hot it will go up to today? 34.4 degrees. 34 degrees? Kang-yoon widened his eyes when Kim Jimin confirmed it for him on her phone. 34 degrees at the end of August? This was to the north of Seoul as well. Kang-yoon abruptly stood up. Where are you going? Lee Hyunji asked. We should cool off the heat. I'll be back before it's too late. Lee Hyunji and Kim Jimin looked at each other, puzzled. After the rehearsal, Lee Hyuna redid her makeup in the waiting booth. Ugh, it's so hot. Lee Hyuna became irritated due to the heat. Although she had used makeup that was resistant to water, a portion of it was erased due to the onslaught of sweat. High humidity and heat were that fatal. Lee Chae wasn't that different from her, and she quietly fixed her makeup. Their stage time was rapidly approaching. In a shade that's not too far from the venue, Kim Jimin mouth gaped while looking at the people entering. Look at that. Those people are so. As she had said, people were gathering at the venue without consideration for the heat. Even though the sun was scorching, people entered in streams without end. You're right. Wow, the team must be quite amazing, Kim Jimin exclaimed. People had gathered to listen to the band despite the heat. This surprised her. I'll also. While Kim Jimin resolved to herself, the audience received the bottles of water and got ready to enjoy the music. Some of them had already opened the water and started drinking. Meanwhile, Lee Hyunji was very nervous as she watched them. This will be even more difficult than what the president said it would be. I wonder if the water is enough. Lee Hyunji headed towards where they were handing out the water. Fortunately, there was enough water for now. This was mostly thanks to the fact that they had prepared more water. It seemed that it would be fine even if people took more bottles of water. However, if more people streamed in, and people at the front came back to take more water, she couldn't guarantee that they would have enough water for all of them. Lee Hyunji called Kang-yoon to discuss the water. However, why isn't he answering at a time like this? The most important member was not answering her calls. It shouldn't be that his phone was broken, but she never got a call back either. She became more and more desperate, with repeated calls, but no answer. In the end, she texted him with a sigh. She messaged him to call her back. She then had a look at the concrete floor. It felt as though the heat was rising from it. It was no wonder that more than half the people left in the previous show, considering that they were jumping on this concrete floor. We should at least spray some water. Lee Hyunji thought that they should stave off the heat using whatever methods available. Spraying water on the floor would cool off the surface. When that thought flashed in her mind, she started looking for a long hose attached to a tap. When she looked around, she was able to find a tap, but no hose. Toilet. If there were any cleaning supplies, it should contain a long hose, was her thinking when she searched all the public toilets around. However, she wasn't able to find any. She looked around a long while for the hose, but she only found some short ones, and they weren't enough to reach the concert venue. Eventually, Lee Hyunji returned to the venue before the stage started, exhausted. Director. Thanks, Kim Jimin handed her a bottle of water in consolation. Lee Hyunji emptied an entire bottle in one shot. Her suit had already been drenched with sweat as well. As the allocated time slot arrived, the sun became hotter and hotter. The floor was getting more heated up as well. It was like an inferno. This won't do. Lee Hyunji became depressed, as she could practically imagine more than half the people here leaving midway. She had to look for a way and stood up again to find something. At that time, two large trucks suddenly approached the venue with loud engine noises. Lee Hyunji's brows creased as it annoyed her, even more, when the trucks were approaching the venue. If it ever came near the concert venue, she decided to vent her frustration on the driver. And just as she had worried, the truck was headed straight towards the venue and stopped right next to the audience seats. You just came at just the right time. Lee Hyunji grit her teeth and approached the first truck, which stopped at the right of the audience. She had her eyes wide open in extreme anger. Just as Lee Hyunji was about to yell at the driver that just got off, she heard a voice behind her. Director, over here. It was a familiar voice. Lee Hyunji turned around to the voice. President. Yes. Fortunately, I'm not late. The one that got off the left truck was Kang-yoon. Lee Hyunji approached and asked Kang-yoon in surprise. What happened? You didn't show up right until the beginning of the stage. What are these oil truck-looking things? Kang-yoon chuckled hearing the word oil tank. Oil trucks. These are specialized vehicles. They spray water. What? They are sprinkler trucks? Sprinkler trucks? Lee Hyunji was unable to hide her surprise since sprinkler trucks were mostly found in construction sites. Yes, this will be our trump card. Kang-yoon's gaze alternated between the audience and the trucks with a smirk. Lee Hyunji only looked at whatever Kang-yoon was looking at, dumbfounded. Chapter 116. Rock and Roll, Hotter Than the Sun 5. Trump card? Are you planning to spray water on the audience or something? Correct. Lee Hyunji was flabbergasted. Wasn't Kang-yoon practically saying that he would make it rain? It's good that we have water, but there are a lot of problems. Yes, it would be good to spray water, but there is electronic equipment here, which may get damaged, and there may also be people in the audience that may not want to get their clothes wet. There were many problems with spraying water. There may be human casualties trying to avoid the heat. However, Kang-yoon shook his head saying that it was okay. The direction of the wind and the direction we are spraying it will be important. We'll spray it from the stage towards the audience. We'll also adjust the output and have the audience take a few steps back. Oh, we can't forget to spray water on the floor first. As soon as Kang-yoon finished his words, there was an announcement for the audience to take steps back, and one of the sprinkler trucks started spraying water on the ground. The volume of water was considerable, and the water made puddles here and there. Lee Hyunji was flabbergasted by the sudden onslaught of water. Drinking water and sprinkled water. Playing in the water was the best for performing in the hot summer. Do Hyuna and the others know about this? I did call them beforehand. Hyuna also said that she will spray water on her face during the performance. She told me that head banging with wet hair looks sexy or something. Lee Hyunji chuckled at Kang-yoon's joke. The sprinkler truck finished spraying water over the concrete floor, and the audience filled in the space again. Everyone seemed confused, but most of them liked the fact that it became much cooler than before. At that moment, another announcement flowed out. Attention please. Your clothes may get wet during the performance. Please enjoy the performance outside the white line if you do not have any spare clothing. There was a white line drawn outside the area of effect where water will be sprayed as well. People started whispering among themselves. Water? Is this a theme park? Wow, that sounds fun. I'm staying back. These are the only clothes I have. There were many opinions. Their clothes would get wet during the performance. They also saw 2 large sprinkler trucks. Most of them chose to enjoy the performance, even if it meant that their clothes would get wet. Though, there were many that chose to forego this opportunity and stepped outside the white line. Moments later, people were clearly divided by the white line. Around of the people stepped behind the line while the rest decided to enjoy the performance with the water. Lee Hyunji dumbfoundedly muttered while looking at the people's choices. I never knew you'd bring a sprinkler truck to stave off the heat. Kim Jimin felt the same. The sprinkler trucks were parked next to the stage, and their grandeur made her gasp. This was the best kind of rest for a hot day. Playing with water while listening to rock music? This was the best thing ever. I want to go play too. Hearing her muttering, Kang-yoon pushed her back. Go on. What? Can I really go? Kids grow up by playing. I'm plenty tall, you know. Kang-yoon smiled at Kim Jimin's frowning and waved his hand. He was gesturing to her to go. Kim Jimin went off, and Lee Hyunji asked Kang-yoon worriedly. Borrowing sprinkler trucks? I didn't even think about it. Even if I did, I wouldn't know how to borrow them. Where did you get them from? There's an apartment construction site nearby. There were sprinkler trucks there. The construction for today was delayed to a later date, so I grabbed them before they went home. You're very lucky, but you really are something to think about going to a construction site. Lee Hyunji was shocked by Kang-yoon's actions. He thought about bringing a sprinkler truck, went to an actual construction site, and actually luckily ended up getting 2 of them. As Kang-yoon had already talked to the organizers about bringing sprinkler trucks beforehand, there weren't any problems. When the time for their performance came, White Moonlight went up on stage. With the drummer Kim Jin-dae sitting on his seat and the others finding their place, the band started jamming lightly. The distorted electric guitar, the deep bass drums, and the bouncing snares, a fancy sound filled the entire venue. Then, the drummer beat 4 times with the sticks, and they started playing. Wah-ah-ah-yeah. It was a cheerful rhythm. Although the lyrics hadn't started, yet the crisp snare drum sound pleasured the audience's ears, and the bass pleased the audience with the deep sounds. The electric guitar topped it off with rapid chord movements, and the cheers got louder. Young Chang-yu's fingers rapidly moved up and down the electric guitar and finished it off with some distortion. The drums didn't lose out with its tom-toms and snares. Fantastic sounds ruled over the stage. The bass brought the other sounds to life, so the audience hopped their shoulders to the rhythm. Lee Hyun-ah walked out along with the crystal-like cymbal sounds. Hello everyone. Wah-ah-ya. There were no other words. The drum hi-hat gave 4 beats, the bass did a slide, and a fast-paced music beat started. The drums started beating faster, and the bass played ghost notes to ride along. The hundreds of people in the audience started jumping at once. Everyone was enjoying themselves. Lately, it is very sunny, very comfortable, yet very frustrating. The hundreds of people, all jumping around, was very spectacular. Lee Hyun-ah seemed just as cheerful. She shouted, I am a childish little girl, but I will soon. Lee Hyun-ah's low yet colorful voice spread out to the audience. People were enchanted by her voice and shook their heads around in madness. Then came the chorus. That's it. More and more. What about me is not. The hundreds of people started jumping feverishly. The scorching sun shone down on them, and sweat drops started forming on the heads of the audience. Though, no one minded due to the music. However, that only lasted a moment. As they progressed into the second song, people's jumping movements died down as they became more fatigued. Usually, most of the audience would last until the 5th song without getting tired, but the heat was scary. This is bad. She had heard from Lee Hyun-ji that a lot of people had left the audience during yesterday's performance. She had heard the advice that she should consider the stamina of the audience. She had planned so that they would jump in excitement until the 3rd song and do something more relaxing for the 4th one. But it was already turning out like this. This was because it was hotter and more humid than yesterday. You must be tired from fighting with your lover, sick and tired of being compared to someone else. Lee Hyun-ah was very nervous as she sang the 2nd song. Although the people were following her performance with their tired bodies, it was unknown when they would fully tire out. When are they going to start sprinkling the water? She had heard about the sprinkler truck from Kang-yoon, yet the 2 trucks stood there doing nothing. She thought that now would be the right time to spray water, but the situation wasn't getting better. Lee Hyun-ah felt stuffy, and the other band members felt the same. The song continued nonetheless. They were now past the chorus and were heading to the climax. Forget everything and let go. Her shout resounded across. As this was the climax, the high-pitched voice excited the audience. Though, their tired bodies prevented them from jumping. Their bodies had turned slightly red from the heat. Just when is the water coming? Lee Hyun-ah was frustrated. At this rate, the audience would start to leave after this song. A musician would be very dejected when the audience left midway through the performance. Moreover, this was due to the heat, so she couldn't complain about it either. Well, maybe the organizers for giving them this time slot. With her head in a mess, Lee Hyun-ah went past the climax part. At that moment, PSSSSH, along with a cool, refreshing sound, the 2 trucks started spraying water at the audience. It was as though it was drizzling and cooled off the venue. So cool. Yay! The audience was in a frenzy, like farmers who had finally encountered the rain during a long drought. People embraced the drizzles of water. Some of them even closed their eyes to immerse themselves. They did not care about their clothes getting wet and started jumping again. The blue ocean, the high skies, is always next to me. Lee Hyun-ah's singing topped off the cool rain. The audience had already let go of themselves to the music and the water. Kang-yoon, on the other hand, was met with completely different scenery. The color changed. He was aware that special effects affected the music, but he didn't realize that water would do the same. Before the water was sprayed, the light was white. However, when Hyun-ah returned to the chorus part after the climax part, it was a faint silver. The only difference? It was sprinkling the water. Silver, it's silver. No way. Although he had seen it a few times until now, this still felt wonderful to him. Although the light was faint, it was still that refreshing sensation incomparable to anything else. Due to the faint silver light, some of the audience outside the white line entered the range of the water. It might be just the water that affected them, but the fact that they came forward was meaningful. Well then, are you ready for another round? Yeah. Lee Hyun-ah's voice seemed more energized. The sprinkler truck also rained more water. The 1-hour-long performance went by in a flash. The audience was panting without even minding their drenched clothes. White Moonlight, whether it was Lee Hyun-ah, Kim Jin-dae, Young Chang-yu, or Lee Cha-hee, were also drenched in sweat after all that jumping. As Lee Hyun-ah had poured water on her head as well during the performance, her hair and some of her clothes were drenched. Encore, encore. They had finished all the songs they prepared for the festival, but the crowd was asking for more. Lee Hyun-ah raised her hand to calm down the audience and raised her mic. There is one song we haven't done. Why? Lee Hyun-ah raised her index finger among the passionate cheers. She indicated that it wasn't enough. Wah! It's a new song. Are you okay with that? Yees. Okay then. Here we go. Lee Hyun-ah seemed to be excited as well as she didn't even introduce the song properly. It was a slight mistake. Although Kim Jin-dae panicked a bit, he came to himself and gave the beats. The other instruments also chimed in. Set fire to my boring life and fly away. The lyrics were easy to follow. The audience sang along to the easy lyrics, and the atmosphere started heating up again. Where did my shining self disappear? Now, I want to rediscover my true self. The music suddenly paused. The silence continued momentarily. Then, 1, 2, 3, 4. Kim Jin-dae banged on the cymbal, and the band entered the chorus again. At the same time, the last ray of water sprayed out. The audience cheered at the cool feeling again and started jumping. Your little actions moved me. Lee Hyun-ah's voice burst out again. Her voice was like the ray of water that cooled off the heat. Regardless of their remaining stamina, the audience jumped according to the beat again and again. They sang along without a care for their voice either. Their bodies were jumping, while their ears enjoyed the music. Everyone had pretty much lost themselves. A little more than 3 minutes went by in a flash. The performance of White Moonlight closed its curtains with the fantastic sounds of the instruments. Thank you. Why? Lee Hyun-ah took a deep bow towards the audience with a loud shout. Their passion was hotter than the scorching heat. Feeling satisfied that they won over the scorching sun, the band members gathered around in a circle and hugged each other. White Moonlight's rock festival had ended, and they burnt themselves to white ash. At an indie band club in Hongdae named Greenlight, the owner, Yoon Chang-seon, had gathered the owners of other clubs around. Derace, Live Start, Sweetpins, as well as others. The owners of these few well-known clubs of Hongdae had gathered around a table in a Chinese restaurant. There were many dishes, including shark fin soup, laid out on the table, but none of the owners started eating. It was because Yoon Chang-seon hadn't started eating yet. Why is he acting so heavy? What's he up to? It's obvious. It's about that concert hall that World or whoever has made. The owners of Hongdae Box and Spare Man whispered to each other when the owner of Sweetpins tapped on their legs to stop them. The whispering too had a look of complaint across their faces, but they still became quiet. Then, Yoon Chang-seon started speaking in a calm tone. I've gathered all of you here today in order to discuss the new concert hall that opened recently. Everyone sat up. This was the important part. That concert hall, called Lunas, only cares about their own profit and is bringing harm to the innocent shop owners around. They cut down on the renting fees a lot to attract the bands. We have our own set of rules, but they decided not to abide by it. At this rate, the order of this place will fall apart. I am planning to sanction them in some way. Does anybody have any ideas? No one raised their hand. Speaking at a place like this may bring harm to themselves. Just as everyone was looking at each other, one person carefully raised his hand. It was the owner of Spot Hall, Min Hongbin. Please speak. The owner of Lunas has brought disorder to the market. We need to set the order straight by giving them disadvantages. As such, I propose this. He sipped a cup of water before continuing. All indie bands that rent their hall will not be able to rent our venues again. That will be the condition for renting their venue. How cruel. Yoon Chang-seon voiced his disapproval. However, Min Hongbin shook his head. If we don't do this, there will be a second and a third Lunas in the future. This is heartbreaking for the indie bands, but for everyone's well-being, we should start off strong so that no one will break the order. Again, agreed. I approve. The owners of Derace and Sweetpins voiced their approval. Hearing that, Yoon Chang-seon asked everyone else. Well said. Those that agree to Mr. Min's suggestion, please raise your hand. Everyone other than Yoon Chang-seon raised their hands. He nodded his head. Okay then. Then, from here on, Those of you here must not let musicians that have performed in Lunas perform in your respective venues. You may have to bear with the losses for a while, but please maintain this rule for everyone's future. Everyone agreed to Yoon Changxian's words. Good. There was nothing else. Their proposition regarding Lunas was passed, and Yoon Changxian curved his lips. Chapter 117. Lunas, Open 1. Leaving the rock festival, where they burnt their passion, behind, White Moonlight, Kang-yoon, Lee Hyun-ji, Kim Jimin, and manager Kim Dae-hoon returned to World Entertainment. Prez. Let's do an after-party. After-party. When Lee Hyun-ah asked for an after-party, all of them looked expectantly at Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon thought about it for a moment before speaking. Fine then, let's have an after-party. Wow, you rock, Prez. Eating out made them joyful. They put down their instruments and headed to a nearby Korean barbecue restaurant. Kim Jimin sent a text to Kim Jae-hoon, who was at Kang-yoon's house picking songs, and Young Hae-jin, who was about to go home after work, was caught by Lee Hyun-ah. Like that, the number of participants rose, and it became an outing for the entire World family. Kang-yoon and the company were guided to a room. They took off their shoes and went inside. When the president ordered various types of meat like pork belly, ribs, and others, all of their eyes lit up. Ugh, beef. Is there no beef? One. Though, someone did complain. Lee Cha-hee told Kim Jin-dae off. Why don't you earn as much as Jae-hoon Appa over there before you say something? You are so cruel. Kim Jin-dae turned his head away, pouting. However, Lee Cha-hee did nothing and grilled the meat as if this were a common occurrence. Everyone was mesmerized by the sizzling meat when someone unexpected entered. Huh? Seonbi. Lee Hyun-ji blinked her eyes several times in wonder. This was Professor Choi Chan-young. Kim Jimin also didn't think that she would see him here today and stood up to greet him. Teacher, what brings you here? I visited the company because I forgot something, and then he scratched his head in awkwardness. He had briefly visited the company for something, but was called here by Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon immediately made him some room and greeted him warmly. Welcome. Thank you for welcoming me. Kang-yoon told Lee Hyun-ah to call Park So-young as well. She cheerfully called her right away. President. So-young is around the area with her friends. She'll be here soon. Okay then. Just as the meat was getting fully cooked, Park So-young arrived. The members of White Moonlight welcomed her passionately. So-young, Uni. Park So-young expressed her greetings to Lee Hyun-ah first. The members of White Moonlight greeted her warmly and gave her a seat. When everybody gathered around, it was to give a welcome speech. I guess this is the first time everyone is gathered around at a table like this. Although it's only pork for today, let's get some beef the next time we do this. Lee Kang-yoon. The word beef made them more joyful. Kang-yoon felt his shoulders rising from pride and raised his glass. The slogan for today will be, for a better future. For a better future. A better future. Everyone clanged their glasses with each other, and Kang-yoon sat back down after telling everyone to dig in. They started talking about a lot of things, and the table became louder again. The members of White Moonlight were quarreling. Kim Jimin and Park So-young were quietly chatting. Kim Jae-hoon, Young Hae-jin, and Professor Choi Chan-young unexpectedly made a good conversation group. Well then, President Lee, you've worked hard until today. Receive a glass from me. Lee Hyun-ji poured some soju for Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon returned one back. You've worked hard too, Director. Huh. I'm having it easier than when I was at MG. I don't know how long it has been since I was so motivated when I'm working. The people I work with are fun to work with, and there's a sense of growth in the company too. This is awesome. That's good. Lee Hyun-ji was serious. There was no intra-company politics war like when she worked at MG Entertainment and could focus solely on her work. Though sometimes, your rash actions almost shock me to death. Ha. Kang-yoon became awkward. As Lee Hyun-ji was the type to do everything according to the manual, it wasn't easy for her to follow Kang-yoon's actions. Well, with you, you have your reasons, so I guess it's fine. If there's anything I want, I wish you'd tell me beforehand the reason behind your actions. You know, like the sprinkler trucks today. Looks like I was too headstrong. Just be a little bit more considerate about me in the future. That's fine. Kang-yoon nodded his head in understanding. As the party continued, Kang-yoon stood up and headed to where White Moonlight was sitting. They were having a blast with Park So-young in the mix. Prez, over here. Lee Hyun-ah prepared a seat for Kang-yoon right next to her own. Thanks. Appa, the sprinkler trucks today were awesome. I thought I was at a water park. Lee Hyuna told Kang-yoon about her opinions about today. The other members were the same and chimed in. Me too. I never thought that you'd spray water like that at a concert. Lee Cha, he wasn't that different from Lee Hyuna. They thought that they themselves had to do something as a band on the stage, but they never thought about spraying water at the audience. I thought I was performing at a water park too. The people were jumping even while getting soaked in. Wow. Kim Jin-dae seemed still a little excited. Young Chang-yu nodded his head in agreement. I watched an outdoor performance when I was studying in America. One amateur band was spraying water everywhere. It was summer and it was hot. It looked funny at first, but the audience seemed to like it. The weather was hot, and so they needed something to cool them off. Ooh. Kang-yoon's explanation made everyone nod. He had pretty much extended what he saw back then by a huge scale. I think the encore song was good as well. People sang along even though this was the first time we sang it on stage. You're right. So-young, thank you for the great song. Lee Hyuna lightly patted Park So-young's back at Kang-yoon's compliment. Park So-young, who was sipping soju by herself, was startled. Oh, thanks. What are you so surprised about? No, nothing. Kang-yoon's presence made Park So-young tense up. She became very nervous whenever the topic of her song came up. It was as though she was meeting a professor from her university. Regardless, Kang-yoon kept talking. I'm not knowledgeable about talents, but this song really wasn't bad. Thank you for the song. Thank you. After that, Kang-yoon talked to White Moonlight about the new concert hall before going elsewhere. The atmosphere at the restaurant was very bright. Everyone switched places and got to know each other better. Glasses of soju were exchanged, the meat sizzled, and their relationship became deeper. The highlight for today's party was the meeting with the other half of Muse, Hyun. Although everyone knew who she wasn't formally introduced to the company. Kang-yoon decided to introduce her to them at this place, albeit through the phone. Oh, hello there. My name is Lee Hyun. Hyun was a little surprised since it was still in the morning for her, but still introduced herself properly. The singers were very welcoming towards this composer, who was giving them good music. Kim Jae-hoon's reaction was the most explosive. As he was in the middle of selecting songs, he knew just how good her songs were. Like that, the joyful after-party passed. The internal construction of Lunis was complete. Kang-yoon looked around Lunis along with Lee Hyun-ji and various construction workers to check on the facilities. The acoustics are okay, and there's no light bleed either. The workers sighed in relief after hearing Kang-yoon's comment. If he decided that something wasn't right and decided to haggle, it would be a great pain. Fortunately, Kang-yoon wasn't the type to do that. Kang-yoon then proceeded to play back some music from the broadcasting room to check the speakers, and the sound was good as well. He even went outside to see if there was any noise bleeding through. It seemed that they put a lot of soundproofing materials as he could hear absolutely nothing from the outside of the building. Although the building was quite old, this was an amazing job. Thank you all for your work. After checking everything, Kang-yoon shook hands with the workers and finished up. The workers also left with relief. Seeing the empty hall, Lee Hyun-ji stretched her shoulders. Phew, that was long. You're right. But it's good that we got it ready for autumn. Just as Kang-yoon said, the timing was very suitable. It was now September. The heat was dying out, and the weather was getting good for an outing. Various performances were heating up as well. It was not an exaggeration to say that White Moonlight's prime would start now. So White Moonlight is like a pro baseball team with their own stadium. Ha ha ha. If you want to compare, I guess that's true. We got our own venue now, so it will be a fight of advertising. Looks like I'll get busy. That's my job after all. Lee Hyun-ji pointed to herself in confidence. PR and management was her job at World Entertainment. Kang-yoon nodded in trust. After a while, White Moonlight and Kim Jimin arrived at the hall. They were unable to hide their surprise after seeing it for themselves. Wow! Lee Hyuna went up to the stage and stood at the center. She exclaimed again and praised the lighting and acoustics of the place. It looks like a normal concert hall, but it also looks like a nightclub. This might work as both. It's a bit of a hybrid, I guess. Uffed. Lee Hyuna chuckled at Kang-yoon's words. Like what he said, this place could work as both a nightclub and a concert hall. Kim Jimin tried walking up to the stage as well. Her impression was different from White Moonlight's though. This place, unlike White Moonlight, who was filled with excitement, she looked very nervous. In a few days, she would hold her first performance here. She imagined people in front of her, and that made her thrilled. While everyone was excited about the new place, Kang-yoon was nervous for another reason. I don't know how the other places will act. The owners of other places should be aware of the low rental prices of Lunis right now. However, none of them had taken action yet. Kang-yoon was nervous because he didn't know what they were up to. Kang-yoon asked Lee Hyun-ji about the schedule. She looked at her phone to answer. Next Friday is the first performance here. White Moonlight is up first. When does a team other than White Moonlight perform first? It's the next day, a Saturday. Though, there's something strange. We're full for this month, but there's no one that's coming to book the next month. We got a lot of calls from bands up until last week, but there hasn't been any in the last few days. I wonder if the clubs around here are pressuring them to do so. Kang-yoon answered calmly at Lee Hyun-ji's worried tone. That's what I think as well. Don't rent their hall. Isn't that what they pressured them into? Isn't that collusion? It should be illegal. It will be harder to catch them if there is no solid evidence. They won't blatantly say you don't think about performing here again since you've performed once over there, or the like. They will use all sorts of other excuses, and that makes it harder for anyone to catch that they are colluding. A single individual has to prove it against several others. There's no way public servants are willing to do that for us either. That's scary. But then, would they really have colluded? I thought they'd fight us fairly, like using package prices. Lee Hyun-ji was still skeptical about the whole collusion theory. Her opinion was that the other venues would put out package products or something. Kang-yoon shook his head. It would be good if they did that. Though it won't be easy. The clubs take priority over the bands. If the clubs collude with each other and stop the rentals together, the indie bands will lose all places to perform. If we report it to the police, they will definitely get caught. The Fair Trade Commission isn't there for show. They will use all sorts of related legal articles as an excuse. They aren't idiots, so they won't deny everyone outright. If it was me, I'd use the excuse that we're full. There's no time slot available, so what can anyone do about it? We have circumstantial evidence, but no solid proof. Even if we do report it, it will take a lot of time. Time, that's fatal. Indie bands are critical about time since they may lose whatever few fans they have if they don't perform regularly. It's cruel. They don't have any time to make the reports either. Even if they do report and get justice served, the bands will get harmed as well. Street performance? If all the indie bands went on the street to perform, there would be complaints about the noise. It would backfire on them. Also, the band that did the report will get shunned by everyone else in the industry. It will only be a bad cycle. No one would report them ever again, and the cycle continues. So frustrating. Then what do we do now? That was the problem. Lee Hyun-ji was frustrated. At this rate, they may close Lunis without many achievements due to the collusion from other clubs. She thought that Kang-yoon did all this because he had a solution. We need to break that. Break what? Lee Hyun-ji tilted her head at Kang-yoon's words. They have no intentions on bringing down the prices of their locations. However, we are giving out our service at a cheap price. They are colluding with each other so that they won't let any bands perform at ours. However, speaking from the band's perspectives, would they really want to keep performing at a place that's more expensive and has worse equipment? Of course not. Lee Hyun-ji clapped in realization. From a consumer's perspective, it was natural to prefer to use cheaper and better quality alternatives. We have a lot of time on our hands. We have no reason to go bankrupt even if we let this place rest a little. However, they will have more and more complaints piling up at their doorstep. Also, bands aren't the only things we can hold here. SETI's fan meeting will be the start. That's true. The other places are specially built for live performance clubs, but Lunis is different. We were talking about indie bands, so I didn't think about the other things we could do with this place. Actually, we have the upper hand. Although I did mention reporting to the police and whatnot, they can't keep holding the bands forever. There will definitely be strayaways. 1 will become 2, 2 will become 4, and it will rapidly increase after that. What we need to do is to provide them not only a place to perform, but other things as well, so that the bands that aren't using this place will be envious of those that do. That's a clear answer. So, they will pretty much self-destruct. Yes, there's one more important thing. Something important? Kang-yoon's eyes lit up when Lee Hyun-ji asked. We'll also approach the owner of those clubs one by one and make them switch sides. 1. In Korea, beef is a lot more expensive than pork and is therefore considered a luxury food in Korea. Chapter 118. Lunas, open too. Ha 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 ha. Lee Hyunji laughed out loud. Her laugh was loud enough to ring inside the entire hall. Well, if you think about it, it's a fight with a foregone conclusion. I like it. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders since this was obvious. We don't have any urgency. It's not like we have any debt, and we have other sources of income. As well, you're right. There's no reason for us to participate in their chicken fight at all. Though, it is a pity that getting this place going will take a longer time. Although they were fully booked for September, October had many free slots. Lee Hyunji was sad to see this. However, she decided to let it go since many greater things will happen afterward. After talking, the two turned their gaze to the stage. Lee Hyun-ah didn't seem to have any intentions of coming down the stage due to all the excitement. She even picked up a mic stand that was at the wall and put it here and there to see what it was like. Kim Jin-dae also had a look at where the drums will be, and even Lee Cha-hee, who usually seemed unaffected by mundane things, was having a look at the bass amp with a flushed expression. They seemed to be excited too. You're right. Lee Hyunji and Kang-yoon made a smile of satisfaction while looking at the musicians walking around. Sheesh. I told them to clean up the shoes. Christine grumbled as she tidied the numerous shoes that were littered around. As all of the members lived in one place, 2 pairs of shoes for each of them meant a dozen. Uni, you're back. Seo Han-yu, who was in training clothes, met her as she came in. Yeah, where are you going? I was going to just take a jog in the park. I was about to tidy up the shoes myself. Forget it. You aren't the only one here. Christy went inside after tidying up the shoes. After helping her out, Seo Han-yu left the dorms for her normal jogging routine. When she entered the living room, Lee Young, who was eating potato chips on the ground, waved her hand. You're here. You're eating chips again? You'll only get fatter. I'm fine like this. We don't have anything scheduled anyway. Lee was very low right now. Although she would usually manage her diet as she was the type to gain weight easily, her recent actions seemed far from doing such a thing. Christy sighed while looking at Lee's YOLO attitude. Fine, you do you, girl. Leaving behind Lee, who was rolling on the floor, Christy went to her room. In her room was Young Mina doing yoga on a mat, while Lee Samsoon was on the internet. You're here. You're such a contrast to a certain someone outside. What do you mean? Nah, nothing. Christy shrugged her shoulders when Mina greeted her with her legs stretched out. Although the dorms were shared between them, it wasn't that spacious. It was very different from when they were in Korea and had separate rooms for each member. They thought about moving out, but it wasn't so easy getting a house here. There was also the fact that their life was very hard here, and they wouldn't be able to last without the support of other members. Phew. It's all about Dietin in Korea now. Turning around on her chair, Lee Samsoon shook her head. Well, it's no wonder if you look at what they're doing. They aren't easy girls. Either. Mina replied while stretching her legs out forward. However, Lee Samsoon denied her, saying that it wasn't just that. You can't say that. Look here. Enjoy music, Musicland, Music Camp. They're taking first place on all of those places, and on Music Countdown, they even have their own special stage. They are getting first place everywhere since they made a comeback. What's different now is that everyone is saying that Dietin has taken Edios's place now. It's completely different from before. Although the two were viewed as rivals before, no one blatantly mentioned that one replaced the other or the like. However, the trend seemed to be completely taken away by Dietin. Even Lee Samsoon, who was usually optimistic about most things, became serious. When she said that, Christy, who was about to leave the room, had a look at the screen as well. Her face stiffened after seeing the news article. I knew it. A different composer makes a different outcome. The composer? Lee Samsoon asked when Christy muttered that. Christy answered with a smile that was not a smile. Do you know who made their songs? What do you mean who? It's that muse that's all the rage recently. And I've come back from meeting that very same muse right now. Lee Samsoon widened her eyes when Christy said that. Really? How? Who is it? Muse is a team, a brother and sister combination. You know what's even more baffling? What is? Lee Samsoon asked with a flushed expression. Young Mina also perked her ears up in her yoga position. Muse was all the rage recently. Moreover, they were the ones that made Dietin rise up like that. So she couldn't help but get curious. The team, Muse, is made up of the composer Lee Hee-yoon and team leader Lee Kang-yoon. What? Lee Samsoon exhaled out loud due to the sudden revelation. Mina, who was doing yoga, even fell over. Mina, you okay? Oh, I'm fine. Wait, what was that about? What did Kang-yoon do? Young Mina's eyes were frightening. Christian flinched back when she saw the predator-like eyes. That's... Can you elaborate? Young Mina's eyes were on fire. After much consideration, Kim Jae-hoon finished selecting his songs. As Hee-yoon's songs were very good, it wasn't easy to select 4 out of the 7 songs. As such, he took several days to choose them when it would usually take around a few hours. Are you going with these? Yes. The recording studio at the company. Kang-yoon had a look at the scores that Kim Jae-hoon gave him. He flipped through the pages and nodded his head. Okay, what's the song you want to arrange yourself? This one. He picked out one of the scores. It was a song titled Today I Send You Off. You even made the lyrics already? Not completely. I need to look through it some more. It's good that you're having progress already. Kang-yoon couldn't tell Kim Jae-hoon what to do since he was already doing everything. Kim Jae-hoon said that it was easier to work at the house rather than at the studio. Kang-yoon permitted it with a nod. Do you need anything? It's fine. Well, I do want some alcohol. I'll get some beer on my way home. Kim Jae-hoon put his right thumb up. After Kim Jae-hoon went back, Kang-yoon headed towards where Kim Jimin was practicing along with Professor Choi Chan-young. They were long past the basic vocal lessons now and were starting to sing proper songs. Can we still love? But who cares? A bright melody with a cheerful set of lyrics could be heard in the studio. Kang-yoon's eyes saw white notes. Professor Choi Chan-young adjusted her posture and voice while listening to her voice. Do it more naturally. Can we still love? But who cares? Do it again. You got a little tense again, didn't you? It's because this part here is tensing up. Don't stress your vocal cords and do it more naturally. Professor Choi Chan-young taught Kim Jimin while lightly pressing his own neck to show her. Since they were so absorbed in their lesson, they didn't realize that Kang-yoon had arrived. Kang-yoon did not disturb them and watched for a while. Good. That should do for now. When Professor Choi Chan-young gave his approval, Kim Jimin sighed in relief. Only then did they realize that there was a guest here. Sir. Hearing her words, Professor Choi Chan-young turned around as well. Kang-yoon SSI. You're here. Yes. Jimin, is everything going okay? No, it's difficult. As always, Kim Jimin was having a hard time. Although she was starting to get used to the SLS method now, she couldn't concentrate properly when she was playing the guitar simultaneously. Her mind couldn't focus on both the guitar tab and her voice at the same time. Kang-yoon spoke in understanding. It's not easy to sing and play at the same time. But if you keep practicing, you'll get used to it. Yes. Then, can I watch you play one? Kim Jimin picked up her guitar at Kang-yoon's words. She corrected her posture and did a few coughs to get her vocal cords ready, and she started singing. When I open my eyes, the sweet sunshine flows through. Kang-yoon's eyes lit up when he saw that her voice had become a lot different from before. He turned around to Professor Choi Chan-young unintentionally. He smiled back at him. Her skills have risen dramatically. The SLS method is surely taking effect. It was worth it to have practiced the vocal method and not sing any actual songs for the past. The light from Kim Jimin's songs and the guitar was a strong white. Although the light did get dimmer when she messed up the guitar, the white light still went strong. After the first verse, Kim Jimin paused. Should I continue? She asked carefully, and Kang-yoon shook his head. No, it's fine. You've improved a lot. Thank you. You really got better at singing. Your voice has become stronger, and even when it goes high, it doesn't feel forced. I think you've practiced the basic vocal method a lot. Splendid work there. Kim Jimin blushed in happiness when Kang-yoon complimented him. Although Kang-yoon wasn't a stern guy, he was very stingy with his compliments. She felt very happy to have received compliments from such a person. Professor Choi Chan-young also became happy as well. Kang-yoon judged that he didn't have to touch on Kim Jimin anymore. Both Park So-young and the professor were with her, so she should be fine on her own. Kang-yoon thought that it was a type of skill to ask for help from others. There's nothing left for me to do here. Kang-yoon exited the studio satisfied. After Lunas was finished being constructed, time flew. Whitey Moonlight had to prepare for the opening event for Lunas before the remnant excitement from the rock festival had even washed away. Lee Hyun-ji focused on advertising Lunas to potential audiences, and Kang-yoon also gathered some strategies on how to use this venue and make a profit. He also had to prepare just in case the nightclubs around did something fishy. Spending their time busily, it soon became D-Day. One Friday in September. Today was Luna's opening day. The members of White Moonlight were busy checking the equipment and rehearsing at the hall, while manager Kim Dae-hoon also nervously tuned the sounds from the gigantic mixer he had never seen before in his life. Though, there was a specially invited sound engineer with him for today. Everyone became busy with the opening event from the morning, and time quickly passed. Both Kang-yoon and White Moonlight didn't even have time to eat lunch. It was now 4 in the afternoon, time for the final dress rehearsal. Jimin, how's your in-ear monitor? Kim Dae-hoon asked Kim Jimin, as this was the first time she wore such a thing. She was wearing a white one-piece dress and not her usual school uniform, and she shook her head as she was very uncomfortable with wires hanging off her head. It feels uncomfortable here. I'm asking about the sound. I'm not sure about the sound, but it hurts my ears. Oh. In the end, manager Kim Dae-hoon redid Kim Jimin's in-ear monitor. Kim Jimin thanked him and went back to her place. When they finished their dress rehearsal, it was already time for the opening. Young Hae-jin, who was guarding the entrance, hurried down with news. There are a lot of people waiting outside. Can I tell them to come in now? She asked Kang-yoon while panting. When Kang-yoon turned around to the stage, the dress rehearsal was just finishing off with Kim Jimin's last part. The staff had already prepared for other things as well. Yes, please let them in now. On Kang-yoon's orders, she went to the entrance and let the people enter. Today's performance was a standing performance with no seats for the audience. As White Moonlight was originally an indie band, the lighting for the venue was set to give off a nightclub vibe, and all external sources of light were cut off with dark curtains. 30 minutes before the event started, half of the audience was filled. 10 minutes before the event, almost all the audience was filled. 5 minutes before, it was starting to get cramped. The effect of the rock festival combined with Lee Hyunji's work was showing its light. There are a lot of people. That's good. I was worried that not even half would fill. Who do you think did the PR for this? That will not happen. Lee Hyunji smiled in confidence. The orange lights became darker and the stage lights turned on. At the same time, White Moonlight showed up. Hello, Wea. Lee Hyunja's powerful voice made the audience cheer out loud. She was very proficient in handling the audience now. White Moonlight wasn't known for its long introductory comments, and they started performing straight away. The audience put their arms around their neighbors' shoulders regardless of their acquaintances and started jumping from the beginning. They sang along to the lyrics they already knew and tried to follow the lyrics they didn't know to enjoy themselves. Time flew by in a flash when everyone was enjoying themselves. Kim Jimin's time had arrived as well. Ugh, I'm so nervous. Kim Jimin, who was calming herself down behind the stage, stroked down on her chest to relax with a guitar in her other hand. However, she couldn't quite calm down when she saw the excitedly jumping audience. Would they do the same for her? Was the question on her mind. Regardless, it was now time for Lee Hyuna to introduce her. It's a mistake if you think we're covering for our cute little junior. Let me introduce you, the famous to-be singer, Kim Ji-min. You. Lee Hyuna introduced her very exaggeratedly. As the audience was already mesmerized by her, they greeted Kim Jimin with thunderous applause. Hiccup. Looking down at the audience from the stage, Kim Jimin almost had a hiccup. Watching from behind the stage and actually standing on the stage were completely different. Moreover, those people had come here to watch Lee Hyunja's performance. But she, who wasn't even a proper musician yet, satisfying that audience? She wondered if that was possible. However, the die was already cast. Her heart pounding from nervousness, she sat down at the seat prepared for her at the center of the stage and picked up her guitar. When she played a simple chord to adjust herself, the people started cheering. She sat down and started singing. I opened my eyes to the sweet sunshine. A cheerful dance-style song played on an acoustic guitar was very different from normal. Moreover, the pre-recorded bass line flowed out from the guitar. To top it off, there was her voice. Her voluminous, yet husky voice conquered the ears of the audience. To the audience, her song was a breath of fresh air after jumping around a lot with White Moonlight. The analog-like song sung by a girl presented them with a joy that was different from others. Listening to a girl group song played like this was very refreshing for them. Good. Kang-yoon, who was watching the reactions of the audience from the broadcasting room, was satisfied to see white light created from the acoustic guitar, Jimin's voice, as well as the pre-recorded bass line from the speakers. I should think about getting her to debut soon. The Kim Jimin that grumbled every day was no longer present. Kang-yoon, in his mind, scheduled for her debut while looking at her who had taken over the audience. The song continued to the chorus of the first verse. My heart and your heart are dashed. Ting. An unexpected noise occurred on the stage. The audience blocked their ears due to the sudden snapping sound. What was that? What was it? The guitar string. The audience started pointing at Kim Jimin's guitar string. Kim Jimin, on the other hand, was at a loss of what to do since the guitar string suddenly snapped. Due to the sudden incident, Kim Jimin stood there blankly while looking at her own guitar. Her guitar's third string had coiled up on each side. Although she could just play the remaining strings, guitars went out of tune once even a single string broke. With the remaining 5 strings going out of tune, she wouldn't be able to play it anymore. The music suddenly cut off. The audience started whispering among themselves. Kim Jimin panicked while looking at the audience. It wasn't like she hadn't checked up on her guitar beforehand, and this still happened. She never imagined that such a thing could happen. It felt as though it was all her fault. Jimin, calm down. At that moment, she heard Kang-yoon's voice through her ear set. It's a common occurrence on stage. It's fine. Calm down. A ray of light shone on the dark stage. Chapter 119. Lunas, Open 3. However, grabbing onto that ray of hope in the darkness wasn't easy. How am I supposed to keep calm at a time like this? Kang-yoon told her to keep calm, but it wasn't as easy as that. The audience was murmuring amongst themselves, while the guitar in her hands was no longer usable. She wanted to run away from the stage right now. A voice started coming from the ear set again, just in time. First, put down the guitar. Kim Jimin put the guitar down carefully. Look to your right. There should be Chang-yu's electric guitar. Pick that up. What? Kim Jimin blurted out in surprise. The audience's murmuring got louder. Kim Jimin's heart fluttered even more as she had to focus on both the reactions of the audience and the voice from her earphone. However, the voice told her otherwise. Don't mind the audience. Close your eyes. Focus on my voice. Don't answer me either. The order was very simple. It calmed her down like magic. As Kang-yoon had ordered, Kim Jimin put down her guitar and picked up Chang-yu's electric guitar. However, there were 3 different volume knobs on it, and she didn't know which one to adjust. As though he had known. That, the voice continued. Lift the one at the very back, just slightly. Kim Jimin adjusted the key. When she did, a clean, acoustic guitar sound flowed out. The whispers in the audience also died down when she played the note. Good, well done. Set the volume to around half. There's a mic in front of Chang-yu's seat, right? Put that mic on the stand. I'll adjust the sound for you. She didn't have any time to answer. She readied herself as quickly as she could. Although she wasn't used to the strings of the electric guitar, which were slightly softer than acoustic guitars, that wasn't the problem right now. The audience watched Kim Jimin in curiosity. A panicked young girl trying to get herself out of this predicament was both funny and curious. This was also only possible because the audience was open-minded. When Kim Jimin set up the electric guitar and put the mic on the stand, the broadcasting room became busy again. Kim Jimin's voice was unique, and it was difficult to adjust the setting for her voice. Moreover, she was using a different mic now, so there were differences in the output of her voice through the speaker. They had to recall the previous settings and do it completely anew. Start again. As soon as the preparations were ready, she resumed singing. In my heart, your heart is the light of love. Kim Jimin strained her voice a lot due to nervousness, and veins could be seen on her neck. When she exerted power on top of learning the SLS vocal method, the gauge on the mixer was going beyond the yellow zone and into the red. She was desperate now. Although this mistake wasn't intentional on her side, she wanted to make up for it. She closed her eyes as she didn't have the courage to face the audience. The unfamiliar clean tone of the electric guitar and the unsuitable mic was completely different from her imagination of her first stage. The outcome of the stage she prepared so much for was very cruel. Like that, her first ever stage was completed. People applauded and cheered. They applauded her for her attempts to make up for that unintentional mistake. Although she exited the stage amidst the cheers of the audience, her shoulders drooped regardless. Well done. Lee Hyuna met her in front of the waiting room and hugged her. However, Her stiff expression did not relax. Lee Hyuna and White Moonlight went back up on stage again. Are you ready to jump again? Yeah. In the waiting room. As Kim Jimin sat there, blank-minded, she heard Lee Hyuna's singing voice. Although she thought that this was normal for her usually, she found Lee Hyuna very great right now. She panicked due to a single snapped string, but Lee Hyuna had managed to jump around on stage even when water was sprayed on the audience. Kim Jimin buried her head in her knees. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became at herself. Huh, what's the sighing about? She then heard a familiar voice. She raised her head to see that it was Kang-yoon. Sir, I knew you'd be like this, burying your head in your knees, dejected. Kim Jimin did not reply to that. This was her first stage. She had prepared so much for it, only for it to end up like this. She had a hard time looking straight at Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon pulled a chair to sit in front of her. However, he did not speak. Time passed, and White Moonlight's performance continued. Kim Jimin asked carefully after all that time. I'm so sorry. You gave me this opportunity because you had faith in me. No, things like this can happen. I wanted to do better. Her hands trembled. She could still imagine the scene where the audience was fumbled by the sudden snapping of her guitar string. Although she managed to do something about it, it was still quite thrilling nonetheless. Kang-yoon calmly spoke. How long has it been since you replaced the string? I switched it out yesterday. If it still snapped, then that wasn't your fault. It was just misfortune. There are many cases like that in the professional field. Even bass strings snap, not to mention acoustic ones. But the fact that it still snapped. What you did up there was excellent for the first time. Although there was the recording, you were practically playing solo. Your guitar string still snapped despite that. Can you do anything about it? Instead, you only took 1 minute to get the other instrument set up and start playing again. Your song wasn't bad either. Kim Jimin relaxed a little at Kang-yoon's praises. However, his words didn't end there. I'm saying this because you're still a trainee. If you're a professional, you should never take more than a minute to clean up your mistake. In fact, even 30 seconds is long for the audience. Bear that in mind, okay? Yes. You've experienced something big even though this was your first time performing. There are many proper musicians who can't do this on stage. Well done, you've worked hard. Kang-yoon patted on Kim Jimin's shoulders before standing up. Feeling his warmth, Kim Jimin felt that her stiff heart was melting. She didn't know that the words, well done, could be so calming until today. Kang-yoon spoke as she relaxed a little. Now then, let's get ready for your debut. Yes. Kim Jimin shouted cheerfully. A new nightclub-style concert hall opened up in Hongdae. This became a hot topic for the indie bands around. Especially on the opening day, the bands that visited White Moonlight's performance couldn't hide their surprise at the facilities and the equipment. After the opening ceremony, the indie bands that performed thereafter that day never stopped praising it. The thing they liked the most was the acoustics. As bands were sensitive to sound, they were very picky about the acoustics of a venue, and this place was the perfect place out of all venues around. Monday, vocalist Gong Sung-hai of the band Wish woke up late in the afternoon and headed to a cafe in Hongdae. A man wearing a hat was waiting for her. The two drank coffee and talked about the newly opened place, Lunas. The facilities are definitely good. Is the rent really that cheap with those facilities? Sun Ji-won, a vocalist of the band Train City, had doubts about that place. The rent was the most suspicious one. But this venue had cheaper rent than all the other places. Yeah, it's a lot cheaper than the other places. That's awesome. The sound too, there's no difference between listening from the front and from the back. They would have invested a lot in that place. Who's the guy that's running the place? Is he swimming in money? He owns an entertainment company. You know, the one Lee Hyuna went to. Oh, the Formidables, you mean? Lee Hyuna was famous throughout Hongdae. She wasn't called the Hongdae goddess for no reason after all. It was also understandable that the Formidables, now White Moonlight, was the first to perform at the opening ceremony. The cheaper rent excited Sun Ji-won. However, he talked about something else. Wait, is this because of that? I ran into Sang Taehyung a while ago, and he told me that Spot Hall was fully booked for October when he went there. What's that? That's strange. There's no way it's already fully booked. It doesn't end there. He tried other places as well. Gerace, Greenlight, and all the other places told him that October was fully booked. Us indie bands should perform at least twice a month. This is a big deal. He had no choice but to go to Lunas again. This was rather strange. There was no way those places were already fully booked. Indie bands had their own network and would usually schedule amongst themselves before booking. This was because they knew that competition would only end in losses. Are they scheming? No way. Isn't that against the law? How would anyone find out if they act like that? Gong Sung-hai stood up feeling ominous. Her intuition told her that something fishy was at play here. Lunas was very empty during weekdays, or not. Lee Hyun-ji was currently having a headache due to the waves of female fans. Seti, I swear I'll. As she was receiving visitors at the entrance, fans who brought a whole carrier case of luggage were very hard to handle. The venue was not wide enough. There were a lot of people, and luggage wasn't welcome. Although they had prepared seats beforehand, only some of the entrants could sit, and many participated in the fan meeting standing up. Despite that, the fan meeting was very smooth. Fans from around the country had gathered and were happy just listening to his voice. Seti showed off a few tricks and sang a couple of songs. After around an hour, the fans left like the tide. Phew. Kang-yoon was sweating when he saw that the venue was so full. Since Lee Jun-yeol ended up singing, he had to set up the mixer as well. Although he set up the mixer perfectly, the process was hard. After Lee Jun-yeol took some photos and gave hugs to a few remaining fans, he invaded the broadcasting room. Hyung, thanks for your work. Kang-yoon met him without much excitement. It was not the case for Lee Jun-yeol though, as he hugged Kang-yoon violently. You're freaking me out here. No way. What's there to hide between the two of us? Lee Jun-yeol only let Kang-yoon go after patting on Kang-yoon's wide back. It's been a long time. You tell me. I think this is the first time we met since you came back from the States. Am I only worth that much? Haha, sorry about that. Kang-yoon made an awkward smile. Lee Jun-yeol still understood him since Kang-yoon was running his own business now. Then, he looked around the broadcasting room in curiosity. Wow, I should set up something like this too at my company. I'm jealous. Do it only if you need to. Well, Wilelo. Looks like you'll only get yourself together once you marry someone. Kang-yoon told off the immature Lee Jun-yeol. Though, that didn't make him dejected at all. The two then went out of the broadcasting room. Lee Jun-yeol's fans had very good manners, and there wasn't much trash to be seen at all. Your fans are clean. They're my fans. Of course, they're clean. And here I thought they're little girls who only know how to scream. Those girls are starting to become ajumas now. Kang-yoon patted Lee Jun-yeol's shoulders to console him. When he did, Lee Jun-yeol smirked. Yeah, I'm fine since there's still a super old car in front of me. Why don't you go first? Damn you. Kang-yoon put Lee Jun-yeol in a headlock. After some chit-chat, Lee Jun-yeol asked Kang-yoon in a serious voice. Hyung, I'll be releasing a digital single soon. Really? When? It'll take a while. The production is almost over and all that's left is to release it. The fan meeting today was for that as well. Oh yeah, I guess that's why. Kang-yoon understood where he was coming from. Although there were other methods like advertising through TV, satisfying the fans was very important as well. After all, they were the biggest source of purchasing power. But there's something that's not finished yet. Bro, do you think I can get someone to do some featuring? Featuring? A guy or a girl? A girl. I want one that has an appealing voice. Kang-yoon thought about it for a moment before speaking again. Does the voice need to be powerful? That doesn't matter. It's good to have some, but we can do without it. Does it need to be someone from my company? No, not really. It's fine if she's someone from yours. I know that you'll find the best girl for me regardless of the company. Kang-yoon shook his head when Lee Jun-yeol flattered him. Sheesh, okay then. But I think I need to listen to the song to make a decision. Here. You were clearly aiming for this, weren't you? When Lee Jun-yeol giggled saying that it was obvious, Kang-yoon took the USB drive off his hand. Here are the lyrics. Sheesh, the lyrics are so like you as well. Kang-yoon frowned while looking at the lyrics written on a piece of note in illegible handwriting. Despite that, Lee Jun-yeol didn't back down and just waved his hand. Then please take care of it. I have another schedule after this and I need to go now. Okay, be safe. I'll buy you a drink next time. CYA. Lee Jun-yeol left Lunas while Kang-yoon shifted his eyes to the messy notes. Do I need to call a cryptography team or something? Kang-yoon sighed lightly while looking at these. Lyrics. Chapter 120. Autumn is the season of men 1. What are you looking at so intently? When Kang-yoon pocketed Lee Jun-yeol's lyrics, steps could be heard behind him. When he turned around, he saw Lee Hyun-ji who had cleaned up the hall. Director. Did something good happen with SETI? It's nothing special. Kang-yoon showed Lee Hyun-ji the score and the USB. He also added that Lee Jun-yeol was looking for someone to feature in his music. Lee Hyun-ji spoke after a bit of thought. Do you think SETI had Hyuna or Jimin in mind when he asked you that? No, not really. He did say to me that I'll likely find someone who perfectly suits the song regardless of the company they belong to. Well, I guess he knows you better than I do in terms of music. So did you accept? Kang-yoon nodded. If he didn't, he wouldn't have taken the score and the USB. Lee Hyun-ji thought a little more before speaking. It's good that you're smoothing your relationships with others, but it's not good to keep offering them free service. There's you if I go overboard. Of course, the company is my priority. I'm not planning to undertake any tasks that go against the principles of the company, nor am I going to do anything for free. Lee Hyun-ji was relieved to hear those words. She was also aware that Kang-yoon wasn't someone that could be taken advantage of. After cleaning Lunis up, the two returned to their office and finished up for the day. After Kim Jae-hoon finished selecting songs for his album, he, Lee Hyun-ah, and Kang-yoon were given songs to rearrange. Lee Hyun-ah was excited to rearrange a song for the very legend himself, while Kim Jae-hoon was secretly worried because her style was different from his. Despite that, he still waited for the end of the arrangement since Kang-yoon recommended to do so. A few days later, Kang-yoon and Kim Jae-hoon were talking about the album when the door to the studio creaked open. Excuse me. Lee Hyun-ah entered. She bowed towards Kang-yoon and Kim Jae-hoon before giving out a USB and a score. Kang-yoon asked while taking a look at the score. Have you finished the rearrangement? Yes. Perhaps because Kim Jae-hoon was present, Lee Hyun-ah seemed much more awkward than usual. Kang-yoon had a look at the score before handing it over to Kim Jae-hoon. Kim Jae-hoon had a look before widening his eyes in surprise. Wait. I think the key changed. Yes. It's G minor now. That's too high. Wasn't the original F-sharp minor? This song started off with a series of high notes. Although this was only transposed half a key up, it was a tremendous amount of pressure. I didn't get that emotional feel with F-sharp minor. I thought that you should be able to do it, so I tried changing the key. Hyun-ah, I think this is a little too difficult for me. Kim Jae-hoon shook his head. After his previous company overworked him and his voice cracked, he was refraining from singing songs with high notes. He thought that this piece was impossible for him to sing. Lee Hyun-ah got dejected. She did her best, and she was refused before the musician even listened to it. Kang-yoon, who was listening to the two quietly, mediated. Wait, Jae-hoon, is it really that difficult? I might be able to do a recording, but singing it live on stage? That's idiocy. My voice won't hold out. Kang-yoon didn't have anything to say to that. However, he also thought that it was a bit of a pity to give up when they didn't even listen to it. Really? Okay, but since she did it, why don't we try listening to it? Okay. You can sit down too, Hyun-ah. Kang-yoon gave Hyun-ah his seat, and he headed towards the computer. Lee Hyun-ah waved her hands saying that it was okay, and Kang-yoon sat her down anyway. Why are you acting kind at a time like this? Lee Hyun-ah pouted. Kang-yoon's consideration for her mended her broken heart a little. Kang-yoon plugged the USB drive on the computer and played back the music. When he did, the relaxing piano sounds and the acoustic guitar sounds played the intro. After a while, the bass and the drums entered and the song began. Various musical notes danced in front of Kang-yoon's eyes and created white light. It's strong. Kang-yoon was wholeheartedly surprised. This was without Kim Jae-hoon's voice in the mix. The light was a very strong white despite that. Was she always so good at rearrangements? Kang-yoon saw Lee Hyun-ah in a new light. However, unlike him, Kim Jae-hoon was tilting his head. He shook his head as though he didn't like the rock-like style. The song ended and Kang-yoon asked, "How is it?" "I need to think about it." Even so, Kim Jae-hoon did not say that the song was bad outright. However, Lee Hyun-ah could read the mood. Is it not that good? Rather than not good, it's... Kim Jae-hoon was unable to speak. Although he had clear-cut preferences for his music, he was someone that couldn't say no. Kang-yoon stepped in at that time. "Oh, I forgot, Hyun-ah. The director was looking for you." "Huh? The director? What? I should have told you earlier, and I forgot about it. Sorry, but can you go right now? She has been looking for you for 20 minutes now." The timing for the call was absolutely ridiculous. Lee Hyun-ah found Kang-yoon's words to be strange. However, she still obediently left the studio. She felt that Kang-yoon had something to talk about with Kim Jae-hoon. Lee Hyuna left and Kang-yoon asked Kim Jae-hoon, "Do you not like her song?" "I'll be honest. It's not my style." Kim Jae-hoon shook his head. The song Hyuna brought him this time, a rock ballad, did not make him get that feel, as it was different from the songs he has sung until now. The high-pitched notes were one problem, but the crux of the matter was that he didn't get that feel. However, Kang-yoon thought differently. "Why don't we try anyway? This song? Did you think it was okay, Hyung?" "I was fine with it. The melody also goes well with the lyrics you wrote. If you can do the high parts, then it would be better, but your vocal cords are the priority here, so let's skip that." Kim Jae-hoon thought about it for a moment when he saw that Kang-yoon's opinion was different to his. He was very well aware of Kang-yoon's eyes for music. He was never wrong even once until now. If it was someone else, he would not have conceded his opinion, but coming from Kang-yoon, it was hard to do the same. "It doesn't appeal to me at all, but if you say so, I'll try." "Yes, thank you. But instead, you have to do the production." "Fine. Also, for the high parts, let's just record it. If there comes an opportunity to sing it on stage, we'll just transpose it down." Kang-yoon accepted Kim Jae-hoon's condition. Kim Jae-hoon returned home saying that he'll polish up on the lyrics, and Kang-yoon headed towards the office where he sent Lee Hyuna off to. "Hyuna? She want to get some air." Lee Hyunji shook her head when she heard that Kang-yoon was looking for Lee Hyuna. She must be dejected. Kang-yoon first headed to the practice room, just in case she returned. When he did, the other members of White Moonlight were getting ready to practice. When Kang-yoon asked if they saw Lee Hyuna, he got the reply that the last time they saw her, she was heading to the studio. If she wanted to get some air, then it was the rooftop. Kang-yoon headed there himself. When Kang-yoon opened the door to the rooftop, Lee Hyuna's hair was drifting away in the wind. "Hyuna. Oh, Appa." Kang-yoon quietly stood next to her. When he did, Lee Hyuna asked in a calm tone, "Do you think I made a mistake?" I did my best since it was for Jae-hoon Appa." Phew. Her expression was dark due to the disappointment. Lee Hyuna talked about dark things for a while. It was a repetition of the same thing over and over again. "I did my best, and what's so wrong about it? Who is Kim Jae-hoon to badmouth me?" and stuff like that. Kang-yoon would have said something were they in ordinary circumstances, but this time, he quietly listened to her rant. After she relieved herself of her disappointment in Kim Jae-hoon, her expression lightened up a little. "Sorry, I wasn't going to tell you about this. No, things like that can happen." When she was relieved of all the stress, she felt sorry for Kang-yoon. She was upset at Kim Jae-hoon, but took it out on him after all. Her face blushed in embarrassment. Kang-yoon realized that and switched topics. It's a genre he's not used to singing, and he's practically trying a completely new type of music now. So don't you think it's absurd to say that he would be completely fine about it? Do you think you can stay absolutely calm if he gave you a song in his style? That won't be easy. Jae-hoon is in the same process right now. He also told me that he'll try it. Really? Lee Hyuna raised her blushed face to meet Kang-yoon's. "Yes, your song, Hyuna. It feels really good. I think we can expect good things from it." Really? Kang-yoon wasn't the type to say empty words in consolation. Lee Hyuna cheered up again as though all of this never happened. "You mean it?" "Of course. There will be good results. Look forward to it." Lee Hyuna clenched her fist as though Kang-yoon's words became her power. The Silk Road. It was a set of trade routes that spanned across the desert that connected the East and the West. In the West, it started from Italy, and in the East, it connected to Lanzhou in China. These routes were mostly used by traders who bought and sold silk. On such a historic site, Min Jinseo was there. Ready action. On a road where violent sandy winds blew, Min Jinseo flew to the skies with wires wearing clothes made of white silk. Numerous actors followed suit. Her opponent actress performed with her in Clashing the Sword, and on the ground, massive fans blew winds on them too. Make their clothes flutter. Good, you can stop. After the scene was over, Min Jinseo received a bottle of water from her manager and drank it non-stop. The wire harness action scenes and the heat of the desert were slowly tiring her out. However, she forged on without a single complaint. Like that, the heavy-duty filming continued until the sun started setting beyond the horizon. "Thank you for your work." Hundreds of staff shouting that line at once rang across the empty desert. Min Jinseo was able to finally relax after greeting all the staff. She powerlessly approached a bonfire before sitting down. This was a place made for the actors. When is the car coming? In an hour. The car broke down midway. Her manager, Kim Joo-hwan, sighed. His job was to give Min Jin-seo more rest at their hotel, but he wasn't able to. This made him frustrated. However, Min Jin-seo said it was okay and offered him to sit. Please sit here. No, I'm fine. You must be tired too after all that. You should rest a little. Only then did manager Kim Joo-hwan sit down next to her. The other staff and actors had already gathered around in companies to talk about things. As this was the middle of a desert, it was hard for vehicles to stay, and once in, it was hard to get out. They couldn't even get a phone signal here. The filming is dragging out. I didn't know that filming a single movie could get so tedious. Me neither. But it's not like we cannot do it due to that huge budget. And all that. Looks like this director is very ambitious. I had a look at a couple of scenes, and he does seem to do a good job. When manager Kim Joo-hwan asked back if that was the case, Min Jin-seo praised the director nonstop. The videography of this director was exceptional. She looked forward to how it would turn out once the special effects were added in. Although the obvious disadvantage was that it required more recording time and money, from an actor's point of view, it was obvious that she liked it to have better quality. Min Jin-seo then proceeded to stare at the bonfire when manager Kim Joo-hwan carefully took out a topic. Jin-seo. The directors are waiting at the... I'm not going. She replied as soon as she heard the word director. Manager Kim Joo-hwan felt embarrassed for some reason. Jin-seo, I know you don't like the directors, but if you know I hate them, then please don't talk about it. With that, Min Jin-seo no longer spoke. She was firm about this. However, as though this was usual, manager Kim Joo-hwan spoke again. This is the third time. No, the fourth time already if you don't go to this one. At this rate, something bad will happen at the company. They are the ones that run the company, and if you keep acting childish like this. Appa. Min Jin-seo gazed at him with the coldest expression he had seen until now. He flinched a little. I'll say this again. If I say no, it's a no. Jin-seo, don't make me say it. Twice. She no longer spoke afterward. Due to her nature, manager Kim Joo-hwan could no longer say anything to her. She had a hegemonic aura unseen from her peers. When the manager looked like he understood what she meant, she gave him her credit card. It was a luxurious-looking card colored in gold. I'm sleeping somewhere else tonight, so please take care of it. Manager Kim Joo-hwan took the card in confusion. She implied for him to book her another hotel room. She meant that she would never go to her original lodging to meet with the directors, and he had to agree to her words. After saying that, Min Jin-seo buried her head in her knees. She was not going to speak again. Seeing that, manager Kim Joo-hwan sighed. This is driving me crazy. He couldn't do anything. No one from MG Entertainment could tell Min Jin-seo to do something. She had now conquered mainland China after Korea. Her fame was rising without limits. What could they do to the golden egg-laying goose? Did they dare to? Despite all this, Min Jin-seo hated the directors to the extreme. So from the company's perspective, she was a big pain. They were thankful that they were still contracted to her. She was still very responsible and did her part of the contract, so the company was very glad to see that. However, there were endless rumors about her breaking up the contract and flying away towards her beloved sir at that company. The relationship between the two was just that bad. To treat it as a simple rumor, her cards were just too strong. Sheesh, it's all because of team leader Kang-yoon. Manager Kim Joo-hwan resented the innocent Kang-yoon before standing up. What was so great about that Kang-yoon? Everyone had headaches now. He was getting lightheaded just thinking about the nagging he would get when he met up with the directors, without Min Jin-seo next to him. I'll just smoke. Manager Kim Joo-hwan sat in a corner, lighting his cigarette. He looked pitiful. He wished that his worries would fly away with the smoke, but his head became messier. Chapter 121. Autumn is the season of men, too. MG Entertainment, LA branch. Director Lee Han-seo hated to move within Korea, and here he was, in a completely different country. He met up with Young Mina in the practice room. A recontract? Young Mina's expression stiffened when her direct superior took out something difficult to talk about. Yes, I want to know what all of you are thinking about regarding a recontract. Even I don't know what the others are thinking. This is a taboo. She evaded mentioning it directly. Actually, all they talked about every day was the extension of the contract. However, The girls did not wish to talk about it with anyone else, even if it was their direct superior that was in charge of them. Their faith in the company had hit rock bottom. It was now October. There were 2 months until the end of the contract. Everyone's feelings must be quite complex, since the situation is like this and all. But if you wish to, the extension will definitely happen. Despite the hopeful words, young Mina had no words to speak. She didn't even want to imagine that her future lay with the company. Their lives in America had utterly shattered their faith in the company. Is this coming from you, director? Or is it the company's wishes? That's... Director Lee Han-seo heaved a long sigh. Young Mina knew the answer. So it is coming from you. Nothing is for sure yet. So have some hope and... Hope, you say? Hope, huh? Young Mina bit her lips. Then, she shook her head. It's fine. I've long since given up the thought that MG will do something for us. Mina. Director Lee Han-seo found it pitiful. He had gotten attached to the girls of Etios. However, where did it all go wrong? Things called achievements and promotion ruined the future of these girls. MG is thinking about nothing. I'm sure of it. Young Mina had predicted already. There were 2 months until the end of the contract. At this point in time, the company should be giving the girls incentives like, we'll release a new album or the like. However, there was absolutely nothing like that at all. The morale of the members had long since hit rock bottom. It wasn't just because of their position in Korea that was lost. Entertainers and musicians alike lived off their popularity and fame. And right now, their activities were far from such. At this point, even the girls who were strict with managing their image were starting to stray off one by one. What can I do for these girls to do well? Director Lee Han-seo didn't want to see the always cheerful Mina so downtrodden. He hated himself for being unable to stop the tyranny of the other directors. His heart ached. As though she realized what he felt, young Mina spoke again. I know that you're different from the other directors. It was you who managed to shrink down our range of movement from the entirety of America to the few Korean towns in LA. Without you, we'd be in utter despair. I'm thankful for that. I still couldn't have you come back. I can only apologize for that. You can't help it. Those people had more power than you. It was old man Kang-yoon that was amazing to have gone against all of them. We were only able to hold out until now because of you, director. Really, I mean it. Director Lee Han-seo felt bitter. After he was given Etios from Kang-yoon to take care of, he thought that everything would go well. At that time, Etios was the best in the country. They were young but had skills to back them up, and none of them had celebrity complexes or other detrimental personality deficiencies. They were humble to top it off. They struck the peak in Korea, and he thought that they'd do well anywhere. However, it all began when the other directors forced the girls to fly over to America. They lost both the Korean fans while not getting any American fans. Either forgotten by both. I guess we can't help it if there's no extension. She looked like someone who had given up on everything. And she was only 22. If MG doesn't work, I need to send them somewhere else. This is my responsibility. Director Lee Han-seo couldn't let the girls be. He couldn't ruin the Etios given to him by Kang-yoon and be done with it. He clenched his teeth while looking at young Mina so powerless. Autumn was a busy season for everyone in world entertainment. White Moonlight now had their personal theater and was able to gradually gain popularity with regular performances. Kim Jae-hoon was busy with his new album. Kim Jimin also stopped doing vocal training only and entered a general training routine for her debut. One common characteristic of entertainment companies was that busy musicians meant busy employees. Director, there are too many receipts. Who's going to make me leave work? Young Hae-jin had a teary face as she worked overtime for a few days in a row now. Lee Hyun-ji, who sat in front of her, snorted. Not as bad as me. Lee Hyun-ji showed her the mountain of files on her desk, as well as the pimple on her face. Due to work overload, the women at the office were screaming in happiness. The president is such a bad guy. This had gone on for days already. The two women had been practically forced to live in the office. Regardless, Kang-yoon was currently working with Kim Jae-hoon on his album in the studio. Let's try that again. Sing anything of you a little weaker. Okay. Oh, just a moment. Is someone talking about me? Kang-yoon took off his headset and scratched his ears. Hyung, you hadn't had the headset on for long. Yeah, it looks like I'm a little sensitive today. He put on his headset again and signaled Kim Jae-hoon. Here it goes. Kang-yoon played the MR. Then, a deep rock ballad started flowing out. It was Only One, given to them by Lee Hyun-ah. I no longer wish anything of you. Kim Jae-hoon was drunk with the lyrics in his hand. The deep, punchy sound and his voice combined with each other to appeal to the listeners. This is just the beginning, and it's too strong. However, Kang-yoon shook his head. When Kim Jae-hoon's notes made the light weaker, Kang-yoon turned off the music and spoke again. A little weaker. Yes. The instruments started playing again. Kim Jae-hoon relaxed his vocal cords and simply let the lyrics flow out of his body. I no longer wish anything of you. Kim Jae-hoon's notes combined with the notes from the accompaniment. The light became a little stronger than before. However, Kang-yoon wasn't quite satisfied. He felt that this could be a lot better. One more time. And again. However, it didn't make that much of a difference. They had to try several times before the strong white light that Kang-yoon wanted came out. That should do. Let's go on to the next bit. Kim Jae-hoon was also satisfied when he heard the recording. Normally, it was him that was unsatisfied by the recording and not the producer, but working with Kang-yoon, it was the opposite. Also, Lee Hyun-ah's song didn't seem that good at first glance, but now that he got to sing it, it felt really good. It was quite a strange phenomenon. Like that, they spent 6 hours on the recording. As Kim Jae-hoon was someone who spent 12 hours or even 24 hours recording. This was considered very short. Kang-yoon gave Kim Jae-hoon a handkerchief as he came out of the recording booth. Thanks. It sure is faster working with you. It's good to be efficient. I guess. Hey, you don't happen to be able to see music, do you? Kang-yoon flinched for a moment, but he passed it over. I wish. I want to see the musical notes at least. Anyway, today's work is completely done. Oh, I heard from the director that we'll be doing a showcase. We have a theater, so we'll make use of it. I'm planning to invest a lot and do it properly. And let's do a music video this time too. Yes. Kim Jae-hoon shouted out in joy. A showcase. He was now able to stand in front of people again with his new album. This felt very new to him. As in May, he was busy digesting the hellish schedule. Kang-yoon's words didn't end there though. If this album goes well, let's consider doing a countrywide tour. Yes. Kim Jae-hoon's voice became even louder as Kang-yoon's plans became larger. Mid-October was when the change in trees was the most dramatic, and it was also the season Kim Jae-hoon's new album aimed to release on. The album, the music video, and everything else necessary were finished. All that was left now was the showcase where he would first show his new music to the public. They decided Lunis to be the location since they could. Kang-yoon sent invitations to the members of Kim Jae-hoon's fan club as well as the record labels in the industry. On the day of the showcase, welcome. Young Hae-jin was busy greeting the members of the fan club. The fans had brought many presents and banners and entered Lunis with excitement. These were the people who had won the fierce competition for tickets. Of course, the invitation was free of charge. Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji were greeting the record labels. Hello. Please, come in. There were people in suits whose jobs were related to record labels and music streaming sites who had come to watch the showcase. Lee Hyun-ji's relations in the industry, as well as Kim Jae-hoon's fame, were brought to the forefront here. Kang-yoon led them to the specially prepared seats at the front. I was surprised to hear that Kim Jae-hoon made a comeback recently, and now he's doing a new album. Congratulations. Thank you. These people were all surprised that Kim Jae-hoon managed to return to the industry. To be exact, they were surprised at Kang-yoon who made that possible. Everyone thought Kim Jae-hoon to be dead as a musician. Although there was the issue with his debt, the real problem was the long-term absence from the industry that included his service in the military. It was not easy to decide whether to invest in him or not. However, not only did an owner of a small entertainment company invest in him and manage to make his return to the industry, now there was a new album for him as well. Everyone thought that if this album went well, World Entertainment would no longer be considered a small company. President Lee. Hello. President Kang Shermyoung. Welcome. Kang-yoon greeted President Kang Shermyoung, who, unlike the others, was wearing ripped jeans and a t-shirt. He also seemed surprised by this showcase and did not hide his excitement while looking around. Nice venue you have here. Thank you. I'm envious. You have both a great venue and a great musician. Not at all. We just took our first step. Kang-yoon led President Kang Shermyoung to a good seat. When the others saw him, they hurriedly stood up to greet him. It was no wonder since he ran a big entertainment company. Kang-yoon had to greet several other guests after that as well. He was like a husband-to-be at a wedding. Lee Hyun-ji was the same. President Kang Shermyung took glances at the facilities like the stage and the tall ceiling while greeting the others in the industry. It shouldn't have been easy for a company like World to invest so daringly. I'd rather build an office instead if I had the money. Did he get some loans? Who knows? Money sufficient to build this building may be better invested in building a completely new office. However, Kang-yoon had gone against that common sense. He himself would never do this. Were those words actually true? These kinds of facilities at that price should definitely be tempting. President Kang Shermyung held his chin and fell into thought. Time flowed and the lights started dimming. Then, the stage lights turned on. At the same time, today's MC, comedian Park Chan-hyung, came up on stage. Park Chan-hyung was a trendy comedian who created many popular punchlines recently. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Kim Jae-hoon's 6th mini-album showcase. Wow! The applause from the audience signaled the start of the showcase. Park Chan-hyung pulled some jokes to set the mood, and when he deemed that the audience was ready, he shouted, I present to you, today's main character, Kim Jae-hoon. Kya, wah. Along with the shouts that filled the entirety of Lunas, Kim Jae-hoon entered the stage from the back. Then, all the lights turned off before a spotlight shone down on him. The quiet accompaniment started flowing out, and Kim Jae-hoon put his mouth to the mic. This was the title song for the album Time With You. I long for the person in my heart, in my memories. Kim Jae-hoon's rich voice rang across the theater. His deep, yet thin voice was unique to him and him only, and made the audience wave their hands. The wonderful orchestra-like accompaniment in his voice mesmerized the audience. I loved you, and because my heart ached. His periodic vibrato in the chorus made the hearts of the audience flutter. His voice became deeper. Not to mention the audience. Even the people from the industry were surprised. That's a good song. It feels different from his past songs, but in a good way. Kim Jae-hoon's characteristics were preserved, while still following the latest trend. This was their evaluation. Even when the accompaniment died down, Kim Jae-hoon's voice continued without changing. He then sang powerfully, as if to shout something on the part leading to the climax. I am an idiot, who never, ever told you, but now I shout, I love you. Then the accompaniment suddenly came to a halt. The light also dimmed a little before it suddenly turned bright again along with a burst of sound. At the same time, Kim Jae-hoon's voice rang out as well. This was the climax part. I love you. I love you. The audience was already singing along the song. They were happy to listen to Kim Jae-hoon's new song. Then, his voice slowly faded out until the song ended. Wah! Kim Jae-hoon! Kim Jae-hoon! Everyone shouted out his name at the amazing song. Kim Jae-hoon bowed towards the audience with an awkward smile. Thank you. Wah dash. Kim Jae-hoon's title song for his 6th mini-album, Time With You. It made its debut in the world. Ha 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 ha. Park Chan-hyung's smooth emceeing made the audience laugh. Kim Jae-hoon scratched his chin awkwardly. His awkward expression made the audience more cheerful. He doesn't have a lover. Well then, anyone interested? Lunas became more cheerful when many people raised their hands. Of course, all of them were half joking. Park Chan-hyung called upon a few that raised their hands to the stage and had Kim Jae-hoon give them a hug. This was, of course, all fan service. Kim Jae-hoon gave out autographs and gave them a light hug. The ones that got picked to stand on the stage received the envy of other audience members. They then talked about Kim Jae-hoon's life stories, what he did in the 4 years of absence, what he did after joining the new company and stuff like that. The audience cried when they heard how he joined his new company. They were glad to find out that he regained all the copyrights and that his former boss was now serving time in prison. Someone else unexpectedly came into attention, Kang-yoon. He was watching the showcase from behind the stage, and he was suddenly pointed at by Kim Jae-hoon, who said that Kang-yoon was his savior. Huh. When Kang-yoon made an awkward expression, Lee Hyun-ji giggled on the side. It's a good thing. Come on, give them a wave. When Kang-yoon still did nothing, Lee Hyun-ji grabbed his arm and waved it at the audience. Then, the audience applauded while cheering. Like that, the fan meeting-like event was over, and it was time to showcase the next song. Park Chan-hyung had a look at the flashcard. Before speaking, So your next song is titled Only One. What kind of song is this? This is slightly different from the songs I sang until now. It's a rock ballad. People cheered at the word rock. This was a genre they didn't expect from Kim Jae-hoon. Rock, huh? Aren't you someone who's unrelated to rock? I was. I didn't hate it, but I didn't really like it either. But the president recommended that I do it. So I ended up getting this song from Hyuna, someone who's also from the company. Now I'm looking forward to that. Well, then, everyone, give him a round of applause. Only one. Wah! The audience cheered, and Kim Jae-hoon stood up from his seat. The accompaniment flowed out, and his second song, Only One, began. Chapter 122. Autumn is the season of men, 3. Along with relaxing piano accompaniment, Kim Jae-hoon's voice quietly rang out. I no longer wish anything of you. His voice filled the stage. The relaxing piano accompaniment was then accompanied by an impact of the bass guitar and the drum. With more power into the accompaniment, Kim Jae-hoon also exerted more force into his voice. After all this time, I can feel my breath by your side. His usual low voice became rougher. With a little bit of a grinding sound, his voice spread across. His rougher-than-usual voice came as a surprise to his fans and the members of the industry. What's this? This song was completely different from the ones he had released before. However, his foundation did not go anywhere. Even the audience, who found it unfamiliar at first, started being absorbed by the song. I don't think this is Appa's usual style. But it's so good anyway. You're awesome, Appa. Both the musical style and the vocal method used in this song was completely different from what the public viewed Kim Jae-hoon's songs as. When the first verse was over and he started singing the second verse, the audience that were at a loss all familiarized themselves and waved their hands in the air. The banners that were put down were raised as well. My love of the past, my pain of the past, but it's all fine now, come back to me. Kim Jae-hoon's high voice burst out. The audience's eyes shone with exclamation and surprise when they heard the series of high notes in the G minor key, a high key for a male to digest. Wow, awesome. Although the original plan was to transpose it down to F-sharp minor, Kim Jae-hoon had said that he would do the original key for the showcase, and Kang-yoon had accepted that proposal. The industry members' reactions weren't that different to the audience. Looks like Kim Jae-hoon prepared a lot for this. This may as well be the title song. This is freaking me out. The distributors and the TV station members gave their opinions. The heavy depth to the extremely thin vocal range surprised everyone. No one imagined that Kim Jae-hoon would bring out a powerful rock. The song that freaked everyone out ended. On that note, a period of silence. Kim Jae-hoon was the one to burst the bubble. Thank you for listening. Along with that, clap, clap, clap. Applause started, then, wah-ah-ah. Cheers louder than ever before filled Lunas. Kim Jae-hoon was glancing at Kang-yoon, who was standing at the very back of the audience seats. Kang-yoon had an oblivious face on. You were right, Hyung. Kim Jae-hoon was reassured after looking at the reactions of the audience, that it was worth a try to have a go at a different genre of music. After the showcase, not long later, Kim Jae-hoon's album was released. As this was a new album after a long period of no new songs, it received attention from many. There were rumors online, posted by the fans that visited the showcase prior to the release. There was the music video featuring a rising star, named Shinhee, as well as a showy comeback stage on KSTV's Music Countdown. With the addition of PR from other sources, interest in Kim Jae-hoon's album became bigger and bigger. This is strange. It was 9 in the morning, and it had been 9 hours since the album was released. Lee Hyun-ji tilted her head in confusion while looking at the results. His taking of the first place was expected, but I never imagined that the one to take the crown was not the title song Time With You, but Only One. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders. Looks like our new try left a deep impression on the public. Kim Jae-hoon then spoke. Isn't it because of the high notes? I think our country really likes high notes. They do prefer high notes. Though, this time, it harmonized well with the rest of the music. You're right. But even so, singing that in G minor on all live stages is utterly impossible. Kim Jae-hoon shook his head. If he kept singing it in the original key, his voice would deteriorate rapidly. Kang-yoon said he understood and told him that they should lower the key to F-sharp minor for most performances. Kim Jae-hoon nodded his head. Lee Hyun-ji went back to talking about the album. First to fourth place is all taken away by your songs, Jae-hoon. Although this may be attributed to the fact that this is the first day, we need to prolong this state as much as possible. In fact, our profit from online sales isn't that much. Looks like everyone will get busy. Yes. Are you going to take care of him this time as well, President? I'm planning to leave it to Manager Dae-hoon. I'm planning to focus on White Moonlight and Jimin. Kim Jae-hoon looked slightly disappointed, but Kang-yoon lightly patted his shoulders. After that, Lee Hyun-ji showed Kim Jae-hoon his new schedule. Although it wasn't as tight as it was in May, there were plenty of countryside events and TV shows. That's a lot, though not as much as what I did in May. You don't need to go that far. We need to relax a little and look forward to the future. The countrywide tour. Kang-yoon nodded at his words. Lee Hyun-ji then asked back in surprise. Wait, a countrywide tour? That won't be easy considering our current finances. Doing one at the end of the year is definitely a stretch. Doing it this year is definitely impossible. We'll consider the time after we get the proper results from this album. If it does well with us doing many events, we should be able to do one by spring or summer. That sounds a little early, but by that time, we should not be short on finances, and Jae-hoon SSI should also have plenty of time to practice. Like that, matters about Kim Jae-hoon were done with. Kim Jae-hoon had a schedule to attend to, so he left the company with manager Kim Dae-hoon. Lee Hyun-ji and Kang-yoon were the only ones left in the office now. Lee Hyun-ji brought up another topic while getting a cup of water. White Moonlight is steadily gaining popularity with regular performances, and once Jimin has her debut, we'll finally be able to be considered as a mid-scale company. Though, it should still take more time until we don't make losses. White Moonlight has plenty of achievements already. At the very latest, they should be able to become a major band by summer next year. If we advertise that Hyuna is skilled enough to rearrange songs for Jae-hoon, the band industry should take that. We should advertise while leaking some news. President, please stop giving me work. I'm tired. When Lee Hyun-ji joked around, Kang-yoon coldly replied to her, with a giggle. I refuse. Don't do this. To me. I have to. Lee Hyun-ji giggled. Since the company was doing well, the atmosphere was good as well. Then, Lee Hyun-ji talked about something else. It was about other members of the industry. I ran into director Lee Han-seo the other day. I heard he visited America. Did you hear anything about that? He met up with Edios. Edios, huh? Kang-yoon groaned. Talking about Edios always tugged at his heartstrings. It was as though he was suffocating. Lee Hyun-ji continued. There's not a lot of time left until MG's contract with the girls is up. He went to check what their next move was. Unfortunately, I heard that all of those girls had no thoughts in extending their contracts with MG. No wonder. They shouldn't want to stay in a company that used absurd strategies to practically ruin them. Kang-yoon shook his head. Lee Hyun-ji was able to feel how Kang-yoon felt towards MG Entertainment. Although it wasn't shown explicitly, he was enraged. Feeling him, she calmly talked to him about Edios. Director Lee Han-seo wished that the girls would continue their profession, even if they had to join another company. However, it's not like they come at a cheap price, considering their fame. I can guarantee that it would take triple the amount we spent with Kim Jae-hoon. You are being conservative with the amount there. Well, the girls do have a long period of absence in Korea, and there's Jetin that contributed to that number. Their value has gone down considerably. However, we still can't say that they have no possibility of making a comeback, and above all, there's a complicated situation. In any case, if we do get Edios, then we need to invest money into future albums as well. The contract deposit, the investment in the album, and their treatment as first-rate stars. Other companies should come to the judgment that it's more economical to raise a new girl group from scratch. They have their own set of trainees, so it should be cheaper to select a few from that batch. I guess that's true. Although enraged, Kang-yoon could rationally judge the situation. It had been 4 years since their debut, and Edios was a girl group that once did well. Well then, would he be able to get back his investment if he did invest in them? From a business standpoint, there was no way he couldn't consider that. What would you do, President? Kang-yoon couldn't give an answer that easily. This was business. It wasn't something that his personal feelings should affect. There were many people that relied on Kang-yoon's decision to live. Lee Hyun-ji seemed to have understood what he was thinking. Director Lee Han-seo carefully brought up his opinion. He asked us whether we can take Edios. He seemed to feel responsible for the girls. He wanted to take responsibility for having lost Edios' stand in their company. Strictly speaking, it isn't his fault. He would have done all that he could do to stop it from happening. He seemed torn because he couldn't prevent MG from sending the girls to America. Anyway, I replied to him that this wasn't a decision I could make. Okay then, I'll decide after I think about it. This isn't a decision we should make light of. Kang-yoon no longer brought up the topic. Lee Hyun-ji also didn't speak about it as she realized that Kang-yoon needed time to think about it. After that, they talked about Kim Jimin and White Moonlight before ending the morning meeting. Lunas was doing well. Although they had a pretty bad time for a couple of weeks in October since no bands booked the place, there were other events such as Lee Jun-yeol, SETI's fan meeting, as well as other local events that took place. There was also White Moonlight's regular performance as well. This ended up piquing the interests of many indie bands. When Kim Jae-hoon's new album Showcase topped them all off, they received reservations again. When this happened, other venues throughout Hongdae that tried to figuratively destroy Lunas entered a state of emergency. The cheap prices and the better equipment were simply too competitive. Lunas was getting more popular with indie bands as more of them started preferring to book Lunas above others. When the popular indie bands disappeared from their respective venues, the owners of those businesses had a serious headache. In the end, small venues started receiving reservations from those that performed in Lunas again. It started with one, but now there were many that did the same. President Yoon Chang-seon, the owner of Green Light, had a headache at the moment. Ugh. His office was located above the club, and he was currently walking around panicked. Does that Lunas place get any profit off their business at all? Why is it not allowing us to earn any money? He blamed Lunas for everything. Previously, Green Light was considered to have better facilities and cheaper rent than other venues, but it was overtaken by Lunas in both of those aspects. With that being the case, he still couldn't decide to innovate his own place. He was worried that he would not be able to get his investment back. In conclusion, he wasn't able to do anything. He panicked about the situation when his phone started ringing. When he accepted the call, he realized that it was from Yerong Entertainment. Ah yes, greetings. Unlike usual, Yoon Chang-seon was very polite. He was acting polite towards a secretary, which was very rare for him. The secretarial office spoke of their matters very simply. The president has approved the matters from last time. If you lower the prices, we shall make it up for you. Is that true? Thank you very much. Please send us the receipts and the required documents. Well then, the businesslike tone from the phone ended. Even though it was quite a stiff call, Yoon Chang-seon's face brightened up a lot. Good, very good. You're all dead now. He cheered himself up. The price and the facilities. He now had one weapon to fight against Lunas. November. World Entertainment was sailing smoothly. Everyone did well with their respective workloads, and the company was running well. Lee Hyun-ji employed a new manager for Kim Jae-hoon and got that person to take over Kim Dae-hoon's job. Yoo Ji-hye, the new manager, was a generous-looking woman in her early 30s. She had experience working as a costume coordinator, and she had a cheerful personality, which made Lee Hyun-ji pick her. She judged that this new manager would be able to take good care of Kim Jae-hoon considering her personality and her previous work experience. And just as she had thought, manager Yoo Ji-hye did well on her first day of supporting Kim Jae-hoon. Recently, Park So-young frequented the company. However, no one bothered her about it. In fact, Kim Jin-dae said that she would be employed here once she graduated from university, though he did get scolded by Lee Cha-hee for that. However, neither Kang-yoon nor Park So-young mentioned employment when they conversed. On one chilly day, Kang-yoon was packing his stuff at home. So over there is autumn weather in terms of Korea, right? Kang-yoon stuffed a few sets of underwear, one autumn coat, and one winter coat, as well as his toiletries into his carrier. When he added a laptop for work and a few other documents, his carrier was stuffed full. And finally, he checked on his airplane ticket and his passport. Looking at that, Kim Jae-hoon asked, "Him, you're going to America so suddenly. Did something happen to Miss Hee-yoon?" "Nah, I have some business to do. Looks like it's someone important." Kang-yoon only smiled faintly and did not elaborate further. Next day at dawn, Kang-yoon headed to Incheon International Airport. Lee Hyun-ji offered him a lift, but he declined. He took an airport coach and arrived at the airport. After he finished his flight procedures, time went by in a flash. "We will now be boarding passengers to Los Angeles in Gate 24. Please head towards. He bought some stuff from the duty-free store like some cigarettes, and it was time to board already. Kang-yoon moved past the gate and eventually sat down at an economy seat. I'll definitely become a president that books the first-class ticket. His seat was by the window, and he resolved to himself such. Like that, he took a 12-hour flight to LA. When he arrived, Kang-yoon had come to meet him. Appa. Kang-yoon seemed to have missed him a lot and immediately rushed into his arms. Appa, what are you doing here? I have someone to meet. Me? Kang-yoon chuckled at Kang-yoon's joke and put his arm around her shoulder. The siblings talked about a lot of things throughout the night. Kang-yoon talked about her friends from uni, while Kang-yoon talked about the musicians that sang Kang-yoon's pieces. Kang-yoon blushed in embarrassment when she heard that the musicians that received her songs all praised her. After spending the entire night like that, Kang-yoon was only able to sleep in the morning. When he opened his eyes again, it was already past noon. Let's visit them. Kang-yoon went to a local rental car center and rented a car. He drove towards the American branch of MG Entertainment. He parked on a paid car park nearby before heading towards a cafe where he could view the entire company building. After a simple meal and a cup of coffee, he turned on his laptop. There's pretty much no one going in and out. MG Entertainment's branch company was very quiet. There was almost no one that entered or exited the building, and there was absolutely no noise coming from the building as though no one inhabited it. He almost wondered if he came to the wrong place. However, he still waited. 3 hours had gone past. Although he could visit the building and meet the girls himself, he wanted to avoid rumors popping up. Although this was a roundabout method, he had to undertake it. He thought that Edios was indeed worth the risk. When the sun was about to set, one person opened the door and left the building. It was a girl wearing tight training clothes with a ponytail. Found one. After discovering the girl, Kang-yoon's eyes shone. He then quickly packed his stuff before leaving the cafe. Huh. The girl walked down the street with a sigh. It was no fun to practice by herself. She wished the others could practice with her at least. People started ditching practice one by one. Even Han Ju-yeon, who loved singing, holed herself up in her room, saying that it was all pointless, not to mention other members. Ailey, that girl will get fat if she keeps rolling around in food like that. She blamed Ailey. She thought that the others would come to practice if she asked, but now, it seemed that no one was motivated to practice. Well, I guess we've done plenty enough. She frowned as she thought about bitter things. Everyone else was just lazing around not doing anything. What could she change by herself? Nothing was worth it. She lightly shook her head. Yes, let's end it here. Let's end what here? Just when she was about to give up. But then, she heard the voice of a man from behind her. She freaked out before turning back. When she did, she saw a man she never imagined she would see here, smiling at her. Hey, Ajusi. Mina, it's been a WH. Ajusi. Without being able to finish his greetings, she rushed into the man's arms. All of her emotions burst out, and the man's clothes became wet with her tears. The man lightly patted her head and back. The scorching red sunset reflected off the two. Chapter 123. Upholding the Promise 1. Young Mina thought she was dreaming right now. She was about to give up on her profession as a musician, and Kang-yoon popped up right in front of her just in time. Ajusi, Ajusi. Kang-yoon's embrace was warmer than anyone's. Ever since her debut, she hadn't shown her weak side to anyone. However, when she met him, all of her emotions burst out. Sheesh. Seemingly understanding her, Kang-yoon calmly patted her back. The sun had set, and when the sky was getting dark, Young Mina finally left his arms. I'm so sorry. Young Mina kept wiping away her tears while her face looked down. Kang-yoon took out a handkerchief and wiped away her tears. Sheesh, you really do cry a lot. I don't. She grumbled in embarrassment. She wouldn't do this in front of anyone else. When she calmed down, Kang-yoon hopped into his car. Unlike Korea, it wasn't safe to walk in the night. Where are we going? Somewhere good. Are we going on a date? Maybe. Young Mina became excited by his words. She was looking forward to where Kang-yoon would take her. The drive wasn't that long. The place Kang-yoon went to was a cafe that ran 24/7, which was quite rare in America. It was a place not that far from the branch office and had a good atmosphere. Kang-yoon parked the car, and the two grabbed a table to sit down. The faint light shone on the two. I still can't believe it. You really are Kang-yoon Ajusi, right? Young Mina pinched her arms to see if this was a dream. Naturally, it hurt. Kang-yoon felt bitter to see the always cheerful and powerful Mina acting this way. Yes, it's not a dream, so stop pinching. Yes. She seemed embarrassed and pouted. Despite everything that happened, she started to calm down. It was as though she just went through a surprise event. When she calmed down, she calmly spoke to Kang-yoon. I heard you were in Korea, that you were running your own business. Yeah, it's called World Entertainment, and it's a small company. I've heard pieces of news about you. I also heard that Kim Jae-hoon went to World. The 4 years of absence should have been big, but he still managed to return to the industry. Amazing. He practiced a lot during his absence, so there wasn't a big problem. I only gave him an opportunity. Matters regarding Kim Jae-hoon were a big issue amongst musicians. Etios was no exception. Young Mina then started asking Kang-yoon about other things. Although she was aware of bits and pieces about him through the news, it would be different from listening to it in person. Kang-yoon's stories about his company were very fun. She was especially interested in Jaehan's story where he rose from the crisis, as well as Kim Jae-hoon's new album. Kang-yoon faintly smiled. She didn't look that different from her trainee days. Etios, and Young Mina in particular, followed him a lot. I never knew you'd delve into compositions as well. Kang-yoon does the composition, while I usually do the rearrangement and editing. Oh yeah, I heard Riss met Kang-yoon recently. We were surprised too. I heard she met with Juaseonbi. I heard that Hyununi was tall and is a beauty. Ha ha ha. Kang-yoon could only laugh listening to compliments about his sister. Who would hate that? Putting down the half-empty coffee mug, Young Mina continued speaking. I also heard that you made a song for Jetin. I did. Young Mina breathed deeply. After sipping coffee, she continued. It's natural for you to work with Jetin since you are a professional after all, but I was still disappointed. Did he forget about us? Was what was on my mind. I know that it's a bad thing to think about this, but I didn't want you to give a song to our rivals, even though it was the right thing to do as a professional musician. It just felt sad and confusing. It feels like you no longer belong to us anymore. Kang-yoon silently listened to her words. She shouldn't be thinking just that, right? With a professional mindset, they shouldn't be despairing that their rivals were doing well. Kang-yoon believed that Young Mina wasn't that sort of person. Matters regarding Jetin was not his wrongdoing. It was an opportunity he should obviously grab as a professional. If Young Mina was that short-minded, Kang-yoon would be very disappointed in her. Fortunately, though, she did not disappoint him. But I know that those thoughts are very childish. If I think about it differently, it means that you and Miss Hyun are capable enough to write songs for Jetin, isn't it? Those girls are titled as one of the best idols in Korea, and they wouldn't be asking anyone for a song. A good musician met with a good song. I felt myself to be stupid for feeling like that. Even though you were just doing your best in your position. I was disappointed in you. Kang-yoon smiled lightly. He was inwardly very satisfied. Young Mina was no longer the precocious girl of the past. She had matured as the leader of Etios. Kang-yoon ordered another mug of coffee before speaking again. You've grown up. Really? Hearing that from you. I feel that really is the case. Hee hee. Young Mina lightly shrugged. She looked like a child that was acknowledged by her parents. When she brightened up, Kang-yoon switched the topic. Are the others doing well? You're talking about Ju-yeon or A-lee, right? And Riss too. Young Mina sighed when she heard that question. Kang-yoon was able to predict her answer from that. Well, I guess it is a bit of a stretch to do well in a situation like this. Honestly speaking, you're right. We are not doing well. She shook her head. Kang-yoon kept asking, are you girls continuing with practice? I'll just tell you everything. Kang-yoon preferred things to be that way. Young Mina knew that making excuses wouldn't get her anywhere. She thought for a moment before speaking about the others. It has been a month since Ju-yeon started ignoring practice. Sam soon became addicted to the internet due to stress, while A-lee keeps eating without any exercise. Riss, she became addicted to shopping and is splurging her money everywhere. The only one better off would be Han-yu, who exercises to keep fit, but she doesn't come to practice either. Just exercise. Phew. Kang-yoon closed his eyes. From her words, he could imagine what MG Entertainment had done to the girls. His insides were boiling. So you are the only one doing practice? It was a silent yes. Kang-yoon told her that he was feeling lightheaded and stood up for a minute. He was craving a smoke, which he usually didn't. He entered a smoking booth in the cafe and lit up his cigarette. I need to meet them to be sure, but this won't be easy. He thought about it while glancing at the dissipating smoke. Why did he spend a lot of money to fly to America? It was to decide whether to scout Edios or not. However, from what he heard from Young Mina, this wouldn't be easy. Well, I'll only find out if I meet up with them. He couldn't come to a hasty decision. Kang-yoon decided that he would meet the others before deciding and left the booth. When he returned, Young Mina had emptied her coffee already and was looking outside the window. "EW, you smell like smoke." "Huh?" Young Mina pinched her nose. The smell of the cigarette stimulated her nose. Kang-yoon remembered back to the past when he saw that. "I remember you asking me to light your cigarette when we first met. When have I ever done that?" Kang-yoon started talking about Young Mina's dark history. She waved her hands in a flurry and did not acknowledge that. However, Kang-yoon kept on going. "You were wearing your school uniform, asking me so boldly, 'Can you light me one?' I mean..." Stop. Young Mina put her hands over his mouth in an attempt to stop him. Kang-yoon laughed when he saw her do that. Young Mina's face was red from embarrassment when he continued speaking. "Well, seeing as you are disgusted by the smell, it looks like you didn't pick the habit back up." "Well, duh. I'm bad at singing, and if I smoke, then it would make matters worse. It's not just me, the others don't smoke at all either." He saw some hope in that. When the girls of Edios were still trainees, Kang-yoon always emphasized them not to smoke. Although the girls were getting lax, they did not throw away his advice. They were doing the basics at least. "I want to meet everyone first. Can you get everyone to meet me? It's not that hard. They'll all come out if I say it's you. Are you fine with tomorrow?" "Yeah. Then shall we see each other tomorrow afternoon?" The two split up after deciding when to meet up next. The next day, Kang-yoon was currently waiting in a cafe near Edios' dorms. 10 minutes left. Since he had some time, Kang-yoon opened up a browser on his phone. Kim Jae-hoon's music chart monopoly. How long will this last? Kim Jae-hoon crowned as Emperor of Music Charts. Kim Jae-hoon's 6th mini-album tyrannizing the rankings for 2 weeks. Although the internet was horribly slow, he was glad to see news articles about Kim Jae-hoon. With this momentum in hand, he should currently be undergoing a tight schedule. Everything was going well. Kang-yoon had a smile on his face as he read down the articles when 6 Asian ladies entered the cafe. They looked around and soon discovered where he was. "Over there." "Where?" "Oh." The girls all headed towards Kang-yoon's table. "Team leader." Everyone shouted in unison. Kang-yoon was surprised by the sudden voices and looked up to see that all members of Edios were looking at him. "Hi girls. It's been a while." "Hello. We're Edios." They shouted in unison again. Kang-yoon was dumbfounded for a moment. "Huh, these girls, sheesh. Everyone told me that they want to do that in front of you." Young Mina represented everyone's opinion. Kang-yoon chuckled when he saw that. He then shook hands with all of them one by one before starting to chat about things. After ordering some coffee and some snacks, they started chatting. Edios seemed excited, and they did not stop their chatter. Even Seo Han-yu, who was usually reserved, spoke a lot to the point that she was spitting desserts out of her mouth. Everyone had a lot to talk about to Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon listened to them about what happened to them in Korea as well as in America. There were things that overlapped with what Young Mina told him yesterday, as well as ones that did not. After everyone finished catching up and talking about what happened in their time apart, it was on to the main topic. Kang-yoon was the one to start. "I wonder what you girls will think about this, but I'm here to talk about entering a contract with Edios." The girls widened their eyes when they heard that. No one had offered them this before. No entertainment companies, big or small, had extended their hands to them. However, Kang-yoon, whom they could trust, was the first one to talk about this, and he had flown all the way to America to do it. They were very touched. Han Ju-yeon was the first one to reply. "Team leader, you are the owner of World Entertainment, right? The one that Kim Jae-hoon belongs to." "Yeah. We do not have any information about World Entertainment." "Which musicians do you have?" "There's Kim Jae-hoon, and there's a band called White Moonlight. I have one trainee, named Kim Jimin. As for the composers, there's Muse. So we can say that you have 3 teams." Since this was about the contract, Han Ju-yeon was very meticulous and started talking about the scale of the company. Listening to their conversation, the other members also started thinking about their conditions to join. This was a different matter to having trust in him. Lee Sam-soon was the one to ask next. "Can I ask what the conditions for the contract are?" She was very cautious when asking that. This was a very sensitive topic. The other members of Edios also listened in because this matter was concerning money. However, Kang-yoon spoke about something else entirely. Before summer next year, I will put you on the top of the K-pop charts. This is my condition. Yeah, they all shouted in unison. If they weren't the center of attention before, now they were, but they couldn't be bothered about them since this was important to them. Co Han-yu, who was the most meticulous out of all of them, asked, "Do you have a plan?" "I do have some things in mind, but it's not something I can talk about here." "Yes, if there's one thing." Kang-yoon pointed to young Mina. "Mina, don't you want to debut solo?" "What? Me a solo? A solo debut?" Those words were like thunder to everyone. Chapter 124. Upholding the Promise, 2. Mina, as a solo? Han Ju-yeon and Christy and looked at young Mina with great surprise. Ever since their debut, none of the members of Edios had ever done a solo album. They were all dreaming of doing such a thing, but the first one to do it turned out to be Mina. Young Mina also couldn't imagine that Kang-yoon would talk about doing a solo album here. Wait. A solo album so suddenly? What? You don't like it? No, that's not it. There's no way she disliked it. However, when Kang-yoon asked her straight up, she hesitated. She couldn't help but look at the other members. Though, the sound of going up alone on stage did sound quite charming. In fact, the one to retort was someone else. It was Han Ju-yeon. Mina may be good at doing performances, but she lacks in singing. So I'm worried if she'll be able to do it. However, Kang-yoon shook his head. He had obviously considered this beforehand. It's fine. I'm not planning her to be a singer only. In fact, it'll be better for Mina to focus on performances more. There's no good in distributing her power. At her level, she's more than capable of mesmerizing those that watch her with her movements alone. As for the song, there's the magic of rearrangement and editing. We can just go with a recording. The members of Edios all became surprised. Unlike most other idol girl groups in Korea, they used soundtracks on stage while the girls sang, while the majority of others used voice recordings on stage as well. This was one of the reasons that led the people to believe that Edios was very skilled. They were already capable of live singing on top of their dancing, but if they left out the singing and went full dancing, they couldn't begin to imagine how intense their movements could go. Awesome, young Mina exclaimed. Kang-yoon had brought her a plan that was suited just for her. He didn't just appeal to them with his previous connection. He now sounded more trustable. A Mina without singing. Should work, right? Han Ju-yeon and Christy and couldn't help but accept. They were all aware of young Mina's dancing prowess. To exaggerate a little, they could say that she was peerless amongst their profession. After matters about young Mina, Christy and asked something else. Do you have plans for other members going solo as well? I'll be honest here. I don't. Christy was very disappointed by Kang-yoon's resolute answer. In fact, Han Ju-yeon was the same. She expected there to be one focused on singing since there was one focused on dancing. However, that wasn't the end of Kang-yoon's words. Of course, there isn't any for next year. However, if all goes well for Edios' comeback, you will need your respective unit stages too. If the people wish for it, and you are capable of it, I will gladly let you do one. From what I've heard, you've begun to lose your stage performances. I think it will take a lot of time just to regain what you've lost. Standing as a group is vastly different from standing as an individual on stage. Right now, I can only see Mina. Everyone became quiet when they heard such direct words. No one could deny him. Kang-yoon promised them the future, but also pointed out their present problems. Everyone looked down in embarrassment. They very much regretted their actions for the past few months and felt bitter. Kang-yoon seemed to have understood them and continued speaking. As for Ju-yeon and Riss, you should start your vocal training from scratch. A-lee and Sam-soon should get fitter and show up on some entertainment shows or radios. As for Han-yu, I want her to learn popping. No one had brought them a specific plan for the future until Kang-yoon did. Everyone felt as though they saw the light within the darkness. They nodded their heads. However, a contract was a different story. Lee Sam-soon asked carefully. I don't know much about world entertainment, but I'll ask a few things. We aren't getting as much support as we did with MG, right? Honestly speaking, it's impossible to catch up to MG's finances right now. You'll probably have to fly economy rather than first class like you're doing now. After all, we are definitely small compared to MG. Kang-yoon was honest about it. How many companies in Korea were capable of supporting their musicians like MG? MG Entertainment was definitely better in terms of finances. Ailey spoke next. To sum it all up, you'll give us our deposit, promise us our comeback, as well as a solo album for all of us. That's your condition? Yes. He had offered them everything that he thought Edios needed. It was up to them to decide now. As the one who was offered a solo album first, Young Mina wished to say yes first, but stepped back. She was worried that an internal conflict may arise since she had the best conditions out of all of them. The one to step up first was Seo Hanyu. I'll need to get into more detail, but I'm fine with those conditions. Hanyu. Han Ju-yeon looked at Seo Hanyu in surprise. However, she was firm in her decision. What we were most worried about is the future. And here he is, solving all of the issues for us. First-class seats? We can buy that with our own money. If the company becomes big later, of course, he'll do those for us. Samsoon-uni, you told us that idols were capable of putting up buildings, right? Yeah, I went to the forums last time and saw that a group called Place put up a building. Lee. Samsoon's answer only caused Seo Hanyu to stay firm in her decision. With team leader, it will be a simple walk in the park to put up 10 buildings if he's the one to plan for us. I'm going to World. Seeing the youngest one of them being so bold, the Unis were flabbergasted. This was especially so because she was usually very cautious in doing anything. However, she seemed unflustered by the ones around her. She wasn't so daring before. Hanyu had such a side to her. Han Ju-yeon and Christy whispered to each other in surprise while Lee Young and Lee Samsoon talked to each other about whether to join or not. Kang-yoon told Seo Hanyu, "Thanks for thinking about it so positively. I'll come to pick you guys up the day your contract ends." Yes. As for the details about deposits and stuff, I'll send you those later. Tell me if you need anything more. Kang-yoon also didn't know that Seo Hanyu would be so enthusiastic about it. He was thankful to her, though. Kang-yoon then said something to her. "I heard you were exercising." "Yeah. I jog around the park every day and go to the gym sometimes." "Really? Okay. For now, you don't have to think that you have to make your body better. At least, you don't need to control your diet. However, I do want you to gain some stamina. Do eat at regular intervals and exercise frequently. Also, practice singing and dancing every day, okay?" "Yes." Seo Hanyu nodded her head. Kang-yoon told her that he would send her goals if she needed one, and Seo Hanyu asked for some songs she could sing. Kang-yoon told her that he would gather some and send it to her via email. Things were going very well when Lee raised her hand to ask, "Excuse me, team leader, what if the rest of us decide not to join? What will you do with just Hanyu?" Hey. Han Ju-yeon, Christian, and Young Mina all tried to restrain her. However, Kang-yoon waved his hand saying that it was okay. Although this shouldn't happen, it was just as likely to happen. I do want all of Edios, but I'm willing to undertake the risk even if it doesn't turn out that way. The decision is yours after all. If that happens, I'll see what I can do with those of you that do decide to join me. If Hanyu is the only one, she'll be doing a solo album. I can't disappoint someone who joined having faith in me, right? Kang-yoon's answer was quite clear. I will return your faith with grace. He meant that he would use whatever means possible to put them up on stage. His words sounded very heavy and responsible. Kang-yoon then finished off with this line. "I told you that we'd be together until the end when we started. I keep what I promised." Those words rang in their hearts loudly. He still remembered what he said before they even made their debut. "Even if the situation looks grim right now, I know very well that you girls all have potential. You can do it. Let's start over again." Everyone became silent. They were very embarrassed that they became lazy thinking that it was all over. However, Kang-yoon had visited them bringing with him what they wanted the most. Everything felt like a dream. Han Ju-yeon was the one to break the silence. I'll do it." Lee Samsoon and Christy in full wet up. "Me too." "And me." When even Lee decided to join, Young Mina was the only one left now. She then was able to speak her heart at ease. "I will also join." After her, Kang-yoon extended his hand. Everyone grabbed his hand. "Please take care of me from now on." "Yes." Their powerful voices rang across the cafe. Like that, Kang-yoon had gotten verbal agreement from them before returning to Korea. Unlike the past when she focused on vocal training only, Kim Jimin started to get training in many other areas as well. English, Chinese, and entertainment skills were mandatory. World Entertainment invested in her as much as other big companies did to their trainees, and she was showing results. Phew, such a princess she is. Lee Hyun-ji grumbled while taking care of the documents about Kim Jimin's training. She didn't know that Kang-yoon would invest in her training for things other than vocal training. They were a small company, and this was investing too much into one singer. Was he not afraid that she would fail? Lee Hyun-ji knew that Kang-yoon had a good eye for talent, but this kind of boldness did thrill her to no end. Meanwhile, Young Hae-jin was opening the door to the studio to collect some receipts. Between the drizzle, that. Lower your vocal cords a little more. Between Kim Jimin and Professor Choi Chan-young were in the middle of practice. The two didn't seem to notice that she was here and kept on practicing. Young Hae-jin made some noise to alert the two, but the two did not stop. In the end, she had to wait until the song ended to speak. Jimin. Oh, Hae-jin-uni. Only then did Kim Jimin turn around to see her. Professor Choi Chan-young also slightly bowed. Young Hae-jin replied before turning back to the matter at hand. Jimin, I'm here to collect the receipts from last week. Oh yeah, I completely forgot. Sorry about that. Let me go get it. These were things she should have handed in yesterday. Kim Jimin apologized beforehand and went to get those receipts. She took out her receipts from her bag and turned around when she saw that the atmosphere between the two was slightly strange. What is it? Kim Jimin tilted her head. They looked very cheerful but became quiet when she approached them. Here they are. Thanks. Well, then Professor. I'll be off. Yes. See you later. Young Hae-jin left when Kim Jimin asked this question. Teacher, what did you talk about with Hae-jin-uni? Nothing much. That's strange. Kim Jimin tilted her head. After that, she resumed her strict practice. She trained vocally, learned music theory, and other things that were necessary to a singer. Kang-yoon returned to Korea 3 days after. He left. It was a very short schedule. He only met up with Hyun and Edios before returning, and he turned up to the company the next day. On the first day, Kang-yoon told Lee Hyun-ji about what happened in America. So you decided to take in those girls after all. Lee Hyun-ji accepted as though she knew this was going to happen. However, she voiced her worries immediately. We'll be facing much trouble in the future. They may decide to hit on us with trademark rights. Kang-yoon calmly talked about her worries. The name Edios includes the names of those girls. Let's call it name rights. Even if they do decide to move companies, there is no problem with continuing to use the name. It means that the 6 girls have the right to use the name Edios. MG Entertainment cannot claim authority over that name. Didn't you perhaps transfer the name rights over to MG or something? Of course not. It's impossible to do so in the first place. In the end, only those girls are allowed to use the name Edios. A problem only arises if the girls decide to split up and they decide that the ones to join us cannot use the name. However, that shouldn't be a problem since all of them expressed that they will be joining. Lee Hyun-ji nodded at his words. Legal matters were a headache everywhere. Now for the most important matter, trademark rights. Kang-yoon also said that this wasn't a problem. Even if MG Entertainment decides to register a trademark known as Edios, it will not be a problem. This right, due to its nature, is impossible to be transferred to others. Usually, it's rented not transferred. The period of time should be the same as the duration of the contract. So using the group name isn't a problem. Then finally, what about the publicity rights? There was a final problem. Publicity rights were very important since they could control the use of names related to Edios in businesses. Without this right, it was likely that they would be stopped from doing any public activity using their respective aliases. Kang-yoon resolutely spoke. Those rights are only acknowledged on natural persons. Companies are juridical persons. Entertainment companies are obviously not allowed to gain profit illegally. As an exception, though, I heard that it was possible to claim joint rights across multiple people. So there's no problem with that. Did you meet a lawyer before coming? You're very knowledgeable. Lee Hyun-ji was honestly surprised. Kang-yoon had everything prepared, including legal matters. Even if MG Entertainment does decide to pick a fight, they wouldn't be disadvantageous. However, there was one worrying problem though. What if MG decides to take us to court even while knowing that they will lose? We are too small to take on their lawsuit. The fee won't be small. They shouldn't be that dumb. From what I've seen from them until now, MG has no plans on extending their contract with Edios. If they did, the girls should have talked to me about it when I visited them. That's true, but I'm just worried that they'll act stupid and bring us down while they go down. They shouldn't sue us when they had no intention on extending their contract. If things go wrong, They may be dubbed the company that blocks its own musicians' futures. MG looks unstable recently, so they shouldn't be taking things that far. Okay then, what should I do? Lee Hyun-ji sounded very enthusiastic. She knew that taking Etios in wasn't an easy thing to do. However, since it was decided that they will, she was willing to do her best about it. Kang-yoon gave her some papers. Lee Hyun-ji glanced over it for a while, but then widened her eyes. Wait. Luna's office, into a practice room. Kang-yoon's document was a request for a budget for remodeling the Luna's office into a practice room. Chapter 125. Upholding the Promise. 3. Lee Hyun-ji was frightened stiff when she saw the request. It hasn't even been that long since we got our Luna's office. Even though Etios needs a practice space, isn't it going overboard to set one up going as far as to modify the office? Lee Hyun-ji shook her head. Although there was no one other than the Lunas' manager residing over there, there would be in the future. But Kang-yoon was saying that we should drop the office space for a practice studio. Where would they host the visitors then? Kang-yoon's opinion was that it was fine to do so. We'll use the 3rd floor as the practice room, and then combine the office work into the 4th floor. But we separated it because of the difference in work. If we consider the priorities, it's better to have a practice room than not. Also, I want to modify the basement storage room as well, so that it's capable of hosting vocal training sessions. Lee Hyun-ji grabbed her head. The contract deposit for Etios, as well as modifying Lunas. She could practically feel her hair whitening due to stress. However, she couldn't retort since Kang-yoon was correct. It wasn't just because of Etios. If they wanted to house musicians capable of dancing in the future, such a space was definitely necessary. If there was a vocal training room as well, the musicians would have an easier time practicing as well. That was good and all, just that all of it needed money. The money that Mr. Jae-hoon earned for us is melting away like snow. It won't be long until Etios gets it all back for us. Lee Hyun-ji looked down when she heard Kang-yoon's confident words. She knew that it would all go as Kang-yoon had said, but as she was the one who had to take care of what little budget they had, she had it very difficult. Though, Kang-yoon didn't seem to understand her difficulties as he just sat down and started his work. Jae-hoon's schedules are gearing towards the countryside. That needs some adjustment. As Kim Jae-hoon's album was going very well, he was running around across the whole country. His schedule consisted of once within the capital as well as other large cities in the country. Kang-yoon adjusted it so that it wouldn't tire Jae-hoon out so much. In White Moonlight's case, there were gradually more and more audiences in their regular performances. They were maintaining that boost they received from the rock festival in summer. Moreover, they were trying to show something new every time they performed, so they had practically become the big boss of Lunas now. If things go well, I think I can pull the date of their major debut forward. Let me look for a TV program that I can sneak them into. After that, Kang-yoon worked on things regarding Kim Jimin. As she was being taught in many things in preparation for her debut, the budget allocated to her was enormous. The fact that Lee Hyun-ji's signature of approval was a little squiggly showed her nervousness. She'll last 10 years at the very least. We need to invest in her boldly. He was assured that Kim Jimin would bring back to him 10 or even 100 times the amount he invested into her, and did not hold back in his investment. After matters about their musicians, he had work left to do regarding Lunas. October saw a little decrease in booking, while November sees an increase. But wait, why does it fall again in December? Kang-yoon tilted his head. There was no definite pattern to the number of reservations for Lunas. Perhaps it's just because it hadn't been a long time and he did not have a sufficient amount of data. Looking at the attached reports about Lunas, there were many rumors and news inside it, that other locations were spreading bad rumors about Lunas, or that the ones that booked Lunas were rejected from performing in other places because of various excuses that the owners gave them. Were their measures effective? Kang-yoon had a look at the next page in the report. Lunas gave the bands that were exploited by the other venues more time than others. They were able to use better facilities with cheaper fees, so their reactions were very good. The people had a very good opinion of Lunas. In the first place, he had no plans on profiting off Lunas. Since they had a good public opinion, the names of World Entertainment and Whitey Moonlight were also being spread around more. Money is important, but gaining a reputation for ourselves is even more important at the current stage. Kang-yoon was satisfied while reading the report. He flipped over another page and read that the various locations were decreasing their rental fees as well. This was also one of the reasons that the bookings for December decreased slightly. That's a good thing. Although his profit decreased, he achieved what he set out to do, so he felt good about it. Kang-yoon smiled while looking at the report. Hey, did you hear that Derace lowered their prices? Derace too? I saw that Green Light did as well. A cafe in Hongdae. Amongst indie bands, the latest hot topic was the decrease in rental fees. Everyone felt joyful since those places had become even cheaper than Lunas. The man put his gym to one side and spoke. Looks like they've set their minds to beat Lunas. Is Lunas that good? Another man asked. He held a guitar in his hands. Of course. The acoustics are just out of this world. Don't even start about the lights. The outside may look a little old-fashioned, but the insides, you just need to go there. No words are necessary. It's that good? And the rent is that cheap. Yeah, well, it's more expensive now. This is how it should be. It'll be bad if the place with worse equipment was more expensive. Others very much agreed with the gem man and the guitar man. Well then, why don't we do a jam to celebrate? The occupants inside the cafe took out their respective instruments. Like that, the cafe was immersed in music. Really? The ones going to Lunas have decreased. President Kang Shurmyoung was satisfied with his secretary's report and asked the next question. How much of our budget did they use? Derace and Greenlight are fully booked for December. As we have to support Live Start and Spot Hall as well, we had to spend a not-so-small amount of money. Here, the secretary cautiously handed him a budget report. President Kang Shurmyoung had a look at the papers before his hands shivered. Whoa, wait. Why is it so expensive? We had no choice. The rental fees were so expensive. But this is still too much. Just how much are they? Extorting from the bands. President Kang Shurmyoung was flabbergasted. He had left the work for his secretary to do, thinking that it wouldn't take that much money since the performances were on Friday nights. However, due to the exploitation of the owners of those venues, money was practically bleeding. Moreover, he was supporting many other places as well. Until when do we have to do this again? It is 3 months, sir. So we can make Lunas close its doors in 3 months? The secretary hesitated for a moment before talking about Lunas. Lunas seemed to be working without pay as they were undertaking losses when they operated. A facility on Lunas's scale would require a lot of maintenance funds. They didn't seem to flinch at all despite the costs necessary. What was even more absurd was that Lunas did no public advertising. However, due to the rumor mill, indie bands were walking there of their own accord. Although the number of reservations had decreased in December due to the price competition, no one would say for sure that it would continue to decrease. President Kang Shurmyoung sighed. A loss in managing that place, huh? Looks like they're using the company's money to run it. Phew, let's see how long it lasts. Since we decided to do this, let's go with it until the end. Instead, President Kang Shurmyoung glared at his secretary. I want to see some good results. Yes. The secretary shouted out loud, as if to show his resolve. It was an early first snow. As the cold had arrived earlier than people expected, people took out their scarves and winter clothing. Kang-yoon was busily walking on the street while passing by the couples who were sharing their warmth. Ugh, so cold. Kang-yoon tightened his long coat and entered a high-class tea house. It was a very expensive tea house that only a few select fans knew of. He was guided by the employee to a room where Director Lee Han-seo greeted him. Director Lee. Team leader. No, I guess you're a president now. President Kang-yoon. Hello there. Director Lee Han-seo shook hands with Kang-yoon with a delightful tone. He changed his usual call of Kang-yoon to president and expressed his joy. President Lee looks as young as ever. Director, you too. I'm old now. Just going out to buy tea tires me out already. After exchanging greetings, the two sat down. They talked about recent matters when their tea was ready. Director Lee Han-seo poured Kang-yoon some tea before speaking. I should have treated you to some better tea, but this is all I can do. Not at all. This smells very fragrant. The faint fruity, flowery smell stimulated Kang-yoon's nose. Director Lee Han-seo poured the tea with elegance and spoke again. I wanted to treat you to some better tea, President Lee, but it's a pity. Not at all. I'm really fine with it. I heard from Mina that you visited America. This was the main topic. Kang-yoon put down his teacup and focused. On the story, everyone looked dejected. It's due to my lack of ability. Kang-yoon was qualified to say those words, though he didn't say anything to Director Lee Han-seo since he knew that he had done the best he could. However, They couldn't help but talk about the other directors. I was never able to understand why you've sent Edios to America. Japan is closer to us, and if we take some risks, there's China as well. But America all of a sudden? Even Chairman Won Jin-moon told us not to eye America until we were completely sure about the American market and their culture. He did. However, ever since he left his seat due to his illness, those words were all but forgotten. After that, President Lee Hyun-ji was thrown out of her seat. Right now, President Won Jin-moon's son is acting as his deputy. He has a good personality, but he majors in mechanical engineering. He's completely in the dark in regards to the entertainment business. There was a limit to the authority Chairman Won Jin-moon could give to his son. In the end, the directors monopolized power. This is where the problem began. Director Lee Han-seo sighed. A few of the directors colluded and handed in a project that made Edios go to America. Director Lee Han-seo objected with all his might, but as the other directors pressed on, Edios had no choice but to fly to America. This was a case where even the direct supervisor's opinion was crushed. When he thought about it, he still couldn't sleep at night. He just felt so sorry. Kang-yoon sipped his tea before speaking, and Jua had paved a way for them in Japan. The title of being first to succeed was important. Going to Japan was done when you were still in MG, President Lee. That time was when Jua had failed to succeed in America. If Edios was able to succeed in America, they would then possess authority above anyone else. There's China as well. At that time, Min Jin-seo was in China. So, the only one left was America. Oh, Jin-seo. Was the first title so important? Just what was up with those power struggles? He felt flabbergasted the more he thought about it. Since Min Jin-seo came up, Kang-yoon decided to ask about her. How's Jin-seo doing? Jin-seo, she's amazing. She's currently filming a movie, but the important thing is that the director of this movie is the most famous director in China. Of course, she's the main character. Not a single one of the directors can do anything to her. Directors call her this, a walking bomb. Jin-seo's not that type of girl. Kang-yoon shook his head. He couldn't understand why the word bomb was used to describe her. It's because of you. Director Lee Han-seo couldn't say those words. Instead, he coughed awkwardly and switched topics back to Edios. In the end, the directors had forced Edios to go to America. However, the only result was that they lost any footing they had in Korea and had no achievements in America whatsoever. Shouldn't they at least extend their contracts with the girls and take responsibility for their future? This was Kang-yoon's opinion. Does MG have any intentions of extending their contract with Edios? When Kang-yoon asked, Director Lee Han-seo shook his head. No. The company has decided to invest the money required for the deposit into raising a new group of kids into idols. They have judged that Edios has 2 years to go at most. They calculated that it would be much more profitable to raise a group from scratch. I knew it. I did predict that when I saw that you didn't even have management over them. But it still feels bitter to listen to the actual facts. Even I feel bad about it, much less you. I understand how you feel. Director Lee Han-seo had spilled the beans for their internal matters. In fact, it was Kang-yoon who asked if it was fine to leak so many internal matters. However, Director Lee Han-seo said it was okay with a powerless smile. I'm planning to leave the company once Edios leaves. With this kind of management, MG is definitely doomed. I'm planning to sell whatever shares I have in the company before it goes down and set up a tea house. I keep craving for more tea after all this time I spent at a place I don't belong to. Director Lee Han-seo seemed more fatigued than ever. Kang-yoon knew from Lee Hyun-ji that he had worked in Edios' best interests. It was his achievement that Edios hadn't strayed further than they already were. A tea house. That suits you. I'll take the girls and frequent it. I'll call you later if I do set it up. Ha ha. An I give up on life laughter filled the room. Director Lee Han-seo looked very depressed. Kang-yoon was able to see just how much he cared for Edios. Now, Kang-yoon had finished his tea already. Director Lee Han-seo refilled his cup. The fragrant smell of tea tickled his nose again. The tea smells really good. The faint sweet aroma is good, isn't it? Yes. Director Lee Han-seo's tea pouring had a certain elegance behind it. His arm movements, his grip on the teapot, and everything else. Kang-yoon exclaimed. At that moment, Director Lee Han-seo spoke with a faint smile. Please take care of Edios. Kang-yoon could feel the sadness behind those words. Director, I was incompetent and could not provide a better environment for them. In the end, I gave them over to you in a messy state. I'm very sorry. Kang-yoon felt pain when he heard those words. His eyes trembled. To lighten up the mood again, Director Lee Han-seo smiled softly. I did say I'm leaving, but I won't be able to abdicate my director position so easily. Even though I'm a paperweight director, I am still a director after all. I need to transfer my work to my successor and also take care of the shares. So it's not easy retiring either. Tell me about it. I don't know how long I could stay there, but while I do, I'll tell you if there's anything interesting that happens. Kang-yoon doubted his ears. This practically meant that he was spying for him. Director Lee Han-seo knew what Kang-yoon was thinking and spoke on. I want to do something that helps Edios out. Helping you. President Lee should be helping them in some way. This is the only thing I can do now. Director. Kang-yoon couldn't say anything. He could feel the deep affection the director had with Edios. Why don't you come over to our company instead? Where are you planning to use an old, decrepit man like me? If I set up a tea house later, please bring the girls over to visit. Despite Director Lee's refusal, Kang-yoon offered him several times. He even went into detail that someone of his mindset was necessary for a growing company like them. I'll have to think about it. Please think about it positively. In the end, Director Lee Han-seo told him that he would consider it. It would be a lie to say that he didn't have any interest in World Entertainment's rapid growth. A tea house was good and all, but working at Kang-yoon's company didn't sound so bad either. It was just that his failures up to now were dragging him behind. Kang-yoon felt that someone like Director Lee Han-seo would become a warm place of rest for everyone. He wished that the director would consider this seriously. The meeting of the two ended like that. Chapter 126. A Christmas for Everyone 1. Today was MG Entertainment's monthly directors' meeting. All the directors had gathered. Many things that were piled up until now, due to the season being the end of the year, was quickly processed. The meeting was dragged out with the infighting between the directors accusing others of wasting budget or using too little budget. One topic was about Edios. Edios' extension of contract date had already gone past. Director Young Hyun-tae emotionlessly spoke while looking at the papers. This clearly seemed less important than other topics in this meeting. The other directors didn't say much as this wasn't their problem. Director Kim Jin-ho spoke. There's no extension. Didn't we already put forth the opinion that we'll use that budget somewhere else? Yes, we did. Were those girls debuting next summer? Director Young Hyun-tae flipped over the page. There, it was written about the new girl group project. He kept reading on. Debut in the summer of 2012? Huh, with 5 girls. I feel good about it. Are things going well? Director Moon Gwang-shik, who was in charge of the new girl group, smiled as though everything was going well. Naturally. I will hand in a formal report in the New Year's meeting. Ha ha ha. Edios is not even getting mentioned anymore. Since the contract was over, they're just forgetting about it? This was unthinkable if it was the previous MG. It wasn't that extending a contract was an easy thing to do. Even if a musician decides to break the contract and leave due to other matters, MG Entertainment would usually send one off on a good note, not in the worst possible way. Like they were doing now. They didn't even seem to consider the opinions the artists would have when they leave MG. These were Director Lee Han-seo's thoughts, and Director Moon Gwang-shik brought up another topic. By the way, Min Jin-seo's achievements in China this year were amazing, to say the least. An Oriental drama, she decided to appear and became a big hit. Sending her to China was a godly move. Ha. It's the achievement of everyone here. Director Lee Young-chong spoke with a laugh. As they were talking about Min Jin-seo, the atmosphere lightened up a little. Min Jin-seo was directly supervised by Chairman Won Jin-moon himself. Now that he had fallen ill, although the principal was for his deputy, that was, his son, to manage her, practical power was within the director's hands. Of course, not that Min Jin-seo was easy prey for the directors. Looks like she'll stay in China for the foreseeable future. Indeed. It's obvious that she would set her mind somewhere else if she returns to Korea. It'll be better for her to stay there. This was the general opinion of the directors. The Chinese market was definitely large. It was an opportunity to earn money, and there were no elements of danger either, so it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Don't they see that the girl is getting exhausted? Director Lee Han-seo shook his head while looking at the other directors. Lee Hyun-ji was the second busiest person in World Entertainment after Kang-yoon. Ever. Since Kang-yoon had gotten a verbal contract agreement with Edios, her workload had tripled. She had to set the contract deposit, allocate budget for Lunas's modification, Kim Jae-hoon's activities, as well as Kim Jimin's lesson fees. She worked overtime every single day. "Director, aren't you going home?" It was 9 p.m. Young Hae-jin cautiously asked while looking at the ever-increasing mountain of papers. However, Lee Hyun-ji replied with baggy eyes. "You can go home first." Asterisk sob star. President is such a bad guy. The end-of-year financial document is hard, isn't it? Yes. Young Hae-jin was also bombarded with work due to the season being the end of the year. She grumbled that although money was piling in her bank account, she had no time to spend them. Hearing that, Lee Hyun-ji laughed. "You'll become rich." "I don't want to become rich like this." Young Hae-jin screamed in happiness, in the haven of work. Meanwhile, Kang-yoon was talking with Kim Jae-hoon, White Moonlight, and Kim Jimin. A Christmas performance. This was the one single event where they could rake in the most money throughout the year. Kim Jae-hoon tilted his head as he thought that his schedule would be jammed full, but turned out that the night of the 24th was completely empty. Kang-yoon explained, "I didn't put anything there because I want to hold a concert in Lunas. The theme of the concert is a singles party, I guess." A singles party? Lee Hyun-ah blinked several times. The members of White Moonlight grabbed their chests in pain. "Ugh, the president is stabbing where it hurts." "Ugh." Young Chang-yu also silently cried at Kim Jin-dae's words. Meanwhile, Lee Cha-hee didn't seem that flinched. Lee Hyun-ah asked in surprise, "Cha-hee, you have a boyfriend?" "I do have someone I'm getting along with very well recently." "What?" Seeing her being so cool about it, everyone, including Lee Hyun-ah, was surprised. However, Lee Cha-hee was nonchalant about it. He's a public servant, and although he doesn't have a good sense of humor, he's a kind guy. Lee Hyun-ah showed deep interest. Lee Cha-hee also talked about this guy she got along well with. When Kang-yoon saw that they were straying off the topic, he clapped his hands. Only then did they get back to the matter at hand. There. Anyway, other places usually hold parties for couples only, right? The singles don't have anywhere to go, so we'll do it the other way. A concert for singles. An Invincingles party, so to speak. Sir, I think you'll have to change the name at least. Kim Jimin's words made everyone laugh. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders in awkwardness. That word sounded cringy, to say the least. Yeah, let's change that. Anyway, Jae-hoon and White Moonlight shouldn't have anything scheduled, and I've emptied that slot out for Lunas that day. The time is 7 p.m. Christmas Eve, and the cast is World Family. Lee Hyun-ah asked, and Kang-yoon nodded. Yes, and also, at that time the door to the studio opened, and a man walked in. He was sufficiently tall and had a skinny body, a figure that any woman would like. Kang-yoon waved his hand at him. "Hi, come and sit, Jun-yeol." "Yo, bruv." It was from Lee Jun-yeol. He gave Kang-yoon a bro hug before sitting down next to him. Everyone was shocked by the sudden appearance of a famous singer. "Ah, hello." The women's hearts shook. They were shaken by Lee Jun-yeol's manly appearance. The men also seemed wary of his good looks. Kang-yoon introduced Lee Jun-yeol to everyone. Everyone here knew who said he was. "Hi, people. Lee Jun-yeol here." Everyone applauded when he introduced himself. The claps from the ladies were especially loud. "Wow, I never knew I'd get to see Seti here." Lee Hyun-ah spoke honestly. Lee Jun-yeol smiled. "Foo-foo. I'll go anywhere my bro asks me to." Really, Lee Hyun-ah's evaluation of Kang-yoon had just gone up by a level. Now that he was here, Kang-yoon kept on speaking. "You know the general gist, right? Oh, a party for singles? Are you really fine with me? I don't know how singles feel like." Kim Jae-hoon lightly frowned at that. However, Kang-yoon spoke instead. "It's fine. I've prepared you a partner on stage. You two can sing together on stage." "A partner? Who is it?" "Oh, is it the one I talked to you about last time?" He was referring to the featuring matter. Kang-yoon nodded his head. "That included. Anyway, do meet her. I think your voice fits very well with hers. She'll be here soon." Having finished his part, Kang-yoon turned around to something else. "For this party, the order is important. First will be White Moonlight, second up is Jae-hoon, and third is Jun-yeol." "Okay, how do we choose the songs then?" Kang-yoon gave them the order of events when Lee Hyun-ah asked that question. Each team had a story. White Moonlight would set the mood, Kim Jae-hoon would melt the hearts of everyone present, and finally, Lee Jun-yeol and his partner would give the audience warmth. This was the general outline. A duet after going solo all this while. Okay, this looks like homework to me. When is my partner Comey? When Lee Jun-yeol was wondering about his part, a lady with straight, long hair entered the studio. She was wearing jeans and a jumper. Everyone was surprised to see her here. Ju-yeon. It's Ju-yeon. The biggest voice was from Kim Jin-dae and Young Chang-gyu. This was a member of Edios they were seeing. Kang-yoon had not yet told everyone that Edios had joined the house. Lee Hyun-ah and Lee Cha-hee were shocked as well, and Kim Jimin also gulped in nervousness when she saw a top-tier musician. Even Kim Jae-hoon's eyes were trembling, while Lee Jun-yeol turned around to Kang-yoon with amazement in his eyes. Bro, you're telling me. Everyone should know who she is, right? I guess I don't need to do the introductions. Ju-yeon, come and greet everyone. Han Ju-yeon stood next to Kang-yoon with an embarrassed expression. Hello? I'm Han Ju-yeon. Please take care of me. Huh, good to have you here. The men, especially Kim Jin-dae, cheered out loud. Her puppy-like facial features instantly charmed him. Lee Cha-hee clicked her tongue. Ju-yeon, you arrived yesterday, right? Yes, I'm still feeling the jet lag. I think I'll need some time. Although his intentions were not to call her here, Han Ju-yeon said that she would come herself. After Kang-yoon left America, she had resumed practice again. The fact that Young Mina could debut solo came as a big shock to her. That motivated her to come to this place. Lee Jun-yeol never imagined that his partner was Han Ju-yeon. He was very well aware that Han Ju-yeon's singing was top-notch amongst idols. Moreover, this was Kang-yoon's recommendation. He wasn't worried at all. You're recommending me her, right? Yeah, trust me this once. Her tone will fit nicely with yours. It's you? So you're probably right. Lee Jun-yeol accepted without much fuss. Since Han Ju-yeon was here, Kang-yoon gave the two their scores. It was a duet song. Huh? Isn't this a song from 3 years ago? Love Day. Han Ju-yeon also had a look at the score. Do we need to record it as well? Nah, we aren't doing an album, so no need for a recording. So do we just get on with the practice by ourselves? Kang-yoon thought for a moment when Lee Jun-yeol said that. Are you alright with that? We aren't kids. Miss Ju-yeon, are you alright with it? Han Ju-yeon also thought about it for a moment before nodding. Yes. Kang-yoon accepted after seeing Han Ju-yeon's opinion. After that, Kang-yoon gave the other teams their songs. However, the duo still tugged on his mind endlessly. Won't they get in trouble since they're both quite selfish? Kang-yoon was worried that he just considered their voices and not personalities when he chose the two. Edios' new home at World Entertainment. The idol girl group Edios has entered an exclusive contract with World Entertainment, CEO Lee Kang-yoon. On the 4th, according to World Entertainment, Edios' contract with their previous company had ended, and they have since entered a new contract with World Entertainment. World Entertainment has claimed that Edios still has charms that they hadn't shown off yet, and that they were very professional enough for Korea. They showed confidence that they had hidden, charming traits that everyone hadn't seen yet, and would like to show more of it in the future. However, they did not mention when they would host a comeback stage. They did say, however, that the girls would be coming back from America. They did not mention what the girls will do in the future. World Entertainment is a small company that has the male singer Kim Jae-hoon in their arsenal and has the know-how to bring back someone to the industry after 4 years of absence. Whether that know-how works on Edios or not remains to be seen. Starmate. Journalist Lee Yun-cham. Milong at mupia.com. Edios has returned to their rightful place. President Chu Manji groaned while looking at the internet article. He closed the browser before calling for his secretary. The secretary lady put down a cup of coffee carefully on his desk. Secretary Yoon. Yes, sir. The secretary was about to leave when he called out to her. Why did Lee Kang-yoon get Edios? The secretary did not speak. She knew that this question wasn't aimed at her. Soon, President Chu Manji answered his own question. No matter how I think about it, it'll be difficult for Edios to get any revenue in Korea. They might just barely be able to break even, I guess. Maybe if they push their limits and go to China, it would work, but going to China requires more foundation in China. Although they say it's the Korean wave and whatnot. It won't be easy to succeed overseas when they have practically no foundation in Korea left. Then why did that Lee Kang-yoon choose to contract Edios? President Chu Manji stood up, while the secretary lady stood still. Then, he started circling around her. I simply cannot understand him. He's not dumb enough to rely on emotions. If that was the case, he wouldn't have given us a song in the first place. The world is so mysterious sometimes. President Chu Manji frowned. Even if they do perform badly, it wasn't much of a concern to him. However, something was tugging at his heartstrings. Like that, the secretary had to listen to the president's monologue for an entire hour. Chapter 127. A Christmas for Everyone, too. Geez, I really don't get what this guy's thinking. President Kang-yoon could not understand why World Entertainment decided to pick up Edios. If it was some other company, he would have known that they were trying to suck off whatever juice was left in the girls. But from what he knew of Kang-yoon, he was definitely not the type to think that. Vice President Yu Chul-shin also asked as though he couldn't understand. You might find it hard to believe, but I believe that he took them out of fidelity. I can't think of any other reason since the contract deposit should be enormous. President Kang-yoon fell into contemplation when he heard the vice president's words. Perhaps Edios may have said that they don't want the contract deposit. Since this is not open to the public, we won't know for sure, but if World Entertainment did indeed pay a fee to bring them in, then they should be looking to make up for that deficit in the short run. You know, like what they did with Kim Jae-hoon. We'll see. Rather than that, how long did we expect to make use of Edios if they came over to us? 2 years. And that's considering that we have to market them as heavily as we did with Jace. A small company like World should have even less time due to the lack of manpower. President Kang-yoon nodded his head at the vice president's report. Well, their fans are as good as nothing now, so what do they have left? If it was a big company like MG, they might be able to slot the girls into some TV shows or have big showcases. But there's no way that a small company like World would have any money to do that. Their decision was a bad one. President Kang-yoon was sure that bringing Edios in was a mistake. It would be fortunate if World could break even. As his reasoning arrived there, he no longer cared about it. Let's focus on our own business. Is the album going well with the kids of Wanted? Yes, it's going well. Vice President Yu Chul-shin handed him the document and started the report. It was a snowy day. Kang-yoon was wearing a trench coat and was headed to a cafe in Hongdae. I'm late. When he looked at his watch, it was already 10 minutes past 3. Kang-yoon hastened his steps. The place he went to was a room-style cafe in a back alley in Hongdae. He was guided by an employee to a room where a lady whose head was clad in a long scarf was waiting for him. Juicy, over here. She waved her hand. Kang-yoon also waved his hand at her before sitting down. Sorry for being late, Mina. You should be. You're late by 11 minutes and 20 seconds. Did you really count that long? A certain someone told me I should be punctual. The scarf lady was none other than young Mina. She grumbled, saying that she had waited from 20 minutes to 3. Kang-yoon naturally knew that it was him that told her to be punctual. He always emphasized this too. Edios. Kang-yoon made an awkward smile and said that he was looking after a trainee which ended up going past his schedule. TCH, you should have contacted me beforehand if you were going to be late. I did leave you a message. Hearing his words, young Mina immediately took out her phone to check. There was a message from Kang-yoon at 2. She hadn't looked because her notification setting was on silent. She grumbled, but accepted. TCH. I'll forgive you this time. You must be the only one in this world to make Lady Young Mina wait. Sorry, I'll buy the coffee this time. Well, if you say so. Young Mina smirked and told Kang-yoon that she would order something expensive. The two went to order, and not too long later, 2 black coffees were served to them. The thick fragrance of astringent coffee wafted out. I thought you were going to order something expensive. Kang-yoon asked young Mina why she ordered the same thing as him, which was the cheapest menu item on the board. Then, she spoke while having a sip. I'll have one later. There is no later. What? What? Young Mina acted cute in front of Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon just laughed and ordered her some snacks. Though, it was tofu snacks that were low in calories. Young Mina grumbled about eating tofu snacks again. Though, it didn't work on Kang-yoon at all. After they got what they ordered and the employee left, young Mina undid her scarf and put it to her side. How are the dorms? Are you guys comfortable? Yeah, we're doing fine. Everyone likes it since it reminds them of the old days. With our finances, we can't get rooms as large as MG can get you. Please understand. Kang-yoon knew very well how wide Edios' former dorms were. However, it wasn't feasible for him to provide Edios the same treatment right now due to financial restrictions. Despite that, Young Mina waved it off, saying it was okay. It's fine, really. Before the contract, we acted high and mighty with the contract fees and whatnot. But now that we've joined, we can't complain. None of the girls are complaining that the dorms are small. Who do you think we learned from? Well, I'm thankful that you think that way. We can just earn money and move out ourselves. Kang-yoon was feeling proud that Young Mina was able to say such mature words now. People would usually have complaints if they moved from better facilities to those that are worse. However, the girls were holding up just fine, so he was glad to see that. Kang-yoon talked about many things other than the dorms, such as future plans. Young Mina wrote down what was necessary and listened in. She was planning to tell the girls when she returned. They eventually shifted to talking about the Christmas event at Lunas. When you came over to America, you told all of us, except me, that we wouldn't be able to go on stage for a while, didn't you? Ju-yeon became fired up after hearing that. Kang-yoon chuckled. Han Ju-yeon was very proud of herself, and she was likely to act that way. Ju-yeon isn't the type of girl to stay still after listening to that. She has a large pride after all. She practiced a lot after that, right? Yeah. She never left the practice room. Young Mina shivered, saying that she had never seen Han Ju-yeon act so desperate before. Kang-yoon sipped his now cold coffee and spoke. For girls like Ju-yeon, it's better to stimulate her rather than console her. Did you perhaps do that on purpose? Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders. Only he knew the truth. Their mugs were now empty. Kang-yoon told Young Mina about the story of World Entertainment's own theater named Lunas, as well as the fact that he was constructing a practice room on the 4th floor. Young Mina was first surprised by the theater, then was shocked again to hear that a practice room was being built. Even MG didn't have its own theater and a practice room on top of that. You really are different from the others. You won't get anywhere by complimenting me. TCH, what a pity. Young Mina joked around with Kang-yoon and told him that she wanted to see the new practice room. Kang-yoon expressed his difficulties, saying that it wasn't finished being built, but Young Mina insisted, saying that it was okay. I don't care. Let's go. In the end, Kang-yoon was pulled up by Young Mina. Kang-yoon headed towards Lunas with Young Mina in tow, with her head wrapped in a scarf. She exclaimed after seeing the internals of the old building. Wow. Lunas was a mix of a nightclub and a theater, and caught Young Mina's eyes in a flash. Young Mina then went up to the stage. She could see various instruments already set up there. She was bewildered by the sight of a synthesizer and the drums. She was just like a little girl, surprised by everything. Kang-yoon restrained her from touching the drums out of curiosity. The instruments aren't ours. Don't touch them. Oh, okay. Do other bands perform here too? Yeah. On the weekends, the indie bands usually perform here. On weekdays, we rent them out for various events or use them for other purposes. We use them too. Ah, a performance, huh? I want to play too. Young Mina wanted to fool around with music after hearing that indie bands performed here regularly. However, Kang-yoon shook his head. If you're confident you won't be caught, then sure. Okay. Young Mina became dejected. She didn't have the confidence to do that. If she really did that, then it was obvious that the entire internet would be on her tail. She wouldn't want rumors to rise about her. Seeing Young Mina disappointed, Kang-yoon spoke. Once Edios makes a successful comeback album, I'll let you play around to your heart's content. Hearing those words, Young Mina's shoulders twitched. Rather than that, can't you play with me, Ajusi? Me? Yes. Young Mina approached Kang-yoon with sparkly eyes. Kang-yoon took half a step back in surprise when she approached him so suddenly. Those eyes made even the invincible Kang-yoon step back. His heart even fluttered for a moment there. Young Mina looked at him with still sparkly eyes, and Kang-yoon coughed awkwardly. ***. Well, if you succeed, then sure. You promised, all right? Kang-yoon relieved himself, saying inwardly that he would only have to treat her to a meal once. Since he was the president of her company, there wouldn't be any rumors either. Young Mina smiled widely in fantasy. Mina, you should visit the practice room. Yes. Kang-yoon headed towards the 4th floor with her. The practice room was still under remodeling. They took out some of the pillars and were now working on the floor tiling. Young Mina had a look at the floor tiles piled on the side. This flooring looks like it's really high quality. We may not be able to catch up to MG in terms of finances, but we still try and use good things. I can't have you getting injured during practice. Really, you're just... Young Mina gave Kang-yoon a thumbs up. Kang-yoon patted her shoulders and led her inside. Then he showed her the hole in the ceiling. The most important thing is the monitoring system. There will be 3 cameras, and we'll also install a projector here so that you can watch yourselves. And once you've shaped back to your former selves, then I'm planning to upload your practice footage to the fan cafe. A monitoring system is indeed important. Oh, are we uploading videos again? Young Mina became cheerful about that. Ever since they moved to America, they no longer uploaded any practice footage to the internet. They had done that on a regular basis since their debut. It was a strategy that worked well, and the fans were glad to see another side to their idols. Edios was the first idol group to post their videos on the internet. After them, many other idols followed suit, regardless of gender. Kang-yoon nodded, saying that it was the only natural thing to do. I will. Oh yes, it looks like your practice video will go up first. So it's like that? You did tell me I'm going to go solo. Young Mina's expression showed her expectations. Let's talk about it once the song comes out. We'll need a choreographer too. It looks like I have more work to do now. Yes, I'll do my best. Young Mina clasped her hands. Her heart pounded when she thought that she would have a solo debut stage in a few months. Not as Young Mina from Edios, but as a solo artist Young Mina. She was excited. Lee Junyeol and Han Ju-yeon decided on a date to meet up to practice together after practicing separately. The location was World Entertainment Studio. Kang-yoon prepared the studio for the two of them when he heard that the two were coming. On the day of practice, Kang-yoon was watching Lee Junyeol and Han Ju-yeon's practice. Bury our past in the white snow. When singing, Lee Junyeol had no hint of being a delinquent. His song sounded very serious and deep. I can feel the winter from that song. Kang-yoon focused on the song. Lee Junyeol's voice harmonized with the deep bass and the soft violin to generate white light. The white light was a very bright one. Our pause story will. Lee Junyeol's part ended and Han Ju-yeon's part began. Many other instruments started being played as well and emphasized her voice. The song progressed into the chorus. This was important because the chorus was sung together by the two. Both of the singers were flawless when they sang. Their voices matched each other and no flaws could be found. Han Ju-yeon sang the alto while Lee Junyeol sang high tenor. This looks okay. Kang-yoon was satisfied while listening to the two. Han Ju-yeon listened to Lee Junyeol's voice and decided to drop a tone. Her voice was neither too strong nor too weak, and quietly supported Lee Junyeol's own voice. Thanks to that influence, the white light from the song started showing changes. Huh. Kang-yoon rubbed his eyes when he saw that they were going into the chorus after the second verse. The strong white light was starting to turn silver. Although it was faint at the start, it quickly started gaining light and became brighter and brighter with a beautiful silver glow. The two voices synergized well in the second verse, and the silver became more distinct. However, just as they were going past the chorus, wait. Lee Junyeol halted the song and raised his hand. When he did, the silver light disappeared entirely as well. Kang-yoon was surprised and asked, "What's up?" "Sorry, let's adjust the sound before we go." "Adjust the sound? What?" Kang-yoon wondered. The mood was just getting good, and there was a sudden stop. "Junior, how many tones below do you sing in the not much part?" "A third." Han Ju-yeon replied nervously. Although she was one of the most senior idols to date, Lee Junyeol was her senior in the industry. Although Lee Junyeol was nice to women usually, when he was singing, nothing could be seen of that. "I think the not part is a little off. Please pay more attention to it." "Yes, senior." Lee Junyeol pointed out a few more things to her and turned around to Kang-yoon. "Sorry about that when the mood was getting good. This is just my way of doing things." "It's fine." Kang-yoon waved it off. It was a little pity about that silver light, but he was considerate of Lee Junyeol. Was Ju-yeon off? I don't think so. However, he knew that Lee Junyeol was in the wrong. Though, he didn't say it to his face directly. Kang-yoon calmly waited until the right moment. After that, practice resumed. However, there was no way the song was better than the last version. And just as he had expected, their voices started going out of tune with each other. In the end, Lee Junyeol stopped the practice before they even finished the chorus. "That doesn't feel right. It just feels off. Senior, should we try what we did last time?" "No, let's just try raising the tone instead. Wouldn't it become awful if we both raised our notes?" "Say that after we try it." Since it was not going the way he wanted it to be, Lee Junyeol became annoyed. Just as Han Ju-yeon was about to frown, Kang-yoon stepped in. "Junyeol, relax." "Oh, I'm sorry." Was I too sensitive? Lee Junyeol scratched his head. Han Ju-yeon turned around to Kang-yoon. President. Ju-yeon, let's just go with Junyeol for now, okay? Yes. Han Ju-yeon thought that the first method was better, but still followed Kang-yoon's words regardless. The instruments played, and the song began again. It lasted longer than I thought. The time we were separated. Han Ju-yeon raised her voice, just like Lee Junyeol had said. As she had to sing higher than him, she had to use falsetto. Lee Junyeol also sang the original pitch while listening to her voice. Kang-yoon shook his head after looking at the light that the two produced. This is definitely a no-no. The silver light from before was all but gone, and it had turned a weak gray instead. The cool, refreshing feeling had disappeared completely, and it felt stuffy instead. Kang-yoon unintentionally frowned. The feeling given to him by gray light was not easy to endure. The song ended like that. Dang. Lee Junyeol scratched his head in awkwardness. He knew this version was bad. Looks like we raised it too high. Let's lower it a little. Lee Junyeol was a tenacious man. He tried out various methods. After that, Han Ju-yeon felt stifled but still followed without a word while looking at Kang-yoon. She was someone who was very proud of herself, and it was agonizing for her to stay obedient like that. However, she endured and did everything that Lee Junyeol requested of her. Lee Junyeol was unable to find the right tone after several attempts and, in the end, put down the mic. Ah, dang it. Why is it so hard? Lee Junyeol sat in his chair after grumbling. Han Ju-yeon left the studio saying that she needed to visit the toilet. At that moment, Kang-yoon approached Lee Junyeol. Junyeol, why don't we try the first method? The one where I sing high and her low? That didn't feel good at all, though. You didn't go through with it until the end. Who knows? It might sound different the second time. Music is like that. Well, I guess music is indeed like that. Okay. Upon Kang-yoon's persuasion, Lee Junyeol grabbed the mic again. Han Ju-yeon, who came back in the meantime, approached Lee Junyeol. Senior, how do we go about it this time? Let's do it how we did it the first time. When she heard that, Han Ju-yeon's expression was about to distort. What the hell is? Just at that moment, Kang-yoon caught what she was about to do and met eyes with her. Ju-yeon. Ah. Han Ju-yeon knew that Kang-yoon intended her to manage her expression, and she did just that. Living in society was just that hard. Thankfully, Lee Junyeol didn't seem to have noticed that and turned around to see Kang-yoon. Bro, let's start. Wait for Ju-yeon. You're the senior. TCH. I'm letting her have it easy since she's one of yours. Yeah, I'm really thankful for that. It's just a joke. Kang-yoon joked it off as well and played back the soundtrack. Soon, the drums came out and the chorus began. Lee Junyeol and Han Ju-yeon took a deep breath before singing high. It lasted longer than I thought. The time we were separated. Like the first time, Lee Junyeol sang high, while Han Ju-yeon sang low. Singing, Lee Junyeol felt that it was completely different from before. It was definitely the same as the first version, but the feeling he got was completely different. His and Han Ju-yeon's voices fitted each other perfectly. This was much better. Han Ju-yeon felt that this was obvious and started exerting more power into her voice. Lee Junyeol didn't seem to have noticed that and received the energy from her low voice. This winter is so warm, but you dash. The two voices harmonized with each other and filled the studio. At the same time, Kang-yoon's vision was filled with silver light. The silver light gave him a cool, refreshing sensation. This feeling, it was the clear, cool feeling that silver lights gave him. Kang-yoon closed his eyes. It came back to the chorus after the bridge, and eventually the song faded out. Yes, this is it. Lee Junyeol gave Han Ju-yeon, who he called Junior as he didn't know her name, a high five. This was the first time he heard a voice that fits so well with his. He now knew why Kang-yoon recommended him a girl idol for the featuring. Bro. Pushing aside Lee Junyeol, who was about to hug him, Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders. Han Ju-yeon covered her mouth and smiled. Now then, I need to think about how to make this come to life. Trying to escape Lee Junyeol's hug, Kang-yoon started thinking about the next course of action. Chapter 128. A Christmas for Everyone 3. Today's practice was the best, bro. CYA later. After the practice, Lee Junyeol gave Kang-yoon a thumbs up before leaving. Han Ju-yeon helped Kang-yoon in cleaning up the studio, without a word. Although Kang-yoon told her to go back and have a rest, she said that it was a natural thing to help out, and picked up the microphone lines. Though, She had to learn from Kang-yoon how to store it away. Looks like Senior Seti is a peculiar person. Jun-yeol? Yeah, he's a peculiar guy. Rolling up the cables in an awkward fashion, Han Ju-yeon expressed her opinion of Lee Jun-yeol. He acts lighthearted, yet scary. Sharp, yet blunt. He was incomprehensible. Jun-yeol has a lot of charms many don't know of. How was the song, though? His voice was really good. As for other things, Han Ju-yeon blurred her words. Although she wanted to say that Jun-yeol didn't even know her name, she endured. However, Kang-yoon knew how she felt and spoke in a soft voice. Jun-yeol is very picky. He's also haughty. It would have been hard for you to adjust to him. Well done. Yes, it was the first time I saw a person. Just as Han Ju-yeon was about to say what was on her mind, Kang-yoon interrupted her. However, he's the guy who will make you rise. Hearing that, Han Ju-yeon couldn't say anything. Do whatever you can to make him join your side. That's your first task. That sounds difficult. Han Ju-yeon pouted, but Kang-yoon was very firm about it. The first run was the best one, right? It wasn't just good. It was incredibly rare for two voices to fit each other so well like this. Although they wasted time doing meaningless things, she did not imagine that the duet would go so well. However, Han Ju-yeon showed little confidence in being able to bear with Lee Jun-yeol's personality. Kang-yoon then gave her some stimulation. You don't like Mina going solo, do you? Yes. She would hate it to be behind a member of the same group. She was honest about that. Hearing that, Kang-yoon smiled and patted her shoulders. You make your own opportunities. Don't go looking for people for opportunities and make them find you instead. That is a star. This Christmas concert will be the start. Yes. Kang-yoon was satisfied with Han Ju-yeon's response and turned around. After that, the two cleaned up the studio without a word. It was very rare for all members of World Entertainment to gather around in one location. This was because they had no company-wide meeting or conference to speak of. Even the artists had full confidence in Kang-yoon to do everything well. A day in December, a full-on meeting was called out at World Entertainment. All employees and musicians alike were gathered in the studio. What's up with today? Lee Hyuna yawned as she hadn't had enough sleep. Lee Cha-hee also rubbed her fatigued eyes. The other artists, such as Kim Jae-hoon, had to stretch themselves out to chase out their sleepiness. At that moment, the door to the studio opened and Kang-yoon entered. The artists were about to greet him when they saw that a group of girls had followed him in. Who? Edios. Kim Jin-dae, who had an extreme hangover due to drinking the night prior, thought he was seeing things. Seeing a top idol that only appeared on TV shows in real life blew away any trace of alcohol in his body. His heart pounded when he saw Han Ju-yeon a few days ago, and now there were all 6 of them. Lee Hyuna and Lee Cha-hee also chatted with each other to see what it was about. When Lee Hyun-ji waved at them to focus on Kang-yoon, they all calmed down and stopped speaking. Seeing that the mood was a little calmer now, Kang-yoon told the girls to stand in front of him. You should all have seen Ju-yeon, but the others not, right? They're Edios, and they have joined us at World. Girls. 1, 2, hello? We're Edios. The girls greeted them in an energetic voice. Kim Jin-dae whispered to Young Chang-gyu when he saw a greeting that he only saw on TVs. I still had doubts last time I saw her. I didn't know I'd get to see the entirety of Edios. Young Chang-gyu's thoughts weren't that different from his. The artists at World had already seen the news article. However, it just didn't feel real to them. That was because it had no impact on them whatsoever. There was no change in the atmosphere of the company after they joined. It was on the internet that they saw the article, so some of them even treated it as a rumor. Everyone other than Lee Hyun-ji and Young Hae-jin was dumbfounded. The girls of Edios thought that they would get a round of applause of welcome, but when they didn't, they looked somewhere else and awkwardly laughed. This reaction was much different from what they imagined they would get. At that moment, Kang-yoon scratched his head with an apologetic expression. Looks like everyone's surprised. I should have told you before. Looks like that was my mistake. I should have given them a head up. Your surprise was a horrible failure, President. Ha ha ha. Only when Lee Hyun-ji lightened the mood with a joke did everyone laugh. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders and scratched his cheek. When the mood got lighter, Kang-yoon introduced them starting with Young Mina. Like that, each of them introduced themselves. Fortunately, the awkward atmosphere was gone, and loud applause replaced it. Everyone here knew who Edios was. The men were especially cheerful. Kim Jin-dae clapped like a seal and could not take his eyes off them. He even ignored Lee Cha-hee's remark, calling him an idiot. With Lee Sam-soon as the last, the members finished their self-introductions. Kang-yoon told everyone that this time was prepared for them to get closer to each other and gave Edios some newly bought seats. While Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji talked about the Christmas event, the musicians, including Edios, started their conversation with each other. Kim Jae-hoon mostly talked with Han Ju-yeon and Christian, while Kim Jin-dae and Young Chang-yu talked with Lee Sam-soon. Lee Hyun-ah talked with A. Lee Young, who sat next to her, and Young Mina, Seo Han-yu, and Young Hyejin started talking about cosmetics. Kang-yoon, who was thinking about starting the meeting, decided not to after seeing them getting close to each other. They're adapting well. And here I was worried. You're right. Should we end the meeting here today? There's a good mood going on. Why don't we eat out today? Kang-yoon nodded his head in agreement at Lee Hyun-ji's suggestion. The meeting was important, but it was more important to set the mood so that everyone could adapt to the changes. Since everyone was doing well already, he was planning to go a step further. Shall we eat out? Where? Where? Hearing the words, eating out, Lee Hyun-ah and Young Mina simultaneously asked back to Kang-yoon. At that moment, the two women met eyes. Who's she? Their eyes said so simultaneously. Regardless, Kang-yoon decided on the menu despite the strange atmosphere between the two. How about some beauty jjigae, army stew? Yes. Yees. Young Mina and Lee Hyun-ah answered cheerfully yet again. The two were more than willing to follow Kang-yoon's words. Miss Hyejin, please do the reservations. Yes. As everyone stood up and cleared away their seats, Lee Hyun-ah and Young Mina became wary of each other. Their instincts told them something. Kang-yoon, who knew nothing of that, left the studio first with Lee Hyun-ji. Having missed the opportunity to leave with Kang-yoon, the two glared at each other. After the meal, the members of World Entertainment returned to their places. White Moonlight to the practice room, Kim Jae-hoon for his schedule, and Edios back to their dorms. Just one, Lee Sam-soon stayed at the studio. She and Kang-yoon were talking to each other in the studio. It's been a while since the two of us talked to each other. I feel like I'm back to being a trainee again. Team Leah? Oh wait. You aren't a team leader now. Lee Sam-soon looked nervous. Although their positions had changed, the name Kang-yoon weighed heavily on her. Kang-yoon brewed her some coffee to calm her down. Let's talk at ease today. Whether you like me or not, we're in the same boat now. Yes. You don't sound that different from the past, team leader. I'm old now. I feel like you've gotten younger instead. Kang-yoon smiled. He felt good, even if those were just empty words. Lee Sam-soon definitely had the skills to make other people feel good about themselves. Thanks. I told you to stay behind because of some future plans. Oh, really? Lee Sam-soon replied calmly on the surface, but her heart was racing. Young Mina and Han Ju-yeon got their own respective roles now. It was her turn now. She wondered what Kang-yoon was about to say to her. What am I going to do? Hip-hop? Rock? She fantasized herself in doing many other genres of music. However, Sam-soon, you told me you lived in the mountains when you were young, right? Yes, I did. I lived with my grandmother. What about it? It was a very random question. Lee Sam-soon was confused, and at the same time, got a strange feeling. And just as she had worried, there's a pilot program that became successful last year at Chuseok, Thanksgiving. It's called Modern Farmer, and the theme is for celebrities to go to the countryside and do farm work. I want you to participate here. What? Her worries were on point. She wasn't singing, but farming. Wait. Farming. Lee Sam-soon frowned. She didn't seem so optimistic anymore. Seeing her being rejected about it, Kang-yoon told her in a calm tone. There were shows that were located in the countryside, but there isn't one actually centered on farming. Moreover, the producer knows a lot about variety shows. His team is top-notch at editing too. In my opinion, this is an opportunity. You must grab onto it. Huh? Lee. Sam-soon had a hard time. She could see that Kang-yoon had asked that producer to take her in. A girl idol with a peculiar background of having lived in the mountains. Which producer would hate such a character? The problem was, she hated farming a lot. Do I really have to do it? If you don't want to know? However, it will take longer for you to gain back your popularity. When that happens, Edios' comeback will be delayed to a later date, don't you think? A delayed comeback? Those were some frightening words. She could refuse. However, she shouldn't. This, well, she only had one road ahead of her. I don't like the countryside. Let's endure for now. I won't get you anything like it in the future. Okay. Lee Samsoon's shoulders drooped down. A certain someone was going to sing on stage by herself, while she was going to do manual labor on the field. She could see her future self in agony. Knowing what she felt like, Kang-yoon spoke in a soft voice. I can guarantee, if you do this well, your popularity will rival Mina's. Really? Lee Samsoon's shoulders jolted up when she heard that. Half of Edios's popularity was thanks to young Mina. There was such a saying going around. If her popularity could rival hers, it would be unimaginable. This was from Kang-yoon too, who didn't like exaggerating. Yeah, I guarantee. Fine, I'll do it. In the end, Lee Samsoon accepted the deal, although she was pushed to it against her. Well, she was planning to do her best since she was doing it anyway. After the discussion, Lee Samsoon left the studio. Well, later, she might come to me asking for one. After Lee Samsoon left, Kang-yoon called DLE TV station. It was to tell them that she had accepted. A snowing Christmas Eve. White snow colored the world a beautiful white with flower-like snowflakes. Our bullsh** T. Manager Kim Dae-hoon grumbled while sweeping away the snow in front of Lunas. Who was it that named Snow as the devil's bumfluff? He wanted to give that dude a hug for coming up with such a great name. Even though he swept the snow clean, more snow fell down and covered his tracks. Please stop snowing. Manager Kim Dae-hoon was shivering while sweeping away the snow. People started entering Lunas while walking past such a shivering manager. As this was a party for singles, most people came in twos of the same gender. Although couples could be seen here and there weren't many. There were also some people who sized up others. The women were naturally focused on Lee Jun-yeol. Said he's so awesome. I bought a ticket just to see him. Wait, who's Han Ju-yeon? I dunno, a singer maybe? If Han Ju-yeon of Edios was the one featuring, then the order of contents would say feat. Ju-yeon of Edios. However, there was just feat. Han Ju-yeon written on it. So many people didn't show much interest. When it was time for the show, the lights for the audience seats turned off and the curtain to the stage rose. A band appeared under the spotlight. It was White Moonlight. Hello, wah. The audience replied cheerfully to Lee Hyuna's cheerful greeting. At the same time, the first stage began with the drums. Although White Moonlight's stage was shorter than usual, it still heated up the mood of the audience. Kim Jae-hoon's following stage drenched the audience with emotions. He started off lightly, but the emotions that could be felt in his singing put everyone to tears, especially those who had no partner by their side. Sob star. Why am I single? God d** mit. I'll be able to use the meteor spell soon. I'll be able to summon a dragon next year. I don't like dragons though. Kim Jae-hoon's voice resonated within the hearts of men. His stage ended when he was done wringing the tears out of them. Wah dash. Thanks for listening. When Kim Jae-hoon's stage ended, the crowd erupted in cheers. At that moment, the stage lights suddenly turned off. The audience seats were also dark, so there was no light anywhere. Then, a soft voice started flowing out along with some instruments. I know that I should not hesitate. Our halted story. It was a deep, plentiful baritone male. Eventually, the light turned on and the spotlights focused on one man. It was Seti. It's Seti. Kya. Unlike with Kim Jae-hoon, where the male audience erupted, this time, Seti received cheers from mostly the female audience. Moreover, there was the mood set up by Kim Jae-hoon's previous stage, so the reactions burned hotter than before. He lightly waved at the audience before closing his eyes. It was to focus on singing. My heart is racing. Can't he be mine? No, he's mine. The female audience started trembling already. A tall man with a melodious voice, Lee Jun-yeol was charming enough for any woman to fall in love with. At that time, some of the male audience expressed their joy after listening to the lyrics. Wait, isn't this Love Day? There should be a girl too, then. Isn't this a duet song? They looked around the stage for any figures. However, as the spotlights only shone down on Lee Jun-yeol, they were unable to see anywhere else. However, they did not give up and even squinted their eyes to see if they could see any better. However, they couldn't even find a shadow, much less a silhouette. Let's start our story again. Just as some of the audience kept looking for the other singer, Lee Jun-yeol's part was over. At that moment, I know that I am not alone. Don't be afraid. Another spotlight shone down on the stage and revealed a lady. And Han Ju-yeon from the pamphlet showed herself. She was wearing a slightly tight one-piece dress with straight long hair. She had a puppy face and exuded the charm of wanting to keep looking at her. The male audience, who were looking for a female singer, was about to cheer out loud. However, when they saw the girl, their heart started pounding nonstop. Edios, isn't that Ju-yeon? At those words, the audience erupted in murmuring. Everyone started talking to each other. They never imagined that Ju-yeon of Edios would be the one to show up. It's Han Ju-yeon. What, really? Awesome. Hey, keep your hands down. I can't see. If the female audience could be seen as love-struck by Seti, the male audience could be considered that they were dumbstruck by the appearance of Ju-yeon. The stage of the two started decorating the performance in a beautiful fashion. Chapter 129. A Christmas for Everyone 4. It was longer than we expected, the time we were apart. The song went into the chorus. Lee Junyeol's voice went higher, and Han Ju-yeon's singing readily supported his. It was a combination of tenor and alto. Lee Junyeol's voice rang across while Han Ju-yeon's became deeper and deeper. The two's voices became one and dug into the hearts of the audience. The winter is so warm, yet you. The song entered the bridge after the chorus. At the same time, Lee Junyeol's voice entered its peak. Despite his high voice, it wasn't shaking at all, and Han Ju-yeon had to try her best not to pop out. Feeling empowered, Lee Junyeol was immersed in his own world and even started improvising. La la la. Ah, goddammit. Although the audience cheered at the fancy technique, Han Ju-yeon's insides were boiling. At least tell me beforehand. However, she didn't show any of it on her face. She was a pro as well. Han Ju-yeon glanced at Lee Junyeol and tried to match his improvisation. Thanks to her efforts, the song became better and better. Wow! A high male voice improvised singing and a low, soft female voice created a wonderful harmony. Hearing such a wonderful sound, the audience's jaws were agape with surprise. They raised their hands and waved in the air. Like that, the song had entered the second half. More than I thought. It came back to the chorus again. At that, a small pshhh noise could be heard as snow was sprayed into the air. At the same time, soap bubbles flew in the air as well, creating a winter-like scene inside Lunas. The lights also chimed in to make a warm-looking winter. Kang-yoon had a thick smile on his face while looking at the waves of silver light that Lee Junyeol and Han Ju-yeon had created. So what we'll do hereafter will be important. Several cameras were recording the stage. Kang-yoon wondered what to do with the video footage of the stage. May we love each other. May we love each other. The song sped down. The two looked at each other with a soft expression. Other now. The two's final harmony could be heard. At the same time, the song finished off with a calm piano sound. Thank you. Lee Junyeol and Han Ju-yeon bowed their heads to the audience. Lee Junyeol, Han Ju-yeon. The audience's cheers decorated the end of that stage. The remnants of that stage could be felt through the remaining soap bubbles in the air. Perhaps due to that, everyone cheered out loud for the two performers. A Christmas for Everyone, the final song for the event, was now over. The two of them were the main characters in that scene. Ah, today was the best. My heart is still racing. Junyeol Appa, have me. After the concert, the audience returned to their homes with satisfaction. Even the audience that had doubts due to the small scale of the venue was very happy to see something so unexpectedly good. After the concert, the word Han Ju-yeon appeared on the top 10 search results in an hour. There were many other words associated with her name as well, such as her performance, Christmas, and whatnot. I remember the saying, a rich man going bankrupt will still feed himself for 3 years. Lee Hyun-ji, who was looking at the top search term charts on her phone, exclaimed slightly. She was cleaning Lunas's main hall with a broom right now. Kang-yoon was also mopping next to her. Although Edios's presence has become fainter in the industry, they are, after all, a group who had dominated the industry for years. There's no way people aren't interested. I guess so. You're right. People should have a strand of interest. You aimed your target well. Yes, indeed. Even people who have no interest in the industry itself should click the search term at least once when they see a familiar name on the charts. Through that, everyone would eventually know. People who are interested will search for videos, and that way will spread to the general populace. So that's the reason you decided not to prevent the audience from recording videos, President. There's no reason for us to do everything. People are willing to help us out, after all. Usually, paid entry concerts did not allow video recording. However, Kang-yoon did not stop them from recording. This was for marketing. Amongst those many people that recorded the stages, there will be at least one that decides to upload the video onto the internet. Lee Hyun-ji tapped the contents of the dustpan into the trash can. Young Hae-jin asked Kang-yoon in curiosity, President, what do we do with the one we recorded then? Let's upload that on Aries. Kang-yoon mentioned Edios' official fan club. Although many fans had left after Edios became inactive, many loyal fans were waiting endlessly for a new album. Okay, you should take care of the matters regarding the fan club, Miss Hae-jin. Yes, President. I can upload Edios' schedule, notifications, and photos, right? Yes. Now that you mention it, I should tell the girls to upload some feeds themselves. We'll have to bring the official fan club back to life to have some power. Young Hae-jin wrote down Kang-yoon's orders on her memo pad app on her phone. As Kang-yoon did not give direct orders usually, she thought that she should do anything that he did order when he rarely did give direct orders. While the three were cleaning up the audience seats, the artists, including Han Ju-yeon, had finished up cleaning the stage and came down. We finished cleaning the stage. Kang-yoon glanced at the stage when Lee Hyun-ah said that. The stage had indeed become clean. Well done, people. You should be tired, so go and take a. Before he could even finish his words, all the musicians started cleaning the audience seats. Kang-yoon was momentarily taken aback by the events. People, you should really go and take. You're working, President. How can we rest? Kim Jae-hoon said, so as their representative. The others nodded their heads in agreement. Geez. Kang-yoon chuckled. He felt sorry as they should be tired after that performance. Han Ji-yeon also mingled in with everyone and wiped the floor with a mop. She seemed to be happy that the performance had gone well, and she was even humming. World has a good mood. It might be better if Appa decided to treat us out. The first words were from Han Ju-yeon, and the latter was from Lee Hyun-ah. Everyone turned around to Kang-yoon at the mention of food. Kang-yoon smiled with a slight sigh. Fine, let's go get some meat. Hooray! At Kang-yoon's declaration, all the staff and the musicians erupted out in joy. They also started cleaning up a lot faster due to the motivation of meat. Although the mood was good, Lee Hyun-ji and Kang-yoon had other things to worry about. President, we need more people in charge of Lunas. We do. Musicians cleaning up afterward. Looks like we should hire a caretaker no matter what the cost. Although the mood was indeed good, it wasn't good at all for musicians to do things other than music. Kang-yoon thought that he had to hire someone else to do it, and fast. My dear, lovely fans, feet, Ji-yeon dash. Hello everyone, hi. LOLOL. Wow, I don't know how long it has been since I posted anything TT. I'm Ji-yeon. It's been such a long time since I got to post anything in Korea. It really feels wonderful. Don't tell me. You don't believe me? I thought you might say that, so? I'm giving you a rare selfie with my pajamas on. Thank Miss Samsoon for that, hee. Thanks for your generous interest and love. We, the girls of Edios, have finally returned to Korea. This happened yesterday. Thanks to everyone that waited for us. Everyone, and especially those that remember me. Ji-yeon, I'm always thinking about you, TT, I always did. I'm looking forward to the day we meet again. Happy face, it won't take that long. HMHM. I love you, fans. Wait underscore for underscore death. Waya, Jo Fin Sai Agnes and Viav Bite Piv Pan Pavoifo. Isayap Jodsneo. VP of Iasage Via Jade Psyop Theos J Fos J. Samsoni underscore Jenny. That dude has lost it. GN underscore only. Sob. Finally our goddess has returned. CO underscore Alpo underscore here. Oh, finally. Edios' official fan club, Aries. Activities could finally be seen here after a long time. Han Ju-yeon, a member of Edios, had posted something. That night at 10 p.m., the open chat blew up. Bling underscore Ji-yeon. Looks like the new company is not an idiot. Making a greeting. Ji-yeon, did you see the concert in Hongdae? Ji-yeon underscore Riss. Wasn't that the duet with the SETI dude? They sang so well. Gimme underscore shaps. I don't give a sh asterisk t. I'm not interested whether they make a comeback or not. There will be a vote to expel Gimme underscore shaps. Gimme underscore shaps was expelled. J underscore only. That guy won't give me double chapters. Anyway, Juyun's duet was so awesome this time. Bling_Juyun. The concert venue belongs to the company, apparently. Fatty_Pigeon. There's a rumor that the owner of the company is the former planner for Edios. That's also the reason why the girls decided to leave MG. Edios forever, really? That guy's one loyal guy. Fatty_Pigeon. They're also looking into meeting with the managers of the fan club. They'll upload the schedule here and also give out tickets to the fan meeting, or so they say. Edios forever. Whoa, looks like Edios' fans will come back. The open chat room blew up with conversation. Their conversation lasted the entire night, talking about world entertainment, Han Juyun's new performance, as well as the future. Last week of December. This was an important week that contained the end-of-year ceremonies. Kim Jae-hoon was given invitations from both cable TV stations and public TV stations. He had made a comeback after 4 years of absence, and his new album had made incredible achievements. At Kang-yoon's house, Kim Jae-hoon was currently practicing singing If My Breath Reaches You. Since the door was closed, there was almost no noise at all. The room he was using had soundproofing done to it. Although he could just move out and live separately, Kim Jae-hoon preferred to stay in Kang-yoon's house. It was then easier for him to learn from Kang-yoon working at home and could listen to various news from the company as well. Kang-yoon fell into contemplation while looking at the invitation. The award ceremony, Kang-yoon felt excited as well. This would be his first time since becoming a business owner. It may be difficult for him to attend one himself, but a musician belonging to his company was going to one. This made him feel glad. I can't look down on cable TV stations. They'll only grow bigger and bigger in the future. Let's definitely take KSTV, and there's overseas filming starting from the 30th, so I guess OTS is the only one left. Kim Jae-hoon wasn't someone that showed up a lot on TVs anyway. Kang-yoon decided on the schedule and sent the file off to Young Hae-jin. After that, Kang-yoon and Kim Jae-hoon started rearranging a song for the award ceremony. They were given 8 minutes, meaning he had to sing 2 songs. Kang-yoon asked for Kim Jae-hoon's opinion, his opinion which was to sing the title song from this album and one from his previous album. Can I do a duet? 2. A duet? What? I wanted to do it after seeing Jun Yeol-hyung do it at Christmas. Juyun was definitely good at singing. Kang-yoon chuckled. Han Juyun and Lee Jun-yeol's stage seemed to have influenced Kim Jae-hoon as well. The two fit so well with each other. It was no wonder he wanted a partner of his own. However, Kang-yoon shook his head. Juyun's voice doesn't sound like it would fit with yours. Really? Kim Jae-hoon became dejected at Kang-yoon's words. As proof, Kang-yoon opened Han Juyun's singing file from the computer, then told Kim Jae-hoon to sing along. We will meet again. After singing a single verse, Kim Jae-hoon stopped the song. Kang-yoon also turned off the soundtrack. You're right. Our voices don't fit. Told you. Jun Yeol-hyung's voice fits really well though. Well, it doesn't fit mine. I also want to do a duet though. Seeing Kim Jae-hoon's disappointment, Kang-yoon put his hand on Kim Jae-hoon's shoulders. Let's go solo this time. I'll definitely look for a suitable partner for you next time. Okay. Kim Jae-hoon knew that Kang-yoon didn't make empty promises. He accepted and turned around to the computer. The rearrangement didn't take that long. Kim Jae-hoon took the soundtrack that appeared like magic and returned to his room. The door closed, and the quiet sound of singing could be heard through the door. Sheesh, he's such a practice maniac. Satisfied, Kang-yoon smiled. Chapter 130. End of 2011. When Kim Jae-hoon started practicing, Kang-yoon also returned to his room and turned his PC on. Phew, it's not like I can get anyone to do it. He still remembered his own artists cleaning up the stage and chairs after that Christmas event. As he was someone who believed that musicians should focus on music, this came as a very big shock to him. Kang-yoon licked his lips while looking at the Luna's employment notice that Lee Hyun-ji had put up on an employment website. Many people had applied for it, but there wasn't anyone suitable. This was because he had raised the monthly pay higher than many other similar jobs in the industry. He was looking for 3 people, but there were over 300 applicants. Nice specs, muttered Kang-yoon as he looked at a resume from a person who went to a good university, but majored in a language. He classified those that deemed suitable on one pile before going over to the next. However, there were too many applicants. In the end, Kang-yoon turned off the internet after looking through about 100 people. They say human resources management is the hardest. Kang-yoon sighed. In the end, he decided that he should do it with Lee Hyun-ji and turned around to do something else. Like that, he was getting something done for Kim Jae-hoon when his phone started ringing. From the long series of numbers on the caller ID, it seemed to be from America. There was only one possible number. Yes, Hyun. Appa. He heard his sister's voice, familiar, yet nostalgic. Just in case he interrupted Kim Jae-hoon, he took his phone call outside. How have you been? I'm good. How about you? He sat down in one corner of his porch and asked his sister about her well-being. The reply was that she was doing fine other than the fact that grades would be coming out soon. Kang-yoon didn't care much about those grades. For him, it was a miracle that she was healthy again, so he wasn't greedy about her grades. But now, such a sister turned out to have immense talent in music composition for him. It was a matter he would thank the heavens for. Are you coming over to Korea on holiday? Yeah, I'll go once my grades are out. I want to meet the artists too. Hyun's voice contained expectation. Kang-yoon smiled, hearing that she wanted to come as soon as possible. Okay, I'll send you the money, so get a ticket with that. It's fine. I have a lot of money. I'll get one on my own. No, your brother is going to do it. Kang-yoon and Hyun fought regarding who was going to buy the ticket. Although they quarreled for a while, Hyun won over in the end. Her reason was that she had plenty of money from the copyright fees she had gotten. Okay, fine. Do call me before you get on board. Okay. Do you need anything? Duty-free cigarettes. Appa, are you looking for a fight? As though he was disappointed, Kang-yoon mentioned smoking. However, they still ended the call on a good note, that he should stop smoking. My girl Hyun's all grown up now. After the call, Kang-yoon made a soft smile while looking at his phone. He was like a dad that felt disappointed for his daughter growing up when he thought she'd stay a kid forever. TV stations at the end of the year were like war zones. There were many award ceremonies as well as special episodes for various TV programs. It was really like an active volcano that erupted at random times. At the peak of the volcano was the meeting room for producers. God D****. Seonbi, what's up? Min Jin-seo's not showing up on the ceremony, again. A bearded producer grumbled while looking at the text message on his phone. When his direct junior asked in a soft tone, he showed her the text message while frowning. It seems that filming in China will take longer than expected, and she will not come back to Korea at the end of the year. Thank you for understanding. God damn it, it wasn't the person in question that replied, and it was a director. Just what the... Wow, Min Jin-seo sure is different. Doesn't this mean that she's above that director? And from what I know, MG's board of directors are known for being stuck up. Perhaps because it was about Min Jin-seo that they decided to bother to do something. Yeah, probably. She's MG's queen after all. Damn it. She wasn't here last year, and she's not here this year either. And here I was getting my hopes up. Thanks to his disappointment, the bearded producer could not stop frowning while listening to his juniors. Consolation, another fellow producer spoke. It's a pity about Min Jin-seo. I heard she expressed her opinion that she wanted to participate in this year's one. That's what I mean. Well, she's been stuck in China all year. Hey, what about you? I heard you scouted Kim Jae-hoon this time. I'm having a blast. Do you know World's president? He's a cool guy. I gave him a call, and he gave me an okay on the spot. Kim Jae-hoon at an idol-centered award ceremony? The bearded producer was in charge of the actors' ceremony, looked at his fellow producer that was in charge of the music award ceremony. Kim Jae-hoon gave an okay for a TV program? I heard he doesn't do TV programs with idols. You're amazing for having done that. Don't the other companies say anything about it? What can they do about it? If they do, they're narrow-minded. I guess. Anyway, a singer on Kim Jae-hoon's level should put a lot of pressure on the idols. They won't be able to do a song live at all. Don't even start. The absolute majority of them are bringing recordings. Ah, forget it. I hope Kim Jae-hoon makes up for it. LOL, that sounds fun. The junior producer only tilted her head in confusion while listening to the two seniors' conversation. The video of Han Ju-yeon and Seti's duet went up on Edios's fan cafe, Aries, and received an enormous number of views. It had the highest video resolution and also the best sound. Although many people had recorded the video of the two, this video had the highest number of views in its kind. Thanks to the video, the number of fan cafe visitors started rising exponentially. Ever since Edios came back from America, the number of visitors in the cafe was increasing steadily. Young Hae-jin recorded the number of visitors each day per Kang-yoon's instruction. It was to monitor the current status. He said that there will be a sharp rise at some point. And he's right. After the video was uploaded, the number of visitors exploded after one day. At the same time, the number of people joining the cafe increased as well. Although the video was available to the public without logging in, there were many people that became fans after watching the video. The video ended up attracting more people to the fan cafe. How is the monitoring going? Director. She was reading the articles in the fan cafe when Lee Hyun-ji called out to her. Young Hae-jin turned her seat around to Lee Hyun-ji. Are there more people visiting? Yes. It tripled. It's amazing. Young Hae-jin couldn't hide her surprise, but Lee Hyun-ji lightly shook her head. Triple, huh? There's still a lot of ways to go until we recover the original number. Oh yeah, this was Edios. Young Hae-jin had made a mistake. Although she was surprised at the sharp increase in fan count, Edios had been a peak-level idol in the past after all. There was still a lot of ways to go until they recovered their former fans, not to mention increasing that count. Lee Hyun-ji came to Young Hae-jin's seat and spoke in a bland voice. This number, it isn't so bad. Please make a report and leave it on my desk. Yes, Director. Young Hae-jin replied before turning back to her monitor. Lee Hyun-ji opened the employment website. She was going to pick out some people for managing Lunas, as well as some office workers. However, when she opened the website and had a look at the resumes, the scroll bar became tiny. What's this? Although it was good that she was given a lot of choices, how was she supposed to look through all of them? Lee Hyun-ji sighed. It looked like she was going to work overtime yet again. When the two were focusing on doing their work, the door to the office opened and Kang-yoon came in. President, you're here. The two waved their hands at him. Lee Hyun-ji had bags under her eyes. Kang-yoon didn't seem to notice that and rummaged through his desk, looking for something. I think I put Jimin's plans over here somewhere. Oh. Kang-yoon took out a document he had hidden deep inside his desk and left the office immediately. He came and went like the wind. The two looked at Kang-yoon's empty seat, blanking out. The president is such a bad guy. My thoughts exactly. Young Hae-jin spoke badly about him, and Lee Hyun-ji deeply sympathized. He was the source of all work. Bad guy? Those lines made the two become closer to each other. Why are my ears so itchy? Kang-yoon kept scratching his ears as though he could hear something. Kim Jimin, who was next to him, asked. What's wrong? Nothing. I guess someone's talking about me. Kang-yoon stopped scratching after a while. Then he gave Jimin a set of papers. It's your plans that I talked about. Have a look. Kim Jimin gulped when he said that this was a plan about her future. She looked through the plans with a nervous expression. Let's have you debut after the Lunar New Year. After Lunar New Year's? Hearing a detailed date, Kim Jimin seemed shocked. Although she had an inkling about when she would have her debut, nervousness overcame her when it became more detailed. Why? Do you think it's too early? No. There's Ediozuni's too, and Kim Jimin seemed hesitant. However, Kang-yoon was firm about this. They are them, and you are you. I think you're worried about Mina's solo debut in March, but you two take completely different roles in the industry, so it's absolutely fine. Your debut will be either early February or at the very latest, end of February. Kim Jimin's eyes were shaking endlessly. Although report documents were written in hard, stiff words to make it sound formal, the papers in her hands were easy enough for her to understand. Kim Jimin couldn't hide her worry even after reading through all of the report. I don't think I've prepared for a year even. The average number of years for a trainee to prepare for their debut was 3 years. But now, she was doing one in less than 1 year. She was worried that her preparation time was too short. However, Kang-yoon replied confidently despite her worries. Jimin, do you think we'd send someone unprepared to their debut? No. She strongly shook her head. She had seen how World Entertainment did things. They took in White Moonlight, who was rejected by a big company, and even built a concert hall for them. Wrote a song for Jae-han, who later won a competition on a TV show, and even revived Kim Jae-hoon back from 4 years of absence. Things that were considered miracles in the industry happened very frequently here at World Entertainment. Kang-yoon spoke calmly. I heard from Professor Choi that you're almost done learning the SLS vocal method. Although some in-depth training will be necessary as you take on your singer lifestyle, you won't have to listen to several lectures a week. I heard that you didn't have any bad habits and was quick to learn. Well done, sir. The words, well done, shook her heart. She remembered back to the process, when Kang-yoon had scouted her out, And when she had prepared all this time, it was now time to go past that stage. Like that, she was given a concrete debut plan, and it was now time to talk about what theme she should go with. As for the genre, I think we'll go with folk. Folk? Like the 80s? Kang-yoon shook his head when he heard her question. No way. If you sang like someone from the 80s, then you won't have any success. If you have a look at America, they have a lot of modern-feeling folk songs. I'm planning to make your title song one like that. Is that fine? A folk song is. You'll see when the song is complete. You definitely won't be disappointed. She nodded her head since Kang-yoon showed so much confidence. He kept speaking. Also, the fact that you're able to play the guitar is like a performance in itself. There's also the advantage that it's easy to set up in a short time. However, it won't be fun if you show it off too much, so let's just do it once in a while. Okay, I guess I'm going to need one for the debut stage. No. Hearing Kang-yoon's words, she widened her eyes in surprise. People will only watch if there's a sort of impact on the first stage. Let's not show everything off in one go. You're going to last long in this industry. Yes. After that, Kang-yoon spoke about a lot of things. Along with things about the song, they talked about what they wanted in the debut stage. Kim Jimin found it curious that she was able to talk with Kang-yoon in regards to something like this. She felt as though she was a full-fledged artist already. They were talking about it when it came to talking about the composer. The company's exclusive composer will be visiting us soon. Oh, you mean Hyununi? Kim Jimin's eyes colored with curiosity hearing those words. She won't be going anywhere for the holiday. I'm going to have her focus on your album this time. So I want you to learn from her. Yes. Kim Jimin shouted in expectation. A popular songwriter, one that made Kim Jae-hoon, White Moonlight, and even Dietin famous, was going to focus on her alone. This was like a dream to her. December 31st. Today was the last day of the year, and the day that summed up the year. It was also the day that an end-of-year pop contest happened in OTS TV station. Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji were watching the show through the TV at the company. There sure are a lot of girl groups. And boy groups too. They had already watched more than 3/4 of it. Lee Hyun-ji gave her evaluation after seeing that the majority of singers in the first half were girl groups and boy groups. One of her evaluations was the standardization of the singer industry. Kang-yoon's opinion wasn't that much different from hers. The girl groups are the majority here, alright. The ones that have appeared so far should be considered well off in their field. Below them should be about 70% of similar groups. There are many companies that have the mindset to earn money through events after doing a single album. If it goes well, it's a good thing. If it doesn't, then oh well. That's what they think about it. Phew, on one side, I'm pitying them. Just how many of them will still be active next year? Kang-yoon deeply sympathized with Lee Hyun-ji's words. You're right. These days, one success doesn't mean everything. It's a frightening era, all right. Now, one successful result in an album isn't nearly enough to keep going in the industry. This is hard. Edios will have to join the field, and I'm worried. It was no wonder that Lee Hyun-ji was worried. From one perspective, Edios had it worse off than their competition. However, Kang-yoon was very firm about his stance on the matter. It's time we show the public another side. There's no more opportunity if all they can do is shout Appa on the stage, like what they did before, targeting the male audience. We need to create an area of sympathy and get everyone to join us. Is there a strategy for that? We'll need firm foundations. It's not something we can do in just a day or two. There was a heated discussion on TV, and there was a mention of Kim Jae-hoon. The two people gazed at the TV simultaneously. There was a video playing about the candidates of the runner-up award. There was some footage about Kim Jae-hoon's appearance on TV shows, as well as some other people that were candidates. Those were the 3 candidates for the runner-up award. Then, let us announce the runner-up award. There was a drumroll noise. At the same time, both Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji gulped. Goes to Mr. Kim Jae-hoon. Congratulations. Along with a loud fanfare, Kim Jae-hoon, clad in a suit, walked up to the stage with a slightly red face. He accepted the flower and the trophy with a soft smile and stood in front of the mic. First, I'd like to thank you all for giving me this wonderful prize. I'd also like to thank my family members at the company, Daehyung that works hard for me every day, as well as my parents. Finally, I'd like to thank Muse that has created the opportunity for me to stand on stage again. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm tearing up after 4 years of absence. My brother, President, Really, really thank you. Kim Jae-hoon put the things in his hands down and kowtowed towards the monitor. Everyone was deeply shocked, but he stood up without thinking about it. I'll repay you with even better music in the future. I love and thank you everyone. Applause rang out from the TV. Kang-yoon fell into a daze after seeing Kim Jae-hoon's kowtow. That was definitely aimed at him. Lee Hyun-ji, next to him, seemed touched. That's awesome, President, getting someone to kowtow towards you in such a big, official place. Looks like the internet will be hot about it. Ha ha ha, is that a problem? Wow, I didn't know Mr. Jae-hoon had such a side to him. The friendship between men is so cool. I'm almost falling for him now. Lee Hyun-ji looked at Kang-yoon in envy. Their friendship, unhindered by the mass media, excited her. Looks like there will be a news article in 10 minutes. What do you think the post title will be? Kim Jae-hoon, a man's big kowtow. You're freaking me out here. Ha ha ha. When Lee Hyun-ji laughed, Kang-yoon scratched his cheek in embarrassment. 2011 was a year with a warm ending for world entertainment. Chapter 131. The Princess Debut 1. I didn't know I would spend new years at the company. Lee Hyun-ji heaved a long sigh while leaving the company. She did not imagine that she would spend the end of the year at the company. You could have rested at home. Well, it's one of our own getting a prize this time. So I have to stay. Kang-yoon was about to say something more, but he stopped. He felt as though he would get a punch in the face if he said any more. Actually, although Lee Hyun-ji was saying that, he knew that she was very considerate of the company. He felt sorry and thankful for her. It's having an effect on my old bones now. Let's see you the day after tomorrow then. Yes, Happy New Year. She left begging Kang-yoon not to call her for anything tomorrow. I don't call her that often. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders. Lee Hyun-ji was very capable and he didn't need to tell her anything. After she went home, Kang-yoon grabbed a taxi. Please take me to XX Cathedral. The taxi drove him home. There were a lot of people on the streets. Amidst them, the music My Sweet Darling could be heard. The taxi that Kang-yoon was in drove past them. This song sure is lasting quite a long time. Kang-yoon thought about the girls that sang this song, Dietin. Today, Dietin had received the grand award. Now, they were officially top-tier artists in Korea. He could still remember the scene where their leader, Kang Se-jyeong, was tearing up on the stage. That song lasts ages. You know it. At Kang-yoon's question, the taxi driver stopped and spoke. Yeah, something. I know it's their song. Their dance was good, and the song was good as well. Yeah, the song was good. Kang-yoon agreed with him. The public opinion of Dietin's song was very good. It was quite something to listen to a middle-aged man in his 40s praising a girl group song. I need to make Edios have the same evaluation by the public. That was Kang-yoon's newfound resolve as he talked with the taxi driver. The lights changed to green, and the taxi drove again. Not long later, it drove onto a bridge that crossed the Han River. The beautiful night scenery of the Han River greeted Kang-yoon. Many things will happen this year. There's Jimin and Edios' debut, and White Moonlight must go major. It's time to leap forward. 2012. Expectations about the year made Kang-yoon's heart flutter. Lights reflecting off the river's surface blessed his future. New Year's. Although today was a holiday, Kang-yoon still woke up early. Then, he headed to S Hospital, which was known as the biggest hospital in Seoul. He headed to a VIP ward that not just anyone could visit. Welcome. He knocked before he went inside, and Chairman Won Jin-moon greeted him after sitting up. Kang-yoon approached him and grabbed his hands. It has been a long time. You are busy with your business after all. You visited back in autumn, and that's fine. This isn't any good place. Chairman Won Jin-moon made a bitter expression. He had heard some news regarding world entertainment through Lee Hyun-ji. He knew just how busy a growing company's CEO was. He was thankful that Kang-yoon visited every quarter. Although Kang-yoon no longer belonged to MG Entertainment, the fact that someone he had once employed was growing up to be a big person gave him a sense of accomplishment. Kang-yoon peeled some fruits by the side. Although Chairman Won Jin-moon freaked out saying that it felt gross, he didn't seem to hate it that much. Are you feeling okay? I want to say that I am, but I'm not getting any release dates. Damn, I finally know why people say health is a priority. Just how long am I supposed to stay in this place? I feel really stuffy. Chairman Won Jin-moon told Kang-yoon to mind his health when he was still healthy. He also emphasized that alcohol and smoking were health's two worst enemies. Kang-yoon nodded as though he was receiving advice from his father. They talked about many things, about their companies, and about life in general. As someone who was stuck in bed all this time, Kang-yoon's stories from the outside world was a big enjoyment to him. Listening to stories about world entertainment from someone other than Lee Hyun-ji surprised him a lot. Their next topic was about Jua and Min Jin-seo. Have you met with Jua or Jin-seo? I meet up with Jua from time to time, and as for Jin-seo, I haven't met her since I came back to Korea. I'd love to meet her though. It won't be easy. Meeting a goddess isn't for mortal men. Kang-yoon only laughed when he heard the word goddess. Min Jin-seo was definitely worthy of that word. After all, the internet would sometimes associate her with that word. Despite her young age, she was called a goddess more than she was called a little sister. Chairman Won Jin-moon no longer talked about Min Jin-seo. No, he couldn't. That was because he didn't know that much about her, despite his position. He only knew that she was stuck in China. The important information was cut off to him. After Min Jin-seo was Etios. Chairman Won Jin-moon felt a myriad of emotions when he heard that Etios had entered a contract with World Entertainment. I wondered what was going on when I read that news. Damned idiots. We saw years into the future when we created Etios. And they just let go of it just like that. No, perhaps this is better. Whether it's for the girls or for the company. Kang-yoon had a bitter expression when looking at Chairman Won Jin-moon. He did nothing wrong, but his emotions felt very complicated. As though knowing what he felt, Chairman Won Jin-moon gave Kang-yoon a pat on the shoulder. You walk your path. Thanks to that, Etios has returned to the right track, no? Chairman, you once told me while drinking that you wanted to help those that wanted to sing. Kang-yoon nodded his head. This was when he approached the chairman regarding Min Jin-seo's debut. Apparently, he still remembered those words. It's not easy to maintain your mindset. From when you've begun, I want you to keep that mindset until the very end. Although our roads may differ, I wish you luck on your path. Kang-yoon grabbed Chairman Won Jin-moon's hands with both of his hands. It was his sign of respect for the grandmaster of the industry. First day of the year. Those words from Chairman Won Jin-moon encouraged Kang-yoon a lot. Top search results. Kim Jae-hoon's Kowtow. 2. Kim Jae-hoon. 3. Kim Jae-hoon's president. 4. Lee Chong-yun won't write author's name. 5. Fried dumplings. A kowtow on the floor? That's some undignified strategy. President Kang Shermyoung clicked his tongue while looking at the popular search terms list. Many had thanked other people in the award ceremonies. However, no one had given someone else a big kowtow on the stage. To him, this was all viral marketing. Secretary Yoon. Calling for his secretary, President Kang Shermyoung ordered some iced coffee. He needed something that would wash his frustration. Soon, a female secretary entered with a mug of coffee. Although it was winter, he needed some ice to cool down. Thanks. Drinking the coffee, President Kang Shermyoung had a look at the comments section. Kim Jae-hoon is so cool. I'm so touched TT. The runner-up award is not enough. Shouldn't he get the grand prize? It was good to see a strong bond between men. All hail bromance. Real_bromance.jpg. Is it forbidden low? Low, sorry. Do you see that, other companies? These days, there were many news articles about conflicts between musicians and the company they belonged to, and many comments said that it was good to see something different. Though some, if not a lot, were having other ideas. President Kang Shermyoung closed his browser and took out some papers. It was regarding Lunas. After the Christmas event, the reservations increased. It's more expensive compared to other places, but due to the better equipment and good advertising, it's considered a premium option amongst the bands, and many are willing to invest. It was as though hot oil was poured all over his efforts. He shouted out loud, "God damn it." Then he threw the paper in anger. His support funds were becoming donations to the venues in Hongdae. Lunas was now considered a premium option, getting more reservations in the process, and the other venues were just leeching off him for money. Ugh. President Kang Shermyoung trembled. He planned to step on a weed that had yet to grow but had come out with big losses instead. Incheon International Airport. Lax, ICN. It's about time. Kang-yoon was waiting for his sister in front of the arrivals gate. In front of him were several people that had arrived in Korea with heavy luggage. After a group of them passed, he could see a lady who was waving at him. Up. It was his sister, Hyun. As soon as she saw him, she ran up to him and into his arms. Kang-yoon held his sister despite her having gained some weight and gave her a big hug. Have you been well? Sure, I have. How about you? Although it had barely been a month since they last saw each other, the two's reunion was still warm. Hee-yoon especially didn't seem to want to let go of her brother. At that moment, a blonde lady approached them. When Kang-yoon asked if she was someone she knew, Hee-yoon nodded his head. Here, this is Reina, a friend of mine. Kang-yoon was very happy to find out she had brought a friend. This was the first time Hee-yoon introduced someone other than Jua as a friend. Hello, I'm Lee Kang-yoon. Hyo, Reina Park. Nice meet you. Hee-yoon explained her weird Korean speech. She's a third-generation Korean American, so her Korean is a little clumsy. After a brief introduction, Kang-yoon led the ladies to the car. Lee Hyun-ji had lent him her car since she had heard that Hee-yoon's friend was coming. Though, he did get an earful from her about how he hadn't purchased a car yet. Heading home, Kang-yoon talked about a lot of things with Hee-yoon and Reina. Kang-yoon told Reina that a singer called Kim Jae-hoon was currently staying at his house, and that he would find her a hotel to live in for the duration if she found it uncomfortable. However, Reina said that it felt like living at a guest house, and she liked it instead. They arrived home. Kang-yoon gave the two ladies his own room. Hee-yoon felt sorry and said that they would book a guest house or something, but Kang-yoon prevented them from doing so. Seeing the two unpack their luggage, Kang-yoon left the house. At that moment, Appa, can I go to the company too? Hee-yoon, who had just changed her clothes, grabbed him. The company? Aren't you tired? It's fine. I slept a lot on the flight. She didn't seem tired at all, and in fact, she seemed rather enthusiastic about meeting the singers that had sung her songs. Kang-yoon knew how she felt and did not hold her back. Reina decided to tag along as well. The three headed to the company. When they went to the office, Lee Hyun-ji and Young Hae-jin greeted them. Have you had a good time taking them home? Oh. Lee Hyun-ji stood up after seeing Hee-yoon behind Kang-yoon. She immediately knew that she was Kang-yoon's sister. Although they didn't look alike, they had a similar atmosphere about them. Hello, I'm Lee Hee-yoon. Hello? I'm Lee Hyun-ji. I heard a lot about you from your brother. The two important figures of world entertainment had met for the first time. Lee Hyun-ji had never met Hee-yoon before despite having visited America several times. Despite that, though, the two conversed very well as though this wasn't the first time they met each other. Wow, you're so pretty. Thanks. You're beautiful too, Miss Hee-yoon. Thank you. After that, Reina and Young Hae-jin joined the greetings as well, and they started having a girls-only talk. The office became immediately noisy. Kang-yoon, who was excluded from the conversation, sat down on his seat. They've become close. Quickly, under Lee Hyun-ji's lead, everyone had become chatterboxes. They became unis and little sisters immediately. Her leadership shone through here. At that moment, Kim Jimin entered with a knock. She widened her eyes after seeing some unfamiliar people at the office. She eventually found out that Hee-yoon was the composer part of Muse, and that she was Kang-yoon's younger sister. Yeah, there was an ear-piercing high-pitched noise. Everyone laughed at her plentiful voice. The ladies became closer while chatting. To introduce the other half of Muse, and the exclusive composer for world entertainment, Kang-yoon called upon all members. From Edios, who had now started practicing in the recently finished practice room, to White Moonlight, who were immersed in their own practice room, as well as Kim Jae-hoon, who had just returned from an event. Everyone gathered around at the basement studio. Hee-yoon waved her hand at Christy before standing in front of everyone. Hello, everyone. I'm Lee Hee-yoon, the composer half of Muse. I'll do my best in the future, so please take care of me. Everyone gave her a round of applause. The claps from men were especially loud. Kim Jae-hoon, Kim Jin-dae, and Young Chang-yu welcomed Hee-yoon, who had a delicate figure with pale skin. After the introduction, Kang-yoon spoke to everyone. She'll stay in Korea for the time being, so I want you to get along with her. Especially Jimin and Edios. Okay, yes. Since Hee-yoon was here, Kang-yoon suggested that they should eat out. Albeit sudden, eating out made everyone dance on the spot. They even talked about what they should do for a second round and third round. This looks like a fun place. Hee-yoon started joining in on the fun and cheerful mood that was world entertainment. Chapter 132. The Princess Debut 2. It had been a month since Edios had joined world entertainment. Kang-yoon had sent all of the members to their respective homes before the duet with Han Ju-yeon and Lee Jun-yeol at Christmas. This was because he noticed that the girls had become weary and fatigued after their lifestyle in America. As Christy's parents lived in a different state to hers, he even got her a plane ticket. The members all cheered and praised Kang-yoon for being so generous. After that, Han Ju-yeon had returned first and showed a good side in the Christmas event. After that, the other members started returning one by one, and they were given a place to live and a practice room inside Lunas. Although it was nothing compared to the large facilities that MG had once provided them with, it was very minimal yet practical. The members were very satisfied. A new year. They had met the new year inside their new living quarters. Seo Han-yu, as always, was the first to wake up. Asterisk on asterisk. She yawned before getting out of her blanket. This Uni is still as ever. Next to her was Christy, drooling with her blanket kicked over to one side. Seo Han-yu smoothly covered her sleeping Uni with her blanket. Then, Christy immediately rolled around in the blanket, wrapping herself up in the process. Leaving her, who had no intentions of exiting dreamland, behind, Seo Han-yu went to the living room on her tiptoes. Over there, she could see Young Mina was stretching herself out while rubbing her eyes. Uni, you've woken up? Yeah. Have you slept well? Young Mina and Seo Han-yu helped each other do some stretching. The two grabbed each other's torsos and twisted their waists. They were well coordinated with each other, and all of their motions looked natural. Was there anything uncomfortable when you slept? No, it was warm and not cold. I was worried since I heard the building is quite old, but it seems like my worries were for naught. It's something that he prepared, so there's no way such a thing can happen. While stretching, Young Mina talked about a lot of things. She especially took a liking to her new company and showed a lot of faith. Seo Han-yu also liked her new, comfy environment. Well, if it's him, the practice room here is good as well. It might be small, but it's practical. I don't feel that much of a difference from the time I was in MG. I just feel at ease here. If it's him, he will have good plans in store for us. Look at Ju-yeon. Her stage last time received good feedback. I heard Samsoon was going on TV soon as well. Han-yu, you must be next, right? Re-GHD. Seo Han-yu was expectant. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't greedy for action. Young Mina knew how she felt. She grabbed the youngest girl's two hands. Just wait for your chance. There will definitely be something. Yes, Uni. Young Mina stretched Seo Han-yu's arms out and gave her some encouragement. Seo Han-yu also harbored a form of expectation after hearing the leader's words. World Entertainment, plan meeting. This was the first plan meeting since Hee-yoon had come over to Korea. Hee-yoon was unable to hide her excitement in participating in the planning meeting. However, unlike what she thought, the process wasn't so easy. Country, didn't you say folk at first? I went with a chord progression more suited to folk. Folk and country were two subgenres stemming from the blues genre but had different themes. Hee-yoon wondered why the song suddenly changed themes into a country theme. This was reasonable as she was the main composer. Kang-yoon explained to Hee-yoon, who used a polite manner to speak to him as this was a formal meeting. My opinion is that Jimin's voice is more suited for a country style. Rather than wasting her powerful voice on a soft folk song, I think we should go with a more rhythmical one like country. The singer's voice did not suit the genre. This was the reason. Hee-yoon thought about it before speaking. Okay, I'll get that to work. Before that, though, I want to listen to Jimin's voice. I think only then I can get a grasp on how I should go about it. When Kang-yoon glanced at Kim Jimin, she stood up from her seat. She then did a few vocal exercises before singing the song she was given. As there were no lyrics yet, she simply hummed the melody. Hee-yoon listened to Kim Jimin's song until the end and fell into contemplation. Kang-yoon gave her plenty of time to think. Soon, she had cleared up her thoughts and spoke again. Okay, I'll rearrange it into a more country style. As you said, President, we will not be able to make full use of her powerful voice with a folk song. I think I should get to creating a more powerful song. Please. After the conversation with Kang-yoon, Hee-yoon approached Kim Jimin and hurled questions at her. What does it remind you of? Sorry. Kim Jimin fell into panic due to the sudden question. Such a vague question was enough to make her feel confused. Kang-yoon, who had caught what she meant to ask, spoke instead. She's asking you what you felt while singing. Oh, she scratched her head. The lyrics aren't out yet, so I'm not sure. Lee Hyun-ji, who was listening all this while, suddenly laughed. Kang-yoon also covered his mouth. It looks like we left out the most important thing. Hee-yoon, when are the lyrics coming out? I haven't made any lyrics yet. I was planning to make one together with the singer this time. Hearing that, Kang-yoon spoke for a moment before speaking. You can do that now then. Jimin, why don't you have a go at composition? As well. Me? Can I? When she asked in a worried tone, Kang-yoon said that it was naturally okay. Of course. Let's create a good song together. Okay, I'll try my best. Since the general outline was decided, there was now a direction to this meeting. The meeting was mainly about the changes brought by the change in genre. For example, the stage layout. After they outlined the general changes, the meeting ended. Although the meeting had ended, Kang-yoon and Kim Jimin were stuck together. Kang-yoon looked at Kim Jimin grabbing a guitar with curious eyes. When she started playing the guitar, she started giving instructions on how to do the chords. She also changed the main melody as she did so. The two started composing like that. Looks like they're getting along well. Kang-yoon quietly left the studio in order to not disturb them. It would be idiotic for him to interfere anymore. The place he headed towards was White Moonlight's practice room. They were in the midst of practice, as always when he went there. However, there was a guest amidst them as well. Hello? Happy New Year. It was none other than Park So-young. She greeted Kang-yoon cheerfully. Welcome. Oh. Kang-yoon told her that Hee-yoon was in the basement. Really? Go ahead. As soon as Kang-yoon had finished speaking, Park So-young left the practice room. How quick. Seeing that, Lee Hyun-ah pouted, saying that she had abandoned her. Of course, it was a joke. White Moonlight had a lot of freedom. With their practice, Kang-yoon didn't interfere with them that much. This was his method of managing bands, which was much more liberal compared to other forms of managing artists in the industry. However, there was the precondition that they abided by the bottom line. After watching them practice for a while, Kang-yoon called them over for a moment. Hearing their boss call, all of them sat down in front of him with nervous expressions. I'll try to get you a stage on TV during the first half of the year. What? Everyone widened their eyes at the news. They always heard rumors about going major, but now there seemed to be some evidence. Is there anything we need to do especially? Lee Cha-hee asked. Kang-yoon shook his head. No, you just need to keep gaining more and more audience like you're doing now. Your lessons are going well, right? Yes. One way the band members were getting their income was through personal lessons. Their title as a famous indie band worked quite well. Moreover, the company was all up for it and gave them some advertisements, so everyone was quite well off. Though, some of the profits went to the company in the name of personal activities. Everyone shook their heads when Kang-yoon asked them if they needed anything. Kang-yoon then stood up and left the practice room when Lee Hyun-ah followed him out. Oh, is there still something? Here, take this. Lee Hyun-ah gave him something. It turned out to be some plain rice cakes. What's all this? My household runs a rice cake house. It was freshly made this morning. Please have some. Thanks, this looks nice. Kang-yoon headed to his office with a smile. Lee Hyun-ah warned him though. You have to eat it alone. Kang-yoon burst out laughing when he heard that. Hee-yoon. Raina cheerfully greeted Hee-yoon after she came back from tackling music with Kim Jimin all day. Raina, have you been well? No. Jaehoon wasn't here and I was bored. You should have gone outside. There's no fun in going alone. Hee-yoon couldn't help but feel sorry for her friend. She would have shown her new friend around, but with work in the way, she couldn't exactly do that. Kim Jimin was the first non-professional artist that World had raised from scratch. She was very important, and she needed just as much attention from her. Raina was expecting a guest house-like atmosphere, but now, she was just running the house with Kang-yoon, Kim Jae-hoon, and even her friend Hee-yoon absent. She was very bored with having to watch TV or browse the web on the PC all day. Hee-yoon took Raina to the kitchen. Although it was almost 9, they hadn't had dinner yet. Hee-yoon sat her down by the table and prepared dinner. The two were having a simple dinner at home when they heard a noise from the front door. Soon, a male voice could be heard from the door. Hee-yoon, you home? It was Kang-yoon. Hearing her brother's voice, Hee-yoon left the kitchen to greet Kang-yoon. You're here? Appa. Yeah, when did you come? You weren't at the company. I left at 8. I'm almost done with the song as well. It's just as you said. Country seems to fit her better. Hee-yoon readily took Kang-yoon's coat and hung it up. Kang-yoon felt good being given some service by his sister after a long time. Raina approached them as they did that. Why, you're here. Puffed. Raina, you're speaking in an accent. Accent. Dialect dashed. Spoken in English. Oh. Raina nodded her head in understanding. Kang-yoon also talked to Raina in English. How was your day? It was not bad. Oh, your English is very good. Raina was surprised. Although Kang-yoon's pronunciation was slightly awkward, it was enough for her to understand. I used to live in America for a little bit. Anyway, I should have put in some more thought, but I guess I was too busy for that. Sorry. No, it's fine. Kang-yoon made a sorry expression, and Reina shook her head. However, Kang-yoon still couldn't help but feel sorry. My sister's friend is here, but I'm not doing anything for her. Do you perhaps need anything? You're in Korea, so you need to do something good. Can I ask you for something then? Of course. Do you need anything? Hearing Kang-yoon's words, Reina became bright again. She then asked for something. Can I visit the company tomorrow? The company? Didn't you come last time? Rather than that, I want you to listen to me sing. Me? Kang-yoon blinked several times at the completely unexpected suggestion. Hee-yoon explained it to him. I kinda boasted about you while I was there. That you have a good eye for singers. Hee-yoon, you. Kang-yoon turned around to Hee-yoon. However, Hee-yoon spoke as though it was natural. It's true that you have good eyes. Can't you just help her out once? It's a request from me too. If it was his sister's request, then there was no reason to refuse. Reina also seemed to have understood Hee-yoon's intentions and gave Kang-yoon a strong glance. Kang-yoon accepted in the end. Then come with Hee-yoon tomorrow. Thank you so much. Wow. When Reina and Hee-yoon jumped around in joy, Kang-yoon added, I'm not entirely correct, so just take it as a reference, okay? Yes. They didn't seem to care about that, and just cheered on. The next day, Hee-yoon and Reina had come to the studio as they promised with Kang-yoon. As promised, Kang-yoon had already finished setting up and were waiting for the two. Jimin was next to Kang-yoon. Welcome. Kang-yoon told Reina to enter the booth. Reina erased any kind of impishness about her and entered the booth with a dead serious expression. When she was asked if there was any song she wanted, she thought for a moment before speaking. The Phantom. It was an opera song. The song was grand and had a gradual rise of excitement. It was a song loved by many. Kang-yoon searched up for the song before finding a soundtrack without a voice. Then here it goes. After Reina finished exercising vocally, Kang-yoon gave a signal. When Reina gave the okay, Kang-yoon played back the soundtrack. Along with a choppy staccato-like feeling, the grand music started ringing inside the studio. Since once again without you, my power over. There weren't any effects added to the microphone. However, Reina's voice was very crisp and clear. There was a power behind her voice as well, so despite the low mic input volume, it was more than enough to fill the entire studio. What a sound! Kang-yoon could see a pure white light that Reina's music notes were creating. Rather than powerful, it felt more pure and clear. There are no effects applied at all, and it's still this good. She's amazing. Kang-yoon was honestly surprised. The ringing inside his ears was especially charming. Despite all the ringing, though, she was still clearly able to get the lyrics across. The song lasted around 3 minutes, and Reina exited the booth. Her expression was filled with nervousness because she didn't know what Kang-yoon would say. Regardless, Kang-yoon just spoke what he honestly felt. The ringing was amazing. You have an amazing voice. Thank you. Despite all that ringing, the lyrics are clearly getting across. Are you perhaps interested in doing musicals? Reina looked at Kang-yoon in surprise. How did you know? You were very focused on getting the lyrics across when you sang, so I just guessed. Normally, singers on stage don't focus on lyrics that much. They'd rather focus on their voice. Oh, your song was good. Can you sing another one? With pleasure. Being asked to do another one, Reina started singing another one a cappella. It wasn't that different to before, and the lyrics were still very clear, and her voice very loud. Seeing Kang-yoon ask Reina with a lot of interest, and in English, Kim Jimin pouted slightly. Chapter 133. The Princess Debut 3. Want you feel me now? Ooh, tell me. Inside the booth, Reina raised her voice as she closed her eyes. She was completely immersed in her own singing. Kang-yoon also looked forward to it since Reina no longer seemed to be nervous. Oh boy, go for. Reina was singing the song she had practiced at her college as she wished. She had always heard from Hee-yoon that Kang-yoon had good eyes for music. She was planning to challenge her dream, performing on Broadway, if Kang-yoon gave her approval. Reina sang louder and louder as though she was approaching her dream step by step. Then, she seemed too excited, and her voice started being strained. What's this? Kang-yoon tilted his head when he heard a slight sound of air from her voice. This was because she was straining her voice. At the same time, the bright light started becoming weaker. She's putting too much energy in it. Eventually, the music notes started becoming distorted as well. This kind of change should not have gone unnoticed by the singer, but Reina was too immersed in her own world without being able to get out. This led Kang-yoon to a conclusion. She definitely has the talent, but she's pushing it too far. She's straining her voice too much. The good feeling had dissipated a lot. Kang-yoon felt it was a pity since he still remembered how good it was at the beginning. Although he didn't know a lot about musicals, singing so excitedly on a stage would make the audience cringe. Like that, the song ended. Kang-yoon told Reina to come out of the booth. Well done. Was I any good? Reina was unaware of Kang-yoon's thinking and asked in an excited voice. In fact, Hee-yoon, who was next to him, was also nervous. I should be honest with her. This was Hee-yoon's friend. Rather than false praises, he decided to be honest with his opinion. Kang-yoon calmed himself down from the earlier excitement and spoke about his opinion in a very serious tone. I'll be honest since you're Hee-yoon's friend. You might be offended, but please understand. Yes, you're too strained. More like, you put too much emotion into it. Really? Hearing her wrongdoings instead of praises, Reina seemed panicked at first. However, Kang-yoon still kept going. Putting too much emotion will give rise to a sense of rejection in the audience. It feels too unnatural. It feels like you've put too much salt in your food. Oh, your first song, The Phantom, was very good, both the lyrics and the voice. My first thought that she might as well be a musical actress already. However, my thoughts changed after I heard the second song. I guess it's okay if you're planning to do musicals as a hobby, but if you're aiming for the main character role, you will need to fix this. If you have to do choreography or facial expressions while singing, your current style will show up while you do them. Kang-yoon told her about the disadvantages of her style from his own opinion. Reina's expression became darker after listening to her bad points. However, she thought about it before becoming bright again. Thank you. I knew it. Hee-yoon's words were right. She said I would be able to gain something from it. Only then did Kang-yoon relax his expression. I might sound like I pointed out only the bad points, but everything else was just perfect. Both your voice and the lyrics. I wish you'd join me if you have any thoughts in the Korean musical field. Kang-yoon implied that he wanted her to join World Entertainment. When she heard that, she smiled as well. Really? That's a pity. It sounds fun to be in the same company as Hee-yoon, but I'm aiming for Broadway right now. Do you not have any plans on coming to America? Haha, my hands are still full here. Perhaps in a few years. Looks like I'll have to wait a few years too then. I'll wait for you at Broadway. Reina took in Kang-yoon's bitter medicine sweetly. Yes, I have faith that your dream will come true. Oh, and please get along well with Hee-yoon. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. Let's see each other. Again, the evaluation time passed like that. Reina blossomed into a smile again, and the studio's atmosphere became cheerful again. With Edios joining World Entertainment, there were a lot of celebrities in World now. Thanks to that, they needed a lot more manpower. One such was a choreographer. The first planned meeting for Young Mina's solo album. Hearing Kang-yoon that a professional choreographer was necessary, Young Mina gave a different opinion. This time, I'll try making the choreography myself. She was being considerate of the company's budget allocated towards her. However, Kang-yoon shook his head. Mina, do you know how professionals make choreographies? Don't they just think about the beats and make it look cool? Maybe she was trying to sound funny, but Kang-yoon gave her a smack on the head hearing that. Ouch, that hurts. It was meant to. Mina, professional choreographers have to take into account the preferences of the public, the ability of the dancer, and the characteristics of the song, and combine them into making a great dance routine. It's not a simple process like go with the flow. I wasn't planning to do that either though. Young Mina cringed in pain when she was hit by the smack. Finding that cute, Kang-yoon put his hand on her head and spoke on. I get that you're worried about the budget, Mina, but we do not need to save money on this part. We should invest when we can. You should learn how to make dance routines. At this opportunity, okay? That's how you can help me out. Yes. Kang-yoon turned around to Hee-yoon. Hee-yoon, do you have Mina's new song? Not yet. I only have a little bit of the intro. Looks like you were busy with Jimin. Hee-yoon was spending a lot of time with Kim Jimin with regards to her song. Young Mina still had some time to go anyway. Kang-yoon nodded his head in understanding. He then turned around to Young Mina again. Mina, the song isn't out yet, but the dance performance will be very hard. You'll be in for a lot of pain if you look down on those 3 minutes. Don't worry about that. I'm training with all those exercises in the morning. I can even do a breakdance if you'd like. Kang-yoon was satisfied to see Young Mina's confidence. Ever since her debut, Young Mina had not stopped working out. She had better stamina than any other members of her group. Other than that, Kang-yoon told everyone that he was looking for an Edio's exclusive stylist, as well as a manager. When asked if she needed anything else, Young Mina only told him that she was very thankful and that she'd do her best. The planning meeting ended on that note. Kang-yoon went upstairs to the office and got car keys from Lee Hyunji. Lee Hyunji asked Kang-yoon in a joking manner, "Does a director get funds for fuel? Leave a receipt on my desk, sure. It's fine. It's our company's money anyway. Just don't scratch it." Kang-yoon couldn't help but feel sorry that he had to borrow her car again. As he was about to leave, Lee Hyunji stopped him. "You know that there's an interview today, right? Can you make it?" "I don't think I'll come back in time. I have a meeting with OTS." Today was Edios' manager and coordinator, right? "Yes. OTS is important. Son, please take care of the interview. My hands are full with Edios and Jimin right now." Both Kang-yoon and Lee Hyunji had their hands full of work. Lee Hyunji nodded. "Okay then. If we get any more staff today, do I tell them to start coming to work next week?" "Please do." Kang-yoon left the office immediately. The place he headed towards was Edios' new dorms. After he arrived, he called Lee Samsoon out. As she had been prepared already, Lee Samsoon immediately came out and boarded the car. The car immediately headed towards the TV station. Inside, Lee Samsoon had her hand on her cheek in excitement and a little bit of fear. "Phew," Kang-yoon asked Lee Samsoon when she sighed. "Are you nervous about going to a TV station after all this time?" "Yes. I didn't get to go on non-music related TV shows a lot, so I'm a little worried." "Maybe, but you did do a lot of things when you were a trainee." "That's true, but it's been such a long time. That's why I'm with you here. You don't need to be so nervous." Lee Samsoon nodded her head. "Last time, you were with me as well, team leader. Back then, when we had an outside stage." Oh, Kang-yoon thought back to the time when he took her out to perform outside. After the street performance, they made the directors shocked at the meeting. Thinking about it, it's not that much different now. Only our target is a little different. The target was not the directors now, but the viewers. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders. Lee Samsoon seemed excited to talk about old memories and started talking about a lot of things. "It was so fun back then in Hongdae. It's unthinkable to do it now. People back then were so generous. They were so kind to me even when I spoke in an accent. It was fun back then. People were cheering for you when you sang. I can still remember that. It was a good memory for me as well." "Really?" Kang-yoon gave her some encouragement. "We can do it again. As for the people, we can just gather some more." "Right." Lee Samsoon glanced at Kang-yoon without a word. Kang-yoon hadn't changed from the past. Eventually, the car arrived at the OTS TV station. Kang-yoon parked his car and headed to the meeting room on the 18th floor. When he got off the elevator, the assistant director, Kim Min-hyuk, was waiting for them. "Hello, we've been waiting." Guided by the assistant director, Kang-yoon and Lee Samsoon headed towards the meeting room. "Please wait for a moment. I'll bring the producer here." After the assistant director left, Lee Samsoon looked around. There were posters on the various programs that OTS did until now. "Isn't that Jin Seo over there? That's a documentary." Did Jin Seo do a documentary? Kang-yoon had a look at the poster that Lee Samsoon pointed to. There was a poster that said, OTS Special, with Min Jin Seo's photo on it. Lee Samsoon spoke as she saw the poster. "From what I remember, she did the narrations. Although it was just her voice, I heard that the viewership rose by 4%. Kang-yoon was shocked by Min Jin Seo's popularity. Although he did know that she was popular, seeing concrete numbers was a different feeling altogether. She's doing well in China too. We were sent to America and Jin Seo to China. MG's intention was to aim for overseas markets like that. Though we failed miserably." Lee Samsoon blurred at the end. Kang-yoon encouraged her. After waiting for a moment, the assistant director brought the main producer, named Yeo Woon-hyun, into the room. "Welcome. It's nice to meet you." Yeo Woon-hyun. Producer Yeo Woon-hyun had a tall stature and was slightly chubby. He was a little different from Kang-yoon, who had a thin stature but had wide shoulders. He greeted them in a loud voice, just like his stature, and started talking about the topic. Miss Jenny lived in the mountains when she was young. This was what he focused on the most. "Yes." "Where did you live?" "It was Cheongcheong-do, in a little valley called Gol. Hearing concrete place names, the producer asked her many other things. This producer is the problem. Kang-yoon was nervous as he watched the interview between the two of them. This person kept doubting the inclusion of Lee Sam-soon and insisted that they looked for other people for the job. However, the other producers and the directors pushed Lee Sam-soon in. Amidst Kang-yoon's worries, Lee Sam-soon was bombarded with questions. Wait, you can drive a tractor? Yes. Although I don't have a license, I did learn from an old gentleman at the village. When was that? When I was 15. I guess. The producer was shocked. Did such a world still exist? Fine. How about a two-wheeled one? I learned that when I was 13. Asterisk cough started. The producer even coughed when he heard the shocking history of this girl idol. The following questions were a little weaker. Are you fine without a bed? Are you fine with pit toilets, etc.? They were mostly about the uncomfortable bits of country life. I even have experience cleaning one. Jenny of Edios turned out to be a country girl. If he did not cast someone like this, the chief producer would probably get angry at him. He was afraid of the consequences. Fine. Last question. Please say a line in a dialect. Dialect? Let's see. Grandma, you had your meal, yet? You have. You ain't answering properly. Shall I make some porridge? Asterisk cough started. Producer Yeo Woon-hyun felt his heart racing. Right now, Lee Sam-soon seemed straight out of a movie. She had a good accent, good looks, and even the perfect height. She had everything. Ha 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 ha. Whatever doubts he had about casting her was blown away right now. What's so funny? Lee Sam-soon was confused by the sudden laugh, but Kang-yoon shrugged, saying that it was only natural. Where can you find a more perfect girl for the job? Kang-yoon was sure that this modern farmer program would raise Lee Sam-soon to new heights. Chapter 134. The Princess Debut 4. Leave the first beat as it is and cut it on the half beat after the second. Listening to Kim Jimin playing the guitar, Hee-yoon shook her head, saying that it wasn't the right feeling. Uni, it's too hard to suddenly stop on the half beat. I can't help it. It's the only way I can get that feeling. The usually soft Hee-yoon was all but gone. It was the saying, like brother, like sister. As Kim Jimin couldn't get that feel, Hee-yoon enforced practice like a Spartan teacher. Kim Jimin eventually tired herself out and put down the guitar pick. I should play with my fingers instead. Let's try again. 1 and 2 and. Along with Hee-yoon's beats, Kim Jimin slowly learned the rhythm. In the second part, she had to split the first beat in two and smoothly join the half beat after the second beat with the third. As she had a solid foundation, it didn't actually take that long for her to grasp it. Good. Hee-yoon clapped. Kim Jimin, who had learned herself a new playing method, became cheerful again. Learning an advanced method really wasn't easy. Is this right? Yeah. Now, let's try singing as you play that part. You know what part to accentuate, right? Yes. The third beat, right? Yes. This song is the same. The two started to practice again after Hee-yoon's explanations. Kang-yoon had received the completed song from Hee-yoon and started to rearrange the song. Kang-yoon first tried combining the recorded acoustic accompaniment with Kim Jimin's voice. He saw an array of white light. There's no need to drag out the guitar solo for so long. After the guitar part, he added a cheerful drum part. Let's just add a basic rhythm and record a band. He seemed to require a session from White Moonlight. In order to bring out Kim Jimin's guitar solo effectively, a band was necessary. After all, real instruments sounded a lot better than MIDI. He had to do this in order to raise the quality of the sound. Looks like I should head to the company after this. Kang-yoon only added a few string instruments without a line. Other than that, he added the drums, the bass guitar, and the electric guitar to get a general feeling of the song before saving the file. After his work, he left his house with the file. On his way, he called the members of the band. The members of White Moonlight were summoned to the studio as they were just about to go home after practice. They were in a good mood, though, since it had been a while since they recorded anything. When Kang-yoon arrived at the studio, the members of White Moonlight, Hee-yoon, Kim Jimin, and even Lee Hyun-ji were present. Although it was late in the evening, the studio was already full. Director, you haven't gone home yet? This is Jimin's song we're talking about. I made a visit because I was curious what it would sound like. Everyone was focusing on the first new singer from World Entertainment. The various instruments were already set up inside the booth. Kang-yoon adjusted the sound for each of the instruments. After that, the recording began. Along with the accompaniment, Kim Jin-dae tapped on the snare and the foot bass when Kang-yoon spoke through the mic. Jin-dae, let's go with rimshot. Chahi, well done staying out. Yes. Kim Jin-dae replied very formally, unlike his usual attitude. In that round, the notes from the drums intermixed with the intro accompaniment to create gray light. It seemed to stem from the drums playing method. Kang-yoon asked Kim Jin-dae to go with rimshots. In the next round, the drums blended well with the other sounds. This is better. Unlike the gray color from before, the light was a bright white this time. Next was Lee Cha-hee's turn to join. At the part where other instruments joined after the acoustic guitar and the drums played a duet, she played the slide method to skid down the strings. Kim Jin-dae also gave some alterations to the drums to add to the impact. However, Kang-yoon shook his head and spoke into the mic again. Cha-hee, let's skip the slide. I think we can use that in later parts when we need some accentuating. Yes. Jin-dae, don't go too flashy from the get-go. They had unintentionally brought out their habits because White Moonlight songs were mostly the powerful sort. Kang-yoon adjusted their playing. Although he said a lot, the recording time wasn't that long. Both Kim Jin-dae and Lee Cha-hee were skilled players, and Kang-yoon's requests were clear-cut as well. Like that, they were able to smoothly go past the first and second verses and into the chorus. Cha-hee, your notes are going too high. As the chorus was about to end, Kang-yoon felt something strange as the notes rose without limit. The white light did not change, but the bass and the accompaniment fell lower in comparison. Huh? I played according to the score you gave me. I'm pretty sure I didn't play it wrong. That's strange. It was a whole tone up. This was the part where many flashy sound effects entered the fray to liven up the mood. Lee Cha-hee's bass had to support them from below. However, the bass notes were now lower instead. The mood of the entire song was shaking. After one line, Kang-yoon halted the recording again. Cha-hee, you're low this time. That's strange. I did play it right. The sound was strange despite playing correctly. Just in case, Kang-yoon had a look at his own score as well. There was nothing wrong with it. He entered the booth to have a look at Lee Cha-hee's copy, but he didn't find anything wrong with it either. What's this? Lee Cha-hee wasn't someone that tried to cover up her mistakes. Am I too tired? Kang-yoon decided that he had become too sensitive. Let's just try AG. At that time, Lee Cha-hee suddenly paled and started shaking on the spot while looking at Kang-yoon. What is it? President, on your left, there's a go GH. Go what? Kang-yoon was confused. Lee Cha-hee's expression was locked in horror. The usually calm attitude of hers had all but disappeared. Kayak. A go. Ghost. Everyone was shocked by the sudden scream. A ghost. All of a sudden, too. Everyone looked around in search of this ghost, but they found no traces of one. In the end, Kim Jin-dae grabbed Lee Cha-hee and strongly shook her. Cha-hee, calm down. Yeah. Lee Cha-hee calmed down after a while. Kang-yoon entered the booth seeing Lee Cha-hee act weird. Did you see something? There was some woman right next to you, President. A woman? Kang-yoon was flabbergasted. Summing it up, it was the story of the recording studio ghost that brought good luck. This was weird coming from Lee Cha-hee, who always had a calm attitude. Sheesh, there's no such thing as a ghost in the modern world. I really did see one though. How was he supposed to react to that? Many mystery fans would probably like this story. Though for Kang-yoon, it was no fun at all. Is her romance not going well these days? Kang-yoon told Kim Jin-dae to look after her and declared a period of rest. Lee Hyun-ji, who was watching all this while, approached. Kang-yoon, the legendary studio ghost. It's been a while since I heard of one. There's no such thing as ghosts. It's all made up. Oh, I believe in ghosts though. Do you really think that way? Lee Hyun-ji had the "this is interesting" expression on. However, Kang-yoon chuckled instead. Well, it does look like things are looking good for the music. I wish I saw one too. Uffed, I knew you'd say that, President. Anyway, the ghost, huh? Looks like we have one more thing to advertise about. I should ask Cha-hee for more details. Lee Hyun-ji entered the booth with joy. Then, she started asking Lee Cha-hee about things while consoling her. Looks like women love ghost stories. Kang-yoon shook his head after all this ghost incident. G&B Entertainment was a company that was growing at an incredible rate during the past 3 years. After an investment from the Korean Colossus company that was Beneth, it grew in size rapidly while scouting popular actors and actresses, comedians, as well as singers. President Han Young-suk was an iron-fisted woman that single-handedly created the company with an immense budget. Today, she called you Na-yoon, who would soon have her debut. Na-yoon, are you doing well? Yes, it's thanks to everyone's help. That's good. The words were nice, but Na-yoon was very nervous. The president's eyes seemed to see through everything. It will be your debut after the Lunar New Year. At that time, there will be no singers making comebacks. And there will be no super rookies either. You know that this is the best time, right? Well, I guess you are a super rookie yourself, Na-yoon. It was a compliment, but Na-yoon was unable to smile. She knew that those words contained thorns. President Han Young-suk continued speaking with a very engaged expression. I heard a few days ago from President Kang that someone will be debuting at a similar time as my Na-yoon. Fufu, at your level, nothing should beat you, right? President Han Young-suk had confidence. President Kang Shermyoung had told her to watch out since World had a lot of achievements up their sleeves. That company, with a single trainee and low on company funds, seemed beneath her notice. In other words, they should have their hands full running Kim Jae-hoon and Edios. A new trainee from such a company? It made her laugh. You have faith in me. There's no problem at all. Yes. Just consider all my investment in HMHM. My pretty is not going anywhere, right? President Han Young-suk patted Na-yoon's back. To her, this rookie from World Entertainment had no meaning to her. It's always about the money. Pressing buttons on the calculator, Lee Hyun-ji heaved a deep sigh. Money for distribution of music, as well as money required to pay a lot of other services, meant that there was no money left over for a big showcase. Kang-yoon said that it was okay and that they should look for another method. Even if we do hold a showcase for Jimin, there will be no people to attend it. Although we possess Kim Jae-hoon and Edios among our ranks, our reputation as a company is quite low. We'll have to leave a showcase for Edios' comeback. That's a pity. A debut is a once-in-a-lifetime thing, but she's having such a small one. It won't be as small as you think it is. The TV station allocated us quite a lot of time. They were allocated 6 minutes. They acquired that time through the deal that the debut will be exclusive to Music Camp on DLE TV station. They also could not hold any other stages in that week. Lee Hyun-ji was surprised by Kang-yoon's skills. Looks like President Chu Man-ji is repaying us for Jetin. DLE was close with Yoon-sol, right? Yes. I thought I would have a hard time even after that, but President Chu gladly took it into his hands. Without effort from his part, this would have been very hard. If that didn't work, I would have had to look for another method. Kang-yoon discussed a lot of things about Kim Jimin's debut with Lee Hyun-ji. She needed a manager, as well as a coordinator, and they had to set on a schedule for her as well. They talked about the usual things that were required to run an entertainer. They were talking about a lot of things when Kang-yoon brought up a topic that President Chu Man-ji told him to be wary about. A rookie from GNB will have her debut on the same day. GNB? Doesn't President Han Young-suk run that place? Yes. Coincidentally, theirs is a female solo too. Their ages are similar as well. Lee Hyun-ji's frowned. Usually, music artists with similar themes do not release their albums at similar times. This was usually done through negotiations by the companies themselves. This was either a whim of fate or that the opponent was looking to stomp on them. Did they aim for that? I don't think so. It just looks like their thought processes were similar to ours. No one is making a comeback or having a debut in early February. This is a little bad for a coincidence. GNB is a company with a lot of money. Although they don't have much know-how compared to MG or Yoon-sol, their budget is through the roof. People jokingly refer to them as the rich entertainer. I'm envious now. Kang-yoon sighed. However, he soon regained his confidence. I hope their theme is not something similar to ours, but if it is, this will be a showdown. If we delay the date, though, we'll only be labeled copycats. I believe that it's better to meet them head-on. Looks like the journalists will love this topic. Should we make something out of it as well? No, marketing Jimin like this won't last long. If her image is ruined due to a single misstep, things will go down the drain. We need to be slow and steady. Lee Hyun-ji nodded her head in understanding. Lunar New Year's. Kim Jimin focused on practice even after the holiday season. No one interrupted her, though Hyun and Professor Choi Chan-young occasionally helped her out a little. Time flowed quickly, and it was now February. D-Day. Kang-yoon, Kim Jimin's manager, Choi Hyuk-jin, and her coordinator Lee Jin-ah We're currently waiting at DLE Station's waiting room. Jimin looks so pretty with makeup on. Lee Ji-na wasn't stingy with her praises as she put makeup powder on Kim Jimin's face. Her skin did not have a single blemish and accepted the makeup well. There was a sense of achievement in doing so. Before she got into her stage costume, Kang-yoon and Kim Jimin went around handing out CDs. This was a form of greeting for rookies in their debut. The other singers gave words of encouragement seeing that a solo girl, rare in this industry, was going on stage. Like that, the two of them went around to the other waiting rooms and finally stumbled upon the last waiting room, labeled Nail. This place is. Kim Jimin looked at Kang-yoon with a slightly worried tone. This waiting room was for the singer that debuted at the same time as her. Even if she's a rival, you need to be friends with her. Won't she look at me strangely or anything? If she does, that's all she amounts to. You're right. Kim Jimin knocked on the door. When she was granted entry, she entered. Yo Na-yoon and her manager greeted them from inside. Hello? I'm Yunha, and I'm having my debut stage today. I'm here for greetings. Kim Jimin gave her greetings. Wow, so pretty. Yo Na-yoon had a doll-like appearance. She was taller than Kim Jimin and had curves. Where they needed to be. It was just that. She gave the aura of someone unapproachable. Hello? I'm Nail. Yo Na-yoon gave her her own CD in welcome. Kim Jimin exchanged CDs with her as she looked at her. Since we have our debuts on the same day, does that make us peers? Ha ha ha. Kim Jimin smiled at Yo Na-yoon's words. However, sparks could be seen between them. Both Kim Jimin and Yo Na-yoon were wary against each other. After a brief greeting, Kang-yoon and Kim Jimin left the waiting room. How was it? She was pretty. Very pretty. She meant it. Yo Na-yoon was just tall enough for men to like. She was slim and had a doll face. Honestly, she didn't think that she would win against her appearance-wise. Sir, can I win against her? She seemed to have lost confidence, and Kang-yoon smiled softly. Win? That's not necessarily important. Then what? The ones you should focus on are the people listening to your music. Not her. Oh. Kim Jimin exclaimed. Kang-yoon was right. You became a singer because you wanted to sing, right? Now, you're at the starting line. Yes. Her memories of reaching here after meeting Kang-yoon for the first time played in her mind. Thinking back, the process was fun. She was having a hard time after a failed audition when she met Kang-yoon, and he allowed her to live her dream as a musician despite being financially unstable. She saw a lot of other people's stages, grew up, and now she was here. It was a miracle that she was standing here in the first place. She should have a story of her own. However, what's important to you, Jimin, is you. You sing your song. She will sing her song. The viewers will be the judge. Okay. When they arrived at her waiting room, Kang-yoon patted Kim Jimin's back. The moment you go up on stage, you focus on your own song. Leave everything else to me, okay? Yes. Kang-yoon patted Kim Jimin's head before sending her into the waiting room. Another one has begun. Seeing the waiting room shut, Kang-yoon tried to calm down his racing heart. World Entertainment's rookie was going on stage. He was filled with excitement, expectation, and a bit of worry as he headed towards the stage. Chapter 135. The Princess Debut 5. Behind the stage, as the program recording was in progress, Kang-yoon ran into producer Yoon Gwang-jin of Music Camp. He grumbled as soon as he saw Kang-yoon. It's the first time we had to set up all instruments like this ever since I became in charge of Music Camp. I very much appreciate your efforts, producer. Well, it's about giving and taking anyway. Yes, of course. Producer Yoon Gwang-jin left behind a very abstract line at the end. He implied that Kang-yoon should help him back out if today's matters went well. This couldn't be helped as various artists belonging to big companies had very stubborn attitudes. Over there. What's that box? Walking away, producer Yoon Gwang-jin shouted at an assistant director. The backstage was very busy. There was now 10 minutes until Kim Jimin's debut stage. Kang-yoon had a look at the order of contents just to final check on things. He even went up on the stage where the rehearsal had taken place. He was coming down the stage when one lady approached him. Kang-yoon appa. It was Ji Hyun-young, the main vocalist of Dietin. Kang-yoon waved his hand. Hyun-young. It's been a while. Hello? It has been a long time. How have you been? I'm doing okay. Are you here for music camp today? Unlike Ji Hyun-young's cheerful expression, Kang-yoon slightly panicked upon seeing the main vocalist of Dietin. From what he knew, Jietin should be in their resting period after a period of activities. He was worried that President Chu Manji pulled some strings somewhere. However, contrary to what Kang-yoon thought, Ji Hyun-young's presence here had nothing to do with music camp. I was here for a radio recording, so I'm just visiting by. Oh, really? When Kang-yoon sighed in relief, Ji Hyun-young giggled. Appa, you were relieved right now, weren't you? Yeah. Jietin appearing today would have given me an endless headache. I felt this last time, but you're really honest, Appa. Don't worry. I don't think we'll do any activities in Korea for the foreseeable future. The company wants us to go overseas rather than stay. That's good news for us. HM, you're already acting like an enemy because Edios is with you. Seeing Kang-yoon joking with her, Ji Hyun-young raised her eyebrows a little. Jietin and Kang-yoon had gotten closer while they were working on the album. Of course, work was another matter altogether. Miss Nail, please get ready. He was talking with Ji Hyun-young when he heard a broadcast. Huh? Isn't she the girl from GNB? Yeah. That sounds fun. Looks like I was right to come here today. When Yoon Na-yoon and the back dancers stepped onto the stage, Ji Hyun-young stood next to Kang-yoon with an expression full of curiosity. She looked like a girl that had found an interesting toy. Aren't you going to be late for your next schedule? I'm watching a future competitor, aren't I? The president won't say much about it. You are quite easygoing yourself, aren't you? Kang-yoon clicked his tongue, but Ji Hyun-young only stuck out her tongue coyly. The two directed their eyes to the stage. The stage seemed ready as the lights went off and the audience started cheering. Without a sound, your eyes look at me. I whisper no. Yoon Na-yoon's voice was very clear and crisp. At the same time, she showed a very powerful performance dance with the dancers on stage. The semi-cropped t-shirt of hers gave a glimpse of her belly here and there, and her sexy waistline emphasized her dance. Kang-yoon's eyes were also filled with white light. The snappy performance was very welcomed by the audience. She's really good at dancing. You're right. The two exchanged opinions. Yoon Na-yoon, on the stage, was flying. With a little exaggeration. Like that, the first song ended. The second song was somewhat softer than the first one. The first one was themed around powerful popping moves, and the second had more of the feminine sexy beauty. Yoon Na-yoon's performance livened up the mood as time passed. Her long legs and thin waistline caught the eyes of the male audience immediately, and the synchronized dance with the back dancers was flawless. Amazing. Kang-yoon couldn't help but admit. The performance was giving out a very strong white light. The white light shrouded the stage, and from some time onwards, Ji Hyun-young, next to him, was looking at the stage slack-jawed. When the song entered its peak, there was a solo part at the center of the stage. Yoon Na-yoon suddenly snapped her body and showed a popping dance. The stage lights focused on her, and the various stage devices changed accordingly as well. She's not bad. Although Ji Hyun-young said that with a bland tone, she was actually feeling very competitive right now. This newbie stage had some impact. This Nail's title song, Trouble, had her very own distinct color to it. It attracted eyes with ample exposure and caught the ears with a catchy song. The big companies sure are different, all right. Kang-yoon was very surprised. This felt like her company had invested properly in a person with plenty of talent. The company would invest in her more in the future, and it was likely that she would make it big. However, that wasn't all of his opinions. Jimin is not to be looked down upon either. Kang-yoon was sure. Kim Jimin had prepared a lot as well. There was no reason for her to perform any lesser than the one on stage right now. No. In fact, he was confident that Jimin was superior. Eventually, Nail's debut stage ended, and it became Kim Jimin's turn. Kim Jimin was guided by the assistant director to the stage, and she stepped onto the stage with a nervous expression. On the stage, the other instruments and their owners were already set up and were waiting for the start signal. Please take care of me. Before she started, Kim Jimin turned around and bowed towards the instrument session. Although they had rehearsed together, she was even more nervous now that she was on stage. The instrument players waved their hands. This girl is very polite. Let's do this. The instrument players looked at each other and smiled. As they had a lot of experience, this kind of stage was daily life to them. It's starting. Along with the producer's signal, Kim Jimin put her hands on the guitar and closed her eyes. The cool sensation from the strings cleared her mind. The lights dimmed and the audience's whispers started to die down. The moments of practice she had until now flashed by in her mind. 4, 3, 2, 1. Along with a light drum sound, Kim Jimin started playing the guitar. At the same time, she put her mouth against the mic. You approached me and whispered in my ears, "Is this a sweet dream?" Her plentiful singing voice shrouded the stage. At the same time, the notes dancing on stage started to create one light. Nice start. It began with white light. However, it wasn't that strong. However, Kang-yoon believed that this was fine since this song wasn't given much emphasis in the introductory bits. I still shy away, but when I see you, my heart flutters still. Kim Jimin played some advanced skills on the guitar and sang without trouble while doing that. At the same time, other sounds started being added into the mix. The drums joined with rim shots, while the bass and the synthesizer joined with string sounds. At the same time, the various notes on the stage started making a strong light. Oh, even though the audience had just seen a powerful rookie's debut stage just before, they were immersed in this song nonetheless. Some fans that had joined the audience seats for some other group, as well as some lucky civilians that had gained tickets, started being swayed by the mood. Along with 2 taps on the small tom-toms from the drum, the instruments came to a sudden halt. Then, the instruments all burst out again after a slide from the bass. Happy day, let us dream together. I wish. The electric guitar also added a little distortion to its sound to bring up the mood, and Kim Jimin also raised her voice as well. With that, the white light became a lot stronger. Good. Kang-yoon had a faint smile on his face. Although she just had her debut, she had already conquered the stage. The dream of the two of us. Happy day. Wah-aya-aya. After the first verse, the audience all stood up and started shouting "Unha" repeatedly. Unlike the time with Etios, Kang-yoon was unable to create a fandom before the debut, so this was an unexpected situation for him. Some of them would then go on to become Kim Jimin's fans, he thought. Ji Hyun-young looked at Kang-yoon with an even more surprised expression than when she watched Yoon Na-yoon's stage. Whoa, Nail's a babe compared to her. She's a total freak. Hey, don't call a girl a freak. Kang-yoon lightly told her off, but Ji Hyun-young absent-mindedly spoke on. Her voice is really no joke. At her level, none of her peers are a match for her, you know? Moreover, the song was good too. I should get going. These rookies are so. I'm gonna get some practice. When Ji Hyun-young was about to turn around and leave, Kang-yoon laughed. Watch until the end. No, there's a freak rookie, so I can't stay still. Don't call her a freak. Anyway, tell your president I said thanks. Okay, see you later. Ji Hyun-young left immediately. Even as she left, she couldn't hide her surprised expression. After sending her off, Kang-yoon turned around to Kim Jimin again. The song had reached its peak. Maybe we are of the same mind, dash. Her voice was raised very high. At the same time, the cheers were getting louder as well. Full of excitement. We may already be in love. Then, she reached the very peak of the song. The drums played with a fancy beat and decorated the peak with all sorts of effects. Wah! This was the best part, and the audience's cheers were at its peak as well. No one cared about being a fan of another person. They were immersed by this rookie called Unha and cheered in unison. The white light seemed to have traces of clearness as though it was about to turn silver. Silver. After the peak, the song returned to the chorus again. Kang-yoon was surprised by the light from the stage. However, before the white could turn completely silver, the song met its end. Damn, such a pity. Kang-yoon clicked his tongue. Although this was a very good debut stage, he felt that it could have gone better. Thank you. Ha. Ha. The next song is. Regardless of what Kang-yoon thought, Kim Jimin prepared her next song. The instruments began playing again, and she started to sing the second song for her debut. Like that, Kim Jimin showed herself as the singer Yoonha in front of the public. Personnel information. Name, Yoonha, Kim Jimin. Occupation, singer. DOB, May 17, 1994. Height, 161.8 centimeters. Weight, 44 kilograms. Company, World Entertainment. School, the 20th High School. This is 2012, so she's 18? Damn, that's young. I still can't believe it. Our dear Jimin is on the information charts. Young Hygiene still found it unreal that Kim Jimin could be searched on a web portal. Seeing that, Lee Hyunji put her hands on Young Hygiene's shoulders and spoke. Get used to it. You'll see a lot of this in the future. Really? I can't even get used to Jimin like this. I thought she would always be the cute little sister. It looks like she's grown wings and flew away, doesn't it? Yes. Young Hae-jin was honest. Lee Hyun-ji replied in a soft tone. That's the difference between a trainee and a proper artist. She herself should be feeling that right now. Right? I guess more than you. Lee Hyun-ji laughed while looking at a title of a news article on the webpage. Frightening rookie Yoonha's new Speak Happy Day threatens charts. New singer Yoonha rises above the masses with Speak Happy Day. Endless good comments about Yoonha's Speak Happy Day. Look at this, Appa. This is all about me. Inside a van that she still wasn't used to, Kim Jimin searched up Yoonha on her phone. When she did, all sorts of articles could be seen. Although it hadn't been that many days since her debut, the news was all about her. Choi Hyuk-jin, who had now become Kim Jimin's full-time manager, spoke as though it was obvious. Our dear Yoonha is hot nowadays. Appa, please don't call me by my stage name when we're not outside. It's creeping me out. Nope. President's orders. I have to call you by the stage name until you get used to it. You. Hearing that it was Kang-yoon's instructions, Kim Jimin couldn't say anything. Manager Choi Hyuk-jin skimmed over the phone that he got from Kim Jimin before giving it back. Then, he spoke as something was strange. Looks like the president doesn't take away phones. Do other companies take away their singers' phones? Especially idols, yeah? My previous company didn't allow idols to even possess phones. They said that phones were the cause of dating rumors. That's scary. Though the trap is that those who want to date will date nonetheless. How are you supposed to stop two young people from falling in love? Kim Jimin received her phone as though she was receiving treasure and preciously stored it away. Seeing that, manager Choi Hyuk-jin burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. I don't think our president is the type to do something like that. That's true, but just in case. What? You have someone you like? No, I guess none have caught my eye yet. Kim Jimin was firm about this. Manager Choi Hyuk-jin could tell that she was telling the truth. Although he hadn't been managing her for very long, he was able to tell that she was a very straightforward type. Yes was a concrete yes, and no was a definite no. And this no was definitely a no. The van headed towards Chuncheon, where the next schedule was. Chapter 136. Chocolate Storm 1. Kang-yoon was currently visiting Priella Entertainment, the single biggest music distribution company in Korea. He was having a meeting with Lee Tae-shik, the head of the music charts department. Department head Lee Tae-shik brewed Kang-yoon some coffee, which was rare for someone of his position. Yoonha's popularity is great these days. She keeps playing at the top of the charts. Department head Lee Tae-shik of Priella Entertainment could not hide his surprise. Thank you. We appreciate it as a company. Kang-yoon sipped some coffee. He was here with a nervous expression, but it was good that some pleasant conversation was going. It had been 2 weeks since the music was released. Although the charts should be changing by now, Yoonha's album did not show any signs of going down anytime soon. The title song Speak Happy Day played around the 5th position, while the other songs were solidly in the charts at 10th and 20th respectively. Lee Tae-shik did not hide his praises, saying that this was a very rare occasion when digital singles were mainstream nowadays. We are in a situation where visual music is the majority, so Yoonha's rather traditional ways have created a lot of fans. She's good on stage, and her songs are easy on the ears. Honestly speaking, though, I didn't have high expectations of her. I only hoped it would go well. The only thing that was lacking was the music video. A lot of people were disappointed after looking at the music video after they saw her debut stage. Ha ha. Kang-yoon laughed awkwardly. It wasn't that he didn't put much thought into the music video, but the live stage just had too much of an impact. However, Lee Tae-shik said that it was okay and spoke on. Yoonha's promotional video right now is the music video. I believe that we should change it to her debut video. That sounds good. Please do it that way. Kang-yoon spoke about a lot of other things after that. He also asked about the reactions offline, as well as the reactions of other companies. Lee Tae-shik said that there were no differences in offline sales. And also, what's interesting is that the senior singers are paying attention to her voice. Many say that her vocal output is good. I've met several of them myself. Ha ha. I wonder who they are. Yoonha must have it good. A lot of her seniors want to work with her. Though, it may tire her out since they are quite picky people. Department head Lee Tae-shik said in a prankful tone. They talked about the distribution of music afterward for a long time. When the sun was about to set, Kang-yoon stood up from his seat. It was time for him to go back. I wish we would meet in better conditions next time. Please have a safe trip home. Kang-yoon left Priella Entertainment like that. This meeting gave him a lot of benefits. Let's go then. Kang-yoon returned to his company after that meeting. When he went to the office, Lee Hyun-ji and Lee Sam-soon were talking to each other. President, you're here. Lee Hyun-ji greeted him. Lee Sam-soon also stood up from her seat to greet him. I'm back. Sam-soon's here too. I was talking about Modern Farmer with the director. The two were talking about the program that Lee Sam-soon would soon participate in. Kang-yoon also sat on the sofa and joined in on the conversation. So there are a total of 6 singers, including Sam-soon, in the participants. But wait, Nail? I thought it was another person until just a few days ago. Kang-yoon was confused. Lee Hyun-ji shook her head. It looks like they had their own circumstances. The chief producer for that program and GNB's president seems to be on close terms. I believe that there was an exchange somewhere. It's good that we weren't the ones who were excluded. Well, not like we would stay still if we were. Kang-yoon shook his head at Lee Hyun-ji's words. Maybe. But well, Sam-soon is a very desirable character for a program like this. For them, she's not someone to change for someone else. Unless the producers were idiots, Lee Sam-soon was a card they could never abandon. She had experience appearing on TV, had knowledge about the countryside, and she had her own unique traits as well. Who would throw her away? That Nail kid. It sure looks like they're backing her up a lot. Kang-yoon replied with a smile at Lee Sam-soon's words. Her company is big after all. When you girls first had your debut, the company backed you up a lot as well. Really now? Lee Sam-soon tilted her head. It seemed that the frog did not remember its tadpole days. Even Lee Hyun-ji burst out laughing when she saw that. Lee Sam-soon could not understand why they were laughing. Switching topics, Kang-yoon talked about Lee Sam-soon again. There are a total of 8 participants, including Sam-soon. They will go farming in Hangseong and Gangwon-do for 2 days and 1 night. They will literally be living there for 2 days. That's the theme. It says 2 days, 1 night, but it also says that they may increase it to 3 days later. All meals are self-made, and, wow, that looks like one tiring schedule. The producer sounds greedy. Well, if editing goes well, it would definitely look good on TV. I believe that this is a good theme. Kang-yoon switched topics to the other participants. Lee Sam-soon also focused since this was about the people she would spend time with. Kang Hyun-mi, age 41. She's the oldest among the ladies. She's the big uni. She has some heft to her, and she's definitely a veteran in TV programs. Her reputation is good as well. Sam-soon, you also appeared on TV with her, right? Lee Sam-soon nodded her head at Lee Hyun-ji's question. Yes, Hyun-mi is a good person. She gave me a lot of food. Kang-yoon couldn't help but smile at that answer. That's not the only reason you like her, right? About half, I guess. When Lee Sam-soon replied in a joking tone, Kang-yoon burst out laughing. They continued to talk about the other cast. There was Song Hak-tae, the oldest of them all, Miri and Yeri, who were both around her age, Yoon Sol-ji, who was quite old for an idol, as well as the rookie Nail. Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji talked about what they thought of each of these people and told Lee Sam-soon how she should act. So in conclusion, I should just do what I did before I became a trainee. Kang-yoon agreed to the clear conclusion. Yes, the producer wants exactly that. Won't I look like some poor country girl? When Lee Sam-soon got worried, Kang-yoon shook his head. It's fine. Everything's okay as long as it's not dating rumors, okay? Dating rumors? Okay, gotcha. Lee Sam-soon said she understood the clear directions and stood up from her seat. When she returned to her dorm, Lee Hyun-ji asked Kang-yoon, shouldn't we look for at least 2 people to manage Edios? We should, but it's quite hard to cover for them all. Phew, it's giving me headaches. Looks like you'll have to act as one for a while. Please employ one as soon as possible. It was quite tiring that he could do everything. Kang-yoon felt a headache about what's to come regarding Lee Sam-soon's schedule. 4th floor of Lunas. Edios' practice room never saw the dark of the night. All members of Edios, including Young Mina, regained their senses through practicing day and night. They also did not forget to train their bodies. Young Mina and Christy were practicing late into the night. Full. Christy turned off the music and collapsed onto the floor. Her body was already drenched with sweat. Should we rest a little? She accepted Young Mina's rest proposal gladly. When Young Mina sat down, Christy approached her like a ghost and rested her head against her thigh. You really don't change even after all these years. This is the comfiest spot. It's not too hard and not too soft. People will misunderstand, you know, when we stick to each other like this all the time. What can we do about that? It's not a rumor, but the truth. Eek. When Young Mina freaked out, Christie's face became an evil smirk. Fu, obediently hand over your body. And no, the two played around like that. After a round of messing around, Young Mina also laid down on the floor. The lights from the high ceiling seemed to urge her to practice. Christie rolled around on the floor a little bit before turning around to Young Mina's direction. Mina, your solo album is in March, right? Yeah, he said so. So there's not a lot of time left. Is the song out yet? No, they were busy with Jimin's debut. I think mine just got started. I hope it goes well. Both you and Sam soon. It will go well. Isn't that obvious? Right? Young Mina smiled with a confident expression. But then, she seemed to have thought up of something and abruptly stood up. Right? This is not the time to be here. What's up? Sorry. I'm going back first. Unlike her usual self, Young Mina hurriedly dressed up before leaving the practice room. She didn't even take a shower. What's up with her? Did something happen? Christie, who was left alone, tilted her head. Recently, shops that taught how to make handmade cakes were in the boom. For Valentine's Day, many women filled such shops. Lee Hyuna and Lee Cha-hee were two of them. Why did you have to drag me here? Lee Cha-hee complained while squeezing fresh cream out of a bag she had never used before. However, her hands were nonetheless delicate with their movements. Lee Hyuna was satisfied with Lee Cha-hee's dexterity. Yes, that's it, Cha-hee. How could I do this without your help? Huh. Like I said, why am I the one doing this? Cha-hee. Lee Hyuna asked her friend for help while acting cute. Lee Cha-hee ended up chuckling and slowly squeezed the fresh cream. When the cake looked somewhat like a cake, Lee Hyuna put chocolate on top. She wrote some letters with the chocolate. World ENT forever. Lee Cha-hee spoke while reading the chocolate letters. Our company isn't yet 1 year old, no? Nah, but who cares? It's all about the mood. It wasn't an anniversary. Around them were many ladies who were making cakes for their boyfriends. Lee Cha-hee simply couldn't understand her friend. So, what's the relationship between Valentine's Day and the first-year anniversary of the company? However, she couldn't ask that question out loud when her little friend looked so excited. Lee Cha-hee quietly helped Lee Hyuna finish the cake. Meanwhile, Edios's dorms. Sizzle. Uni. The pot is burning, the pot. Seo Han-yu panicked when she heard an unusual sound from the kitchen. Water, get some water. Uni. Two people who had nothing to do with cooking were in a mess. In the end, the chocolate became black charcoal, and the kitchen was filled with smoke. With all the mess in the kitchen, Ali, who was watching TV in the living room, came to them. What the hell are you girls doing? We were making Valentine's chocolate. Young Mina mumbled. Since the kitchen was filled with smoke, she had no excuses. Ali had fires lit up in her eyes, which was rare for her. How high heat did you cook the chocolate? Huh? Just normal. What? Then you did it under high flame? Without even double boiling it? No. Girls, what in the world have you done? Hearing their fellows' shouts, both Young Mina and Seo Han-yu looked down in shame. They became sinners after the kitchen was filled with black smoke. Although the two were usually quite sharp, they were clueless about cooking. Sheesh, I can't stand this. Looking at the dejected duo, Ali sighed before rolling up her sleeves. She took out another pot and poured some whipped cream into the bowl before putting it on the stovetop. She turned the fire to low heat and added some icing sugar. When the whipped cream started boiling, she added chocolate and brought it to a simmer. Wow! Seeing that Ali's cooking was just like the pictures on the internet, Seo Han-yu exclaimed deeply. Even though they used the same method, she couldn't understand how the results were drastically different. Ali shrugged before speaking. You put too little whipped cream in. There was too much chocolate as well. No wonder it got burnt. Ah. Young Mina also understood. Right now, Ali couldn't be prettier. Eventually, the chocolate melted and the contents of the pot became viscous. Give me the mold. Young Mina immediately gave her the mold at her orders. It was a cute mold of a character from an animation. Ali carefully poured the chocolate onto the mold. Oh, there's cocoa powder as well? You can just sprinkle it on top and refrigerate it. Yes, ma'am. Young Mina immediately got to work in confidence. Since there was a lot of chocolate, it took quite some time. When it was all poured into molds, they put all the chocolate into the refrigerator. Asterisk and asterisk. After a long process, Ili stretched her arms out. Young Mina massaged her shoulders. Ili, thanks a lot. It's all thanks to you. It was nothing much. Ili puffed out her chest and smiled. The Ili that was unable to follow a dance routine was no longer here. Right now, she was the goddess of cooking. Seo Hanyu was also surprised at Ili. Thank you, Uni. But wait. Mina Uni, who are you planning on giving them to? Those? Oh, the people at the company. Really? Everyone will like them for sure. Rewrite. Young Mina sweated seeing that Seo Hanyu didn't have any suspicions. Here's some obligatory chocolate. Kang-yoon asked in a confused tone, seeing Lee Hyunji give him some high-class chocolate as soon as he came to work. Is today special? Kang-yoon asked back in a confused tone as he accepted the chocolate. Lee Hyunji chuckled and looked at Kang-yoon like she was seeing an idiot. Today's Valentine's Day. Oh, today's already. Kang-yoon turned around to have a look at the calendar. February 14th. It was the day where men and women of all sorts of relations got into chaos. Then I'll be looking forward to March. The chocolate Lee Hyunji gave him was the expensive variety. Kang-yoon thanked her before popping it in his mouth. The chocolate seemed to contain something and tasted quite delicious. Young Hyejin was the next one to come to work and give him a bar of chocolate that was sold in the market. President, can I look forward to March? Seeing Young Hyejin's expectant eyes, Kang-yoon only replied with an awkward smile. Lee Hyunji, who had brewed some coffee for herself, asked Kang-yoon. You called for a general meeting today, right? Yes. Jimin's album is going well, and we need to talk about our next big matter. Looks like we'll have one like this once every month at least. He hurriedly prepared some materials for everyone at the meeting. Not long after, Kim Jae-hoon and Kim Jimin opened the door. Kim Jae-hoon had something in his mouth, his hands holding onto a big piece of rectangular chocolate. Kim Jimin gave Kang-yoon some chocolate as well. It was one that could easily be found in the market. You want me to eat all this by myself? Can you? Your teeth will rot. Kang-yoon joked with Kim Jimin, but was replied with worry instead. Seeing the artists come to the office one by one, everyone went down to the studio. Not long later, Hyun, Christian, Ili, and the others started entering. All of them had some chocolate for Kang-yoon. In no time at all, Kang-yoon's hands were full of chocolate. Seeing that, Lee Hyunji said in an envious tone, Looks like our president is one lucky man. This is a first for me too. Please give me some later. I'm lacking in some blood sugar lately. Ha ha ha. The studio was filled with laughs at Lee Hyunji's joke. At that moment, the door opened and Young Mina and Lee Hyuna came in together. In Young Mina's hand was a large paper bag, and Lee Hyuna's hands were holding a large cake box. Wow. Mina and Hyuna's chocolates are on a different order of magnitude. Seeing the gifts in their hands, Lee Hyunji's eyes became big. Others had the same reaction. Before they could even ask who it was for, both of the girls presented their gifts to Kang-yoon. These are for me. Kang-yoon panicked and smiled awkwardly. At the same time, sparks lit up in the eyes of the two newest ladies. Chapter 137. Chocolate Storm, 2. Wow, they're at it pretty hard. Phew, I can feel a murderous aura in the air. The members of Edios and White Moonlight whispered among themselves. What are they up to? Hyun also widened her eyes while feeling the tense atmosphere. Although she thought that Kang-yoon was the furthest thing away from a woman, her thoughts couldn't be more wrong. Regardless, Young Mina and Lee Hyuna didn't seem to have any intentions of backing off. Ichem? Who's she? Huh? Who's this fiery fox? The two approached Kang-yoon step by step as though to emphasize that their Valentine's gift was better. With that being the case, the two eventually bumped shoulders, which made their expressions crumple. At that moment, Kang-yoon spoke in a soft tone. A chocolate and a cake even. Even Hyun had never done this for me. Thanks so much, girls. Kang-yoon laughed and accepted both of the presents. Huh? What does it have to do with me? Then, Hyun, who was suddenly thrown under the bus, became angry. LOL. Everyone giggled when that happened. The tense atmosphere was gone with it. Only then did Kang-yoon clap his hands to get some attention. Well then, shall we start the meeting? Lee Hyuna and Young Mina went back to their seats, and the meeting began for real. Kang-yoon put down the presents on one side and started the meeting with a calm tone. According to the heaven charts, Jimin's title song was ranked 3rd this morning. Considering that Nail's ranking is 15th right now, I can say that she's doing extremely well. Her other songs are respectively ranked 7th, 16th, and 23rd. This is an extremely good achievement considering that this is 2 weeks in. Various events are coming in as well due to the popularity. Jimin, your schedule is quite packed nowadays, isn't it? Yes, it's really hard. Kim Jimin replied in a quiet voice. Kang-yoon then raised his hand before speaking. You'll get even busier from now. Everyone, give her a round of applause and encouragement. Receiving applause from her senior musicians, Kim Jimin blushed a little before bowing down. Satisfaction, pressure, and various other emotions crossed her mind. Continuing on, Kang-yoon started to talk about Edios. I'll tell you your schedule through manager Hyukjin, Jimin. Oh, and please do say if you need anything. Yes, sir. Okay then. Next, let's go over to Jenny and Mina. You two will have defined schedules from now. However, the others do not, correct? When Kang-yoon asked, the other members became a little dejected. Kang-yoon turned around to them and spoke. For Edios' complete comeback, we need all of you members. Does anyone perhaps think that they're excluded when someone else is debuting solo? No, never. Absolutely not. Christian replied in a surprised voice. At that moment, Young Mina grumbled. They say a strong rejection is an acceptance. Hey, LOL. When Young Mina spoke in a prankful tone, Christy shouted back in a loud voice. The people only chuckled. Do you think I'd be envious of a mere Young Mina? You aren't. Never ever. TCH. Seeing the two quarrel, the meeting room's atmosphere lightened up a little. Kang-yoon smiled and clapped his hands. Again. Then, attention was directed to him again. There. I'm glad that you think that way. Anyway, once Jenny and Mina's matters go well, the others will get their own plans, so please wait patiently. Okay. After Edios replied in a cheerful voice, Kang-yoon turned around to Kim Jae-hoon and White Moonlight. There weren't many differences from the previous meeting. Kim Jae-hoon would have his schedule centered around various events, and White Moonlight should steadily gain reputation with regular shows, and eventually have their major debut. After Kang-yoon finished speaking, Hyun, the composer, and Lee Hyun-ji, the director, had their respective speaking times, and the artists also spoke about what they wanted from the company. After all of them spoke, Kang-yoon finished up the meeting. We may be a small company right now, but we're growing steadily thanks to everyone here. Along with the growth of the company, I'll make sure that each of you will get something in return. Please work hard, everyone. Yes. The meeting ended on a good note. When the artists left the studio, Kang-yoon also started to clean up. It was at that moment that Lee Hyun-ah approached him. Appa. Kang-yoon turned around when he heard that voice. HM? What is it? Please eat the cake first. Huh. After shyly speaking, she left without even receiving a reply. What was that about? Kang-yoon stood there absent-minded when Young Mina came to him this time. Unlike her usual cheerful self, she looked very nervous. Mina, do you have anything to say? It's goddammit. Ajusi, chocolates are ch better than cakes for snacks, okay? Definitely eat it first, okay? What? Leaving behind incomprehensible words, Young Mina also ran out of the studio. What the hell is up with them? Kang-yoon absent-mindedly looked at the door. After Kim Jimin's debut, Kang-yoon's work outside the office had decreased a lot. Visiting Priella Entertainment a few days ago and visiting Lunis regularly was all of it. Lee Hyun-ji joked around with Kang-yoon while she was reading a news article on her computer. It's a natural thing for the CEO to be present at the office, but nowadays, I really find it awkward. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders while sipping the coffee that Lee Hyun-ji brewed for him. Why is that? Is it that strange? It's not that, but you were outside the whole time. It's somewhat new to have you here again. Me too. I feel a little off to be in the office. After Lee Hyun-ji talked with Kang-yoon, she turned around to her computer again. However, she wasn't able to focus on her work that much. This was because calls that Young Hyejin picked up were mostly directed towards her direction. However, Lee Hyun-ji did not complain and did her work with a smile. After some time, she worked on her matters even while having the call simultaneously. Amazing. Seeing Lee Hyun-ji like that, Kang-yoon was really surprised. On one hand, he was sorry for her as well. After all, this was all due to the lack of manpower. Although they were looking for people, Lee Hyun-ji's strict personality meant that it wasn't easy to find the right person for the job. Kang-yoon was about to start working too when someone rang the doorbell from the first floor. Young Hae-jin hurried down and soon appeared again with a box in her hands. "President, you have a delivery." "A delivery?" Kang-yoon tilted his head. "A delivery?" He had never ordered anything. Young Hae-jin gave Kang-yoon the box and the receipt. "The shipping was already paid for, so I sent the man back after signing." "Okay." Kang-yoon looked at the invoice. While it was written in the alphabet, it wasn't English. "What language is this? What is it?" Lee Hyun-ji stood up from her seat and came to Kang-yoon's. But at that moment, Kang-yoon had a closer look at the invoice before his eyes widened in surprise. "Min Jin Seo?" "What?" Young Hae-jin asked back in surprise. "Min Jin Seo? Do you mean the Min Jin Seo from A Spring Fantasy?" "Huh." Lee Hyun-ji also smiled awkwardly in disbelief when Kang-yoon shook his head and spoke. "I'm not sure about the movie A Spring Fantasy, but that's the only Jin Seo I know of. Not like another Jin Seo with the same name would send it to me." "What?" Young Hae-jin checked the invoice as well. On the invoice was written to Mr. Lee Kang-yoon in bold letters. Moreover, the address was correct as well. This was definitely not a misdelivery. No. No way. Young Hae-jin was shocked. Although she had seen many entertainers at the company, Min Jin Seo was on a completely different level. There was no piece of work that she appeared in that failed to become big, which entitled her the queen of production, and whether it was looks or personality, she wasn't lacking in anything. She was a super first-rate star, so to speak. But such a person had sent a present here? President. Oh, open it. Young Hae-jin lost it and shouted out loud. Kang-yoon was surprised to see her more shocked than he was, but Young Hae-jin no longer had anything on her mind. "Huh." Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders and opened the box. There was a black box with the label Roca on top of it. When he opened the little box, dark chocolate pieces were lined up in a neat fashion. However, Lee Hyun-ji's expression was colored in shock this time. "My word, it's Roca." "Roca?" Kang-yoon asked Lee Hyun-ji. He had never seen her so surprised before. When he asked the reason, Lee Hyun-ji gulped and told him about the chocolate. "Roca is one of the most expensive brands of chocolate in the world. I saw it once in Denmark. It's a chocolate that's given as room service for suite rooms at a 7-star hotel. Jin Seo, this girl sent something incredible." "Huh." This chocolate was no longer chocolate. It was more like precious gold. Kang-yoon also gulped in surprise. "Ah, I was planning to get one from you, but I guess I can't." Lee Hyun-ji shook her head. Young Hae-jin also could not hide her shock. She was surprised at Kang-yoon in many different ways. "I can't send this back. It's somewhat difficult." Kang-yoon had it hard himself. It wasn't like he could send a Valentine's present in return. This also meant that he had to do something for her after receiving something so expensive. "I can't send it over to MG either." There would be a problem even if he did want to send it back. He had absolutely no information about her at all. It wasn't like he could send it over to MG either. If someone there found out that he got chocolate from Min Jin Seo, all sorts of trouble would arise. Should I ask Director Lee? No? Sheesh. I'm thankful that you think so much of me, Jin Seo, but what do I do for White Day? Phew. Where was he supposed to find a present on Roca's level? He had a headache thinking about the ever-approaching White Day. Kang-yoon decided to stop thinking about it and put the chocolate inside his drawers before locking it. Such a waste. You tell me. Looking at the locked drawers, Lee Hyun-ji and Young Hae-jin licked their lips in pity. 4:17 a.m. The sun hadn't risen yet. At the door to the dorms, Lee Sam-soon was wearing her trainers. Have a good time. Although it was still early dawn, all the members of Etios had woken up to send Lee Sam-soon off. Even A. Lee, who usually slept in, waved her hand at her. Lee Sam-soon smiled back at the members. I'll be off then. Get lots of screen time. Along with Han Ju-yeon's words, Lee Sam-soon closed the door and left the dorms. Young Mina left with her to send her off properly. She was planning to walk with her to the car. In front of the dorm, Kang-yoon was waiting for Lee Sam-soon in front of the van. Team leader. Eek. Ajusi. Lee Sam-soon didn't know that she would see him, but bowed towards him nonetheless. However, Young Mina behind her was very surprised and turned her face away. She even pulled down her baseball cap and tried her best to not expose her face to Kang-yoon. Have you slept well? Yes. Why are you here, President? What about Sang-ho Appa? Lee Sam-soon replied comfortably at Kang-yoon's question. Meanwhile, Young Mina couldn't even raise her head. He's in the car. This is an important matter, so I thought I should have a look myself. Ooh. Lee Sam-soon was very relieved to see Kang-yoon act like this. All of his actions planted faith in her. Hop on. We need to get breakfast before we get there. Yes. Lee Sam-soon got onto the van. Kang-yoon took her luggage and put it in the back. After the luggage, Kang-yoon also got on as well. Before he closed the door, Kang-yoon spoke to young Mina, who still looked down without being able to speak. Mina, I saw your real face a lot already, so you don't need to hide it from me. Ah, sheesh. Ah, juicy. Ha ha, I'll be off then. Seeing young Mina embarrassed, Kang-yoon laughed before closing the door. The location for the shoot was in Hangseong, Gangwon-do. It took around 2 hours by car from Seoul to Hangseong. However, it took an extra hour to get to the little valley that they were going to shoot in. The shoot began at 8 in the morning. As they had plenty of time, Kang-yoon and company were able to visit a rest stop on the highway. Are you fine with just that? Kang-yoon asked Lee Sam-soon, who had banquet noodles for breakfast. She said that it was okay. This is fine. You'll be hungry when you begin shooting. The filming will go for the entire day, so you won't know when you'll have your mealtime again. That's true. As Kang-yoon advised, Lee Sam-soon bought some more snacks. Due to the characteristics of this program, it was unknown if she was able to eat well or not, but personal health had to be taken care of by the person. It should also be possible to eat when the cameras did not film them, so it would be good to have some snacks on hand. The van eventually arrived at Hangseong. The road narrowed down and became bumpier. Ah, it's spinning. Lee Sam-soon was prone to car sickness and laid down on the seat. Get some sleep until we get there. Kang-yoon consoled Lee Sam-soon and made her rest. This was the first shoot. Her condition was very important. A little time had passed after Lee Sam-soon fell asleep. President, is that him? Manager Young Sang-ho, who was on the wheel, asked while looking at the assistant director standing on the road. Kang-yoon had a look and nodded before waking Lee Sam-soon up. Sam-soon, wake up. We're here. Uff. It seemed that having a nap was useful as she woke up with a very bright expression. The van stopped in front of the assistant director. When Kang-yoon opened the door, Lee Sam-soon got off with the big bag. Miss Jenny. Hello. Hello. Lee Sam-soon politely greeted the staff before turning around to the camera. The camera was already recording. The manager can return now. What? Lee Sam-soon's eyes widened hearing producer Yeo Woon-hyun's words. She was very confused. Weren't the managers going to stick around? She thought that the managers would keep watching the shoot, but that didn't seem to be the case. However, Kang-yoon nodded his head as though he knew this already. Please take care of our Jenny. Yes, of course. Kang-yoon no longer spoke and closed the van's doors. Huh? President. Lee Sam-soon panicked and called out to Kang-yoon, but the van left without leaving anything behind. The camera caught that the van had abandoned her. LOL. The staff giggled, and some of the villagers laughed at the reactions of the cute girl as well. Producer Yeo Woon-hyun approached. Please put your phone here as well. His hands were holding a basket. There were a few phones in there. They belonged to the cast that had arrived before her. This place is no joke, she thought as she handed the phone in. This shoot wasn't going to be so easy. Chapter 138. Jenny?